Chapter 1. An Unexpected Journey. Tianzhou was currently brimming with excitement, for he had successfully infiltrated the secret vault of the Louvre. Renowned as the most impenetrable treasure trove in the world, before him floated the Mona Lisa, a masterpiece valued at an estimated $1 billion. Though he held little personal interest in the painting, lacking any artistic sensibilities to appreciate its depth, his motives for thievery were purely for the sake of fame. Tianzhou was hailed as one of the pinnacles of the international thieving community. The very inclusion of one of in that title irked him considerably throughout his life. He had always excelled, never settling for anything less than first place since a childhood fascination with the legendary thief Chu Liuxiang. He had become utterly captivated and had transitioned into a life of crime. With a sharp intellect and deft hands, he had effortlessly pilfered countless treasures, his numerous successes instilling boundless confidence within him and earning him a reputation that echoed around the globe, culminating in the moniker Tianzhou, which signified the hand of God. However, upon learning that two others shared his lofty status, a wave of dissatisfaction washed over him. He arranged a confrontation with the other two thieves. Both were equally proud individuals who unhesitatingly accepted his challenge. Thus, the three of them set a date to compete, with the coveted painting before him as the prize. The one who succeeded in stealing it would claim the title of the greatest thief in the world. This revelation sent shockwaves through the thieving community, with nearly every renowned thief worldwide eager to join the fray, converging from across the globe in anticipation of the contest. At that moment, Tianzhou chuckled to himself. These thieves are so hypocritical. Stealing is stealing. Why bother setting a date? It's laughable. The instant he issued the challenge, Tianzhou had prepared meticulously and headed directly to the Louvre, aiming to exploit a time advantage. He had no intention of adhering to any gentlemanly agreements with a bunch of thieves. That would be sheer folly. As he poised to seize the painting, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a masked woman beside him, bound by a rope identical to his own. Suspended in midair, she elegantly remarked, "Truly worthy of the title, Tianzhou. Your thieving skills are indeed uninspiring, and you are rather dashing as well. Hee. I must thank you for bringing me here. You've saved me a great deal of trouble." Tianzhou, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and retorted with a cold laugh. "How amusing you must be. One of the other two. Huh? I didn't expect you to be so eager." The masked woman's expression remained obscured, yet her tone was sweet and teasing naturally. "I have long awaited the chance to spar with you two. I cannot afford to delay, even for a moment, but upon seeing your handsome visage, my heart has wavered. I'm tempted to withdraw from this competition." Tianzhou slyly responded, "Oh, then by all means do withdraw. After all, there's only one painting." With a feigned pout, the woman pleaded, "Oh, dear brother, why not let this one slide to your sister? I can simply announce that you stole the painting, and the glory will be yours while I take the piece. A win-win situation. Wouldn't you agree?" Tianzhou chuckled in amusement at her cunning scheme. "Your calculations are all too transparent. The painting becomes yours, and I take the fall. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the most treacherous, and how true that is." The woman maintained her playful demeanor. "So what shall we do? Are you going to fight me? I am a civilized person, you know." No sooner had she spoken than a small pistol appeared in her hand, aimed directly at Tianzhou. Anticipating her move, Tianzhou was unfazed. A finger knife materialized in his grasp, and with astonishing speed, he deftly severed the gun from her hand, as if it were but a phantom. The woman was left dumbfounded. "How is this possible? That was made of aluminum alloy." "My apologies," Tianzhou replied, "but this little blade is forged from celestial iron, tempered 1,000 times, with special metals added. Aluminum alloy is hardly a challenge with that." He pressed the knife against her throat. Recovering from her shock, the woman removed her mask to reveal a captivating visage. Both alluring and teasing, she clung to Tianzhou, rubbing her voluptuous form against him, and provocatively suggested, "Not only are you handsome, dear brother, but your skills are impressive as well. Let's agree that this painting is yours, and I shall be yours in return. What do you say?" With a knowing smile, Tianzhou slid a hand through the lace of her garment, unabashedly taking advantage of the situation. Why not indulge in the gift so readily offered? The woman gasped, her face flushed with enjoyment, her eyes nearly sparkling with desire. In that very moment, Tianzhou drove the knife into her throat. The smug smile on her face vanished, replaced by disbelief that she had been so easily dispatched. Sighing, Tianzhou gently closed her unblinking eyes and murmured, "I offered you a chance, but alas, you did not cherish it to employ beauty against me. How navi." With her demise, Tianzhou retrieved a silver needle from her grasp. Upon inspecting the needle, he detected a potent toxin coated upon it. The scent was unmistakable. It was the venom of the king cobra. Lethal upon contact with blood, this woman was truly ruthless. One could only wonder how many lives she had taken. Her demise at his hands was not unwarranted. It seemed the painting was destined to be his. After all, he would emerge as the foremost thief in the world, and no longer would there be any claims of being one of the best. Filled with ambition, Tianshou seized the painting. Yet, just as he removed it, a deafening alarm echoed throughout the Louvre's vault. Unfazed, Tianshou chuckled softly, lightly tugging at the rope, ready to make his escape. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded overhead. Several missiles descended from the sky, precisely targeting the area for obliteration. Caught in the overwhelming force, Tianshou was rendered unconscious in that instant. He felt his insignificance and helplessness, a profound fear enveloping him. These modern weapons were mere machines of slaughter, annihilating everything in their wake. However, amidst the chaos of the explosion, a rift in space suddenly manifested, swallowing Tianshou whole and casting him into an unknown realm. Meanwhile, a plump figure nestled beside a massive computer, sipping milk tea and indulging in barbecue, jovially mused, "You two foolish idiots think you could be my equals? Stealing paintings is such a hassle. If I just eliminate you both, wouldn't I be the first? But hacking into the national missile system, who knows the consequences? After this meal, I must make my escape." Chapter 2. The Path Ahead. The moment Tianshou entered the spatial rift, his physical form was torn asunder. Surrounded by an abyss of darkness, his consciousness, however, lingered within this void, enduring an indeterminate passage of time, perhaps a year, a decade, or even a century. Unaware of how long he would have to endure this solitude, he resolved to survive as long as he retained consciousness. Even if this were hell, he would cling to life. He needed to uncover his identity, even if it took an eternity. Anya, wake up. Are you all right?" A panicked voice jolted Tianshou from his stupor in his mind. He mused, "Oh, has hell welcomed another newcomer? How delightful, finally, someone to converse with." Raising his gaze, he beheld a fair visage, her words a flurry of sounds he could surprisingly comprehend, leaving him bewildered. The young woman, relieved to see him awaken, offered gentle reassurance. "Do not be too disheartened. Where there is war, there is death. We must learn to accept it. Even if you are now an orphan, you are still a part of the Uchiha clan." Tianshou struggled to grasp her words. Yet he soon realized he possessed a body again. No longer was he engulfed in darkness. He found himself in a world filled with color. Had he survived? After 2 days of relentless wakefulness, Tianshou, known as Uchiha, Anya, finally accepted the reality of his transmigration. Upon regaining consciousness after that fateful day, he discovered his body had shrunk to that of an 11 or 12-year-old child. Nevertheless, his mental prowess had blossomed to a level he had never imagined. He could sense movements within a 10-meter radius without needing to see. According to the memories contained within this new body, he had arrived in a prominent clan. However, due to the union of his parents being arranged by their elders, there was no affection between them, only a faint animosity. Neither parent was particularly distinguished within the clan, resulting in their offspring, namely himself, being overlooked and lacking any remarkable talents. With the ongoing wars, both parents had been dispatched to battle, and after a significant conflict, he tragically found himself an orphan, collapsing upon learning of their demise. "How fragile I am. It's merely orphanhood. Growing up alone isn't so bad. I'm used to it. Speaking of which, if I'm an orphan, perhaps I should change my name to Yasuo. Haha." Uchiha Anyao was overwhelmed with excitement, having been granted a second chance at life. He felt as though this existence was a precious gift. He found himself lost in exuberant thoughts, when suddenly a name struck a familiar chord: Uchiha. It dawned on him that this was indeed the infamous Uchiha clan from the Naruto anime. Although the clan faced annihilation shortly after their introduction in the series, their formidable strength is indisputable, as Konoha was founded by both the Senju and Uchiha clans. Furthermore, one of the main characters, Sasuke, hails from this very lineage. Wait a moment, if, in the anime, the Uchiha clan was ultimately left with only Sasuke alive, does that mean I'm also among the fallen? That simply cannot be the case. Having just been granted this extraordinary opportunity to live anew, I must ensure to thrive. I refuse to endure that desolate solitude again. Perhaps I should seek out Itachi Uchiha and eliminate him before he can pose a threat? However, as soon as this notion emerged, it was swiftly dismissed, setting aside the question of whether I could even best him in combat. Killing him would not alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. It would merely substitute one executioner for another. Moreover, I possess no recollection of Itachi Uchiha in my mind. Given his prodigious talent, it is inconceivable that I would not have heard of him. The only logical explanation is that he has yet to be born. It seems I have arrived in an era prior to the protagonist's birth. Alas, the only familiar plotline I can ascertain is the tragic downfall of the Uchiha clan. If only I had known I would end up in this world, I would have watched Naruto hundreds of times. I distinctly remember watching a few dozen episodes during school before losing interest. and I later caught glimpses of the plot through short videos, so I'm somewhat aware of the overarching narrative. Since I have found myself in this world, it is imperative that I focus on chakra, which is undoubtedly the measure of a ninja's prowess in the early stages of Naruto. Uchiha Anyao summoned the chakra within him, a vibrant blue energy coalescing at his fingertips, drawing upon his mental recollections. He successfully executed the three body techniques: the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Upon completing the techniques, he sighed softly. Gaining a fresh perspective on the Naruto world, it was astonishing during his previous escapades in Fusang. The ninjas he encountered predominantly relied on weaponry, stealth, poisons, and shuriken. He had easily evaded or countered such threats, harboring a certain disdain for ninjas, however. In this realm, ninjas are the pinnacle of power. One shadow-level ninja possesses the capacity to obliterate an entire nation, serving as the ultimate weapon of war. Thus, to survive and thrive in this world, becoming a ninja is his sole avenue, for strength is the unassailable truth. With newfound determination, his gaze sharpened as far as he understood. Chakra is generally a balanced amalgamation of mental and physical energy, having endured prolonged solitude and darkness. His mental fortitude had reached astonishing heights, enabling him to perform the three body techniques with ease. Yet, to accelerate his growth, the next step must undoubtedly involve rigorous physical training. Just as he resolved to pursue this path, the woman who had awakened him 2 days prior appeared before him upon seeing him. She said, "The clan has arranged for you to live with an elder from our family." Without hesitation, Uchiha Anyao firmly declined, stating, "No, I intend to live independently. I will chart my own course in life." The woman's expression shifted as she reprimanded him. "What do you mean by that? The clan is acting in your best interest. What can a child like you do to live independently?" Uchiha Anyao maintained a stoic demeanor, responding with silence. Having encountered resistance, the woman huffed, "Very well, do as you wish." Once she departed, he secretly exhaled in relief. Truth be told, he held no animosity towards this Uchiha woman. On the contrary, he felt grateful, fully aware that her intentions were rooted in concern for his well-being. However, he had begun to form a vague vision for his future, consciously erasing any traces of his Uchiha heritage. Firstly, becoming Hokage was out of the question, as there had never been an Uchiha Hokage. Secondly, remaining within the Uchiha clan was equally impossible. Such a fate would surely lead to his demise. Thus, he had limited paths available to him. Fortunately, being young and orphaned, devoid of close relatives, he had driven away the only woman who cared for him, thus significantly broadening his options. He sorted through his parents' possessions, packed his belongings, changed out of his Uchiha-marked clothing, and took with him his parents' death benefits. Casting a final glance at the home he had inhabited for a few days, he departed without a trace of nostalgia. Before leaving, he recalled the woman's name, Uchiha Mikoto. If he ever gains the power, he vows to rescue her. Chapter 3. The Ninja Academy. Having departed from the Uchiha clan, Anyao quickly utilized his past experiences to forge a new identity, adopting the name Anyao while discarding the Uchiha surname. Of course, this new identity was rather rudimentary. Should someone investigate, they could easily uncover his true origins. Nevertheless, that did not concern him, for he intended to sever ties with his family. Given the current wartime circumstances, orphans were abundant, making this task far from challenging. As for vacant houses, there were countless options available. He casually selected a small house with a clear view. Upon entering, he found it furnished but covered in dust and cobwebs, suggesting it had been uninhabited for quite some time. Anyao promptly began cleaning, arranging the bedding. This would be his long-term residence. Looking around, his gaze was drawn to 3 prominent statues carved into the distant stone wall. Anyao quickly deduced that at this moment, Konoha was under the leadership of the Third Hokage, and Naruto's father had yet to ascend to power, likely still a mere child himself, possibly attending the Ninja Academy. However, with his prodigious talent, he would undoubtedly attract the village's attention soon. Inyo's goal, too, was the Ninja Academy, where systematic training and learning methods awaited, allowing for rapid growth, especially crucial during wartime when self-preservation is paramount. Before long, Anyao arrived at the academy's registration point. Armed with his new identity card, his status as an orphan garnered sympathy, but it also invited scrutiny. He navigated through inquiries about Konoha village seamlessly, relying on his memories. Upon reaching the classroom, he chose a seat by the window. Shortly thereafter, a teacher took the stage to instruct them. Unlike the anime, this instructor focused primarily on self-defense techniques and the appropriate context for employing various jutsu. Though the class was brief, the teacher's detailed explanations revealed a wealth of experience from past conflicts. In just a single lesson, Anyao felt he had gained invaluable insights. affirming that this journey was worthwhile even as the dismissal bell rang. He remained engrossed in contemplating the combat techniques the teacher had just imparted. When he came to his senses, he found himself surrounded by several young girls. He couldn't help but feel a sense of bewilderment regarding the situation. One of the girls, with pink hair, shyly spoke up, "Hello, you are truly handsome. May we get to know you?" After the initial surprise, Inyo quickly came to his senses. Astonished by the precociousness of the children around him, he had not anticipated that his appearance would draw such attention. With a slight smile, he remarked, "You see, I do not favor conversing with unattractive individuals. Of course, I do not mean you specifically, but rather all those present." As soon as these words left his lips, the expressions of the several girls surrounding him shifted dramatically. The girl with pink hair looked as though she might burst into tears, pointing at him before falling silent and retreating to her seat. Ah, how delightful. The atmosphere had grown tranquil. He found little interest in the few girls who lacked both curves and charm. In a moment of tranquil introspection, Inyo noticed a pair of striking azure eyes observing him curiously. Upon glancing over, he discovered the gaze belonged to a fair-haired youth, whose countenance was rather charming. Wait a moment, that hairstyle seems somewhat familiar. Could it be the father of Naruto? The blonde boy, upon catching Inyao's gaze, nodded in acknowledgement before resuming his reading. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the next class, which was an outdoor session. Each student began to practice the most fundamental technique of the shadow clone jutsu. Unsurprisingly, no one faltered, for this was a time of war. Those lacking talent had long been discouraged from continuing, and one would not find a laggard like Naruto in their midst. Of course, there remained variations in the time taken to perform the hand seals, with the most proficient being the blonde youth, who effortlessly summoned 4 shadow clones in one go, while the others were also quite swift in their execution of the techniques. The instructor, satisfied, nodded approvingly before announcing, "We shall now proceed to the combat segment. Form pairs for battle, and the losing team will remain after school to clean up." As the teacher began to call out the names of the combatants, pairing them one by one, he finally declared, "Next pair, Minato Namikaze versus Inyao." A flicker of awareness stirred within Inyao as he turned to gaze at the man with the golden hair, who coincidentally met his eyes. Indeed, it was him, Naruto's father. The Fourth Hokage, a man renowned as the Yellow Flash, once regarded as the swiftest in the ninja world. It was unexpected to encounter him so soon. Both stood facing each other, armed with wooden kunai. It was Wave Wind Minato who made the first move, vanishing almost instantaneously to appear behind Inyao, thrusting the kunai towards his neck. Such speed. Truly deserving of the title Yellow Flash, Inyao barely had time to defend himself. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, swiftly forming hand seals to execute a body substitute technique, transforming himself into a block of wood. After a moment of surprise, Minato continued his relentless assault without hesitation. Employing the leaf whirlwind against the spot where Inyao had just been, Inyao executed a swift crouch to evade the oncoming strike, then retaliated with an elevated kick. The two engaged in a dazzling exchange, their movements so rapid that even shadow clones were summoned. At that moment, Inyao became aware of the surrounding discussions. A subtle probe of his mental faculties revealed that the battles of the other teams had already concluded. Even the instructor regarded him with astonishment. Clearly taken aback by his ability to withstand the formidable prowess of the renowned genius, Mizukage, for such an extended duration, it dawned on him that he had become too engrossed in the fray. Inyao discerned the precariousness of the situation and deliberately feigned a vulnerability. Consequently, he was forcefully propelled to the ground by a kick from Shui Min, tumbling several times and sending dust billowing into the air. Shui Min found this peculiar. The newly enrolled student before him exuded a pressure that was unparalleled among his peers. Thus, he approached this contest with unusual seriousness. He had not anticipated that Inyao would be unexpectedly launched away by his kick. Realizing he had exerted too much force, he swiftly moved to assist Inyao, expressing concern as he inquired, "Are you all right?" Inyao coughed twice and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing. I just need a moment to rest." At that moment, the teacher leading the class began to applaud and praised. "Well done. This competition was truly remarkable. I anticipate that in a short while, you will all ascend to the rank of genin." The other students cast envious glances, yet Inyao remained acutely aware that, in the battlefield, genin were akin to mere cannon fodder. Even jounin could not guarantee their survival upon returning. Today's lesson concludes here. Those who lost will stay behind to clean up. Inyao, since you were injured, you may leave and rest. I look forward to your future academic achievements. It was evident that the teacher held great expectations for Inyao, seeing him as a promising talent, grateful for the opportunity to forego cleaning duties. Inyao nodded at the teacher and turned to depart. Soon, the training ground was vacated, leaving only Kakashi behind, silently observing Inyao's retreating figure, lost in thought. Chapter 4. The Stolen Scroll. After leaving the school, Anya did not return home directly. Instead, he prepared a set of nocturnal attire, cloaking himself entirely, leaving only his eyes exposed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the night. Indeed, he intended to revert to his old profession, thievery. The target of his larceny was unequivocal: the Book of Seals, an object pilfered by Naruto in the original narrative. This tome contained a plethora of S-rank forbidden techniques developed by the first and second Hokage of Konohagakure. Notably, Naruto had utilized the technique of shadow clone jutsu. Learn from this very scroll, from the outset of the animation to its conclusion. One can only fathom the immense value of such a scroll. In his memories, Naruto had stolen it with the assistance of a traitor. The process had been relatively straightforward. With his past life experience as a master thief, Anya anticipated that it would be even easier. Traditionally, the Book of Seals has always been safeguarded directly by the Hokage. Naruto had pilfered it from the Third Hokage's residence, and given the current state of war, the Third Hokage had virtually made his office his home, dealing with affairs constantly and rarely returning home. This provided Anya with the opportune moment to infiltrate. Yin Yao was a resolute individual, once he had made up his mind. There was no room for hesitation. As the night fell, he swiftly embarked on his mission. In this place devoid of surveillance devices, silence was of utmost importance, allowing him to blend seamlessly into the darkness. Having long been accustomed to the solitude of the shadows, he traversed the area unnoticed. Like a specter, he silently infiltrated the chamber of the Third Hokage. With the keen insight of a thief, he quickly surveyed both the interior and exterior of the room. The layout was simple and unadorned, betraying no signs of being the dwelling of a village leader. Soon, he discerned an irregularity in the seam of the wall. After a couple of gentle taps, he understood its significance. His agile hands began to work around the crevice, and within moments, the narrow gap transformed into a substantial opening, revealing the Book of Seals within. As the darkness illuminated his eyes, he carefully examined the surroundings for any traps before cautiously retrieving the object and securing it upon his back. Subsequently, he restored the wall to its original state. Gazing at his handiwork, he nodded in satisfaction. It had been many years since he had last engaged in such activities, yet his skills remained as sharp as ever. Once the item was in his possession, he suppressed his triumphant emotions and stealthily slipped through the window, leaping into the adjacent woods. Just as he was about to exhale in relief, a voice resonated from a tall tree above. "What brings you to the home of the Hokage?" Inyo felt a sudden tension coursing through his body. Raising his head, he beheld, illuminated by the moonlight, the striking golden hair that first caught his gaze. It was none other than Minato Namikaze, the very individual he had clashed with earlier that afternoon at school. Damn it, how did he end up here? Minato leaped gracefully down from the towering tree, approaching Inyo until they stood face to face. Dark Hue was the first to speak, inquiring, "Have you been following me all along?" Minato nodded earnestly, responding, "Indeed, I sensed that you were not exerting your full potential at school this afternoon. So I intended to challenge you after class. However, I was taken aback to witness this scene. How could you sneak into Lord Hokage's residence to steal?" Minato clearly noticed the Book of Seals on Dark Yao's person, comprehending the situation, and instinctively adopted a defensive posture. He had indeed underestimated this world. It was astonishing that, as a former master thief, he had failed to detect the presence of a child trailing behind him. Yet this was no ordinary child, but one worthy of competing for the title of the most gifted. Engaging in a confrontation was undoubtedly a last resort, and an escape seemed improbable. Dark Hue quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and resolved to speak candidly. With someone like Minato, sincerity was the most effective weapon. "Yes, I came to steal it," Dark Hue confessed, his expression turning somber. "My parents perished on the battlefield, and I fear that one day I too may meet a similar fate. Therefore, I must grow stronger, and within this book lies the means to achieve that." Upon hearing these words, Minato's demeanor softened slightly, and he urged, "This is the Book of Seals. It contains forbidden techniques. My teacher warned that ordinary ninjas could suffer harm from recklessly attempting to practice its contents. Is everything your teacher says truly correct?" Dark Hue replied with a cunning smile. "Shall we take a look together?" Minato, alarmed, quickly shook his head in refusal. "I want to look. You should return it to Lord Hokage as soon as possible." Anya smiled faintly and said, "Minato, have you forgotten what the teacher mentioned in class today? True knowledge is gained through practice. How can one ascertain their abilities without personal experience? I have never considered myself destined to be an ordinary ninja, and I believe you feel the same, for your ambition is to become Hokage." Upon hearing Anya's words, Minato was momentarily taken aback, lost in deep contemplation. Upon witnessing this scene, Inyo directly opened the Book of Seals before them. Instantly, its contents unfolded before their eyes. Mizumoto couldn't help but steal a glance, his eyes suddenly brightening as he became deeply captivated by a forbidden technique within. Inyo followed his gaze and saw that the technique was named Flying Thunder God Technique. A sudden shock coursed through Inyo's heart. Was this not the very technique that would later bring fame to Watergate? He never anticipated encountering it within the Book of Seals, and even more astonishingly, he had witnessed this art with his own assistance. One could not help but marvel at the whims of fate. The darkness would certainly not interrupt him. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately fixed his gaze upon the Book of Seals. He swiftly overlooked the first technique, the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Aside from the anomaly that was Naruto, it was rather unremarkable and particularly wasteful of chakra. The next technique, however, caused his eyes to narrow significantly. It was the infamous Edo Tensei. Well, he decided to take note of this one. Utilizing it was out of the question. If discovered by the Third Hokage, he would not enjoy the same leniency as his disciple, Orochimaru, who could bend principles to save himself. Moving on, he encountered the Dark Walking Technique. What is this technique? He had no recollection of it. With a mere glance, he, like Minato, became utterly entranced. This technique produced visual illusions, stripping away all light from the surroundings. When mastered, it could create an environment of pure darkness, obscuring all vision from opponents. In this shrouded realm, only the user could perceive their surroundings and launch attacks, a capability reminiscent of the Tsukuyomi of the Sharingan. Though it belonged to the same S-rank category of genjutsu, its realm was one of darkness, where even those stronger than oneself would be forced to reveal their positions and become vulnerable to assault. This resonated deeply with him, who had endured the shadows for so long. In that moment, the forest was filled solely with the quiet breaths of the two and the distant chirping of insects. In an unnoticed corner, an elderly man wearing a white had observed them with a calm demeanor. At that moment, a man wearing a cat-faced mask appeared behind him, respectfully presenting a dossier. The elder opened the document and saw the bold characters clearly inscribed, Uchiha Anyao. Chapter 5. Uzumaki Kushina. This old man was none other than the Third Hokage, renowned as a master of ninjutsu. He scrutinized the information with a serious expression, and after finishing, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Has any member of the Uchiha clan visited his current residence?" The masked ninja behind him swiftly replied, "None so far." It appeared that he was exceptionally skilled at concealing himself, a natural talent for being a ninja. Alas. The Third Hokage paused here, and the masked ninja asked, "Lord Hokage, shall we proceed with capturing him?" The Third Hokage shook his head. "There is no rush. Let us observe his next move." Meanwhile, the two engrossed in the Book of Seals could not help but begin practicing the techniques within. Minato formed hand seals and pressed them against his kunai, inscribing a mark upon it. He then casually tossed the kunai 10 meters away, and in the moment before it touched the ground, he vanished and reappeared at its location, grasping it in his hand. This was the first successful use of the Flying Thunder God technique. On the other side, Anyao also formed hand seals and directed his energy forward, transforming the space ahead into an abyss of pure darkness, an absence of light unlike the night, impervious to sight. How could it be? In such a short span, these two children. Witnessing this, the Third Hokage was astonished, his body trembling slightly, betraying his unease. In an instant, the radiant gaze of Anyao became resolute as he withdrew his hands from the intricate seal of the technique. Nearly a fleeting moment had passed, yet he found his mental energy considerably depleted. It was evident that he required more time to master this illusion skillfully. The success of Watergate was entirely unforeseen. Despite his formidable mental prowess and the maturity of an adult's intellect, wielding an illusion proved to be such a challenge. What right did a mere child have to achieve this? An intriguing question lingered in the depths of his mind. Is the Flying Thunder God technique truly that simple? With just a glance, can one master it? Minato shook his head and replied, "It is not so straightforward. I can only claim to have grasped the basics. This is a supreme teleportation technique that necessitates extraordinary perception, as well as innate talent in space-time manipulation and a substantial reserve of chakra. I happen to possess a modicum of these attributes, yet even so, a distance of 10 meters is my utmost limit. Any further would be perilous." Such words may sound modest, yet they carry an air of arrogance, a quintessential display of subtle superiority. Yenyu swiftly closed the Book of Seals, casting a sidelong glance at Watergate, a faint smile playing upon his lips, yet remaining silent. Watergate's face flushed slightly, betraying a hint of embarrassment. But he bravely inquired, "Are you planning to take this with you?" "Certainly not," Yenyao replied, shaking his head. "I have already acquired what I sought. I am merely preparing to return it discreetly. Since you are here, it would be most fortuitous if you could keep watch for me, ensuring that I remain undetected." "Ah," Watergate exclaimed in surprise, feeling a sense of unease wash over him. It struck him as peculiar that he had come to thwart Yenyao, only to find himself unwittingly becoming an accomplice. However, recalling that he had just stealthily learned a forbidden technique, he could only nod in agreement. "Very well. Heh. Children are so easily deceived. Had Watergate been older, he would not have been so easily led astray today," Yenyao mused inwardly, as he took Watergate by the hand and led him back to the Third Hokage's residence. Meanwhile, Watergate remained apprehensive, retreating to a corner, furtively glancing around to ensure no one approached. Anyao cautiously entered the room, meticulously returning the Tome of Seals to its rightful place. Once he accomplished this task, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Deep down, he had harbored the desire to transcribe the entire book before returning it. However, at the moment the technique of shadowy movement succeeded, an unsettling sensation of being observed enveloped him, compelling him to return immediately. That cunning third generation might have been lurking nearby, watching my every move. It was prudent to avoid any unnecessary risks. Acquiring this particular ninjutsu was already sufficient for him to ponder for an extended period. As Anyao emerged, Minato, feeling the weight of his misdeeds for the first time, exhaled in relief and hastily gestured for him to leave. Anya nodded in understanding, and together they swiftly departed from the place. As they parted ways, Anya smiled and waved at Mizuke's, saying, "Thank you for today. See you at school tomorrow." "All right," Mizuke's replied, politely waving back, inexplicably sensing a closer bond between them. Anya was acutely aware of the situation. Engaging in virtuous deeds with another person evoked a sensation entirely distinct from that of wrongdoing together. The latter left a profound impression, fostering a sense of camaraderie, as though they shared a clandestine secret. Upon arriving at school the following day, Anya casually greeted Minato and promptly took a seat beside him, jesting that establishing a rapport with the future Fourth Hokage could only be advantageous. Minato acknowledged Anya with a nod, blissfully unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in his companion's mind. As the instructor had yet to arrive, Anya, feeling somewhat bored, closed his eyes to contemplate the genjutsu he had acquired the previous day. To be fair, genjutsu was not frequently encountered in the Naruto series, yet it held undeniable significance, permeating the narrative, particularly the apocalyptic infinite Tsukuyami. Anya was utterly captivated by this technique. Suddenly, immersed in his mental reverie, he sensed Minato rise from his seat, exclaiming, "I too wish to be recognized by everyone in the village and become a great Hokage." What an exceptionally melodramatic declaration, Anya thought, casting a curious glance at him, only to discover a girl with long red hair standing at the front of the classroom. "Ah, has a new student joined us?" At that moment, the red-haired girl regarded Minato with an expression of incredulity, rendering his smile somewhat awkward. An amused Daniel observed from the side, and when Mizuno Kami took a seat, he inquired, "What prompted you to stand up and speak all of a sudden? Are you perhaps interested in that girl?" Mizuno Kami paused momentarily before nodding and responding, "I find her quite charming, and her aspirations align with mine. It seems the children here are rather precocious, developing feelings at such a tender age. But wait, you have an official partner, don't you? Could it be otherwise?" An ominous gaze fell upon the new girl as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Perhaps his gaze was too brazen, inciting her ire as she exclaimed, "Hey, you with the short hair, what are you staring at?" Anya was somewhat speechless at being called out, retracting her gaze to inquire of Minato, "What is her name?" Minato, with a hint of confusion, replied, "Did you not just hear? Her name is Uzumaki Kushina." "Oh, it truly is her. No wonder you find her appealing. After all, she is to be your future wife." Quite audacious indeed. The girl settled into a seat at the front row, and once the teacher departed, the students began to murmur amongst themselves, criticizing her for boldly declaring her ambition to become Hokage as a newcomer, deeming her presumptuous. Some even derided her appearance and vibrant red hair, dubbing her with the unflattering nickname of Tomato, and the classroom erupted into a cacophony of laughter. The uproar was so overwhelming that Anya found it impossible to concentrate on her cultivation. In frustration, she discreetly nudged Minato. He glanced at her in bewilderment. An ominous glow indicated towards Kushina's direction as he inquired, "Will you not offer her assistance?" Minato shook his head in response, saying, "There is no need. Her aspiration is to become Hokage, and her inner strength must be formidable. She does not require my aid." Anya rolled her eyes and sighed, "Oh, typical straight man." Chapter 6. Blood-red chili. If he did not care for his own wife, it was only natural that I, an outsider, would not concern myself with her either. Anya shook her head and continued to ponder the illusion from yesterday. Indeed, as soon as class ended, a group of young boys gathered around Uzumaki Kushina at the back of the classroom. One boy pointed at her and remarked, "With that chubby round face and those fiery red locks, she looks just like a tomato. I absolutely despise tomatoes, and she thinks she can become Hokage? What a dreamer." Another boy chimed in, "Me too. I can't stand tomatoes, and I never eat them. With that appearance, she expects the villagers to accept her? It's laughable." Perhaps their laughter was too loud, for Minato finally turned to glance back, and Anya subtly indicated, "Aren't you going to help? This is your future wife, after all." Minato appeared hesitant, seemingly weighing whether to intervene. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Kushina buried her head in anger and remained silent. The boys, emboldened by her lack of resistance, grew bolder. One stepped forward, tugging at her red hair and taunting, "With that vibrant color, the tomato must be ripe enough to pick." Kushina felt the pain and, in her fury, seized the boy's arm, lifting him effortlessly. With a swift spin, she sent the surrounding boys tumbling to the ground. In an instant, she found herself atop the boy who had mocked her most vehemently, delivering punch after punch while declaring, "From now on, do not call me a tomato. If you do, I'll ensure you regret it." The boy cried out in anguish. Observing this scene, Minato couldn't help but chuckle. Kushina immediately caught sight of his smile. Her sharp gaze directed at him as she shouted, "What is so funny?" Minato awkwardly turned away, trying to suppress his amusement. With a resigned sigh, Inyo thought to himself, "Indeed, they are a pair made by fate. Even at such a tender age, he already knows to fear his wife." After imparting her lesson to the young boy, Kushina dashed out of the classroom, her fiery red hair dancing in the breeze as she ran. Meanwhile, Minato, who had turned away in trepidation moments before, found himself entranced by her departing figure, staring blankly at her retreating silhouette. Anya could no longer tolerate his infatuation and remarked, "Hey, there's no need to be so engrossed, right? Only you would fancy such a fiery personality." Before Minato could respond, several boys who had just been knocked down rose to their feet, exclaiming, "Indeed, she is a fiery pepper. From now on, we shall no longer call her tomato, but rather blood-red pepper." "Oh, so that is how Naruto's mother acquired her nickname. This group of youngsters truly possesses a talent for creating monikers," Anya mused inwardly, finding it rather fitting. Meanwhile, Minato shook his head, preparing to sit down with a book, while Anya gently patted his shoulder. Minato looked at him, somewhat perplexed. Anya helplessly gestured towards the small boy who had just been knocked to the ground by Kushina, saying, "It's not yet time for school to end. Why is this little brat out here? I suspect he has gone to fetch some backup after losing face just now. Aren't you going to assist that little firecracker?" Upon hearing this, Minato set aside his book and vanished before Anya with a swift body flicker. Goodness, this guy is truly infatuated. I wonder if he'll wait for me. The shadowy figure vanished from the classroom in an instant. While clearly not as swift as Minato, catching up with Kushina, who had just dashed out, posed little difficulty. As anticipated, the young boy had summoned his older brother. The latter, though still a youth, towered over Kushina, adorned with a forehead protector, signifying his status as a true ninja. Without exchanging pleasantries, the two boys engaged in combat. The older boy was the first to hurl a kunai at Kushina, though it was evident he had held back, as the weapon embedded itself harmlessly in a tree. Sensing his opening, Kushina charged forward, knocking him to the ground. However, the boy transformed into a block of wood, a substitution technique, before Kushina could discern his real location. He had already appeared behind her, delivering a swift chop that sent her sprawling. Impressed by the boy's skill, Anyao observed from above, acknowledging his strategic use of a substitution technique and the clever feint that had lured Kushina into attacking. It was a display of finesse that demonstrated the capabilities of ninjas in wartime. Grabbing a handful of Kushina's fiery red hair, the older boy taunted. Can't even notice a substitution technique? You must be just a brat. Yet, the hair was as unyielding as wire, a nuisance indeed. The younger boy, who had been defeated by Kushina earlier, laughed triumphantly from the sidelines. Serves you right for hitting me. However, upon noticing Kushina in tears, he was taken aback, his bravado fading. Kushina rose, struggling forward, her voice frantic as she declared, I may not like this red hair either, but it is part of my body. The force of her determination snapped the grip on her hair, leaving the older boy astonished. Did she not fear the pain? Seizing the moment of distraction, Kushina unleashed a flurry of strikes, mirroring her earlier prowess in the classroom. Left punch, right punch. Anyao, observing this scene, felt a weight of concern. He recognized that Kushina's physical strength surpassed his own. Her remarkable agility was a feat beyond that of an average genin, a testament to her exceptional vitality. Destined to seal the Nine Tails one day, Minato, poised to intervene, paused on the tree branch at this spectacle. Once her fury was spent, Kushina spotted Minato and angrily demanded, Is it because I am an outsider that you won't help me? Minato barely managed to utter a word before she interrupted him. This is what you think. Isn't it? With that, she fled without a backward glance. As Minato prepared to chase after her, Anyao halted him, shaking his head. Rest assured. We are in the village. She will be safe. Moreover, you did not assist her earlier. Pursuing her now would only invite scorn. Minato turned to Anyao, his expression somber. She must be feeling very hurt right now. Anyao nonchalantly remarked, an outsider child is inherently sensitive, and this requires time for healing. Once accustomed to this place, things will improve. Upon hearing these words, Mizunoto expressed great admiration for Anyao, saying, Although we are the same age, you possess far more understanding than I do. I shall strive to learn from you. Anyao, however, did not let this praise inflate his ego. He waved his hand dismissively and replied, Let it be. You will have a teacher to guide you in the future, so there is no need to learn from me. My goal is simply to remain inconspicuous and live a stable life. Sharing the bond of being orphans, Mizunoto understood the fear dwelling within Anyao's heart and encouraged him, saying, Let us train diligently together. Once we grow stronger, we will undoubtedly be able to survive well. Observing the innocence of Mizunoto in that moment, Anyao couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow regarding his own fate, and he smiled wistfully, saying, I hope so. Chapter 7. Encounter with White Fang. It must be said that the Ninja Academy is indeed one of the few commendable places in the world of Hokage. Anyao diligently absorbed ninja knowledge there each day, his physical strength gradually increasing through daily training. Coupled with his naturally robust mental fortitude, his chakra reserves had become quite substantial. Nevertheless, he skillfully concealed his brilliance, ensuring that he only met the standards in every school assessment, thus remaining unremarkable. After school, he would seek out Mizunoto for sparring sessions. Both orphans were making mutual progress, although Anyao had stipulated that Mizunoto must not use the Flying Thunder God technique, as it would render the sparring meaningless. Naturally, Anyao also refrained from employing his dark arts, otherwise, Mizunoto would only find himself on the receiving end of the blows. As a year swiftly passed, in a forest, two young boys engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows with equal fervor, their movements creating ripples in the surrounding air, while leaves fell from the trees like scattered confetti. These two were, of course, Mizunoto and Anyao. Over the course of the year, their heights had increased significantly, but their faces still bore youthful innocence. Their gazes had sharpened considerably. After concluding their duel, the two lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily, sweat streaming from their clothes onto the earth below. After a brief rest, Anyao inquired, What shall we do next? Go spy on your beloved? Mizunoto had grown accustomed to Anyao's teasing and had previously offered retorts. But now he simply accepted the jest. In his heart, he indeed held affection for Kushina, yet she remained as prickly as a hedgehog, making her difficult to approach. Thus, he had always observed her from a distance, and Anyao, often by Mizunoto's side, was well aware of this. However, today Mizunoto had evidently devised new plans. He stated, I will rest for a while before continuing my training. The graduation exam is tomorrow, and I must maintain my best condition. What about you? Anyao relaxed his body slightly and spoke leisurely. It is essential to balance work and rest. I intend to wander around and unwind. Watergate, perplexed, voiced a lingering question. Your strength is undeniably formidable. Why do you choose to conceal it? This graduation exam significantly impacts future teacher assignments. Those of lesser strength will be allocated to the middle ninja classes, while the more capable will be guided by elite instructors. I have no particular preference for which teacher I am assigned, An Yao replied with a casual smile. I'm off now. With that, he brushed off the dust from his attire and, employing a body flicker technique, vanished from the spot, leaving Watergate in a state of bewilderment. Watergate's instructor had likely been chosen by the third Hokage long ago, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. As for him, a mere invisible presence. Being paired with a middle ninja would suffice. After all, there were advantages to lacking strength, such as being spared from perilous missions, allowing for a more cautious and gradual development. Perfect. Indeed, Anya's intention to explore was genuine, having spent a year in this place, dedicated to study and training. With graduation as a ninja imminent, he thought it wise to utilize this final day to appreciate the scenery of Konohagakure. While leisurely wandering, Anya suddenly heard the resonant sound of blades clashing, an evocative noise that sent a shiver down his spine. Ah, someone is practicing with a sword in that direction. Driven by curiosity, he swiftly honed in on the source of the sound. Upon arrival, he beheld a silver-haired man in the forest, wielding a short blade, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, which manifested as tangible sword energy sweeping outward in all directions. Dark Yao's pupils contracted sharply, and he silently marveled at the formidable killing intent that had materialized before him. In the realm of animation, when Kakashi encountered Orochimaru, he too had felt the paralyzing weight of a breathtaking force that rendered him motionless. For Orochimaru had exuded an aura that suggested any attempt to retaliate would lead to catastrophic consequences. It was evident that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable warrior of Konoha. Even as a mere observer, Dark Yao felt an immense pressure. Engaging directly in combat would surely spell his doom in a single exchange. In the wake of that oppressive killing intent, a chilling blade aura surged forth, slicing through the surroundings with deadly precision. Before the blade even arrived, its intent had already permeated the air. In an instant, the menacing blade aura cleaved the nearby trees in half from the bottom upwards. And then the short blade traced a graceful arc through the air as it shot forth, dismembering the severed trunks into uniformly sized pieces of wood. In the briefest of moments, the short blade had executed several hundred strikes. My goodness, Dark Yao thought, utterly astounded. What kind of power is this? He, a master of blades, distinguished himself from the ancient swordsmen, harboring a particular fondness for short knives. The shorter, the better. Thus, he invested heavily in crafting a finger knife, a weapon that had aided him countless times. However, today as spectacle unveiled a new realm within his world, revealing that the art of knife fighting could ascend to such heights. The man wielding the blade issued a sharp command. An Yao, displaying remarkable insight, stepped forward. In the presence of such formidable strength, resorting to cunning tricks was futile, particularly as he had cultivated a resolute thought in his mind. The man wielding the knife glanced at An Yao and casually remarked, "So, it is merely a child. In the future, do not lurk in the shadows to observe me. Such behavior is perilous." With that, he prepared to depart. In a swift motion, An Yao appeared before him and implored, "Wait. I wish for you to accept me as your student." The man cast a peculiar glance at An Yao, disregarding his plea, and led the way in a different direction. This silent rejection stung, and Yao gritted his teeth, resolute in his pursuit. The man moved with remarkable speed, yet An Yao, having trained vigorously over the past year, managed to keep pace, for he was indeed the legacy of Namikaze Minato, the fastest Hokage. Thus, they ventured forth from the hidden leaf village, one trailing the other. For a full hour, An Yao remained silent, his jaw clenched, steadfastly following. The moment he witnessed the man's prowess, he realized that this individual possessed the potential to elevate his strength. He could not afford to relent. Gradually, An Yao emerged from the dense forest, arriving at a steep cliff where the sword-wielding man stood with his back turned. At last, he had caught up, and An Yao exhaled in relief. The man then inquired, "I see you are not wearing a headband, so you must still be a student at the Ninja Academy." "Indeed, but I will graduate tomorrow," An Yao replied. "Why do you wish for me to be your teacher?" "Because I yearn to grow stronger and to learn your sword techniques." "Quite honest." The man finally turned to face him. An eerie aura enveloped the man, who was undeniably handsome, even somewhat delicate in appearance. However, one should not be deceived by his looks. The lethal energy surrounding him was far from mere pretense. With a hint of intrigue, the man inquired, "Do you know who I am?" An Yao shook his head, responding, "I do not know. I am Chimu Sakumo, commonly known as Konoha's White Fang." Upon hearing this name, An Yao's expression shifted. He recognized the individual before him as Kakashi's father, a figure who transcended the legendary Sannin of Konoha. It was no wonder his swordsmanship was so formidable. Chapter 8, Successful Apprenticeship. White Fang cast a glance at An Yao, realizing he had been recognized. He spoke in a calm tone, "I am here to undertake a mission. Since you wish to become my student, I shall entrust this task to you as a trial for your initiation. What do you say?" A glimmer of hope sparked within An Yao. He seized the opportunity without hesitation, replying, "Certainly." With profound significance, White Fang continued, "To be my student, one must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. I shall not assign you trivial tasks such as catching cats, walking dogs, or weeding." An Yao was momentarily taken aback, comprehending the underlying implication of Bai Ye's words. A flicker of hesitation stirred within him, yet upon witnessing the gradual disappointment in Baya's gaze, he gritted his teeth and declared, "In comparison to the imminent peril of death, I dread becoming a weakling far more." Baya nodded, a glimmer of appreciation illuminating his eyes. He then gestured towards the precipice below and said, "My current mission entails the annihilation of a band of bandits lurking beneath this cliff. The records indicate that there are 31 of them, and it is possible that ninjas are among their ranks. Your task is to eliminate them all without sparing a single soul. I shall await your return until dawn. Should the sun rise and you fail to appear or complete your mission, it shall signify that our fates are not entwined." Yin Yao gazed in astonishment at White Fang, unable to fathom that the task assigned to him was, in fact, to take a life. For a ninja, assassination is merely a commonplace affair. However, he was still but a child. Moreover, he had rushed out in haste, without even a single kunai on his person. Was he to wield his fists in a bid to kill? With a despondent expression, Yin Yao spread his hands and cast a pleading glance at Baya. Observing Yin Yao's demeanor, Baya responded calmly, "Ninjas are born from the crucible of slaughter. A ninja who cannot kill is not truly a ninja. I took my first life at the tender age of 7, and I vomited for 5 minutes thereafter. From that moment, I comprehended the essence of being a ninja. If you are unwilling to experience this, you will never master my techniques." "Well, I understand the reasoning, but could you perhaps provide me with a weapon?" Yin Yao inquired. Upon noticing Yin Yao's empty hands, Baya suddenly realized that the gesture of spreading his hands was a request for a weapon. Indeed, it was rather unreasonable for a child to confront challenges unarmed. In a surprising move, Baya extended the short blade he held towards Yin Yao. "Isn't this the weapon that made your name, Baya's blade? You are offering it to me so readily?" Yin Yao exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily hesitating to accept it. With an air of gravitas, Baya remarked, "Take it. The potency of a weapon lies within the wielder. A feeble person will achieve nothing regardless of the weapon, while a formidable individual can turn scrap metal into a divine armament." With a surge of fervor, Yin Yao burst into hearty laughter and boldly accepted the weapon, declaring, "Your words resonate deeply, teacher. I shall return victorious." Yin Yao called out to his teacher before leaping from the precipice. Baya, taken aback, quickly glanced downwards and witnessed Yin Yao running along the sheer cliff face as if traversing solid ground. It became evident that the boy had adeptly harnessed chakra. An impressive feat indeed. For the first time, Baya felt a sense of anticipation regarding his pupil and settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the outcome. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, Yin Yao found himself directly behind a band of rogues, who, without a doubt, had not anticipated an assault from that direction. Not even a lookout was stationed. Moreover, it was now evening, and having just dined, the air was thick with the scent of alcohol. With his weapon drawn, Yin Yao smirked softly and mused, "It appears this task is simpler than I envisioned. However, one must not be complacent. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion must exert its full strength to avoid unforeseen mishaps." With his blade unsheathed, Yin Yao moved like a specter into the fray. On an open patch of ground, he found several inebriated individuals sprawled carelessly. Without hesitation, he struck, swiftly severing their throats, granting them a painless end. He felt no turmoil within himself over the act of killing. After dispatching this group, he deliberately sought out areas with fewer adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, 20 lives had already been claimed by his hand. Now, only the lair of the leader remained. With the number of foes diminished, stealth was no longer necessary. Yin Yao strode boldly toward them. At that moment, 2 sentinels, witnessing a child approach, jeered threateningly, "Where did this little brat come from? Scram as far as you can, or we'll make soup out of you, ha." Darkness cast a cold, indifferent gaze upon them, remaining silent as he continued to stride forward. At that moment, the 2 individuals sensed something amiss. This was the very heart of the leader's domain, and how could a child wander here unscathed, unimpeded by anyone? Realizing the gravity of the situation, they anxiously warned, "Do not approach us, otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious." Darky remained oblivious to his surroundings, steadily advancing while brandishing a small dagger. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in their eyes as they drew their long swords, simultaneously lunging towards Darkia with lethal intent. With a disdainful gaze, Inu lightly twisted the short dagger in hand, deftly deflecting their long swords. In a flash, his hand struck with the swiftness of a phantom, delivering a rapid 2-hit combo that pierced their hearts. As the two fell into utter darkness, a singular thought emerged in their minds. So swift, so lethal. Having swiftly dealt with these 2, 9 figures simultaneously burst forth from the house, fleeing in 4 different directions. One among them shouted in desperation, "Do not look back. Escape while you can. This child is a demon." But could they truly escape? Inyao formed a seal with his hands and coldly proclaimed, "Technique of darkness." In an instant, the fleeing 9 were enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, rendering them disoriented and amplifying their innate fear. One among them was so overwhelmed that he perished from sheer terror. The remaining 8 were not spared from the grim fate that awaited them. Without hesitation, Inyao slashed their throats and then retrieved a wooden box from within the house, preparing to collect the heads of each corpse as proof. At that moment, a raging fire suddenly erupted within the stronghold. Baya emerged from the flames and declared, "I have witnessed your prowess. You have passed the test. From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of me," Kanoa's Baya. Inyao, filled with exuberance, stepped forward and joyfully exclaimed, "Hello, teacher." He then respectfully returned the short knife. Baya, openly expressing his admiration for Yao, took the knife and said, "I will be home all day tomorrow. Come directly after graduation. I shall await your arrival." With that, Baya vanished from sight. Yao clenched his fist tightly, realizing that he had successfully become a disciple, although it deviated from his initial expectations. The opportunity to learn that sword technique was indeed worthwhile, regardless of the troubles that might arise in the future. A faint smile graced Yao's lips. For it was likely that the village bore little concern for a mere child, especially with the specter of war looming ever closer. Chapter 9. The first encounter with the three ninjas. In light of the current turmoil afflicting various nations, minor skirmishes had become a frequent occurrence, resulting in significantly more stringent assessments for the lower-ranking ninjas compared to the future. In addition to mastering the three-body technique, there were further trials to endure. The instructor elucidated to the students, these challenges were devised by the middle and upper-ranking ninjas who came to scout for talent, allowing the soon-to-be graduates the autonomy to select their own mentors, with a maximum of 3 students per teacher. Those who lagged behind would find it difficult to secure the mentor of their choice, thus the trials commenced with each individual selection. Moreover, notable elite upper ninjas were in attendance. The instructor's words piqued the students' interest, and they began to whisper among themselves, speculating on which ninjas might come to choose their students. An aura of unease enveloped the duo of An Yao and Shui Min as they stood quietly below, seemingly out of sync with the atmosphere surrounding them. Soon, a boisterous voice rang out. It's graduation day once again, a truly nostalgic reminder of our youthful days. I welcome everyone to vote for me, as I am without bias, transcending all directions. Yet, before he could finish his proclamation, a thunderous crash echoed, and the speaker was sent sprawling to the ground, his head buried deep in the earth. A suppressed yet furious female voice emerged, commanding, "Silence. Look, it's Lady Tsunade. She is stunning, albeit rather violent." Beside her stood Lord Orochimaru, exuding an air of coolness. The students recognized the 3 illustrious figures who had arrived first, their excitement palpable. After all, they were esteemed disciples of the Third Hokage, holding substantial popularity within the village. The unfortunate soul now entrenched in the soil was none other than Jiraiya, the future sage of the Toads. Though they had yet to earn the title of the legendary 3 ninjas, their prowess was indisputable, and they boasted a legion of devoted admirers. Undoubtedly, these 3 would emerge as the frontrunners in this event. Following their entrance, a number of elite and mid-tier ninjas trickled in, yet none stirred significant commotion. Clearly, the instructor's remarks were directed at these 3, marking the stage for what would soon become a fiercely contested competition. Yao casually cast a glance at them, his gaze momentarily fixating on Tsunade. Not for any particular reason, but due to her ample bosom. Truly, she lived up to her title as the strongest Hokage. Even in her youth, she possessed such proportions. One cannot help but wonder about their authenticity, how one wishes to grasp them. Tsunade, however, noticed Yao's lingering gaze but paid it no mind, likely unable to fathom the lewd thoughts swirling within the heart of a mere adolescent. Yao swiftly averted his gaze and nonchalantly fixed his attention on a seemingly indifferent Chunin. This Chunin, likely believing he would not be chosen, appeared relaxed, resembling someone who had just awoken from slumber. At that moment, the instructor stood before the group of students with a stern expression, raising both hands before bringing them down forcefully. "Depart." A throng of students surged forth like unleashed predators, their fervent sprint stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. As the dust settled, Yao found himself lagging behind, affording him a clear view of the competition ahead. At the forefront was Minato, leading with a significant margin over the second-place contender, which was to be expected. Yao was acutely aware of his current prowess. He stood at the pinnacle of Chunin, capable of holding his own even against Jonin, and could retreat unscathed if necessary. Meanwhile, chaos reigned behind him, where some students even clashed during the process. Surprisingly, the majority opted for Orochimaru's direction, a revelation that left Yao with a peculiar expression, as if to say, "What fearless warriors." Of course, some students eschewed the trio and chose Jonin more suited to their abilities, while the selection of Chunins was scant. Everyone understood that those who gravitated towards Chunins were merely seeking a second chance, as only those who failed the Jonin evaluations would be left for selection. Uniquely, Yao resolutely approached one of the Chunins, who, upon seeing Yao, appeared momentarily dazed. After a brief astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and, recognizing the significance of being chosen, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, well then, the trial I have prepared for you is." Before the Chunin could finish his sentence, a figure materialized beside them, speaking in a tone laced with an unsettling chill. "Allow me to assess him first." The Chunin, upon hearing this voice, felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily retreated 2 steps, responding with utmost respect, "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." At the moment when Yao beheld the pallid visage of Orochimaru, his eyes widened in astonishment. He could never have anticipated such an unforeseen occurrence during the graduation examination for the Genin. How had Orochimaru managed to arrive here? And what of the others? As Yao glanced over, he discerned that Orochimaru remained present, and it dawned on him that the figure before him was likely a shadow clone. However, he found himself perplexed as to why this entity would take an interest in him. While a sense of tension welled within him, curiosity also stirred. Reflecting on his experiences throughout the past year, he realized there should have been no overlap between their paths. The sole conceivable instance of interaction was during the theft of the sealing book. Indeed, that was the only occasion. As the darkness within him dissipated, Inyao experienced a sudden clarity. It was inevitable that either the third Hokage or the imposing Orochimaru before him had discovered his true nature. Yet they chose not to expose him. It appeared they intended to employ a long-term strategy, keeping him close for prolonged observation. Having swiftly unraveled this intricate web of understanding, Inyao exhaled with relief and calmly inquired, "Might I ask, Lord Orochimaru, what is the nature of my graduation test?" Orochimaru offered a faint smile, seemingly attempting to convey a more affable demeanor. However, the smile only accentuated his chilling aura. In his somewhat hoarse voice, he replied, "It is quite simple. Endure for 30 seconds in its grasp." With that, Orochimaru formed a series of hand seals, summoning a colossal serpent that materialized on the ground. Its overwhelming stench assaulting the senses. The moment Inyao beheld the colossal serpent, he scrutinized it intently and, upon concluding his observation, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, its size and hue did not resemble that of his most formidable spirit beast, the 10,000 serpents. Were it truly that creature? He would not linger for 30 seconds. He would flee in an instant, without a shred of hesitation. Following the command of Orochimaru, the gigantic serpent lunged towards Inyao, its gaping maw wide open. The shadowy figure remained unflinching and undeterred, appearing almost paralyzed by fear, as those who cast their gaze upon this scene felt an unsettling tension. Inevitably, the shadow was devoured whole by the colossal serpent. With a resounding thud, the shadow transformed into a mere wooden effigy within the serpent's maw. A testament to the substitution technique. The serpent, having missed its strike, sensed the shadow's presence through the surrounding temperature and unleashed a tremendous tail swipe into the air. Remarkable! In the air, the dark brilliance was indeed present. At the very moment it flicked its tail, his ninjutsu was completed. Fire release, grand fireball technique. In a display of formidable prowess, Anyao gathered chakra at the back of his throat and unleashed a colossal fireball from his mouth, the intense heat incinerating the tail of the massive serpent that had been hurled at him. A glint of ferocity flashed in Anyao's eyes as he contemplated completely vanquishing the serpent. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion, opting not to appear overly spectacular. After all, it was merely a wounded giant serpent, and he believed he could easily endure for just 30 seconds. Thus, he gracefully descended to the ground, refraining from pursuing the attack further. Orochimaru, unfazed by the pitiful state of his summoned beast, flicked his tongue to lick his upper lip, a sinister smile creeping across his face as he remarked, "Interesting." Chapter 10, The Art of Swordsmanship. With a casual wave of his hand, Orochimaru dispelled the enormous serpent, which transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished from sight. Positioned at the pinnacle of Konoha, he was oblivious to the presence of the inconspicuous Anyao. His visit was prompted by the directive of his mentor, the third Hokage, to take the student under his wing. Through this encounter, Orochimaru found himself genuinely intrigued. Whether in improvisation or the application of ninjutsu, the young lad's performance was commendable, and it was apparent that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Originally tasked with a mission, Orochimaru's gaze towards Anyao brightened with newfound interest. Anxiously, Inyao inquired tentatively, "May I ask if I have passed the assessment?" "Of course." Orochimaru replied in his distinctive raspy voice. "From now on, I shall be your mentor." Upon hearing this, Anyao's heart trembled with trepidation. To consider taking you as a mentor, what a ludicrous notion. Although he still identified as Snake Uncle and had yet to transform into Snake Ant, nor had he begun his descent into madness, he was nonetheless a member of the Uchiha clan. What if he were to capture my attention and, in a moment of insanity, decide to take a bite? That would be tantamount to death. With this thought racing through his mind, Anyao quickly lowered his head and said, "I apologize, Lord Orochimaru, but I already have a teacher." Orochimaru's interest was piqued further. To have secured a mentor before even graduating, how intriguing. He was unconcerned. What did it matter if the boy had a teacher? Who would dare challenge him for a pupil? Even if the boy's mentors were Jiraiya and Tsunade, he had his ways of acquiring them. Thus, Orochimaru asked with genuine curiosity, "Who have you chosen as your teacher?" Dark Radiance swiftly remarked, "Konoha's White Fang." Orochimaru furrowed his brows slightly, pondering if it were truly him. What a coincidence. Konoha's White Fang was likely the only individual in the village whose strength surpassed his own with certainty. The prospect of requesting a student from him left Orochimaru uncertain. Yet he remained skeptical. With a sinister smile, Orochimaru remarked, "My dear child, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you?" In a tone laced with trepidation, he said, "How could I possibly deceive Lord Orochimaru? It was indeed stated beforehand that he instructed me to seek him out upon my graduation today. He shall be waiting for me at home." "Oh, is that so?" Orochimaru remarked, forming seals to summon a great serpent. With a voice imbued with concern, he continued, "Since you have successfully passed my test, allow my summoning beast to escort you as a token of encouragement." Anyao clasped his hands together and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Lord Orochimaru." Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended onto Orochimaru's back. Observing Anyao departing upon the serpent's back, Orochimaru's pupils narrowed twice, and he mused to himself, "It seems this little fellow speaks the truth. What a pity." The serpent continued to escort Anyao until they reached the doorstep of Kakashi Hitaki's residence, whereupon he vanished completely after witnessing Anyao step inside. In the depths of his heart, Inyao mused upon the circumspect nature of his companion. However, considering Orochimaru's temperament, Inyao had already deduced that if Orochimaru truly intended to act upon witnessing him pilfer the sealing scroll, he would not have delayed his approach for so long. It was likely that their encounter at the Ninja Academy was orchestrated under the watchful eye of the Third Hokage, who had permitted Orochimaru to take him under his wing. After all, at this juncture, Orochimaru was indeed his most esteemed disciple, possessing unparalleled prowess in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and intellect. With such a formidable presence, Inyao was certain he would not be able to make any significant waves. Upon entering the abode of Kakashi Hitaki, Inyao felt an overwhelming sense of relief for having previously encountered White Fang. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly become Orochimaru's pupil today, and the consequences would have been dire. As he took a few steps inside, Inyao was startled by a series of thuds. Approaching the source of the commotion, he beheld a small boy, approximately 3 years of age, with striking white hair, energetically kicking a pillar. Admittedly, his technique was rather commendable, though the impact left much to be desired. The young boy soon noticed Inyao's presence and, turning his head, inquired with an air of arrogance, "Who are you, and what business do you have in my home?" "Your home?" Inyao suddenly recollected that Kakashi's father, White Fang, indeed had a son. Thus, it dawned upon him that this white-haired child was none other than the future renowned figure known as Kakashi Hitaki, famously dubbed Copy Ninja. A character whose prowess allowed him to spar with many yet remain undefeated seemed to fit the narrative he recalled. He even remembered that Kakashi later awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. However, from Kakashi's perspective, Inyao's lack of response was nothing short of impolite. Without further ado, he retrieved a kunai from his person and hurled it at Inyao. Sensing imminent danger, Inyao instinctively dodged, glancing back to find that the kunai was indeed real and not a mere wooden replica. This child was certainly asking for a lesson. Should I teach him a lesson? Inyao pondered, just as White Fang emerged from within the house, holding out a forehead protector and stating, "This represents the ninja of Konoha. You should wear it." Anya cast a glance at Hakuto, accepting the headband and placing it upon his forehead. He then stood silently in his original position, awaiting his instruction. Hakuto turned to his slightly pouting companion, Kakashi, and said, "This is Anya. He shall be my student from now on. When you see him, you are to address him as brother. Do you understand? Brother?" Kakashi unconsciously echoed. In a fleeting moment, Inyao appeared beside Kakashi, affectionately ruffling his hair and saying, "Little brother, you are so well behaved. Next time, I shall bring you some candy." Kakashi's face flushed with anger, and he swiftly swatted away Inyao's hand, exclaiming, "I won't call you brother. You are a bad person." With that, Kakashi turned on his heel and ran away. Baya furrowed his brow but did not call after him. Instead, he calmly addressed Inyao, saying, "Follow me." The two soon arrived at a spacious courtyard that resembled a training ground. In the center of the yard stood numerous wooden stumps, and overhead hung a wooden frame laden with an assortment of knives of varying lengths. Baya was the first to inquire, "Have you ever studied the use of a knife?" "Yes," came the reply. "Good," Baya said, pointing to the collection of blades. "Choose one." Inyao approached the wooden rack, his gaze immediately fixating on the short knives. Among them, the shortest knife bore an uncanny resemblance to the finger knife he had previously wielded, prompting him to pick it up and toy with it. Baya, observing Inyao's choice, felt a twinge of curiosity. Upon witnessing the short blade dance in Inyao's hand with the agility of 5 fingers, he comprehended that Inyao was not only skilled with a knife but also remarkably adept. Baya stepped closer, exclaiming, "You possess remarkably agile hands." Inyao shared this confidence in his hands. After all, he had relied on them for sustenance in his past life, and in this life. Mastering ninjutsu required intricate hand seals, which he could execute with unparalleled speed, rivaling anyone. "That is splendid," Baya responded with delight. "The essence of my swordsmanship lies in technique, drawing short to engage long, employing intention rather than brute strength. It emphasizes swiftness, lightness, the interplay of reality and illusion, and cunning for a decisive strike. Observe closely." With that, Baya's figure flickered like lightning, appearing beside a wooden post. A flash of white light passed, and the post appeared unchanged. However, Inyao was profoundly astonished, for 7 distinct, deep knife marks had emerged on various parts of the wooden posts. If 7 living beings had stood there, they would have surely perished. This swordsmanship is extraordinary. Chapter 11. An explanation of swordsmanship. Witnessing this scene, Inyao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having Baya of Konoha as his mentor. He sensed a premonition, once he mastered Baya's swordsmanship. Even the most formidable Nin would seem as easy to dispatch as one would a chicken or a dog. After the demonstration, Baya turned to Inyao and inquired, "Do you know which team among the myriad of ninja villages possesses the greatest lethality?" Anya reflected for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "I'm not certain about that." White Fang slowly articulated a few words. "The Hidden Mist Village, the 7 ninja swordsmen." "Ah, it is them." At this moment, Anya recalled the name. He had heard of it before. During the first mission of Team 7, Kakashi had encountered one of them. Kakashi, leveraging his Sharingan, had managed to defeat him, though it was not without difficulty. Subsequently, another member of the Akatsuki appeared, also hailing from this group, and possessed formidable strength. Therefore, Anya was not surprised that White Fang held them in such high regard. However, the current 7 should not be the same as those. White Fang continued, I have studied their great swords. They are broad and powerful, functioning like machines of war on the battlefield. When they encounter a ninja adept with the sword, their combined might can unleash astonishing power. When these 7 act in concert, even a shinobi of the highest caliber must tread carefully. Are they truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Yao could not help but be astonished. To speak candidly, the disparity in strength between a jonin and a kage is far more pronounced than that between a jinin and a jonin. Many jonin spend their entire lives unable to bridge this chasm. However, the fact that 7 jonin can unite their efforts wielding formidable blades to attain such a level speaks volumes about the prowess of their small team. White Fang brandished a short blade, a fleeting aura of lethal intent shimmering around him. I once witnessed them in action during a mission. At that moment, I pondered how one might confront them should an encounter arise. For an extended period, they have served as my hypothetical adversaries. Consequently, I devised a unique swordsmanship technique, striking swiftly to overcome length and prevailing in close quarters. Now, I am confident that I can eliminate them in the instant we are within reach. Thus, this technique demands an extraordinary speed that surpasses the ordinary. Precision in the art of killing, and an unwavering resolve to act decisively. All 3 elements are indispensable. Without any one of them, one shall never ascend to a certain height. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Yao nodded solemnly, understanding that Baya was genuinely invested in teaching him, which was why his explanations were so thorough. Regrettably, due to Baya's untimely demise, no one had mastered this set of sword techniques from the animation. Yao vowed to dedicate himself fully to learning them, even aspiring to surpass Baya and develop a unique sword style of his own. Baya handed Yao the most common sword from the rack and said, "Begin your practice. Start with the fundamental 13 stances and integrate them into your muscle memory. They are chop, slice, lift, cleave, thrust, intercept, push, stab, glide, stir, burst, point, and extract." Baya demonstrated the foundational techniques on a wooden stake, each basic movement emanating an artistic elegance in his hands, clearly the result of extensive practice. After completing the demonstration, he gestured for Yao to begin, without specifying a time, and turned to leave. Yao tightly gripped the knife in his hand and began his rigorous training without hesitation. Upon returning indoors, White Fang glanced towards a shadowy corner and approached with respect, saying, "Third Hokage, what brings you here?" The visitor was indeed the 3rd Hokage. After Orochimaru's failure in recruiting a student, he swiftly sent word through a small serpent to inform the 3rd Hokage, who decided to come and take a look. The 3rd Hokage smiled and nodded at White Fang, then turned his gaze to Yao, who was practicing in the training field. "Xiao Mao, I am aware that you possess a keen eye for discerning the potential of others. What do you perceive regarding that child's potential?" Without hesitation, White Fang replied, "Limitless." The 3rd Hokage was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated such high praise from White Fang. He inquired further, "How does he compare to you?" "He surpasses me," White Fang responded. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage's gaze deepened. He produced a document and handed it to White Fang. Upon examining it, White Fang exclaimed in astonishment, "He is actually from the Uchiha clan. But why?" The 3rd Hokage interjected, "Indeed, why has he distanced himself from his family? I too am perplexed. Thus, I have been keeping an eye on him over the past year. I have observed that he lacks the innocent naivety typical of children. He is adept at concealing his true self, exhibiting a wisdom akin to that of an elder. If I am not mistaken, he possesses at least the strength of a chunin at such a young age. With such intellect and remarkable talent, I find myself somewhat concerned." Understanding that the 3rd Hokage had matters to discuss, White Fang directly asked, "What do you require of me?" The 3rd Hokage maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "There is nothing specific I need you to do. I simply hope you can guide him well, keeping him on the right path. Should you observe any signs of him straying from his course in the future, I trust you will have the resolve to take decisive action." White Fang stiffened, comprehending the underlying meaning of the 3rd Hokage's words, and clasped his hands in a solemn gesture, responding, "Understood." The 3rd Hokage gently patted White Fang's shoulder, saying, "There is no need for such tension. This is merely a worst-case scenario. I have faith in your ability to nurture an outstanding student. My age is advancing, and the future of the village rests in the hands of your generation." After delivering this statement, the 3rd Hokage produced a short-sleeved Hokage uniform and extended it towards White Fang. White Fang's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily hesitating to accept it. The 3rd Hokage kindly encouraged, "Take it. Currently, you are the one most deserving of wearing this garment in the village. I believe in your capabilities, and I am confident that you will surpass me in the future." "Yes," White Fang responded, bowing slightly to respectfully accept the garment of profound significance. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the sky, a young boy within White Fang's courtyard tirelessly swung the blade in his hand. He had lost track of the number of strikes. Was it 1,000, 5,000, or 10,000? Regardless, with each swing, his body grew increasingly fatigued. Yet his eyes sparkled with determination. The persistent ache served as a reminder that he was nearing his limits. Each time he overcame such sensations, he felt a sense of progress. Muscle memory, it seemed that Yao grasped White Fang's intention. In the heat of combat, victory or defeat could be determined in less than a second. At such moments, tactics, thought processes, and ninjutsu became irrelevant. The instinctive Immediate reactions of the body were the decisive factors. Sometimes, when faced with danger, one's consciousness might not catch up. Yet the body instinctively evaded the threat. This was the essence of muscle memory. To achieve this, relentless practice was essential. Therefore, as long as White Fang did not call for a halt, he would not stop, resolutely persisting until he collapsed from exhaustion. Chapter 12. The outset of war. When Yin Yao opened his eyes, he discovered that daylight had fully emerged. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed a small child sleeping beside him. Isn't this Kakashi? Where am I? After a moment of recollection, he realized that he must have exhausted the last remnants of his strength and fainted. Surely, this little fellow dragged me inside, didn't he? In the dim light, Yin Yao plucked a single hair and playfully brushed it against Kakashi's nose a couple of times. Achoo! Kakashi let out a resounding sneeze. His eyes fluttering open to reveal a mischievous grin and the hair in his hand. Although he was still young, he quickly grasped the situation, and his small face flushed a deep crimson. He pointed at Yin Yao and exclaimed, "You were quite naughty. I should have known better than to let you sleep inside." The little rascal was indeed amusing. After rousing him, Yin Yao affectionately ruffled Kakashi's hair and said, "All right, I admit my fault. I shouldn't have disturbed your slumber. How about this? I shall take you out for some delicious food." Upon hearing the mention of food, Kakashi's stomach let out an unexpected growl, and his face turned sheepish as he opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha. With a hearty laugh, Anya effortlessly lifted the somewhat reluctant Kakashi and strode out the door. It must be noted that although small-scale conflicts occasionally erupted, Konoha remained a bastion of strength, fostering a relatively relaxed atmosphere within the village. The bustling commerce thrived, and Anya's destination was none other than the renowned Ichiraka Ramen. Indeed, during this era, Ichiraka Ramen had already established its presence, enjoying a prosperous business with its delectable yet affordable offerings. Upon arriving at the entrance, a rich aroma wafted through the air, and as Anya entered, she promptly ordered 2 bowls of ramen. When the steaming bowls were served, accompanied by a savory broth and sauce, Kakashi could not help but swallow in anticipation, and even Anya appeared less disagreeable. Let the feast commence. Anya began to indulge in his meal, and Kakashi, naturally, did not wish to lag behind. Both relished the experience, savoring the ramen, which, despite being a humble fare, brought them immense satisfaction, far surpassing the energy pills typically consumed by ninjas for recovery. After finishing the last drop of broth, they patted their bellies contentedly. Upon returning to the home of White Fang, Anya once again made his way to the training ground. As was the case the previous day, he seized his blade and commenced his training. However, unlike yesterday, after a day of rigorous practice, he felt a distinct harmony with the sword, wielding it with a newfound sense of ease and grace. Although he had yet to reach the prowess of White Fang, he believed that with persistent effort, such a feat was not beyond reach. Kakashi observed intently from the side. Having witnessed Anya's dedication late into the previous night, he now comprehended why his father had chosen to take this individual as a student. Anya's skill with the sword was remarkable, as was his diligence. Regrettably, his father had deemed him too young to learn, asserting that his frame had yet to fully develop, and that training at this stage would be counterproductive. After watching for a while, Kakashi felt a surge of motivation and returned to his own wooden post to practice. In that moment, the courtyard was filled solely with the sounds of their training. Time flowed like water, and over the course of 6 months, Anya diligently trained within White Fang's courtyard. As a newly minted genin, he had yet to undertake any missions, and his mentor, White Fang, had never pressed him to do so, which Anya found gratifying. He felt uncertain about entering the battlefield, aware that he was not among the elite like the 12 ninja guardians, who seemed invulnerable. In these tumultuous times of war, even the slightest oversight could prove fatal, as enemies did not conform to one's expectations. Thus, to survive, one must exert even greater effort. Kakashi, how does this strike look? Is it not impressive? Over the course of 6 months, the two had grown quite familiar with each other, and Kakashi's initial aloofness had diminished significantly. He had gradually accepted the presence of this older brother figure, though he found Anya's occasional teasing rather bothersome. Humph. I didn't see anything, Kakashi retorted, turning away, unwilling to engage further. Anya decided to tease him. All right, you clearly saw it. Tell me, are you envious of me? Kakashi indeed harbored a hint of such sentiment, yet having been exposed, he had since learned to adopt a different approach. He chose to present an air of aloofness, ignoring her completely, regardless of her remarks. Dark Yao discerned his subtle intentions and was about to continue teasing him when Baya suddenly appeared. At that moment, he was clad in a ninja outfit, exuding an air of lethal seriousness. He succinctly instructed, Dark Yao, don your ninja attire, equip your forehead protector and tools, and let us embark. Upon a swift glance, Yao discerned that a task was undoubtedly at hand, promptly replying, yes. The two swiftly departed from Konoha village. And along their journey, White Fang remained utterly silent, his demeanor remarkably solemn. Anya had never seen Baya so anxious before, prompting her to inquire, what has happened? After a brief moment of silence, Baya slowly replied, I fear that the Second Shinobi World War is about to commence. What? The depths of Anya's heart trembled at the thought of the Ninja World War, a conflict not to be trifled with. Each iteration of this war involved nearly all ninjas. He had studied the history in Konoha, and after the conclusion of the First Ninja World War, the losses were devastating. The five great nations suffered immensely, with the shadows of all but Sunagakure perishing, including Konoha's second Hokage, a man who had delved into innumerable forbidden techniques. Though Konoha ultimately emerged victorious, the toll was heart-wrenching. Mayu continued, stating that the demigod known as Hanzo of the Salamander had simultaneously declared war on Sunagakure, Konoha, and the Land of Iron. A demigod? Anyao felt perplexed. Was there truly such a figure amidst the Hokage? Curiosity compelled him to inquire further. Who is this individual who dares to challenge three great nations alone? Baya's gaze deepened. He is a formidable opponent. This statement left Anyao uncertain about Baya's own strength, prompting him to ask for a comparison. How does he measure up against you? After a moment of contemplation, Baya replied, we have yet to clash. So I cannot say for certain, but in a fight to the death, I possess a 70% confidence in my ability to defeat him. With this, Anyao comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, this was a formidable adversary. Are we heading to the front lines now? Upon hearing this, Baya finally regarded Anyao with a meaningful glance and remarked, are you afraid? Anya candidly remarked, fear is undoubtedly present, yet this is the destiny of a ninja. Therefore, I shall certainly obey orders, provided they do not require me to undertake a mission that guarantees my demise. The radiant honesty elicited a silent chuckle from White Fang, who reassured, rest assured, we are not heading to the village hidden in the rain. Currently, Hanzo the Salamander is dealing with the Land of Iron. Our destination is the village hidden in the sand. Chapter 13, the first mission. After listening, Anyao couldn't help but express his confusion. Aren't we both parties that were declared war upon simultaneously? Yet you approach with such ferocity. Do not tell me you are seeking an alliance. An alliance? Baya scoffed, his disdain palpable. That is utterly impossible. During the Great War, everyone fought for their own interests. The only alliance we formed resulted in the tragic demise of the second Hokage, sowing seeds of distrust among the nations from that moment onward. Then what is your purpose in going there this time? To instill fear, Baya replied, his eyes betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. The reach of Sunagakure has extended far enough. Now that war has commenced, there are no longer any reservations. It is time to sever these overreaching hands. And Yao comprehended the meaning behind Baya's words. The task at hand was deceptively simple, eliminate a target. He inquired, what must I do? Upon reaching the designated location, Baya informed him that he would provide intelligence on the ninjas from Sunagakure. Given that Yao currently held the rank of a genin, his assignment was to eliminate 5 fellow genin. After a brief pause, Baya continued, however, this task is assigned by the village, not by me. It was evident that the task was not as straightforward as it appeared. 5 genin, truth be told. As long as they were not from Konohagakure, any other village's genin would pose little challenge for Yao at this moment. If he were to confront all 5 simultaneously, he could dispatch them within a heartbeat. Baya appeared to be acutely aware of this fact. He articulated the task he had set forth. I have decided that you will be responsible for eliminating all these ninjas. What? Yao was taken aback. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Although he had yet to receive the intelligence and was unaware of the exact number of ninjas dispatched by Sunagakure, the mere presence of Baya signified that at least 1 genin was involved, not to mention the potential number of ninjas. Baya regarded Yao's astonishment with a calm smile. I will be right behind you. Should a situation arise where your life is in imminent danger, I will intervene, though I cannot guarantee my timely arrival. Thus, you must be mentally prepared. That was more reassuring. Yao exhaled in relief and nodded. Please provide me with the intelligence. Baya handed him the scroll containing the vital information. Dark Radiance swiftly committed the scroll to memory, then ignited it in a flash of fire, incinerating it, while simultaneously devising a battle strategy in his mind. The intelligence on the hidden sand ninjas surrounding the Leaf Village was meticulously detailed, evidently. The Leaf had not been caught unawares and had long been prepared. They had refrained from taking action to avoid escalating tensions between nations. However, now that war was inevitable, they had decided to deploy the Leaf's White Fang promptly to eliminate this threat. One must concede that the third Hokage was indeed cunning and efficient. With only one moment of leniency, which was granting freedom to his most cherished disciple, Orochimaru. Soon, as Dark Radiance moved swiftly, he opened his eyes. Although his expression remained unchanged, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered within them. White Fang nodded subtly in acknowledgement. Despite his absence during Dark Radiance's training over the past 6 months, he had been observing from afar and was well aware of his progress. Thus, when the mission was assigned, he chose to bring him along. His blade had been sharpened sufficiently, and it was time for him to taste blood. White Fang inquired, you have reviewed the intelligence. Do you possess confidence in your abilities? Anyao, clearly emboldened, responded, there are a total of 40 sand shinobi, led by 2 jonin. As long as these 2 jonin are not together, I am confident I can annihilate them. How long will it take? 1 night. Very well, we shall arrive shortly. You may proceed. With that statement, Hakuba remained in place, then handed the blade, White Fang, directly to Anyao. Anyao spoke little, taking the weapon and swiftly vanishing into the jungle, preparing to adjust his physical state while awaiting the arrival of nightfall. The night was clear with sparse stars, and Anyao silently approached a lush grove where 10 ninjas had gathered, engaged in conversation yet remaining in a state of heightened vigilance. As Anyao observed them closely, one of the sand ninjas suddenly smiled, hands weaving through the air as he declared, Earth release, and hell. The ground beneath Yao's feet suddenly collapsed, transforming the once solid earth into swirling sand that rapidly coalesced into a dark chasm, voraciously drawing him in. An ominous figure leaped from a concealed vantage point into the air. At that moment, the sand ninjas, upon witnessing the silhouette of the figure escape, exchanged cold smirks and collectively formed hand signs, invoking Earth Release, Earthen Spear. A multitude of sharp rocks erupted from the sand, surging upwards to assault the figure. In an instant, the body of the figure was pierced by countless stones, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Everyone, be cautious. He is not dead yet, shouted the leader of the sand ninjas swiftly. In the shadows, a sudden exclamation of relief escaped him as he realized how perilously close he had come to being discovered. Fortunately, his hand seals were executed with remarkable speed, allowing him to evade the impending assault just in time. Without hesitation, he formed another set of seals and unleashed his counterattack. Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Earth Release. Earth Flow Wall. The colossal flames were thwarted by the earthen barrier, unable to penetrate its defenses. At that moment, the sand that had recently settled on the ground seemed to have absorbed the essence of lightning, suddenly erupting from the earth with astonishing velocity, piercing through their bodies and transforming the unfortunate individuals behind the earth flow wall into a gruesome spectacle of carnage. The leader's eyes widened in horror as he urgently exclaimed. He also wields Lightning Release. We must retreat. Lightning Release counters Earth Release, and when the strength of both sides is relatively equal, the Earth Release ninja is bound to be overwhelmed. Moreover, the audacity of their assailant to linger nearby suggested thorough reconnaissance had been conducted beforehand, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Thus, retreating was the most prudent course of action. Dark Radiance could not help but admire the leader's quick reflexes. However, my greatest strength lies not in ninjutsu. With a sharp clang, the sound of a blade resonated. The ninja who had just spoken felt a searing pain in his throat. And in an instant, the world around him descended into darkness. Struggling, he managed to utter two words. So, fast. The one who unleashed the fire release technique was none other than a shadow clone, while Dark Radiance's true self had long concealed himself behind their retreat path. He was wagering that they would withdraw. After all, this was the territory of Konoha, and once a skirmish ensued, the reinforcements would not be on equal footing. After dispatching the leader, the remaining foes posed little challenge. Soon, only two young ninjas remained, their faces pale with fear as they gazed at this child, seemingly of the same age, who lay helplessly on the ground, tears glistening in their eyes as they raised their kunai in a feeble attempt at defense. Inyao sheathed his dagger and, with a warm smile directed at the two, reassured them, "Do not worry, as long as you lay down your weapons and surrender, I shall spare your lives." One of them, visibly anxious, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" The other retorted, "Do not believe him. He is deceiving us." Darkyo feigned innocence and said, "Is there any need for me to deceive you? It would be quite simple for me to eliminate you." Chapter 14. Ruthless Annihilation. Humph. You have left the two of us here, unthreatening, in an attempt to extract information, but I shall not allow you to succeed. With that, the sand ninja unexpectedly thrust a kunai towards himself. With a swift flick of his wrist, the blade in his hand danced through the air, severing the opponent's wrist with a single, precise motion. The now powerless shuriken clattered to the ground. The sand ninja stared in disbelief at his own wrist, struggling to comprehend how this child, seemingly of similar age, could wield the knife with such astonishing speed. The sensation of pain had yet to reach him before his ability to move was taken away. Moments later, blood gushed from the severed wrist just as he prepared to let out a scream of agony. An ominous figure pressed his foot down upon the man's mouth, forcefully stifling his cries, rendering his body to writhe on the ground like a worm impaled. "You are quite astute, yet some wisdom exacts a toll." The figure's smile vanished as he turned to another individual, stating, "Since you are already aware of my desires, speak candidly. If you choose silence, then you shall experience the myriad of interrogation techniques employed by Konoha, surpassing 100 in number." I will speak. I will speak." Another sand ninja could no longer contain himself and began to divulge information. "Excellent." The figure maintained his relentless pressure on the one beneath his foot and inquired of the other, "How did you discover my presence?" "Our leader is a puppet master. He has strategically deployed numerous transparent puppet strings in the vicinity. As soon as anyone approaches us, he immediately detects their location." "Oh, I see." The figure recalled that in the original animated series during the CH9 exams, a member of Gaara's team from Sunagakure was indeed a puppet master of considerable skill. Satisfied with the revelation, he ceased further conversation, subtly twisting the dagger in his grasp, extinguishing the lives of the two sand ninjas. On the battlefield, showing mercy to one's foes is but cruelty to oneself. The figure possessed no inclination for such sentimentality. Moreover, it was uncertain how much intelligence these lower-ranking ninjas possessed. One useful piece of information was sufficient. A puppet master, indeed, a troublesome profession. This group consisted of 10 individuals, and preliminary analysis suggested they operated in teams of 10. With a total of 4 groups, each potentially harboring a puppet master. After all, the ability to silently detect enemies proved invaluable during times of vigilance. Thus, it appeared that illusion techniques would be the only recourse. Dark Radiance approached the recently slain sand ninja leader, and indeed discovered numerous transparent threads woven from his body, their ends intricately tied to the surrounding trees. This formed an immense net, capable of alerting them to the presence of any large creatures that dared to intrude. Anyao affixed the delicate threads to each of his 10 fingers, channeling chakra through them, and, by the rhythmic movements of his fingers, he was able to perceive the surroundings with remarkable clarity. It was surprisingly simple. If the puppet masters of the Sand Village were to witness this scene, they would likely be rendered speechless, for few ninjas within the sand possessed the innate talent for puppet mastery, and none could achieve such proficiency without guidance as Anyao had. Given this advantage, his confidence swelled, and a sly smile crept across his lips as he transformed into the recently slain leader of the Sand Ninja. Directing the chakra threads toward his next destination, after a short distance, Anyao halted, remaining still as several ninjas appeared beside him. One of them called out, "Sikui, why are you here instead of patrolling your designated area? You've entered our territory without prior warning or a signal flare." Dark Radiance spoke calmly. "There is simply no time. My puppet threads have just detected the intrusion of an unknown entity approaching your direction, which is why I pursued you relentlessly. Did you not notice?" Upon hearing this, the gazes of several ninjas simultaneously converged upon the last individual. In that instant, he felt a chilling intent locked onto him. Before he could utter a sound, a flash of white blade illuminated the air, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. "It seems that you are the puppet master of this group. I have found you. To dare approach me in close quarters is to invite death. It is a pity that such a skilled puppet master fell before he could even demonstrate a fraction of his prowess. You are not Sakanabu. Who are you?" The Sand Ninja shouted angrily as he advanced to attack Dark Radiance. With a chilling smile, Anyao remarked that there was no need for excessive words on the battlefield. Such frivolity was tantamount to courting death. He brandished a short blade, the culmination of 6 months of rigorous training manifesting in that singular moment. As he commenced his assault, an impenetrable darkness enveloped the surroundings, expanding gradually to engulf the entire forest. The advancing Sand Ninjas were rendered sightless, their earlier targets obscured under a shroud of impenetrable blackness, devoid of any glimmer of light. The onset of this darkness was both sudden and eerie, leaving the majority of the Sand Ninjas momentarily paralyzed with fear, ensnared by the terror of the unknown. While the allure of darkness may be intoxicating, it is equally terrifying. This is the beguiling essence of shadows. The leader among them shouted urgently, urging calm, asserting that this was merely an illusion, given the vastness of its reach. He surmised that the caster could not sustain it for long. He instructed everyone to remain stationary and prepare their defensive measures. Indeed, it was you. From the depths of the darkness, Anyao lunged forth. The short blade met flesh with a disconcerting crunch, striking against rock instead. "I have been awaiting this moment." The Sand Ninja was, in fact, encased in a layer of rocky armor. As Anyao launched his attack, the ninja swiftly formed hand seals, readying a wide-ranging ninjutsu. "Can you withstand this?" A whisper suddenly grazed his ear, and the short blade, which had initially penetrated the rocky exterior, flickered with a flash of lightning. The blade, now imbued with electrical attributes, pierced through the armor, abruptly halting his intentions. In the span of a mere 5 minutes, the second group of 10 Sand Ninjas was utterly annihilated. The ground bore little blood, as most met their demise with a single strike. Even the surrounding trees remained largely unscathed, a testament to the artistry of killing. Anyao sought refuge in a taller tree trunk, consuming a soldier's food pill to regain his strength. While wielding a short knife for combat was manageable, the dark arts he employed demanded a substantial amount of chakra. Yet, without those techniques, he might not have been able to eliminate all his adversaries. Moreover, they communicated via signal flares. If even one individual were to release one, his mission would be deemed failure. After all, he faced the remaining 20 ninjas, 2 of whom were Jonin. It seemed only Minato, the master of the Flying Thunder God technique, could extricate himself unscathed. Once replenished, Anyao maneuvered his puppet strings, seamlessly transitioning to the next position. As anticipated, the same strategy proved effective once more, although this group was diminished by 2, leaving only 8 members, none of whom were Jonin. It appeared that the following group, indeed, the final one, presented the most daunting challenge, 2 Jonin together alongside 10 other ninjas. A tactical division was imperative. He would not be swayed by the notion that these 2 Jonin could remain inseparable. Chapter 15. Complete annihilation. Just as Anyao finished his respite and prepared to infiltrate the final stronghold, the figures of Sand Ninjas emerged above him. The 2 leading figures glared down with icy expressions, radiating an undeniable aura of strength, unmistakably Jonin. Damn, Anyao furrowed his brow. How did they arrive here? Is it mere coincidence, or have they detected my presence? One of the Jonin, seemingly aware of Anyao's confusion, spoke up. Our 4 squads are scheduled to communicate every 2 hours. It has been some time now. We never anticipated that Konoha would act so preemptively. Understanding dawned on Anyao, though he remained silent, his expression solemn as he grasped the White Fang's blade, positioning it across his chest. He knew that a formidable battle loomed ahead. The other Jonin, noticing the short knife in Anyao's hand, felt their pupils constrict sharply. That is the White Fang's blade. He never parts with it. The White Fang of Konoha must be nearby. We must leave, he commanded. To Anya's astonishment, the 12 ninjas fled without a backward glance. Is the reputation of the White Fang truly so formidable? Anyao mused, flabbergasted. Just the sight of his weapon, without the man himself even appearing, had instilled such fear that they ran away. Yet, their retreat mattered little. His mission had faltered. He relished the idea of punishing those who had fallen into misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao pursued them. In truth, the two jonin had ordered a retreat because they were already convinced that White Fang was nearby. After all, how could a mere child possibly eliminate 28 of their ninjas in such a brief span of time without even sending out a signal? Darkness inherently obscures the inner workings of the mind, yet the adept Yao, who had sparred with Mizumon for an entire year, possessed remarkable speed. Wielding a dagger that moved with the swiftness of lightning, he swiftly decimated half of the 12-member Sand Ninja squad within mere minutes. There was no time to flee. He must eliminate this young adversary, lest the others perish. Two Jounin, suddenly aware of the threat, charged towards Yao. The clash of the White Fang's blade and kunai was fierce, and in the span of a single exchange, Yao was forced backward. However, during his retreat, his dagger slipped from his grasp, arcing toward the throats of his foes with lethal precision. The Jounin reacted with remarkable speed. Bending backward just in time to avoid the blade, a few strands of hair severed as death's breath nearly enveloped them. What a formidable child! Is he a disciple of the White Fang? In that moment, the two Jounin cast aside their underestimation, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in their eyes. One White Fang was already a significant headache for the Sand Village. A second would be intolerable, and he must be extinguished in his infancy. One Jounin dove downward while the other formed hand seals above, unleashing a combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu to completely seal off his escape. Yao found himself thoroughly suppressed, his body sustaining injuries, as a Sand Ninja seized the opportunity to thrust a kunai viciously into his chest. Die. The Sand Ninja's eyes gleamed with triumph. But Yao transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. What is this? A lightning release shadow clone? One clone can contend with us for so long? Where is his true body? The Sand Ninja's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Suddenly, another Sand Ninja realized. Damn it, he must be going to eliminate our remaining comrades. It was too late. They were already dead. After dispatching the last four ninjas, Yao emerged beneath the moonlight, articulating each word with precision. Only you two remain. The silvery moonlight illuminated his form, accentuating his eerie swordsmanship and exceptional ninjutsu. He was not merely the next White Fang of Konoha. He was akin to the very first Hokage. The two Sand Ninjas now regarded him as a formidable adversary, second only to the White Fang of Konoha. As Yao advanced, an overwhelming darkness enveloped him, drawing ever closer to the two. In truth, darkness is not inherently terrifying. The light of humanity, the clamor of the mundane world, and the sun's radiance can all soften nature's shadows, transforming them into the beloved nightscape. Yet the darkness emanating from Yao was entirely different. Here, there was no sound, no life, no sky, only an absolute void of silence. In this realm, every individual would feel an acute sense of isolation, as if the world had become a distant entity, abandoned and engulfed by an all-consuming fear. In this moment, the negative emotions lurking within the depths of the heart surged forth, dragging one toward the desolate and frigid abyss of despair. The gravest threat to humanity is not death itself, but despair, the kind that strips away all hope, leaving one to languish eternally in darkness. Yao, filled with murderous intent, remained unaware that the chakra derived from his mental fortitude had rendered his technique of darkness so formidable. Although its range did not rival that of the second Hokage, its potency and terror surpassed it. As Yao's chakra grew stronger, the surrounding darkness thickened and became even more dread-inducing. What is this? An illusion? The two Sand Ninjas simultaneously channeled their chakra into each other, attempting to shatter the dark illusion, but to no avail. They were struck with shock. How is this possible? What level of illusion is this? Infinite darkness is my domain. Perish. In the shadows, Yao sheathed his blade, his mind haunted by the memory of the strike delivered by Baiba 6 months prior. He stood motionless, resembling a statue amidst the darkness. Suddenly, the crisp sound of the dagger being unsheathed pierced the silence, and everything unfolded with a swiftness that could only be described as lightning. The dagger had long been drawn, transforming into a streak of radiant brilliance that sliced through the boundless void of darkness. The surrounding air and vitality seemed to be entirely consumed by this earth-shattering blow, leaving behind an aura of desolation, death, and an unsettling chill. The two elite shinobi felt a wave of icy dread wash over them as they instinctively unleashed various defensive jutsu, erecting formidable fortifications around themselves. Yet, it proved futile. The blade traced an elegant arc in the void, and within the confines of their sturdy bastion, Yao glided past them effortlessly. In that same instant, the bodies of the two Sand Village shinobi crumpled to the ground, lifeless as discarded husks. Their eyes were wide with disbelief and horror, unable to fathom that two seasoned warriors could fall to the hand of a mere child, and without a shred of resistance. It was over, thus. The entire contingent of 40 from the Sand Village was annihilated. As the darkness receded, Yao collapsed heavily onto the ground, overwhelmed by an excruciating discomfort that penetrated to his very marrow, far surpassing the pain endured during training. In this moment of vulnerability, he mused that even a child could easily bring about his demise. Yao gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain, fully aware that his body had surpassed its limits. The technique he had just executed exceeded what his physique could bear. Yet, he felt a sense of elation, for the ability to deliver such a strike signified that his swordsmanship had begun to reflect the essence of the White Fang style. Given time, he would undoubtedly cultivate a unique technique of his own. At that moment, White Fang silently approached Anyao, gently lifting him onto his back, and without uttering a word, began to make his way toward Konoha. Chapter 16. Medical Ninjutsu. White Fang's back was broad and sturdy, much like his character. Indeed, when Anyao faced two Jonin alone, he had intended to take action. However, he was taken aback by the sheer potency of Anya's illusions, which even his keen perception struggled to penetrate amidst the vast darkness. This overwhelming shadow sent chills through him, leading him to comprehend the source of the Third Hokage's concerns. Anyao was indeed unlike ordinary children. Within him lay a hidden force of darkness. Anyao, mustering his strength, remarked, "Teacher, you just entered as well, didn't you? How did my strike fare? Please offer your critique." In response, Baya reflected on Feng Zhi's recent maneuver and candidly replied, "It was far too forced. Had I not been behind you? Employing that technique would have left you vulnerable to be easily dispatched." Enduring the pain, Anya forced a ghastly smile and said, "It is precisely because I know you are behind me that I dare to unleash this without restraint. This strike embodies the culmination of my training over the past 6 months." White Fang marveled. What a stunning blow. Does it have a name? A name? Anya paused, having never considered it. Since it doesn't, let us call it the art of drawing the blade. Very well. Upon uttering the last word, Anya could no longer withstand the strain and fainted on White Fang's back. Although he had not sustained any injuries in battle, his chakra was completely depleted, and his body was severely overtaxed. One must concede that being a ninja is indeed a perilous profession. White Fang, carrying Anya, swiftly arrived at the hospital in Konoha. It was evident that the medical ninjas recognized him. They were perplexed, for White Fang rarely sustained injuries and seldom visited the place. However, upon seeing him carry a child, their understanding dawned. Upon his arrival, White Fang immediately inquired, "Where is Tsunade?" A medical ninja responded, "Lady Tsunade is in seclusion, researching new medical ninjutsu. She has instructed that no one is to disturb her." White Fang's brow furrowed slightly. "I have an urgent matter. Please tell me where she is." Realizing the urgency of White Fang's situation, the medical ninja promptly indicated the direction. With a leap, White Fang entered the hospital's private chamber, pushing the door open. An irate voice echoed, "Did I not say no one is to disturb me casually?" The source of the voice was the young Tsunade, surrounded by an array of bottles and jars, clearly engrossed in her research on new medicines. Upon seeing White Fang, her expression softened slightly, yet she remained displeased. "What is so urgent?" White Fang placed Anya before Tsunade and said, "This child is severely overtaxed. I believe you are the only one who can heal him swiftly." Without further ado, Tsunade channeled her green chakra and pressed it against Anya's chest. Moments later, she gasped, how could his body be so severely depleted? Teetering on the brink of collapse? His meridians have sustained damage. Without immediate treatment, his path as a ninja may be irrevocably severed. White Fang was taken aback by the grave consequences of Anya's exertion. It seemed that the task assigned to him was indeed a bit excessive. After a brief silence, he replied, "I assigned him a mission." Tsunade, evidently unaware of White Fang's responsibilities, asked in confusion, "Isn't he just a genin? What mission did you take him on that would leave him in such a state?" Sighing, White Fang replied, "I had him complete my task, and he executed it remarkably well." Tsunade's jaw dropped in astonishment. "You sent a child to accomplish your task?" Although the specifics of White Fang's mission were unknown to her, it was clear that the Third Hokage would not assign an easy task to an elite Jonin, as that would be a waste. This implied that the child had at least engaged with someone of Jonin caliber. "This is utterly reckless. You have gone too far," Tsunade admonished. White Fang remained unperturbed, nodding in acknowledgement. "The responsibility lies with me. As his teacher, I failed to provide adequate supervision." Seeing White Fang accept responsibility, Tsunade refrained from further reprimanding him. She lowered her body, drawing upon her chakra, and her green chakra flared brilliantly. Simultaneously, a small slug crawled onto Anya's body, working in tandem to administer treatment. Anya's previously pallid complexion began to regain color. In a haze, Anya caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma and, groggily opening his eyes, beheld a towering mountain before him. Instinctively, he leaned in closer, burying his head deep into it. Ah, so soft and comfortable, it's simply mouth-watering. Before Anya could savor the moment, a sharp pain struck his face, causing him to spin in midair, completing a full 360-degree turn before crashing heavily to the ground. This excruciating pain jolted Anya awake, revealing a strikingly beautiful face flushed with anger before him, while White Fang looked on in stunned disbelief. Seeing him regain consciousness, Tsunade huffed, "Who would have thought? At such a young age, you're quite the little lecher." Anya swiftly discerned the situation at hand. Tsunade had clearly been engaged in self-treatment, only to inadvertently find herself in a compromising position. Given her character and stature, such an incident could leave a detrimental impression. With her thoughts racing, she quickly devised a plan, her face flushed and sorrowful as she reminisced, "I was barely conscious, lost in a haze of memories of my mother from childhood, which is why I acted thus. Alas, she is no longer with us." Indeed, women are often more sentimental. Upon hearing Anya's words, Tsunade's anger dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a wave of guilt. She inwardly questioned whether her treatment of a child had been excessively harsh, fearing she might have undone her earlier healing efforts. In a gentle tone, Tsunade instructed, "Come here and lie down. Your injuries are not yet fully healed." Oh, all right, Anya hurriedly nodded, stumbling over. However, upon raising her head, she encountered the disdainful gaze of Kiba, who seemed unimpressed. While her previous remark may have sufficed to deceive Tsunade, it was clear that her mentor saw through the ruse. Fortunately, being her student, Kiba chose not to expose her. Otherwise, should Anyao claim to have learned such tactics from her teacher, Kiba's illustrious reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Anya felt the gentle healing touch of Tsunade, as her body swiftly regained its vitality under Tsunade's chakra. Even the swelling on her face had diminished to merely a red spot, which, when paired with her originally handsome visage, rendered her even more endearing. It was at this moment that Anya truly recognized Tsunade's formidable prowess. She epitomized the ideal woman, especially in times of war. Having a Tsunade by one side was equivalent to having the strength of 1,000 soldiers. Anya, unable to contain her feelings, exclaimed, "Lady Tsunade, you are truly stunning. May I pursue you?" Chapter 17. The Art of Spirit Transformation. Tsunade, taken aback by the sudden confession, paused for a moment before erupting into a fit of laughter. Once her amusement subsided, she flicked her fingers, delivering a sharp tap to Anya's forehead. She remarked, "A little brat who hasn't even sprouted fully thinks he can chase after women. That is not how one pursues someone. It seems your injuries have healed sufficiently. Our treatment ends here for today." With that, Tsunade turned her back and departed, leaving Anya in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Kakashi stepped forward, coolly stating, "You had it coming." As Anyao shook his slightly dizzy head, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there any fault in pursuing a woman?" Baitu, with piercing clarity, responded, "There is nothing wrong in pursuing a woman, but ulterior motives are indeed inappropriate." Anyao wished to defend himself further, yet under Baidu's all-seeing gaze, he chose to remain silent. Baitu, with a tinge of disappointment, remarked, "At your young age, why do you harbor so many trivial thoughts? Originally, Tsunade could have cured you today, and by tomorrow, you would have been ready to resume training, to rediscover the sensation of your previous strike. Now, alas, time is squandered." Reluctantly, Anyao acknowledged Baidu's words. One must admit their mistakes. He resolved to wait until his illness was treated before confessing his feelings. For this state of indecision was indeed uncomfortable. Just then, a medical ninja entered, stating, "Lord Tsunade has just instructed that, Lord Baitu, your student's condition has stabilized and he may be transferred to a general ward. Truly, it is remarkable how swiftly women can retaliate." In the general ward, Anyao observed the surrounding ninjas, writhing in agony, and felt no sympathy. Bored, he lay on the bed, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. Oh well, perhaps a good sleep is in order. Meanwhile, Baidu had arrived at the Third Hokage's office to hand over the mission. The Third Hokage appeared to have complete confidence in Baidu, showing no surprise at the mission's successful outcome. However, Baidu hesitated. Noticing his peculiar demeanor, the Third Hokage inquired, "What is the matter?" After a moment's contemplation, Baidu decided to speak candidly. "In truth, Anyao single-handedly eliminated all the sand ninjas. I did not intervene at all." "What?" The Third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you saying you did not intervene at any point?" Baidu nodded affirmatively. "Impossible." The Third Hokage was skeptical. But upon seeing Baidu's earnest expression, he, familiar with his character, had no choice but to accept the truth of the matter. He then gravely requested, "Please elaborate on the details of this mission." After Baidu recounted the events, the Third Hokage took time to absorb the entire account. After a lengthy pause, he sighed. "Truly exceptional. It seems your assessment of him is accurate. His potential indeed surpasses yours. Therefore, your responsibility has increased. You must guide him diligently." Baidu, with a serious countenance, replied, "Understood." After Baitu departed, the Third Hokage gazed thoughtfully towards the hospital where Anyao resided, whispering in a voice only he could hear, "I hope he will not become the next Uchiha Madara." Awakening from his slumber, Anyao opened his eyes to behold a clean-cut male visage before him. The man, noticing Anyao's consciousness return, smiled gently, "You are awake. I am here to provide your treatment." In response to the reflection of the dimly lit conditions, he uttered a sincere thank you. At present, he dared not offend the medical ninja, especially one who had taken the initiative to offer treatment. After all, with the war now ignited, medical ninjas had become exceedingly scarce. To his astonishment, the healing jutsu of this ninja was nothing short of remarkable. His previously stiff body swiftly regained vitality, and even his somewhat listless spirit became invigorated. How had he achieved such a transformation? Anyao gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar ninja before him, a figure adorned with long, pale blue hair and a delicate appearance akin to that of a woman. "Who is this?" As Anyao sat up, he inquired, "Are you feeling better?" "Much better, thank you. My name is Anyao. And what is yours?" he asked curiously. The man smiled and replied, "Hello, Anyao. My name is Kato Dan. You may call me Dan." "Kato Dan? I don't recall hearing that name." It seems improbable that such a skilled medical ninja would remain unknown. Perhaps he has indeed passed away. What a pity. After introducing himself, Kato Dan noticed the hint of regret in Anyao's eyes and, intrigued, asked, "Is there still something troubling you?" Anyao came to his senses and said, "I am much better now. I can walk. To express my gratitude, allow me to treat you to a meal." Kato, with a smile, gently declined, saying, "No need. I have many more patients to attend to." Darkyo, unwavering in resolve, wore an expression that conveyed an earnest desire to express gratitude, stating, "There is no rush. I shall wait for you." Cat, with a nod of acknowledgement, replied, "Very well." As In Yao waited, he began to engage in some physical activity, performing rehabilitation exercises. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Kato Dan emerged from the hospital room, visibly drenched in sweat, clearly exhausted from his efforts. In Yao hurriedly stepped forward to support him, saying, "There is no need for such exertion. The hospital has many other medical ninjas." Cat smiled faintly and replied, "Everyone is doing their best." What a kind-hearted person he is. Although In Yao did not consider himself virtuous, he still wished for a world with more good people. He quickly added, "Come on, let us go eat and replenish our strength." Naturally, the dining venue was still a Chiraka ramen. As he could not afford other establishments at the moment, the compensation left by his parents was nearly exhausted. And even if Hack did not assign him a mission this time, he would have volunteered nonetheless. At that moment, he pondered how Naruto had managed to survive and where he had obtained money growing up alone. Although it was already evening, the ramen shop was still bustling, and the two had to wait in line for a while before it was their turn. Anya generously ordered a hearty bowl of all-meat ramen for Kato, while opting for a more modest selection for herself, acknowledging the necessity of expressing gratitude towards her savior. Upon seeing the ramen before them, Kato appeared somewhat taken aback and pointed at Anya's dish, saying, "Let us switch, you're still young and need ample nourishment to grow." In Yao waved his hand dismissively and took a bite of the noodles, saying, "No need. You've been busy all day and should replenish your energy. A single bowl of noodles is sufficient for me. I cannot consume more." Well, it must be said that In Yao's actions instilled a favorable impression in Kato Dan. As the two dined and engaged in conversation, In Yao casually inquired, "By the way, I have sensed that your medical ninjutsu seems quite distinct from that of others. How is it that your medical ninjutsu can even restore my spirit?" Kato Dan, who was in the midst of enjoying his noodles, paused slightly, looking at In Yao with surprise as he replied, "I did not expect you to be so attuned to your own spirit. Most people remain oblivious to it. This should qualify as my unique ability. Since childhood, I have been able to see my own soul, which led me to practice manipulating it. During one healing session, I completely mastered how to use my soul, allowing it to attach to chakra for various effects. The technique I employed to treat you is what I call the soul transformation technique." What? In Yao's heart raced. He had never known of such an extraordinary ninjutsu in the world of Naruto. If he could use a soul to save lives, surely it could also be wielded to take them. Was this not the quintessential method for assassination? Chapter 18. Dark Soul. Hearing about the soul transformation technique filled In Yao with excitement. He was determined to learn it, as it was incredibly practical. Yet, it was evident that this technique was a personal skill of the current ninja, and, lacking any familial ties, he pondered how he might persuade him to teach it. It was a vexing dilemma. Kato Dan noticed the insatiable curiosity in Yao's eyes and chuckled softly. "What, do you wish to learn?" This statement resonated deeply with Yao, who eagerly nodded, displaying an enthusiastic curiosity. Kato Dan contemplated for a moment and said, "In truth, I have considered teaching it to others, but I have yet to encounter anyone in a situation akin to mine, someone capable of perceiving their own soul. Even ninjas with a sensitivity to mental energy, like yourself, are quite rare." Upon hearing this, Yao's expression fell, but he stubbornly asked, "Is this ability innate?" "Perhaps." Kato Dan reflected. "It may also relate to my experiences in childhood. I remember my mother once mentioning that I had fallen off a cliff while playing. Fortunately, I clung to a branch and survived. I wonder if that experience is connected." Upon hearing this, Yao realized the possibility of such a scenario. After all, when a person is moving at incredible speeds, their thoughts and consciousness are often in a state of extreme tension, perhaps even oblivious to their surroundings. He recalled a saying from his previous life while bungee jumping: "As one falls, the soul trails behind." Noticing Yao lost in contemplation, Kato Duan chose to refrain from disturbing him. Soon, the meal concluded amidst a harmonious atmosphere, and the two exchanged farewells, with Yao expressing his intention to visit him often. However, the thought swirling in Yao's mind remained a secret. That evening, Yao arrived alone at the edge of a cliff in Konoha. After securing the chakra strings he had previously acquired, he leaped off the precipice. Logically speaking, when a person plummets from a great height, their tension, fear, and anxiety should manifest, allowing them to experience the thrill of extreme exhilaration through loud screams. This dual stimulation of mind and body would typically accelerate one's heartbeat, evoking a novel sensation amidst repeated stimuli. Yet, Yao felt none of this. At the moment before impact, he deftly controlled the strings, halting his descent, and his heart remained entirely undisturbed from beginning to end. Alas, a failure. But it made sense. Having indulged in such experiences as a notorious thief in his past life, it was only natural that he felt no thrill upon returning to it. According to Kato Duan, such abilities were said to arise under conditions of extreme stimulation, with the most potent stimulus being life and death. Was he truly considering testing the waters of suicide? The thought was quickly cast aside. No, he had become obsessed with learning ninjutsu, and now even entertained suicidal notions. Yao contemplated giving up. A wave of regret washing over him, this ninjutsu would likely vanish from the ninja world with Kato Duan's demise. As he prepared to leave, a sudden realization struck him. Death, he was not unfamiliar with it. He was, after all, someone who had lived again, and his soul had always persisted. Hadn't he spent so long in darkness, which was nothing but his own soul? With this thought, Enyao activated the technique of dark walking. Enveloping himself in shadows as memories of his solitary existence in the void resurfaced, loneliness, silence, and emptiness began to seep forth. A formidable dark power began to emerge, gradually dissipating the illusion. A spirit, as dark as ink, rose from his body. Was this truly his soul? It bore an identical visage to his own, yet exuded a powerful aura far surpassing his physical form. The soul, nurtured in the dark void for years, manifested like a tangible entity. Its overwhelming presence rippling the surrounding air, revealing to Enyao the source of his mental strength residing within his soul. Thus, once he mastered the art of spirit transformation, even the most skilled Jainin would stand no chance before him. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence. The immense power of his soul granted Enyao extraordinary perception. As the shadow stirred within, Enyao swiftly concealed his essence and vanished with a flicker. Approximately 5 minutes later, the third Hokage, clad in formidable attire, arrived at the scene, his countenance grave as he surveyed his surroundings. Once assured of solitude, he muttered in perplexity, "How curious. I distinctly sensed a formidable dark force here moments ago, yet it has vanished instantaneously. Who possesses such a shadowy heart? Could it be that Uchiha Obito still draws breath?" Undeterred, the third scrutinized the area meticulously. Soon his gaze fell upon delicate traces at the cliff's edge, fine threads, the hallmark of a puppeteer. Had the sand shinobi infiltrated? The third's heart brimmed with caution as several cat-faced ninjas materialized in the vicinity. In these times of war, the safety of the village was paramount. The third issued a stern command: screen all residents arriving from Sunagakure. Should any chakra be detected, detain them for interrogation. If resistance is met, eliminate them on the spot. Meanwhile, the unfortunate Sunagakure remained blissfully unaware of the shadow cast upon them by Enyao. As night fell, Enyao, laden with carefully packed provisions, made his way to the hospital with great earnestness. Unsurprisingly, he found Kato Daku engaged in treating patients. Respecting the sanctity of the moment, he opted to wait quietly by the side. Kato Daku, though initially surprised by Enyao's presence, acknowledged him with a nod once he had finished attending to his patients. Anya handed over the food, and Kato asked after receiving it, "Did you bring this specifically for me?" "Indeed, I waited for you at the hospital." Anya replied with a mysterious smile. "I tried the method you suggested last night, and I actually saw my own soul." Kato's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Anya and exclaimed, "Is that true?" Enyao nodded affirmatively, and a glimmer of excitement appeared on Kato Duan's face. To be candid, the technique of spiritual transformation was indeed his creation. However, he had embarked on this journey alone, devoid of any prior experience to draw upon, resulting in minimal progress. The existence of someone who could learn the same technique was undoubtedly a boon, as the two could engage in mutual exploration and advancement. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Kato Duan declared, "Once I complete my treatment, let us proceed to the training grounds together." Before long, the two arrived at the training arena, where Kato Duan swiftly encountered Enyao's spirit. Of course, this was the weakened version of Enyao's essence, having been diminished over the course of the night. Had the original spirit appeared, it would likely have struck fear into him. Upon witnessing Enyao's spirit, Kato Duan generously began to impart the secrets of spiritual transformation. As Enyao had anticipated, this technique indeed allowed the user to channel their own chakra into an attack that targeted the very soul, rendering the victim utterly unaware of their demise. It could be said that any spirit weaker than his own stood no chance against this technique, as the notion of the weak prevailing over the strong was entirely non-existent. Furthermore, the technique could even be employed to enter the bodies of allies, thereby enhancing their chakra, a veritable boon akin to a divine power source. Thus, the two practiced diligently throughout the night, while not far away. White Fang remained concealed in the shadows, quietly observing, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 19. White Fang's advice. It was not until dawn that Kato Duan departed. After a night of rigorous practice, both felt a profound sense of accomplishment, with Enyao reaping the greatest rewards. He had come to grasp the essence of spiritual transformation, though he still needed to refine his skills in both offensive and healing applications, an endeavor that would require sustained effort. Kato Duan found himself deeply impressed by Enyao's capacity for learning and comprehension, and the two resolved to frequently engage in discussions. As Enyao reveled in his newfound excitement, White Fang finally emerged from the shadows. Enyao was taken aback upon noticing the dew on White Fang, signaling that he had been present for some time. With a grave demeanor, White Fang cautioned, "In the future, refrain from using this ninjutsu on the battlefield, and do not reveal your knowledge of it to anyone." Enyao, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why not?" White Fang elaborated, "This ninjutsu possesses a fatal weakness, your physical form. It is a double-edged sword. Were I your enemy, I would devise a strategy specifically targeting you. The moment you employ the spiritual transformation technique would be your moment of demise." White Fang's words struck Enyao like a thunderclap, shattering his previous reverie. Just moments ago, he had been immersed in the strength of the technique, but now he realized its glaring shortcomings. If he were to recklessly employ it on the battlefield, he would likely meet his end without even comprehending how it happened. Enyao took a deep breath, swiftly calming the earlier surge of joy and regaining his composure. He sincerely remarked, "Thank you, teacher." Baya hesitated for a moment before continuing, "In truth, I do not recommend that you study ninjutsu until you have perfected your swordsmanship. Hints. I have never taught you any ninjutsu. If you have any objections, please feel free to express them. Of course not, An Yao replied candidly. You have always been my most esteemed teacher. Baya nodded, retrieving a bag and handing it over, saying, that is good to hear. This is your reward for the recent mission. You may take some time to rest over the next few days. I suspect that tasks will become quite frequent henceforth. Understood. After Baya departed, An Yao left the training ground alone, tossing the bag into the air. It was heavier than he expected, indicating he had earned a considerable sum. Given the circumstances, it seemed prudent to make the most of it, especially in these wartime days, where life could be fleeting and money would serve little purpose if one were gone. As he strolled through the streets, the atmosphere felt palpably tense. News of the Second World War had reached the village. Just as Baya and An Yao were mobilizing, numerous ninjas from the village had also been dispatched, and battles were erupting in many places simultaneously, explaining the influx of wounded in the hospital. At this early hour, with the dawn barely breaking, the shops appeared desolate, and An Yao found it difficult to locate a place for breakfast. Suddenly, as he brushed past an ordinary middle-aged man wearing glasses, he paused in his tracks. The gaze of An Yao deepened with intensity as he scrutinized the individual before him. The person appeared quite unassuming, clad in simple attire, with an old-fashioned pair of spectacles perched on their forehead. Their eyes wandered curiously about, embodying that rare quality of someone who could easily vanish into a crowd. Yet, it was precisely in this seemingly ordinary figure that An Yao discerned a familiar essence, a sense of kinship among comrades. This individual was most likely a master thief, and An Yao was almost instantaneously convinced of their true identity. Furthermore, it was evident that this individual possessed exceptional skills in concealment, as evidenced by their relaxed demeanor while strolling through the bustling streets of Konoha. An Yao's lips curled into a faint smile. Encountering a fellow traveler was indeed a rare occurrence. Hello, uncle, An Yao greeted him directly. The middle-aged man was initially taken aback by the sudden salutation, but he quickly regained his composure and responded with a warm smile. Hello, young one. What brings you here? His performance was quite convincing, An Yao mused, affirming his acting skills. Since he wished to play a role, I shall indulge him in this charade. A smile also graced An Yao's face as he inquired. I was hoping to have breakfast, but after wandering for quite some time, I have yet to find a place. Uncle, do you happen to know where I might find a breakfast shop? Oh, a breakfast shop. The man gestured towards the corner and said, if I recall correctly, just around that intersection, there should be one. Is that so? Thank you ever so much. An Yao warmly proposed. Why not allow me the pleasure of treating you to breakfast? The man shook his head and replied, oh, I couldn't possibly accept. I have work to attend to, so I'll have to decline. Ah, what a pity, An Yao lamented. Very well then, I shall be on my way. Indeed. The man nodded and prepared to take his leave. An unexpected voice burst forth. By the way, where do you work? Once I finish my breakfast, I shall deliver it to you as a token of gratitude for your guidance. The man, who had just turned away, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing the child before him was rather troublesome, exuding an air of peculiarity. Could it be that he had inadvertently revealed something? Yet, it didn't seem so. With a broad smile, the man turned back and replied, oh, how could I possibly accept that? Instead, let me treat you to breakfast. An Yao, with a hint of disrespect, expressed his gratitude. Thank you. After turning the corner and walking a short distance, they indeed found a noodle shop that had just opened. The two of them simultaneously ordered a bowl of noodles and began to eat. As An Yao savored his meal, he offered his critique. Though it could not compare to the renowned Uchiha ramen, the flavor was quite acceptable, light and suitable for a morning repast. It seemed this individual had a profound understanding of Konoha, a remarkable feat. After finishing their noodles, An Yao preemptively paid the bill, prompting the man to inquire in surprise. Young lad, didn't you say I was treating you? As An Yao stepped outside, a wicked smile graced his lips as he said, no worries. If you assist me with a task, we shall consider it a favor repaid, shall we? The man, noticing An Yao's grin, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Yet he maintained a facade of calm and inquired, what predicament has this young one encountered? It is indeed a challenging matter. I wish for you to aid me in stealing an item. The word struck like a boulder plunging into the depths of a lake, causing a tumult within the man's heart. In terror, he took 2 steps back and said, young one, you must not speak carelessly. Stealing is unequivocally wrong. Dark Glory pursued relentlessly, questioning, is it truly right to lurk in another's village, masquerading as an ordinary laborer? The man, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, I assure you, I am merely a common worker. Enough of the pretense. Put away your weapon, Dark Glory retorted. Trust me, you cannot defeat me, even if you could. This is Konoha. Creating such a commotion, you would not escape. These words pierced him like a needle, awakening a realization. At that moment, the bespectacled man's eyes glimmered with newfound sharpness, and his previously hunched form straightened with composure as he calmly inquired, how did you see through my disguise? I believed I had revealed no weaknesses. Chapter 20. Onward to the battlefield. An Yao, with a profound smile, remarked, some individuals, no matter how adeptly they conceal themselves, cannot dissipate the essence that emanates from their core. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed something unusual. The man, clearly taken aback, scrutinized Anyao closely, and then sighed. Very well, I concede. Pray tell, young one, what do you intend for me to do? Darkshine did not directly state his intentions, but instead posed a rhetorical question. First, tell me, what is your name? Xian Wang, the newcomer succinctly replied, uttering just 2 characters. After a moment of contemplation, Anyao found himself at a loss for recollection. Although he had perused the world of Naruto superficially and grasped the general trajectory of the storyline, he was utterly oblivious to the specifics of any supporting characters, including how long they had existed within that realm. However, the mere fact that someone could remain concealed in the village of Konohagakure suggested they possessed considerable skill. Hence, Anyao resolved to speak candidly. I wish for your assistance in stealing the Book of Seals. Xian Wang was taken aback, unable to fathom that Anyao would so brazenly articulate his intentions. Even more astonishing was the audacity of this child to request his assistance in theft. What grounds did he have to make such a demand? Xian Wang cautiously replied, You must understand that I am a ninja from another nation, here under orders to gather intelligence for my homeland. Are you suggesting that I assist you in thievery and subsequently defect alongside you? An enigmatic expression adorned Yao's face as he remarked, It is you who steals. What treachery do I commit? Goodness, even Su N.W.ing was taken aback by the audacity of this little rascal, and he candidly replied, What makes you believe that I would hand over the stolen goods to you? And Yao replied nonchalantly, It matters not. If you do not hand it over, I shall simply take it by force. You need only focus on the act of thievery. With his mastery of the ethereal transformation technique, Inyao felt quite confident that the other would not escape. His only concern now was the reluctance of the other to partake in the theft. Xian Wang found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle. This young rascal before him was undoubtedly no innocent, with a thick skin and a heart as dark as coal. He realized that should he refuse, he would likely find himself unable to remain in Konoha, and there was a high possibility of facing assassination. Should he take the ruthless step of eliminating him? In that moment, a murderous intent flickered within Xian Wang. And Yao, exuding an air of tranquility, continued, By the way, my teacher is the White Fang of Konoha. I advise you to remain calm. Upon hearing this, the murderous intent emanating from Su N.W.ing dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a warm smile as he responded, Young one, are you serious? Such a significant item must surely be heavily guarded. How could I possibly steal it? And Yao, brimming with confidence, replied, Well, you alone may not suffice, but with my assistance, it can be accomplished. Of course, I am not suggesting you attempt the theft at this moment. We need to create an opportunity for the third Hokage to leave the village. He recalled a scene from the original animated series, where the crystal ball in the possession of the third Hokage could reveal the true state of affairs in distant locations. Thus, as long as he remained within Konoha, no one would have the chance to steal anything. Very well, Su N.W.ing sighed with relief after hearing this. At least this young individual was not sending him to his doom. It seemed he genuinely desired that item. However, the Hokage's departure from the village was indeed a rarity, and this period should suffice for him to accomplish his own feats in Konoha. With Su N.W.ing's agreement, Inyao felt elated and stepped closer, saying, During this time, I will uncover your true identity. If I encounter any ninjas from your village on the battlefield in the future, I shall show mercy. Farewell for now. After Anyao finished speaking, he left without a backward glance, leaving Xian Yuan with a complex expression. He understood that Anyao's final words were clearly a threat. There were only so many ninja villages opposed to Konoha, and given his identity as a disciple of Konoha's White Fang, it would not be difficult for Anyao to uncover his identity. It was even highly likely that he would eliminate him the moment he acquired the sealing scroll. What a frightening child. Xuan Yuan's speculation was not entirely unfounded. Anyao indeed entertained such thoughts, but he quickly dismissed them, realizing that instructing Xian Yuan to steal the scroll was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, a casual move in a game of strategy. If successful, it would be advantageous, but if not, it was of little consequence, for his primary focus remained on mastering swordsmanship. Ninjutsu was merely a means to diversify his tactics, allowing him to adapt to various environments. Quality was far more important than quantity. Soon, Anyao arrived at the White Fang's residence, returning to the familiar training grounds, where he began to seek that elusive feeling of the perfect strike. The art of drawing the sword, a most fitting name, was about harmonizing one's spirit, energy, and essence into a single, flawless cut. Once the sword was drawn, blood was inevitable. However, to return empty-handed would only lead to self-inflicted harm. Thus, one must always be prepared for what followed. Anya began to reminisce about the initial strike taught by White Fang, continuously simulating it in her mind. While her hands mirrored the movements, Kakashi, observing from the side, felt that today's Anya was markedly different from her usual self. A glance revealed that she resembled a flash of blade light, captivating and enchanting, though the young boy remained oblivious to the significance of this transformation. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and White Fang entered the training ground. Anya proactively inquired, Is there a mission? Baya nodded in affirmation, Indeed. With a fully adjusted state, Anya confidently declared, Then let us proceed. Baya cautioned, This time we are heading to the battlefield. Be prepared for the possibility of not returning. The dark figure paused momentarily and softly uttered 3 words, I understand. At that moment, Kakashi stepped forward and inquired, Are you all leaving again? I wish to accompany you to the battlefield. The gentle White Fang affectionately patted his head and replied, be good. When we return this time, I will take you to the Ninja Academy. Once you graduate, we shall go together. The young Kakashi exclaimed with joy, great. Anya shook her head slightly. Youth is a blessing, blissfully unaware of the brutalities of war. The two departed from Konoha, unlike the previous time when it was just the master and apprentice. This time, a multitude of ninjas accompanied them, nearly 1,000 in number, indicating the onset of a large-scale battle. White Fang remarked, Amigakure has already triumphed over the Land of Iron. Hanzo of the Salamander truly deserves his title as a demigod. His influence has significantly expanded, to prevent him from growing even stronger. We have decided to launch a full-scale offensive, with the 3 disciples of the Third Hokage leading the charge. I shall be responsible for safeguarding the rear of our forces. Upon hearing this, Anya expressed her confusion. Why does the Hokage not allow you to lead? Given the current situation in Konoha, you are undoubtedly the foremost figure beneath the Hokage. White Fang had evidently contemplated this issue and candidly replied, I believe it is due to Hanzo's abilities. His poison is formidable, and only Tsunade might have the means to counteract it. If I were to engage him, the outcome would be uncertain, and besides, my most potent strategy lies in restraint. It became clear. The invisible blade is the most lethal, as long as White Fang refrains from striking. Hanzo must remain vigilant against him, unable to unleash his full potential. In essence, this confrontation between Konoha and Amigakure is a test of sheer strength and resilience. A contest to see who can endure the longest. Furthermore, those who wield poison fear 2 things. One is the existence of an antidote, ensuring they cannot be mortally wounded. And the other is swiftness, making it impossible for their poison to reach its target. Tsunade and Orochimaru, as one might expect, possess exceptional survival skills, while Jiraiya can summon toads for his protection, showcasing his own formidable self-defense capabilities. However, White Fang's abilities necessitate close-quarters decisive strikes. He could potentially eliminate Hanzo. But in doing so, he would inevitably be exposed to the poison as well. If he could not withstand it, the outcome would be mutual destruction. It is evident that the Third Hokage has deliberated deeply regarding this impending conflict with Amigakure. Of course, this is predicated on the 3 disciples of the Third Hokage being able to withstand the pressure exerted by Hanzo. Chapter 21. A heroic rescue. Regarding whether the 3 could withstand the pressure, Anya was unconcerned, for at the outset of the animation, all 3 were alive and well. The conclusion seemed predetermined. What mattered most was to safeguard his own life. White Fang's mission was to protect the rear, evidently wary of other nations seizing the opportunity to strike. Nevertheless, it seemed there would be little conflict, compared to the 1,000 ninjas on the front lines. The task was considerably less arduous. How fortunate to have chosen the right mentor. Anya felt an inner sense of joy. As the war commenced in earnest, Anya began to feel the weight of pressure and realized the gravity of his misjudgment. Almost daily, injured soldiers were brought back to the village. Severed limbs and dismembered bodies were commonplace, with some even succumbing to death en route home. From the very outset, the conflict reached a fever pitch, with both sides clashing fiercely, vowing to fight until the last man stood. At this moment, the supply lines became critically important. Anya found himself perpetually busy, his nerves taut, unable to afford any relaxation. Just as White Fang had anticipated, such a large-scale battle attracted the scrutiny of ninjas from various nations. Although they were merely small contingents, their presence necessitated constant vigilance against potential surprise attacks. This, indeed, was the source of Anya's vexation. These ninjas posed a dilemma. Neither engagement nor avoidance seemed viable. Fortunately, after White Fang executed a swift and decisive strike, eliminating several adversaries, the lurking ninjas fell silent. Yet, Anya was acutely aware that they had merely retreated into the shadows, like venomous snakes lying in wait, ready to spring forth at the slightest opportunity. Upon contemplating this, Anya directly approached Baya to request concealment and the complete eradication of these lurking minions. Baya, after hearing Anya's request, pondered for a moment before responding. I have already reported this information to the 3 commanders at the front line. They have indicated that a designated individual will be dispatched to address these matters. Since you also have intentions, you may proceed to act in concert with this individual. After hearing this, Inyao nodded. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance to have assistance. However, clarity must be maintained in our discourse. Having grown accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death during this period, Inyao's heart had hardened like iron. Thus, he spoke with a chilling demeanor. If those who arrive hinder my progress, I shall not concern myself with them. Baya fell silent upon hearing these words, and after a moment, replied, I trust that those sent will not be lacking in merit. Upon hearing this, Anya said nothing further and quietly awaited. Shortly after, a familiar figure approached the two, his distinctive golden hair revealing his identity as none other than Jiraiya's esteemed disciple, Minato Namikaze. Minato immediately greeted Kakashi with a nod and then smiled, waving at Anya. Anya was delighted to see Minato, not only because he was reuniting with an old friend but also due to the assurance of Minato's formidable strength. There was no cause for concern. Minato had already reached the pinnacle of Chunin upon graduation. After enduring over half a year of rigorous training under Jiraiya, it was reasonable to assume he had attained the status of Jonin. Furthermore, with his flying thunder god technique, he was perfectly equipped to confront the shadowy ninjas they faced. With no time for pleasantries, the long-lost classmates set forth on their journey. Throughout their expedition, their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, encountering virtually no adversaries. They swept through their path effortlessly, and within the borders of the land of fire, whether Chunin or Jonin, foreign ninjas faced only doom. In the midst of their endeavor, both acknowledged each other's growth, and Minato was the first to speak, saying, "Anyao, your swordsmanship is truly terrifying." An exquisite smile graced Yao's lips as he replied, "Your speed has certainly improved. Without you, this mission would not have been so effortless." With a grave expression, Watergate remarked, "The battle ahead is exceedingly fierce. I wish to complete our task swiftly and return to the front lines." Upon hearing this, Yao inquired, "Is that the formidable mackerel fish Hans truly so powerful?" To which Mizuno earnestly analyzed, "The crux of the matter lies in his exceptionally cautious approach to combat. He has refrained from engaging us directly, instead opting to leverage his intimate knowledge of the terrain and utilizing explosive formations to sap our vigor. After this prolonged engagement, both sides are fighting to the last breath. I sense that the ultimate confrontation is imminent." After listening, Yao nodded. "Truly, one who dares to declare war on three parties simultaneously possesses considerable capability." "Oh." It seems that Mizuno has discovered something, as he now holds a scroll in his hand. Yao inquired, "What is this?" It was an intelligence obtained from the recent demise of a ninja from the Land of Thunder's Yunin village. Upon reviewing it, Mizumoto's countenance changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Damn it, this is dire." This was the first time Yao witnessed Mizumoto in such a disarrayed state, prompting him to ask, "What on earth is happening?" With a grave expression, Mizumoto replied, "The Land of Thunder seeks the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan and has dispatched 3 elite ninjas to capture Kushina. What are we waiting for? Let us go." Without hesitation, Yao grasped Mizumoto's arm and they dashed towards the direction of Konoha. Both were exceptionally swift ninjas. And in no time, they returned to the village, which was shrouded in the cloak of night. Konoha's ninjas were patrolling the streets. And Yao approached one of them directly, asking, "Is something amiss?" The ninja responded, "Foreign ninjas have infiltrated and abducted Uzumaki Kushina. We are currently in search of her." An ephemeral glance exchanged between Anyao and Shueimin, and in an instant, one departed from this place. Anya spoke first. "The cloud ninja we just eliminated was clearly a scout. This implies that their retreat is not towards the hidden cloud village, but rather, they intend to circumvent our battlefield and return to their village." Without hesitation, Minato understood and immediately pursued. As expected, the two soon discovered a strand of red hair on the ground in the darkness. Just one glance revealed that this distinctive crimson hair undoubtedly belonged to Kushina. The shadowy figure also sensed the presence ahead and spoke. 3 elite shinobi are required." As Anya's words faded, Minato surged forward with unrestrained vigor. This fellow is utterly consumed by matters of the heart, Anya thought, and promptly concealed himself to intercept the retreat of the 3 cloud shinobi. However, Anya's actions proved to be unnecessary in the wake of Minato's swift assault. The 3 jonin were dispatched before they could even respond. It was evident that Minato, unleashing his full potential, had firmly attained the status of an elite jonin, rendering ordinary jonin incapable of lasting even a second against him without any special techniques. Having rescued Kushina Uzumaki, Minato offered her a comforting gesture, followed by a graceful princess carry, which under the moonlight rendered the maiden utterly entranced. From his vantage point, Anya could not suppress a soft exclamation of admiration. Truly, he is the eternal heartthrob. When he chooses to act, he captivates completely. After uttering this remark, Anya's dagger mercilessly ended the lives of the 3 fallen cloud shinobi. How peculiar it is, he pondered, that the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball failed to activate when Kushina was captured. Or could it be? A sudden pang of realization struck Anya. Could it be that he was absent from the village, and thus, the opportunity had truly arrived? Chapter 22, The Art of Illusion. As anticipated, the 3rd Hokage was indeed not present in the village. It appeared that the conflict was not confined to the Hidden Rain village. Hostilities had erupted elsewhere as well. The Land of Earth, maintaining a deceptive silence, had launched a brazen assault, forcing Konoha to reluctantly open a second front. The Hokage hastened to the front line to assume command. Having rescued Kushina, Minato was preparing to rush into battle when she grasped his arm, halting his advance. Summoning her courage, Kushina declared, "I am a ninja now. I wish to fight as well." "No," Minato replied without hesitation, his previous exposure to the brutalities of war compelling him to prevent her from joining the fray. Anyao naturally disagreed, jokingly remarking that you are destined to be the future Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the precious gem of Konoha. If anything were to happen to you, we would bear the brunt of the consequences. This illustrates the absence of the 3rd Hokage from the village. Otherwise, how could those 3 jonin possibly succeed in capturing you? They would likely be eliminated the moment they entered. However, observing Kushina's firm grip on Minato, refusing to let go, Anyao sighed and said, "As for who holds the reins in the village now, perhaps you should inquire with that individual." After Anya spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Minato, who immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, they pushed the door open to find a middle-aged man with an anxious expression. At that moment, he appeared quite serious, yet upon seeing Kushina, a hint of a smile crossed his face. "You're all right. That's wonderful news." "Minato, recognizing the man. Politely nodded and said, "Hello, Uncle Rinko. I must head to the battlefield, but Kushina wishes to accompany me. What do you think?" Preposterous. Before Minato could finish his sentence, Rinko interrupted him with a grave tone. "I have always opposed you youngsters going to battle. You are the hope of Konoha's future. Not only is Kushina forbidden to go, but you, Minato, must also remain in Konoha. Should any responsibilities arise, I will bear them alone." Minato was taken aback. Utterly unprepared for such a situation, and his heart was filled with reluctance. Just as he was about to protest, another voice interjected. It was Anya, who had just arrived. He pointed to himself and asked, "What about me?" Rinko glanced at Anya, clearly recognizing him, and a flicker of hesitation appeared in his eyes. Anya's recent remark was intended to lighten the atmosphere. However, to her surprise, Akane began to ponder it earnestly. What is happening? Are they the only two regarded as children? While I am not. This disparity in treatment is perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Akane said, "I will reach out to your teacher, Baya, until he responds. You should remain in the village for the time being." Well, that indeed sounds like a sensible statement. Inyo smiled faintly at Jinhong, acknowledging him. Before turning to depart, stating, "I apologize, but I only heed my teacher's commands. I shall take my leave now." With that, Inyo leaped away from the scene. However, just as he was about to exit the Hidden Leaf Village, the surroundings transformed into an ethereal illusion. Sensing something amiss, Inyo swung his blade fiercely, causing the illusory landscape to distort momentarily before reverting to its original form. What is this? An illusion? Inyo quickly grasped the situation. When did I fall under an illusion? Astonished, given his mastery of S-rank illusions, he swiftly formed hand seals and silently murmured, "Release." The scene before him dissipated like mist, yet Inyo found himself within the confines of his own home. This is a double illusion. No. The first layer of the illusion hasn't been dispelled at all. This is a space akin to Tsukuyami, conjured from the depths of my consciousness. Such formidable illusionary prowess. Undoubtedly. The one capable of executing this silently is none other than Jinhong, whom I encountered moments ago in the office. Anya, displaying a keen sense of understanding. She drew sword and exclaimed, "I shall not depart. Release me, I beseech you." As soon as these words were uttered, the surrounding scenery shifted once more. It became evident that Anya had remained within the confines of the office all along, never having ventured a step beyond. Jinhong cast a glance of admiration at Anya and remarked, "A clever child indeed. It is no wonder that Baya has taken you as his disciple." Anya sighed helplessly and said to Minato, "Kushina was frightened today. Please take her home first." Minato inquired, "What about you?" "I wish to have a conversation with Uncle Murasaki." She replied, "Very well." After Minato departed, Murasaki looked at Anya with a hint of curiosity and remarked, "What do you wish to discuss? Just so you know, my time is limited." An enchanting smile graced Inyao's face as he playfully adopted an innocent child's demeanor and exclaimed, "Uncle Jinhong, your recent illusion was truly magnificent. Might you impart your wisdom upon me?" Jinhong paused, momentarily taken aback by the child's unexpected flattery, and hesitantly inquired, "What is it? Have you mastered the sword techniques that Baya taught you?" An ambiguous reply emerged from Inyo. "Well, more or less, there's no harm in learning a little more." "Father, do not teach him. You have said that you would only teach me," interjected the voice of a small child. As Inyo turned around, he beheld a little girl, around 7 or 8 years of age, standing at the doorway, her face etched with discontent, as if he were attempting to snatch away her most treasured toy. Anya inquired, "What is this?" "Red, please do not be so impolite," Jinhong gently chided, as he lifted her into his arms with a warm smile. "This is my daughter. Sunset Red." "Ah, Sunset Red, I recall now. She is the illusion technique instructor for Naruto and the others. It appears that their illusion skills are indeed inherited, much like the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans. Alas, it seems there is no hope." Disheartened, Anya prepared to take her leave when Jinhong suddenly interjected, "In truth, mastering illusion techniques primarily relies on innate talent. I currently lack the time to instruct you, but my daughter has already established a solid foundation. If you wish to learn, I can have her teach you." "What do you say?" At this, Sunset Red exclaimed loudly, "No way. I refuse to teach him." Intrigued, Anya decided to tease Jinhong upon witnessing her reaction, adopting a dismissive expression as he remarked, "Truly, Uncle Jinhong, perhaps it's best to reconsider. What could a mere child like you possibly teach me?" Indeed, as soon as these words escaped Anya's lips, Jinhong's temper flared instantly, struggling to extricate herself from Jinhong's embrace. She pointed an accusatory finger at Anya and exclaimed, "Who are you calling a child? You're only a few years older than I am. Come on. I shall teach you right now, and if you fail to grasp it, just wait and see how I will address you." With that, Jinhong tugged at Anya's clothing, adopting an eager demeanor as if she were about to commence her instruction. Naturally, Anya followed her outside, casting a grateful glance at Jinhong as they departed. Jinhong chuckled softly, bemused by the child's spiritedness, and then returned to attending to the village's affairs. Meanwhile, Jinhong, while leading him, began elucidating the theoretical foundations of illusion techniques. It must be acknowledged that her knowledge was quite commendable. In just a few brief exchanges, she instilled in Anya a fresh perspective on the art of illusion. Chapter 23. Unraveling illusions, the two of them commenced their studies within the confines of the Hokage building. As it was the dead of night, it wasn't long before Shihong succumbed to fatigue and drifted off to sleep. As the night unfolded, Anya, brimming with enthusiasm, commenced her practice. Illusionary techniques are designed to target the five senses of the adversary, ensnaring them in a web of hallucinations. However, mastering such arts is no trifling task. Akin to puppet mastery, it demands an innate talent. In the realm of animation, few ninjas truly excel in this craft. Most regard it merely as a supplementary skill. A master of illusions can deftly manipulate the flow of chakra within the enemy's neural pathways, much like the encounter Anya faced with Akane. Once they clashed, Anya found herself utterly defenseless. After a night of relentless practice, Anya glanced at the still slumbering Akane and, employing the same method she used on Kakashi, roused her from sleep. With a playful grin, she teased, "Little sleepyhead, the sun's already shining on your backside. Why aren't you up?" Akane slowly opened her drowsy crimson eyes, glaring at Anya with evident displeasure, clearly in a state of insufficient rest. An exquisite piece of candy was produced from his pocket and offered with a gentle gesture. "Here, indulge yourself. It is quite sweet." The setting sun cast a warm glow as Zai-Hong swallowed hard, yet she refrained from reaching out. Instead, with a hint of pride, she declared, "Humph. I have no desire for your offerings." Anya, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, "This is no ordinary gift. It is a token of appreciation from a student to a teacher. After all, you stayed up so late last night to teach me the art of illusion, and it is only fitting that I express my gratitude." Such flattery caused the cheeks of Sunset Red to flush with embarrassment as she shyly accepted the candy, murmuring, "In truth, I was merely teaching you casually. It is sufficient that you can grasp it." Then, she added, "Have you not rested well? Lean on my shoulder for a while. I will carry you out for breakfast." With that, Anya turned his back and squatted beside the bed, gesturing for Sunset Red to climb on. Having never experienced such kindness before, and only recalling her father's busy figure, she found herself momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Anya gently reassured, "It's perfectly fine. You need not worry about feeling overweight, fearing that I may struggle to carry you." Who said I'm fat? I can be carried," Zai-Rong replied, wrapping her arms around Anya's neck. Anya lifted her thigh and playfully spun around, accompanied by a cheerful exclamation from Shihong. He jubilantly declared, "Let us go. We're off." As he dashed out the door like the wind, he sensed an unusual silence behind him from Shihong. And Yao couldn't help but chuckle internally, thinking, just a little girl. If I can't handle someone like Tsunade, how could I not easily manage someone so small? Indeed, after they finished their breakfast, Shihong unsuspectingly brought in Yao back to her home, intending to continue teaching him illusion techniques. An enigmatic dusk inquired, "Oh, do you return home during the day? Then why do you spend the night in the Hokage building?" Upon hearing this, Kurenai Yuhi's face flushed slightly as she retorted, "It's none of your business." And Yao suddenly realized, could it be that you are afraid of the dark while sleeping alone at home? Shihong's expression dimmed slightly, and for once, she did not retort. "How about I keep you company tonight, so you won't have to run back and forth?" And Yao suggested. "You?" Shihong asked in confusion. "Aren't you going home?" Yao, with an air of indifference, remarked, "I am the only one at home. It makes no difference whether I return or not." "How can you be all alone?" she inquired. "Because my parents are gone. They perished on the battlefield." "Ah," Shihong gasped, covering her mouth in shock. A look of regret crossed her face, and she instinctively reached out as if to offer comfort to Anya. Anya grasped her small hand and said, "So, I will have to trouble Teacher Red. I must diligently learn my skills, so that when I step onto the battlefield, I will possess some measure of self-defense." With a slightly flustered yet assured tone, Tsunade replied, "Rest assured, I will teach you well." Poor Tsunade was utterly unaware that she was firmly in the grasp of the unscrupulous figure before her. Tsunade then ventured into her father's chamber, emerging with various texts and scrolls, confidently proclaiming, "These are all the materials on illusion techniques that my father compiled. We shall study them together soon." The room fell into a tranquil silence, punctuated only by the soft rustling of pages as the two immersed themselves in their reading. Tsunade truly lived up to her title as a master of illusion, for within those texts lay numerous notes penned by her father. These annotations were far more precious than mere illusions, particularly the deductions and conjectures regarding various techniques, which opened a significant door for Anya. Notably, the most profound insights pertain to the three methods of dispelling illusions. The first, the simplest, involves disrupting one's own chakra flow to break the illusion. The second method, applicable when faced with more formidable or higher-level illusions, necessitates the intervention of another to disrupt the chakra flow. The third method, a realm accessible to only a select few, was recorded in her father's writings as the ability to separate the physical from the mental, even when the mind becomes ensnared in an illusion. The body can still respond to surrounding dangers or hostility, launching an attack. Her father referred to this ability as instinct. Thus far, only one individual has attained this third realm, the Leaf's White Fang. He had once experimented with an illusionary space, attempting to draw a White Fang within, and although he succeeded, White Fang's body retained its freedom of movement. With a single strike, Tsunade would have to make her escape. Upon encountering this passage, and Yao felt an increased appreciation for Bai Ye's earnest intention in urging him to practice swordsmanship. It became evident that Bai Ye aspired for him to attain such a profound realm. Alas, how unfortunate. Anya was acutely aware of his shortcomings. His thoughts were impure, his mind cluttered, and his desires overwhelming. Whenever he encountered something admirable, he yearned to possess it. This was evident when he previously sought to master the art of spiritual transformation, and now, his pursuit of illusionary techniques mirrored the same folly. He had witnessed their formidable prowess, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that if he truly mastered the swordplay, a single strike would render all other techniques obsolete. Should he continue his studies? Anyao found himself in a state of vexation. At that moment, Shi Yuhong noticed the troubled expression on Anyao's face and inquired, "What troubles you? Is there something you do not understand?" Ultimately, he decided to embrace the situation, resolving to engage in the learning process, if only for amusement. "Alas," lamented Anyao with a pitiful tone, "it is too difficult. I cannot learn it." Upon hearing this, Shi Rihong smiled warmly and replied, "My father once said that ninjas with the gift of illusion are quite rare. It is entirely normal for you to struggle at the outset. I too began my studies at a young age before I could grasp it." An intriguing suggestion emerged from Anyao. "Why not engage in a game together? You shall weave illusions, and I shall unravel them." Upon hearing this, Zairong felt a surge of excitement, exclaiming joyfully, "Absolutely, that sounds delightful." Having studied illusions for quite some time, she had never encountered such a request before. It felt as though someone had truly understood the depths of her heart. This sensation was akin to that of a master of dragon-slaying techniques finally laying eyes upon a dragon. Chapter 24, The Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. However, it wasn't long before Zairong's smile faded, for her illusions had never lasted more than a few seconds and were almost instantaneously dispelled by Anyao. Anyao even displayed a hint of disdain. After all, the disparity was stark when compared to the illusionary realm from the previous day. A mere flicker of chakra was sufficient to dissipate the illusion, rendering it utterly ineffective. Zairong's expression turned one of quiet distress, her already rosy eyes appearing even more pitiable. Witnessing this scene, Anyao swiftly offered words of comfort. "How about this? Let me take a turn. I shall conjure the illusion while you attempt to dispel it." Zairong, somewhat perplexed, queried, "Have you truly mastered the art of illusion?" Anyao replied, "Perhaps just a little." He himself was uncertain, after all. The technique of shadow manipulation required minimal study, as it resonated deeply with his own being, making it relatively easy to grasp. Yet, when it came to conventional illusions, he was not entirely confident in his ability to execute them. Zairong, still uncertain, nodded hesitantly, "Very well." With deft hands, he swiftly formed the necessary seals and invoked the spell, Illusion, Hell's Gaze. This enchantment had the power to manifest the most dreaded and loathed aspects buried deep within the hearts of individuals. In an instant, Hinata felt the surrounding structures vanish, leaving her enveloped in an abyss of profound darkness, utterly devoid of any presence. The incantation she had meticulously prepared slipped from her mind, leaving her paralyzed by fear. Her legs weakened, her body trembled, and her heart raced, as if demons lurked in the shadows, grinning wickedly at her plight. Overwhelmed by the suffocating pressure, she cried out in desperation, "Dark Radiance, release me, I am terrified." Noticing her distress, Dark Radiance immediately dispelled the illusion. Upon seeing Hinata's tear-streaked face, trembling uncontrollably in fear, he rushed to embrace her, murmuring, "I am so sorry. It was my mistake to employ this illusion." As he held her, he noticed that she had yet to regain her composure, and a wave of guilt washed over him. With so many spells documented, why did he choose this particular one? Hinata had just confronted her deepest fears, and it was evident that a child's capacity to endure such terror was limited. What could he do? Ah yes, the transformation technique. As the enigmatic Anya experienced a sudden inspiration, she silently invoked the art of spiritual transformation, allowing a surge of soul energy to penetrate the mind of Kurenai Yuhi. Upon perceiving the enveloping darkness in her consciousness, Anya comprehended the ordeal she had just endured. With a swift channeling of chakra, she dispelled the surrounding shadows and conjured a breathtaking vision of the most exquisite places from her past: mountains, rivers, seas, lakes, and an array of charming creatures she had never encountered before. In this unfamiliar yet comforting setting, Kurenai gradually regained her composure, opening her eyes to the wonders that unfolded within her mind. At that moment, a reassuring voice whispered in her ear, "Do not fear, I am right beside you, ready to take you wherever you wish to explore." Kurenai instantly recognized this as her nominal student, Anya, and instinctively leaned closer, embracing him as they reveled in the picturesque scenery within her mind, becoming blissfully entranced. When Kurenai finally emerged from her mental reverie, the enticing aroma of freshly prepared dishes filled the room. Anya was seen wielding a spoon, having prepared several steaming delicacies, remarking, "Your kitchen is rather sparse. I could only manage these few. If they do not suit your palate, we can dine out." Kurenai, silent as a demure housewife, served Anya's meal and joyfully began to eat. Before long, a day had swiftly passed, and true to his word, Anya settled into Kurenai's home, tirelessly immersed in the study of illusions. The more he delved into the subject, the greater his fascination became, hardly noticing the presence of another in the house. It was not until an unexpected visitor deliberately made their footsteps known that Anya instinctively assumed a defensive posture, ready to draw his blade at a moment's notice. "Your alertness is not as keen as I anticipated," remarked the newcomer, who was none other than Karinai's father, Jean. Anxious, Anya let out a sigh of relief and replied, "I became so engrossed in my studies that my vigilance has indeed diminished significantly. Has Hong fallen asleep?" Anya nodded lightly, saying, "I dozed off for a while." Jinghong gazed at her daughter, who was peacefully asleep, and expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you for being here with her." Anya jestingly remarked, "Of course, after all, she is now my little teacher." Akane smiled softly, settled down cross-legged, and, surveying the scattered books throughout the room, inquired, "How is your studying progressing?" Anyao nodded in satisfaction. Acknowledging that he had gained a general understanding of illusions, he could execute simple illusions, yet he was perplexed by the concept of double-layered illusions. Jinhong, taken aback, inquired, "Have you learned this so swiftly? Have you encountered illusions before?" "I have, but I never studied them systematically. This is my first time," Anyao replied. Jinhong reflected on how fortunate he was to have found such a promising student. Had he encountered Anyao first, he would have undoubtedly taken him under his wing without hesitation. With admiration, Jinhong addressed Anyao, saying, "Tonight, I happen to be free. Feel free to ask me anything you find perplexing." "Very well," Anyao, brimming with questions, set aside any pretense and voiced all his inquiries. Jinhong patiently answered each one without a hint of impatience. As the sun shone brightly and the night faded away, Jinhong, occupied with governmental duties, had already departed. The setting sun awakened the evening, and the first sight that greeted Anyao was the cheerful expression on Anyao's face, causing his cheeks to flush involuntarily. An enchanting glow enveloped as she crouched down, gently patting her own back. The setting sun, in a warm hue, understood and nestled against her, filling her with an overwhelming sense of warmth. Anya inquired, "Well, what would you like to eat this morning?" "Anything will do, you choose," came the reply. "Very well." Under the fading light of dusk, Enyo deliberately brought Shi Ri Hong to a breakfast shop once pointed out by the enigmatic Su Nwing. After ordering the same breakfast as on that fateful day, he patiently waited, confident that Su Nwing, with his remarkable abilities, would sense his presence. This instinct, akin to that of a fellow traveler, could not possibly fail him. Indeed, it was not long before Su Nwing appeared at the same establishment, ordering a bowl of breakfast identical to Enyao's. The two feigned ignorance of one another, quietly consuming their meals. Once Shi Ri Hong had finished her meal, Enyao turned to her and said, "Yesterday, the ninja school was closed, but today classes resume. Come, I shall carry you there." Embarrassed, Shi Ri Hong replied, "There is no need. I can walk." "One must not be overly courteous with students. Such privileges are reserved for teachers," Enyao declared, scooping her onto his back. Like a joyous child, he bounded towards the school, eliciting peals of laughter from Shi Ri Hong. Su Nwing pretended not to notice this scene, and after finishing his meal, he sighed. One wonders which unfortunate young lady is burdened with such a calamity, a wolf in sheep's clothing, indeed. With that remark, Su Nwing stealthily followed them, aware that the plan to pilfer had officially commenced. A long-buried thrill stirred within him. After all, he was merely stealing from an enemy village, devoid of any moral quandary. Moreover, his contingency plans were already in place, should matters go awry. He could simply sever ties without consequence. Chapter 25. Su Nwing's submission having been absent for over half a year, it was evident that the student body of the Ninja Academy had grown significantly, with a troubling influx of younger pupils. It is noteworthy that Enyao and Minato had graduated from the academy as teenagers, yet now, there were children as young as 3 or 4 years old attending. This stark reality underscored the urgency of the ongoing conflict, highlighting the desperate need for reinforcements. The scene of Anya carrying the setting sun red was naturally witnessed by many children from the Ninja Academy, who erupted into cheers and laughter. Sunsets realized something was amiss and repeatedly patted Anya's back. Anya gently set her down, smiling as she said, "I will pick you up in the evening." After the sun dipped below the horizon, Shiyu lowered her head and swiftly ran into the school, yet a faint word lingered in the air, "Good." As the enigmatic Enyao strolled leisurely, he paused beneath the grandeur of a towering tree and inquired, "Are you prepared?" To his astonishment, a visage emerged from the bark, responding, "I am ready at any moment." Upon hearing this, Enyao declared, "Then let it be tonight. I shall scout the area shortly." The ancient spirit residing within the tree expressed a hint of curiosity, asking, "How did you come to discover my presence?" The enigmatic figure, with a subtle smile, remarked, "It is often said that I possess a keen sensitivity to the essence of my fellow travelers, esteemed Lord Shinobi of Yanyan Village." Upon hearing the mention of Yanyan Village, Shuangguang was so taken aback that he nearly leapt from the tree, cautiously inquiring, "Young one, could it be that you have made an error?" The shadowy figure could not deny. "Oh, is that so?" While signing peace treaties with Konoha, they simultaneously dispatched ninjas to infiltrate and wreak havoc. Quite the clever scheme, I must say. By the way, I have recently come across some intriguing news regarding Yangren Village. Would you care to hear it? As the Second Great Ninja War had commenced over a month ago, the shadowy figure possessed extensive knowledge of logistics. Not to mention that he had clandestinely eliminated numerous ninjas from other nations, thus acquiring even more intelligence. Xianweng hesitated for a moment, uncertain whether this child was attempting to deceive him. However, given the prolonged absence from the village and the lack of communication regarding any actions to undertake, could it be that something truly was amiss? Cautiously, Xianweng replied, "If you genuinely wish to share, I would not mind listening." On Yao assumed a contemplative demeanor, as if deliberating whether to speak. Observing his expression, Xuanweng immediately grasped the situation, inwardly cursing On Yao fervently. Abandoning any pretense, he candidly declared, "Very well, I confess. I hail from Yanyan village. What has transpired in my village? Please, speak plainly." An enigmatic smile graced Yao's lips as she remarked, "I am not attempting to test you. I am genuinely contemplating whether or not to divulge this information. After all, I fear that revealing it may disrupt our forthcoming actions." Upon hearing this, Xianweng grew increasingly anxious and exclaimed, "If you choose not to speak, we shall part ways at this very moment." Anya sighed and said, "Very well. I have heard that the ninjas from Takinan village have attacked your settlement. However, I am unaware of the outcome, as I am not one who specializes in intelligence work." Upon hearing this, Su Nwang's mind became a whirlwind of chaos. Countless thoughts flooded his mind. No wonder the village had not been in contact with him for so long. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with the tasks at Konoha. "I cannot delay any longer. I must depart at once." An ominous glare emanated from On Yao, a chilling aura of murderous intent locking onto him. He spoke with an icy indifference. "It has been half a month since I received this information. Surely, you do not naively believe that a mere jonin such as yourself can effect any change upon your return." Under the weight of On Yao's lethal intent, Xuanweng regained his composure. Though Anya's words were harsh, they bore a certain truth. Returning alone would not alter the situation unless Konoha was willing to lend assistance. With this thought in mind, he hastily replied, "Our village has an agreement with Konoha. Might it be possible to send a contingent of reinforcements to our village?" An aura of exasperation enveloped Yao as he remarked, "You must understand, we are signing a peace treaty, not an alliance. Moreover, given the current circumstances of Konoha, do you truly believe they have any reinforcements?" Xianweng gritted his teeth and replied, "If Konoha is willing to take action, our Yangyan village would be eager to forge an everlasting alliance with them." Anya could not help but admire Xianweng's decisiveness. In such a brief span of time, he had conceived a plan to rescue the village. A peculiar thought arose in his mind, and he casually remarked, "I shall remember this matter. First, assist me in stealing a book." "Steal a book? What kind of alliance is that?" Xianweng could not suppress his expletive. The third Hokage is no fool. Such an important item, if pilfered, would undoubtedly lead to the perpetrator's discovery. Anya let out a sigh and said, "Why must you insist on Konoha? Is it not possible for you to accompany me instead?" Xuanweng, bewildered, inquired, "From what you say, do you intend to subjugate me?" Anya nodded slightly. To be honest, he harbored intentions of winning over Su Nwang. Although he could not recall if such a character existed in the original narrative, Su Nwang's skills in disguise, psychology, infiltration, and patience were nothing short of extraordinary. This individual epitomized the ideal subordinate in Anya's eyes, especially considering they were fellow practitioners. However, upon receiving a definitive response, Su Nwang let out a cold laugh and remarked, "With you, I fear I may not even know how I perished. Do not be deceived by your youthful appearance. Beneath it lies a thick-skinned, malevolent heart, cunning, ruthless, and devoid of warmth." On Yao could not contain his laughter, genuinely surprised that the person who understood him best in this world was none other than Su Nwang, a man he had only met twice. Su Nwang's insight into his psyche surpassed even that of Baya. After the laughter subsided, On Yao gazed intently at Su Nwang and declared, "To be frank, I hold you in higher regard. Here is my proposition. I swear by my Uchiha bloodline that when I attain the strength of a shadow, should Yangyan village face peril, I shall assist you in vanquishing the foe. If Yangyan village is destroyed, I shall aid in its reconstruction. What say you? You are the Uchiha clan?" Su Nwang exclaimed in surprise. "But you bear no insignia of the Uchiha. Whether I belong to the Uchiha clan, I trust your discernment can ascertain. This is a secret I have shared with but one soul. No more than 5 in the village are aware of it. This is my first step in extending my sincerity to you. What do you think?" On Yao spoke with genuine earnestness. Su Nwang appeared to waver, contemplating the offer. Dark Radiance continued, "A year ago, I was still studying at the Ninja Academy. Now, I can effortlessly slay Jonin. How long do you think it will take for me to reach the level of a Kage?" Upon hearing this, Xianweng gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well. You had better not deceive me, otherwise, even a cornered rabbit will bite." As On Yao heard his agreement, he was filled with delight and said with a smile, "There is no need for harsh words between us. Time will reveal true intentions. Soon, you shall be grateful for the choice you made today. I will scout the area, and we shall meet here tonight." Xuanweng watched On Yao's departing figure, his eyes clouded with complexity. He was uncertain whether his choice today was the right one, and he pondered whether On Yao's words were merely a deception. Now, he felt he had no options left, and could only hope that all would be well in the village. Chapter 26. The successful theft of the book. The inky blackness of night enveloped the sky, with only a few stars twinkling down. Under the faint glimmer of light, two figures stealthily concealed themselves beneath a large tree. It was none other than An Yao and Xuanwing. An Yao presented a map to Xian Wang, stating, "This is the location I surveyed this morning. The Book of Seals is located at the marked red dot. And there are two members of the Dark Division guarding the area." Xian Wang, uncertain, replied, "Are you suggesting we eliminate these two members of the Dark Division?" An Yao chuckled softly, "Am I truly so bloodthirsty?" Suin Wing understood his intent and replied, "Shall you divert them, or shall I?" A perceptive individual grasped the essence with but a hint. An Yao stated, "I shall take on this task. Though I suspect only one member of the Shadow Division will pursue me, while the other remains to guard. Allow me to handle both. You need only focus on the task of stealing the book." Suin Wing, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, "As far as I know, members of the Shadow Division are formidable. Are you not concerned about exposing yourself while confronting two alone?" An ominous aura enveloped the atmosphere as he leisurely remarked, "It is precisely because they are extraordinary that they can handle two. With their intellect, they will soon realize that I am deliberately leading them astray. Thus, they will not pursue relentlessly. Your time is quite limited." Xian Wang, with unwavering confidence, replied, "It is sufficient. Let us proceed." In a fleeting moment, the shadowy figure executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was shrouded in a veil of darkness, forming a series of seals. He conjured a shadow clone, which approached the room of the third Hokage, deliberately producing a faint sound. Who goes there? As anticipated, a concealed ANB with a feline mask dashed forward, drawing his blade without hesitation and striking with resolute determination. The shadowy doppelganger fled without a backward glance. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, hands weaving intricate seals as they directed a fierce incantation towards the dwelling before them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Water release, water wall. As the elements clashed, a thick plume of smoke billowed forth, and the commotion swiftly echoed through the village, summoning a multitude of patrolling ninjas to the scene. The dark figure swiftly turned and fled. Humph, how audacious to dare set fire to the Hokage's residence. I must see who you truly are. In a fit of rage, the remaining Umbu member charged towards the dark figure. Now was the moment. The lurking Xianyong silently infiltrated the scene, everything proceeding according to plan with remarkable ease. With the cover of the dark figure, retrieving the sealed book was as effortless as plucking a flower from a garden. The entire process transpired in less than 5 seconds. The two Umbu members who had pursued discovered that they had merely been deceived by a shadow clone. Realizing they had been tricked, they hurriedly returned to their original position. One of the Umbu members entered the Hokage's chamber, scrutinizing the surroundings before remarking, "Strange, it doesn't appear that anyone has entered here. What then? Was the purpose of the earlier commotion?" The other Umbu suggested, "Let us report to Lord Akane of the Setting Sun first and see what he has to say." Meanwhile, Xianyong, having secured the prize, swiftly made his way to a designated location provided by the dark figure. Upon arrival, he found the little girl he had seen during the day soundly asleep, while the dark figure observed him with a calm demeanor. The composure displayed by this child was truly admirable. Xianyong willingly presented the sealed book to the dark figure. Dark Radiance did not waste words. He swiftly retrieved the prepared scroll and began to transcribe. He was acutely aware that one could not leave Konoha while bearing the Book of Seals. The incessant sound of piercing air outside served as a testament to the heightened state of alert in the village. Xianyong, unable to direct his gaze towards the Book of Seals, glanced at the peacefully slumbering girl and, with a tone laden with complexity, inquired, "Did you conceive the idea of hiding here, exploiting the fact that the daughter of the commander of Konoha, Akane Hiragi, is within your reach?" In a flurry of urgency, he inscribed the forbidden techniques within the tome, not bothering to glance back as he inquired, "Why do you ask?" The elder replied, "Because Jinhong is currently the highest authority in the village. Thus the ninjas will instinctively overlook the possibility of issues within his household. This phenomenon is akin to darkness beneath the lamp. It appears you possess a keen understanding of the intricacies of human psychology." The darkly radiant figure chuckled softly. "Am I truly that formidable? Perhaps you are merely overthinking." "No," the elder insisted, shaking his head with certainty. "If it were another child, it might be mere coincidence. However, you are undoubtedly exceptional. With such a prodigy emerging from the Hidden Leaf village, one cannot help but wonder whether it is a blessing or a curse." "It seems you are quite concerned for the village," the figure remarked. The elder sighed. "Alas, it is not that. I merely reflect upon the matter." The spirit of focus was profoundly concentrated. Within a mere span of time, he had transcribed more than half of the Book of Seals. Naturally, he did not complete the entire transcription, as time was of the essence. He directly skipped over certain chaotic and seemingly ineffective forbidden arts that bore no practical value. "There is little time left for contemplation. Are you confident in your progress? Do you truly not require my assistance?" The dark radiance finally completed the final stroke, exhaling a sigh of relief as he returned the Book of Seals to the elder. The elder, receiving the tome, replied with irritation, "Enough, cease your probing. If I lacked this ability, I would not have lingered in Konoha for so long." Even if I were to be captured, I would not betray you. I merely hope you keep your word. No, the dark radiance responded earnestly. Should you be apprehended, there is no need to endure unnecessary suffering. Revealing my identity would not constitute a grave transgression. Do you recall your previous assessment of me? A lack of affection does not equate to a lack of compassion. Your survival holds great significance for me. Upon hearing this, the elder, who had initially prepared to depart, hesitated momentarily, uncertain whether to trust the dark radiance's words. With his back turned, he gestured a sign of victory before vanishing into the vastness of the night. Before long, a series of violent explosions erupted from beyond the walls of Konoha, awakening the slumbering Yugao from her deep sleep. Startled, she immediately noticed the dark radiance at her bedside and instinctively moved closer to him. The dimly glowing Anya gazed intently in the direction of the explosion, instinctively pulling her closer and gently patting her head, murmuring, "It's all right, go back to sleep. I will always be here." The initial fright of the crimson sunset quickly transformed into warmth. After finding a comfortable position in Anya's embrace, she fell into a deep slumber once more. On the walls of the Leaf Village, Crimson Sunset and several members of the Umbu stood vigil, with Crimson holding the stolen sealing book that had been retrieved. Below the wall, remnants of destruction from explosive tags lay scattered, along with torn clothing and traces of blood. One of the Umbu remarked, "Fortunately, Lord Crimson was meticulous in noticing the intruder's traces. This enabled us to intercept him at the last moment." Crimson gazed down at the signs of chaos, a hint of regret in her voice. "It's a pity he self-detonated. Otherwise, we could have gleaned more clues, such as how he infiltrated, if he had accomplices, and how he learned the location of the sealing book." After expressing her regret, Crimson commanded, "Quickly ascertain the identity he used to infiltrate the village. Investigate every place he has visited, and see if there are any lingering clues." Understood. With her command, several Umbu vanished into thin air. Chapter 27. Forbidden Techniques of the Book. After lulling Crimson Sunset to sleep, Anya opened the sealing book he had just transcribed. He skimmed over the known techniques: the multiple shadow clone technique, the dark movement technique, the impure world reincarnation, and the flying thunder god technique. He decided to forego the remaining techniques associated with impure world reincarnation, such as the mutual explosive tag, binding seals, the eight-headed serpent technique, and the gate of resurrection, as well as other unfamiliar forbidden techniques. After perusing the contents, Anya took a deep breath. Convinced that the animated version of Orochimaru had also perused the sealing book and had modified and upgraded the forbidden techniques within, the eight-headed serpent technique alone was exceedingly formidable. As long as there was chakra, it granted infinite regeneration and immortality. Once perfected, it would confer overwhelming power. However, the prerequisites were too demanding, requiring the infusion of animal cells, which Anya deemed unacceptable. The various other techniques appeared to have been developed specifically to counter the Sharingan, including the dark movement technique, flying thunder god, and impure world reincarnation. It was evident that the second Hokage had invested considerable effort to restrain the Uchiha clan. Though Anya acquired numerous forbidden techniques, most offered little assistance in his current circumstances. Yet, two particularly caught his attention: the mutual explosive tag, which could prove advantageous on the battlefield if utilized effectively, and the gate of resurrection, a remarkably powerful summoning technique. According to the text, its classification as forbidden was akin to the multiple shadow clone technique, as it could theoretically summon endlessly, albeit at the cost of the user's chakra. However, Anya found himself financially constrained. The first explosive tag required monetary expenditure, and he was hardly affluent like Conan. Furthermore, he lacked the summoning scroll necessary to inscribe the summoning formation, which also required funds. Alas, it seemed that no matter where one ventured, financial limitations were an insurmountable obstacle. After securing the forbidden techniques, Anya began to delve into illusion techniques. Following Crimson's guidance the previous night, many previously incomprehensible concepts from the text became clear. Indeed, learning under a mentor proved far more efficient than studying alone at a ninja academy. Having endured a sleepless night, Anya stretched lazily and splashed his face with cold water. Never perceiving his talent as particularly remarkable, only through diligent effort could he hope to succeed. Approaching Crimson Sunset, their daily routine resumed as he carried her out early. However, after breakfast, she adamantly refused to allow Anya to carry her to school. "Teacher Crimson, what is the matter?" Anya inquired. Crimson Sunset, blushing, replied, "Yesterday, my classmates laughed at me. In short, I cannot allow it today." "Ah, I see." Anya contemplated briefly before suggesting, "How about I carry you to the vicinity of the school and let you down there, so they won TC?" Crimson Sunset's interest was piqued, and she nodded in agreement. The two resumed their cheerful banter as they made their way to school. Just as they had traversed halfway, Anya heard a whistling sound cut through the air, abruptly halting his steps as a stone flew past him. Crimson Sunset clearly noticed as well. Turning to the boy who had thrown the stone, scolding, "Asuma, why are you throwing stones at us?" Anya cast a glance at the young boy, recognizing him as the son of the third Hokage. He bore an unmistakable Shamate hairstyle, entirely devoid of his father's composure and restraint. Asuma, with his hands on his hips, pointed at Anya and exclaimed loudly, "I am not throwing you. I am throwing him. Why is he carrying you? Is he taking advantage of you? Goodness. Are children today so precocious?" Anya felt a chuckle rising within, yet remained silent, adopting an air of aloof indifference. Asuma, predictably infuriated, picked up a stone once more. "You dare!" Kurenai admonished sharply. "If you throw another stone, I shall inform the teacher. When the third Hokage returns, let us see how he disciplines you." Indeed. Asuma was taken aback by Kurenai's words and refrained from throwing the stone. Embarrassed, he threw the stone forcefully to the ground, shouting defiantly, "I am not afraid of him. One day, I will leave Konoha." With that declaration, Asuma ran off without looking back, clearly intending to skip class. Observing this scene, Kurenai sighed like an adult, lamenting, "Alas. It is all the fault of the busy third Hokage, who has no time to properly guide him. Do not be angry with him." And Yao turned around in astonishment to gaze at Shi Rihong. Feeling slightly shy under Yao's scrutiny, Shi Rihong reached out and turned his head away, saying, "Why are you looking at me like that?" And Yao spoke with a profound meaning, "It's nothing, but it seems I am growing fonder of you." Upon hearing this, Shi Rihong's heart raced as she covered her ears, exclaiming, "Don't say such nonsense. I refuse to listen. Hurry, take me to school." "Ha ha. Then you'd better hold on tight. We're off." And Yao accelerated, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath them. Upon arriving at the school, just as Shi Rihong was about to step inside, a bird's call resonated from above, and Yao looked up, his expression turning grave. Noticing the shift in his demeanor, Shi Rihong turned back and inquired, "What is that?" "A messenger hawk," and Yao replied, observing the special mark of the white fangs on the hawk's talon, confirming that their leisurely days in the village were drawing to a close. Shi Rihong, clearly aware of its significance, hesitantly asked, "Could it be news from the battlefield?" "Most likely," and Yao affirmed with a nod. He crouched down and presented a small bag to Shi Rihong, saying, "I fear I cannot come to pick you up tonight. This is a treat I bought for you during my time away. Remember not to consume it all at once, or you might get cavities." Shi Rihong clutched the bag tightly, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I must go to the battlefield. Farewell." And Yao smiled gently, waving goodbye to Shi Rihong before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. As Shi Rihong gazed at the emptiness before her, she felt an inexplicable void within her heart, a profound ache, unaware that her youthful heart had been stolen away. An intriguing figure arrived at the Hokage's office and gently rapped on the door. "Enter." As Yao pushed the door open, he beheld Junhong intently perusing a recently arrived message, her countenance gradually illuminating with delight. Anya understood that the battle in the Rain Shinobi village must have reached a conclusion. As expected, Junhong rose with a hearty laugh, invigorated as he declared, "The Rain Shinobi village has ultimately succumbed in our confrontation. They have retreated. Moreover, the legendary Hanzo of the Salamander has conferred upon Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade the esteemed title of the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha. It is likely that this title will soon reverberate throughout the entire shinobi world." So this is how the legendary Three Ninjas of Konoha came to be. I had thought it was a self-proclaimed title. Anya chuckled at her own naivety and then inquired, "Lord Junhong, I noticed a mark from Teacher White Fang in the message. What did he say?" As Junhong opened the note, his previously jubilant expression darkened, and for a moment, he was at a loss for words. Anya sensed something amiss and inquired, "What is it?" Crimson replied slowly, although Tsunade and her companions emerged victorious. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Each of them sustained injuries and requires time to recuperate in the village. You have executed the logistical duties exceptionally well, and as a result, you have been promoted from a genin to a chunin. White Fang has commanded you to assemble a 4-member team and proceed to the battlefield at the rock-hidden village. A flicker of divine light flashed in the depths of Anyao's eyes as he resolutely declared, "All right." Suddenly, Junhong called out to Anyao, halting him. Anya cast a fleeting glance back at him, her expression shrouded in uncertainty. Junhong offered Anya a smile, sincerely wishing, "May you return alive." With a confident smile, Anya replied, "Absolutely." Chapter 28. Formation of the team. In this era of warfare, the structure of teams had yet to evolve into the 4-member squads characteristic of the future. It seemed that, following the trials of this conflict, the higher-ups of Konoha had reconsidered their strategies, perhaps inspired by the formidable strength of the legendary Sannin, ultimately deciding to organize teams of 4. This arrangement not only conserved manpower, but also enabled them to respond effectively to unforeseen circumstances. Given that his mentor, White Fang, entrusted him with the formation of a team, it was evident that he recognized Anya's capabilities, yet it also indicated his own lack of time to guide him. If Anya's deductions were correct, the battles at the Rain Village were nearing their conclusion, and Konoha would not dilute its forces by allowing White Fang to remain there any longer. It was likely he would be reassigned to the second battlefield to coordinate with the third Hokage. However, this time, White Fang would need to oversee the broader strategy. Thus, the selection of the 3 individuals for his team became crucial. The first choice was undoubtedly Minato. As for the remaining two, Anya found himself deep in contemplation. The reason for his hesitation was simple. The selection was daunting. Although he was a disciple of White Fang, his reputation was not yet established, and seasoned ninjas would likely be reluctant to take orders from him. It would be preferable to refrain from including them altogether. As for novices, Anya could only chuckle at the thought. Engaging in battle this time felt akin to embarking on a colossal quest. The essentials for such a venture, of course, included a sturdy tank and a healer. A figure suddenly emerged in Anya's mind. Cat Dien, who would be an ideal candidate, especially considering their existing rapport. As for the tank, the most suitable choice would undoubtedly be a member of the Akimichi clan. However, the three families within that clan were traditionally inseparable, and it would be inappropriate to disrupt their unity. Who, then, should he select? Never mind, he thought. He would first invite these two individuals and inquire about their recommendations. Perhaps the third choice would reveal itself in the process. Without further ado, Anya made his way to the hospital. Sure enough, he soon spotted the busy figure of Cat Dien. Once Dien had finished treating a fellow ninja, Anya approached him and said, Dien, I need to discuss something with you. Cat Dien, appearing quite fatigued, wiped the sweat from his brow and gently inquired, what is it? Anya candidly expressed her intention to assemble a four-member team to undertake a mission at the battlefield in Awagakure, and she extended an invitation for you to join her squad. To the battlefield? Kato tightened his fist as he surveyed the hospital filled with the anguished cries of ninjas. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, it appears that for the sake of the village's future peace, war is unavoidable. Very well, I shall go. Upon hearing Kato's affirmation, Anya sighed in relief and said, then prepare yourself. We shall convene at the gates of Konoha tonight. With that, Anya hastily set off to find Minato, only to be met with the unexpected revelation that he was not at home. Where has that guy gone? Surely he hasn't. In a moment of inspiration, Anya swiftly made her way to the home of Kushina Uzumaki, and, as expected, Minato was indeed present there. Anya could not help but voice her scorn, exclaiming, I wondered why I couldn't find you. It turns out you were hiding here. Upon seeing Anya, Mizukichi felt a tinge of embarrassment, offering a half-hearted chuckle as he replied, I feared that the Hidden Cloud village might take further action, so I have been here these past few days to protect her. Before Nyao could utter a word, Kushina Uzumaki could no longer restrain herself and retorted, Short hair, what business do you have with Minato? You are not welcome in my home. This nickname left Nyao utterly speechless. Although his hair was not long, it hardly warranted such an appellation. It seemed that this fiery girl had grown accustomed to it. However, Nyao chose not to stoop to her level and directly addressed Minato, saying, the battle in the Rain Village has concluded. My teacher has tasked me with assembling a four-man team to proceed to the second battlefield. I wish to select you. Will you join me? As anticipated, Minato immediately consented. Kushina's expression shifted at this moment, and she grasped Minato tightly. Women can be troublesome, and Nyao reflected as he observed the scene, and he sighed, rest assured. My teacher should also be at the second battlefield. The third Hokage will soon return to the village. With him present, you shall be safe. Upon hearing this, Minato earnestly replied to Kushina, I must go. This war is for the peace of our village, and I cannot shirk my duty. Kushina, understanding the futility of trying to dissuade Minato, lifted her chin defiantly and declared, if you are going, then I shall accompany you. And Nyao, was it? I also wish to join your four-man team. You? And Nyao shook his head vehemently. Setting aside her abilities, her temperament alone made her an unsuitable choice. Furthermore, having a married couple on the same team could easily cloud judgment with emotions. Seeing Nyao's refusal, Kushina's eyes twinkled as if a thought had struck her. She released her grip on Minato and said, in that case, you should return home to prepare. All right, Minato replied with a gentle smile before vanishing in an instant. As Nyao was about to depart, Jushinai suddenly called out to him, wait. Anya wore a resigned expression as he turned back and said, do not expect me to take you. It is utterly impossible. Kushina snorted, humph. Minato has mentioned you frequently these past few days. I know you have a keen interest in formidable ninjutsu. How about this? You take me along, and I shall teach you the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. At once, Anya's demeanor shifted from gloomy to bright, a grin spreading across his face as he replied, well, perhaps that isn't out of the question. I will take you along, but let me make it clear. You must follow my commands during the mission. Should you act recklessly and cause any adverse consequences, I will request your return to the village. Seeing Anya's agreement, Kushina's face brightened, and she nodded. All right, I understand. Prepare yourself. We will gather at the gates of Konoha tonight. To her surprise, the team of four was swiftly assembled. Although selecting Kushina was somewhat rash, it was fortunate that she was not yet the host of the Nine Tails, minimizing any potential repercussions of leaving the village. Moreover, her sealing techniques genuinely piqued Anya's interest. Throughout the entirety of Naruto, excluding those who rely on cheats, the most powerful sealing techniques predominantly originate from the Uzumaki clan, which may very well be one of the reasons for their clan's annihilation, possessing abilities that far exceeded their own strength. With access to these sealing techniques, The future holds limitless possibilities, particularly concerning the tailed beasts. Anya harbored a thought. Once he gained sufficient strength, he would capture one for research, as that chakra, surpassing the limits of the human body, was undeniably captivating. As night fell, the four gathered punctually at the gates of Konoha. Naturally, Minato was quite taken aback upon seeing Kushina. Yet, a single remark from her silenced him. Since this is war, it is unavoidable for anyone. Moreover, we are teammates now, and I believe you can protect me. Dark Radiance addressed the three individuals. We are uncertain how long this war will last, and it is likely that we will be together for an extended period to execute our missions. In order to coordinate more effectively, let us share our respective strengths. I, Dark Radiance, currently possess the prowess of a Jonin, excelling in close combat with a blade. Minato Namikaze, a Jonin, is renowned for his exceptional speed. Dankato, also a Jonin, is a medical ninja skilled in assassination techniques. Kushina Uzumaki, presently a Chunin, specializes in sealing techniques. After acquiring a general understanding of one another, Dark Radiance, filled with enthusiasm, proclaimed, "Let us depart." The four of them ventured into the night, heading towards the unknown battlefield. Chapter 29. The emergence of the tailed beast. When the quartet arrived at the battlefield, the confrontation between the warring factions had already escalated to a fervent intensity. Witnessing the scene, their blood surged with excitement, and Minato, ever the valiant leader, took the lead, ready to charge into the fray. Anya grasped him firmly, shaking his head to signal the others to swiftly retreat underground and approach the battlefield. However, after moving for a while, the group was forced to halt, for this time. Konoha faced the ninjas of Awagakure, whose earth techniques were among the most destructive in the 5 great nations. The terrain had been utterly transformed by their ninjutsu, and if they attempted to traverse the earth forcefully, they risked being buried alive. Observing the impossibility of infiltrating the chaos, Anya emerged from the ground, quickly locating a suitable hiding place, and addressed the 3 companions. The battlefield is currently in disarray. Both sides are consumed by fury, and recklessly charging in would surely lead to death. We must first locate our teacher and ascertain the situation before we can determine our course of action. With that, Anya transformed into a shadow and slipped into the periphery of the battlefield. At a glance, the scene was one of utter chaos, filled with the silhouettes of ninjas. The number of combatants had swelled to approximately 500, and one could only imagine the spectacle of over 1,000 ninjas unleashing their techniques simultaneously. The ninjas within the arena were in constant motion, for no one dared to remain in the same spot for even 3 seconds. The ground was littered with numerous corpses, and dismembered limbs were scattered all around. Among the fallen were clearly visible the underlings, their faces pale and bodies trembling. Many exhibited vacant stares, devoid of any reaction, while others were retching on the spot. These novices were quickly consumed by the merciless flames of war. In an instant, Enyao located the figure of Baya, who was presently encircled by 8 burly men, leaving not a single gap for escape. It was evident that the ninjutsu of these 8 individuals was exceptionally refined, their coordination remarkably exquisite. Armed with sealing tools, they initiated a sealing formation, their bodies shrouded in a thick layer of rock. Although Baya had managed to suppress them, he found himself unable to swiftly eliminate them. When Anya witnessed this scene, he was utterly astonished. He was well aware of how formidable White Fang was, yet these 8 mere extras managed to ensnare him. How could this be? Moreover, that such a kid across the battlefield had yet to make a move. As Anya pondered, the battlefield underwent a transformation. The rock ninjas, who had previously held the upper hand, suddenly retreated as if commanded. Some even rushed to carry 1 or 2 severely injured comrades away, occasionally glancing back with disdain at the Leaf ninjas, their provocations unmistakable. At that moment, the Leaf ninjas were consumed by a bloodlust, fixated solely on annihilating their adversaries. Many had lost comrades in this fierce conflict. Although they were perplexed by the sudden withdrawal of the rock ninjas, their innate desire for revenge propelled them forward recklessly. Do not pursue. White Fang, encircled yet still observant, immediately sensed a trap. How could a group of frenzied ninjas be allowed to charge heedlessly? He called out loudly. Regrettably, the chaos of battle drowned out his voice. The clashing of weapons, the bursts of jutsu, and the cries of ninjas rendered his warnings inaudible. Occasionally, a few ninjas hesitated upon hearing his shouts, but seeing their comrades press on, they too succumbed to the tide of battle. In this critical moment, White Fang ceased to conceal his prowess. The short blade in his hand gleamed with a radiant luster as he positioned it at his waist, his body slightly bent. Casting a cold glance across the battlefield before commanding, "Die!" A blinding arc of light sliced through the boundless void, severed limbs fell silently to the ground, and the formation that had imprisoned White Fang shattered beneath his strike. The 8 ninjas, renowned for their remarkable defense, could no longer withstand this assault, collapsing one after another. Without pause, White Fang leaped into the air, delivering another decisive blow. At that moment, the battlefield was entirely captivated by the might of his strike. Before the advancing Leaf ninjas lay a deep fissure, and all gazed at this harbinger of death with a near-dazed expression. The rock ninjas finally comprehended why the Tsuchikage had instructed them to abandon their mission upon encountering White Fang. He was far more powerful and terrifying than the legends foretold. All leaf ninjas, halt. Step forward, and you shall die. White Fang's chilling voice resonated across the battlefield, instantly reaching every corner. Upon hearing his words, the leaf ninjas felt a clarity wash over them. They gazed at the profound chasm before them, their hearts trembling involuntarily, prompting them to halt. From a distance, Anya marveled at the devastating might of White Fang's strike. It was evident that White Fang had finally unleashed his true abilities. He had previously restrained himself, likely saving his strength for the potential arrival of the Tsuchikage. However, the current situation left no room for reservations. The first to react among the rock ninjas were those who had previously faced White Fang. Yet, under the full force of his onslaught, 5 of the original 8 had already perished, and 1 lay gravely wounded, having lost a leg, marking the end of his ninja career. One hot-tempered man immediately lifted the injured ninja, exclaiming, "Brother, you must hold on. Our comrades have perished. They still need you to avenge them." After shouting, his eyes burned with an intense hatred, cold as ice as he glared at White Fang, declaring, "Leaf's White Fang. We of Awagakure shall not rest until we are rid of you." White Fang merely glanced at him, offering no reply, as he adjusted his blade, aiming its aura directly at the remaining 3 ninjas, taunting them. Fools. Just as the 2 remaining ninjas prepared to charge, the injured man regained consciousness, gripping them tightly. "Do not act rashly. Do not forget the Tsuchikage's orders. If we fail this mission, I shall never forgive you, even in death. Brother." The remaining 2 ninjas' eyes brimmed with tears, their resolve wavering. "Enough. We must leave." They nodded in unison, no longer hesitating, as they lifted their gravely injured comrade to depart. "Humph, you think to escape?" White Fang snorted coldly and lunged forward. These 8 had demonstrated impeccable teamwork, decisiveness, and mastery of ninjutsu. He had no reason to let them go. Considering the potential traps that lay ahead, White Fang resolved to pursue them alone, even if traps awaited. Who in this world could restrain him? This was not arrogance, but rather a confidence forged from countless battles, relentless slaughter, and mountains of bones. With a resounding clash, the aura of White Fang's blade enveloped the remaining ninjas, seemingly intent on annihilating them. Just then, a tremendous roar interrupted his assault. A colossal shadow, shrouded in layers of mist, loomed ominously, with the trembling earth indicating that this was no illusion, but rather a monstrous entity of immense stature. No, not just one. Roars echoed, 2 distinct sound waves converging to form a tangible wall of energy, crashing toward White Fang like an unstoppable tide. 2 enormous chakra forms rapidly coalesced, creating a concentrated sphere of chakra that hurtled toward White Fang, engulfing even the fleeing 3 rock ninjas in its wake. The dark pupils suddenly contracted. Were these the tailed beast balls, or were there 2? To his astonishment, Iwagakure possessed not 1 but 2 tailed beasts, both of which had simultaneously locked onto him. The situation was perilous for White Fang. Undeterred by the tailed beast balls targeting him, White Fang swiftly retrieved his short blade, its brilliance intensifying as it traced a graceful arc. He became one with the blade, the heavens, and the earth, standing amidst the cosmos as if embodying all that existed within it. The short blade in his hand transformed into a colossal entity of sword energy, hurtling forth to clash with the 2 approaching tailed beast balls. Dark Yao gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him, exclaiming, "You must be mistaken." A thunderous roar echoed as the earth quaked violently beneath the force of impact. The already battered ground bore yet another tremendous blow, transforming the once even terrain into a chaotic landscape of crumbled cliffs and shattered remnants. In Chapter 30, the S-rank mission unveiled a shocking event. The tailed beast orb was severed mid-air by White Fang's blade. Concentrated chakra surged upwards into the sky, while another descended to the ground, enveloping the battlefield in an endless cascade of explosions and blinding light. Amidst the cacophony of detonations, a diminutive figure hovered above, casting a cold smirk towards White Fang, who was still reeling from the tremendous strike, and declared, "Dust release, creation of all things." As Dark Yao beheld this astonishing ninjutsu, he was utterly perplexed. It was a technique he had never encountered before, perhaps a manifestation of the bloodline limit. Before his eyes, a transparent cubic box expanded rapidly in midair, enveloping White Fang entirely. Undeterred by the dust release that shrouded him, White Fang gazed up at the diminutive figure above and remarked, "Is it not beneath the dignity of the esteemed Tsuchikage to resort to ambush from the shadows?" The short man chuckled heartily, replying, "One must act with poise and discretion. As long as victory in war is assured, I can lead my villagers to fertile lands where they may thrive and live well. What is an ambush in comparison?" Within the confines of the dust release, White Fang sensed his chakra rapidly depleting. He struck with his blade, yet the seemingly fragile barrier yielded not a scratch. This technique was originally intended for the likes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, but since you have arrived, it may serve you just as well. The Tsuchikage clasped his palms together, his expression grave, preparing to seal the technique for detonation. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar, growing nearer. Lava release, blazing impact. A ninja, enveloped in flames, collided with the transparent cube, causing fissures to appear in the dust release that had ensnared White Fang. Seizing the opportunity, White Fang brandished his chakra-infused dagger. A flash of lightning, and swiftly escaped from within. This spectacle nearly left the Tsuchikage agape. He bellowed in fury. Old Z, what madness have you unleashed? The figure shrouded in chakra retorted, even in battle, one must engage with clarity and honor. Ambushes are not true skill. You buffoon. The Tsuchikage hovered above, nearly seething with rage. Amidst their quarrel, White Fang, having made his escape, commanded with a sharp voice, retreat. The leaf ninjas fell back like a receding tide, and White Fang cast a deep glance at the Tsuchikage before turning to depart. Anya hurried over and asked, Teacher, are you injured? Waya shook his body slightly, and, with a grave expression, replied, I am fine, just severely drained of chakra, and feeling somewhat weak. The dust release technique employed by the Tsuchikage was truly terrifying. I almost didn't make it back. Yin Yao curiously inquired, what is dust release? Is it a bloodline limit? No, came the reply. The Hokage once mentioned that it is a technique developed by the previous Tsuchikage, transcending the bloodline limits, a form of bloodline elimination. I never anticipated that it could be passed down. This is my first encounter with it, quite a revelation. White Fang sensed the arduous nature of this conflict. With the Tsuchikage, alongside two Jinchuriki of tailed beasts, and the advantage of fighting on home soil in Iwagakure, the outcome of today's battle, although resulting in similar casualties on both sides, clearly indicated that Konoha found itself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. An enigmatic inquiry arose from Inyao. Has the Hokage departed? Indeed, sighed White Fang. The Hokage must contemplate not merely this battlefield. Hanzo of the Salamander has engaged in conflict with Sunagakure, and once the outcome of this clash is revealed, Konoha shall undoubtedly face a new wave of warfare. As for Kirigakure, known as the village hidden in blood mist, their presence is inescapable during times of war. They must be approached with caution. Lastly, there is Kumogakure, whose raikage is likely the most formidable ninja among the 5 great nations, and their village is currently in a state of pristine strength. Do you think they might be tempted to stake a claim for their share? Upon hearing this, Anya could not help but gasp in astonishment. It became evident that during the era of war, the relationships among the 5 great nations were exceedingly intricate. No wonder the elders aged so swiftly, burdened with such worries. However, the unresolved issue of Tsuchikage's dust release posed a dire threat. If the stalemate continued, Konoha would undoubtedly face defeat. Anya inquired, what shall we do now? To this, White Fang replied with profound significance, I entrust you with an S-rank mission. Lead the team you brought and infiltrate the Hidden Stone Village, sowing chaos within. Ideally, employ lightning release. In a moment of clarity, he chuckled softly. Teacher, you are quite cunning. The expressionless figure replied, in warfare, deception is paramount. Moreover, nations inherently harbor conflicts. A mere spark can ignite a conflagration. There is no need for us to engage in a futile struggle here. This statement holds undeniable truth. The landscape of war is perpetually shifting. Yet, the unwavering principle remains, strengthen oneself while undermining the adversary. In the ongoing conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, even a victory would come at a great cost, rendering it a Pyrrhic triumph. Anya promptly responded, all right, when shall we depart? Let's set off tomorrow. I will challenge the Hidden Rock Village to a duel. By then, their attention will be solely focused on this battle, allowing you to seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Dark Radiance inquired with astonishment, do you not need to recuperate? Are you truly hastening to challenge someone, or have you discovered the weakness of dust release? The enigmatic White Fang responded with a mysterious smile, the individual I seek to challenge is not the Earth Shadow, but rather the Jinchuriki, who rescued me today. An obscure understanding dawned upon Dark Radiance regarding the intentions of White Fang. However, it was evident that the Earth Shadow was also aware of this. Prompting the inquiry, what if the Earth Shadow forbids him from engaging in battle? With unwavering confidence, White Fang replied, this is a stratagem. Whether he participates in the conflict or not, discord will inevitably arise within. Anya could not help but give White Fang a thumbs up. Evidently, this plan had taken shape in his mind immediately after being rescued. Truly, a master of the blade. His ability to seize opportunities is remarkable. That fellow, the Earth Shadow, is bound to be in for a rough time. After parting ways with Dark Shine, White Fang found the 3 members of the squad and conveyed the tasks assigned by White Fang to them. The trio exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, their eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. And you swiftly devised a plan. Mizumin, you shall lead the 2 of them into the depths first. Then, Kushina, your task is to lay down the ceiling formation to conceal us all. Kato inquired, and what about you? As Anya slowly retrieved a ninja headband from the hidden cloud village and affixed it to her forehead, she cheerfully declared, as for me, I shall confront them head-on and gauge their strength. The rest is up to you. In any case, the greater the commotion, the better. Hearing this, Minato expressed his disapproval, saying, "Allow me to draw their fire directly. I am confident I can manage it." Anya pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "Allow me to take charge. After all, the objective of this mission is to divert attention, and my lightning release is far more suitable for this task. Moreover, your golden hair is rather conspicuous. It would instantly reveal your village." Upon hearing this, the other three agreed and began to conserve their energy, preparing for the impending battle the following day. Chapter 31. Successful completion. The village was encircled by towering rocky mountains, boasting formidable defenses that made it exceedingly difficult for enemies to infiltrate. However, this seclusion came at a price. The land was barren. A well-known adage from a previous life echoed in Anya's mind. To prosper, one must first build roads, and the same held true here. It was no wonder that the Fourth Hokage sought to wage war. Surviving within such rugged mountains undoubtedly presented harsh conditions, a stark contrast to the verdant prosperity of Konoha. The disparity was akin to heaven and earth, yet they had no recourse, for they had once been unable to rival Konoha. In the past, Konoha, under the leadership of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, was an invincible force. They had no choice but to submit. It was only Hashirama's benevolence that spared them from a swift unification that would have rendered the 5 great shinobi nations obsolete. At this moment, Anya stood atop a rocky mountain, surveying the landscape below. The other 3 had already secured their positions, ready to infiltrate at a moment's notice. Observing the unique protective barrier formed by the mountains, Anya retrieved the explosive tags he had prepared earlier and encircled the mountain at his feet. He then formed a series of hand seals and declared, "Lightning release, lightning explosion." A colossal surge of blue lightning ignited the explosive tags, resulting in a deafening explosion that obliterated half of the mountain. A torrent of rocks, imbued with the power of lightning, cascaded downwards, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Enemy attack. The alarm within a Wagakure rang out swiftly, and soon a group of ninjas arrived at the site of the fallen debris, hastily forming hand seals, chanting, "Earth release, earth flow wall." The rocks, charged with lightning energy, continued their descent, shattering several walls before finally coming to a halt. Yet, more stones followed closely behind. A burly man commanded, "You 4, go find the enemy. The rest of you, hold your ground with me. We must not allow these rocks to breach the village." And Yao observed the approaching Yan'in, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, as the dagger in his hand was poised to strike. With a flash of white light, several ninjas, encased in rock, had yet to discern the source of the assault when a chilling aura enveloped them, plunging them into darkness as they departed this world. Having dispatched these foes, Yao pressed onward to the next peak, preparing to commence another wave of destruction. At that moment, a colossal mountain rose abruptly, obstructing Yao's path. It was the sturdy man who had just commanded the assault, now utilizing this very mountain to confront Yao, locking onto him with unwavering determination. Yao gazed at the brawny man, his brow furrowing. "Your ability to manipulate earth is truly remarkable, capable of conjuring a mountain. Quite impressive indeed. The sheer volume of chakra you possess is formidable." The muscular man fixed his gaze on Yao and inquired, "Who are you?" And Yao did not mind taking a moment to respond, retorting, "Shouldn't one state their own name before inquiring about another's? I am called Huang Tuesday." Upon hearing the name from across the way, Yao found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this a mere pseudonym, or was this fellow genuinely sincere? He then heard Huang Tu continue, "Now it's your turn to share your name. In the realm of conditioned reflexes, I am known as Bai Yun." Huang Tu, filled with fury, questioned, "Bai Yun, I have seen your forehead protector. You are a ninja from Yunin village, are you not? Why have you come to assault our village? Do you not fear our retaliation?" "Retaliation?" A disdainful smile graced Yao's face as he replied, "Our Lord Raikage is the most formidable ninja in the entire ninja world. Moreover, our lightning release excels against your earth release. What do you think you can do? Just our Raikage alone could obliterate your village. I am merely here to extend a greeting." Infuriating, Huang Tu was indeed provoked by Yao's words. Enveloping his fist in a massive boulder, he hurled it towards Yao with tremendous force. In a moment of hesitation, the shadow dared not confront. A substitution technique was executed, relocating to another position. With a missed strike, Huang Tu swiftly formed hand seals and forcefully pressed his palms against the ground. Earth release. Rise of the earth. A tremendous force erupted from the ground, as the earth split open to reveal a colossal volcanic crater, unleashing an endless torrent of soil that enveloped every direction in which Yao could possibly evade. Dark Yao let out a cold snort, unsheathing his blade enveloped in lightning chakra, shattering the earth beneath him before dashing away without a glance back. Huang Tu immediately pursued him. Meanwhile, Minato and his companions had discovered an excellent vantage point, shielded by Kushina's sealing array, rendering them undetectable even from their adversaries mere meters away. Kato Dan declared, "Let us adhere to the original plan. I shall dismantle their symbolic Tsuchikage office and sever all communication among them, turning them into headless flies." Minato, evidently aware of Kato Dan's prowess, nodded and set off. His figure moved with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Even if a ninja sensed something amiss and attempted to call out, darkness would engulf them, leaving them incapacitated. This peculiar manner of demise incited widespread panic within the village. Under such circumstances, Minato approached the Tsuchikage's office unimpeded. Without uttering a word, he performed hand seals and unleashed wind release, vacuum wave. A colossal tempest erupted from his lips, forming a powerful, high-pressure vortex under his chakra's control, capable of sweeping away all objects in its path. The spiraling gale collided with the Tsuchikage's office, resulting in a massive explosion that toppled all surrounding structures, leaving the terrain ravaged and pockmarked. Witnessing this scene, the IWA ninja's eyes turned red with fury as they roared, "Let us identify the enemy. They shall be utterly annihilated." Successfully inciting their wrath, Minato swiftly departed, retracing his steps with Kato Dan's assistance, ensuring he remained undetected. Upon reaching the ceiling array, Minato gathered his companions and departed from a Wagakure, leaving behind a throng of enraged ninjas in impotent fury. On the other side, the battle between Dark Yao and Huang Tu had reached a fever pitch, with neither yielding ground. Although lightning was inherently superior to earth, Huang Tu possessed a chakra reserve that far surpassed Dark Yao's, indicating he was no ordinary jonin. Moreover, Huang Tu's strength compelled Dark Yao to avoid direct confrontation. Yet, Dark Yao's swordsmanship proved equally troublesome. The chilling glint of his blade occasionally targeted Huang Tu's vulnerable areas, such as his throat and eyes, where a single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Realizing that a decisive victory was elusive, Dark Yao proposed, "Shall we continue the pursuit? If we chase any further, you may well cross into foreign territory." Huang Tu scoffed, "You instigated this conflict first. Even if we cross borders, we remain justified." Truly, he was a fool, still clinging to notions of righteousness at such a time. Had the roles been reversed, Dark Yao would have disregarded such sentiments entirely. Engaging in battle while debating territorial issues was nothing short of absurd. Dark Radiance continued to deceive, stating, "I merely intend to pay a visit. I have no genuine desire to engage in battle with you. However, once you step into our territory, do not expect a fair duel. Consider the ramifications carefully." Such treachery. Huang Tu pondered for a moment, then replied with bitter resolve, "You Hidden Cloud Village should brace yourselves. We will not let you off so easily." With that, Huang Tu turned and returned to his own village. An ominous aura enveloped the surroundings as he plopped down, shaking his sore arms and exhaling in relief. Chapter 32, The Betrayal of the Tailed Beasts. At that moment, a teasing voice echoed, "What's this? By the looks of it, have you been defeated?" Anya swiftly recognized the source of the voice and retorted with annoyance, "Little Pepper, if you come to strike him, he will certainly know. He is as stubborn as a rock, both foul and unyielding." The trio, led by Minato, emerged simultaneously from the shadows, their pace brisk under his guidance. Kato stepped forward and inquired, "Should we leave him behind?" "No need," Anya replied, casting a sympathetic glance at the receding figure. "With him around, the Wagakure will be further convinced that the assailants hail from Kumogakure. Even if the Tsuchikage suspects otherwise, in the heat of the moment, public sentiment will leave him no room for contemplation." Observing Anya's expression, Kushina discreetly pulled Minato aside and whispered, "Look at that short-haired brat. He has a mischievous look about him. You should avoid associating with him in the future." Given the prowess of the group, Kushina's remarks were unmistakably clear. Minato appeared somewhat embarrassed, while Kato regarded the two with a puzzled expression, uncertain if there was some underlying discord between them. Anya found himself at a loss for words, too weary to engage in further argument. "Let us depart. Our mission is accomplished." After all, if his instincts served him right, the duel involving White Fang should have commenced by now. As they approached the battleground, a wave of searing heat enveloped the air, accompanied by the distant roars and bellows of combat. The group hastened their pace, observing a cadre of leaf ninjas erecting a barrier at the periphery. The epicenter of the clash had transformed into a vast expanse of molten lava. The once thriving forest lay in ruins, the ground marred by molten rock and deep gashes, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Curiously, Anyao noted the absence of rock ninjas, finding only their own comrades present. Surveying the scene, he realized that the combatants at the center were nearing the climax of their struggle. Old Purple had fully transformed into his tailed beast form, four enormous tails rising behind him, his body shrouded in a dark crimson cloak of chakra. A colossal flame began to take shape in his mouth, undoubtedly sealing off every potential escape route for White Fang. Scorching river fire. The massive conflagration surged forth like a torrent toward White Fang, who, in a flash, ignited his short blade with a dazzling silver light, merging seamlessly with his weapon. Like a piercing arrow, he cleaved through the fiery onslaught, the residual blade energy tearing through Old Purple's chakra armor. In an instant, a young man clad in purple, with a ponytail and a bushy beard, was revealed, crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly bereft of strength to rise. White Fang approached him, short blade in hand. Old Purple, silent, closed his eyes in resignation, awaiting his fate. To his surprise, White Fang sheathed his sword and helped him to his feet. Bewildered, Old Purple inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" With a gentle smile, White Fang replied, "We had agreed upon a fair duel, with no regard for life or death. Besides, you saved my life yesterday. This battle was exhilarating. I thank you for it." Old Purple, filled with emotion, grasped White Fang's hand, exclaiming, "It seems I did not err in saving you yesterday. You are indeed a true man." After their fierce exchange, a mutual respect blossomed between them. White Fang declared, "The outcome is clear. Lower the barrier." The surrounding leaf ninjas complied, voluntarily creating a passage for Old Purple to return to the village hidden in the rocks. With a hearty laugh, Old Purple proclaimed, "I shan't return. I came here in secrecy to avoid that old man. I have little fondness for him. This battle serves as my repayment to the village. From now on, I shall roam freely, and perhaps our paths will cross again." With that, Old Purple turned away, heading in the opposite direction without a backward glance. Witnessing this scene, White Fang waved goodbye, and the leaf ninjas began to disperse. On Yao, grinning, approached with a compliment. "Master, your earlier strike was awe-inspiring. With a touch more precision, it would have been flawless." White Fang, perceptive of On Yao's intentions, replied coolly, "You wish to know why I did not finish him off in one swift motion, do you?" Darklight nodded slightly. After all, it was impossible to anticipate his betrayal and departure from the village. A perfect Jinchuriki equated to strength on par with a Kage, posing a significant threat on the battlefield. Eliminating him would be futile, as the tailed beast would inevitably be reclaimed by someone. White Fang gazed upward at the sky, his attention barely discernible. An understanding dawned upon On Yao, prompting him to exclaim with a sense of admiration, "A teacher is indeed a teacher. It is the student who is lacking in depth. How has the task been accomplished?" With a confident smile, On Yao remarked, "In just a couple of days, the rock shinobi will retreat from here." "Very well," replied White Fang, invigorated. To be candid, had it not been for the internal strife within the rock village, the pressure he faced would have been immense. Dealing with merely a flying Tsuchikage would have posed a significant challenge. Since On Yao had accomplished his mission, White Fang commanded, "In the coming days, I shall lead the charge, striving to eliminate as many of the enemy shinobi as possible." "Excellent," the others responded with enthusiasm. "Wait," interrupted Kato, On Yao. "It would be prudent for you to refrain from engaging. Your swordsmanship is too conspicuous. If you are recognized, all our efforts will be in vain." Upon hearing the words, Anya nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of regret. At that moment, Baya turned to Little Chili and said, "You are Uzumaki Kushina, are you not?" Little Chili's cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Lord Baya, you actually know me." However, Baya's next statement caused her expression to fall. "I do. But you are still a genin, correct? You cannot take part in this battle." "Why not? I am also a part of Konoha and wish to fight." Little Chili protested vigorously. Baya patiently explained, "This is a pursuit mission, and only Chunin and above may participate. Complete your S-rank mission, return to the village, and you will be promoted to Chunin. There is no need to rush into this battle." "Very well," Little Chili conceded, moving beside Minato to remind him. "You must be cautious." Minato responded with a warm smile. "Do not worry, I will return victorious." Once Minato and Kat were gone, Anya turned to Little Chili and said, "Now that I have brought you out, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" "Of course, if you choose to deny it, that is fine. I will not hold it against a woman." "Humph, who would deny it? I will teach you, but if you are too foolish to learn, do not blame me." Little Chili retorted with indignation, rolling up her sleeves as she grabbed Anya's arm and led him aside. Witnessing this, Baya could only sigh in resignation, recognizing that his student had once again succumbed to an old habit of wanting to learn powerful ninjutsu upon seeing it. He suspected that Little Chili's sealing techniques had caught Anya's attention. However, he trusted that Anya would exercise restraint and did not intervene. Chapter 33. Albeit it must be said that while Little Chili had a fiery temperament, she was indeed a woman of her word. After pulling Anya aside, she proceeded to teach him several sealing techniques she had mastered. Yet, Anya furrowed his brow, for the sealing techniques he had eagerly anticipated fell significantly short of his expectations. For instance, although he learned the simplest technique, the diamond seal, when he experimented on Little Chili, it proved to be ineffective and did not bind her at all. Out of curiosity, he asked Little Chili to test it on him. The result was unfortunate. Little Chili's diamond seal, combined with her chakra, ended up binding her so effectively that she was rendered immobile. Anya, recognizing the situation, conceded, allowing her to release him. Seeing this, Little Chili proudly proclaimed, "See, I knew it. Our clan's sealing techniques only manifest their true power when paired with our physique and chakra. If others learn them, the results will be subpar." Her words sparked a memory in Anya. He recalled an episode where Sasuke had slain Orochimaru and rescued a woman from the Uzumaki clan, who could heal simply by being bitten. It was a miraculous remedy of sorts, and he pondered where Orochimaru had found such a person. With this thought in mind, Anya's gaze towards Little Chili shifted, becoming somewhat unsettling. Noticing the change in his demeanor, little Chili inquired with unease, What? What do you intend to do? Anya realized that her gaze had startled the girl, so she immediately replaced it with a radiant and sunny smile. In a warm and gentle tone, she said, Well, Kushina, since we are all classmates, would you allow me just a single bite? Ah! Little Chili screamed and dashed away in a flash, calling out as she ran, Kakashi-sensei. Come quickly. Your student has gone mad and wants to eat people. Observing this scene, Anya sighed and chose not to pursue her. With the connection to Minato, it was clear that she could not force the issue. It seemed her only option would be to seek out a member of the Uzumaki clan in the future, though the chances of that were slim. At that moment, Kakashi approached and inquired, What did you say to her to frighten her so? Kneeling on the ground, Anyao appeared deeply troubled as he lamented, Though I have mastered the sealing technique, its efficacy is woefully inadequate. Therefore, I wish to take a bite out of her to discern where the flaw lies. Upon hearing this, Baya delivered a sharp blow to Anyao's forehead. Ouch! Anyao cried out, a sizable bump forming instantly. Baya, still unsatisfied, retorted, Put aside your obsession with collecting ninjutsu. Only when you can withstand 3 of my strikes will I turn a blind eye to your pursuit of those nonsensical techniques. Anyao, realizing the wisdom in not incurring immediate losses, quickly nodded in agreement, understood. However, Baya remained unconvinced and coldly declared, From this moment forth, your team is disbanded. Spend the next few days honing your swordplay within the sealing barrier. You may re-emerge once the war concludes. Anyao was momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, he had already savored the advantages of this small team. There was no need to mention Watergate and Kato Dan. Even the seemingly unimpressive little Chili was a concealed master. The efficiency of such a team in completing missions would undoubtedly be remarkable. Ignoring Anyao's dismay, Baya called out into the distance, Kushina, is the sealing barrier prepared? From afar, little Chili's voice responded, Yes, Lord Baya, it is complete. Anyao realized that Baya's intentions were for his own good and did not resist, rising to approach the barrier. Upon seeing Anyao about to step into the barrier, Xiao Lajiao initially sighed with relief, only to witness Anyao suddenly turn back with a cheerful grin and say, Kushina, you see, if you get injured on the battlefield in the future, could you please preserve some of that blood for me? Xiao Lajiao was momentarily taken aback by his words, but her overwhelming anger swiftly eclipsed her earlier fear. With a swift kick, she sent Anyao tumbling into the barrier, shouting loudly, You short-haired weirdo, don't ever come out again in this lifetime. Inside the barrier, Anyao began to reflect seriously on his training during this period. Ever since he mastered the art of drawing his sword, the time spent practicing sword techniques had considerably diminished. Baya had evidently noticed this. Recalling the animation, he remembered that Kakashi had advanced to Jonin at the tender age of 12, a quintessential prodigy. Yet, it wasn't until many years later that he ascended to elite Jonin. And when facing Orochimaru for the first time, he exhibited no real capacity for resistance. This illustrated that he had likely become overly distracted after acquiring the Sharingan, learning a plethora of miscellaneous ninjutsu, which drained his energy and stunted his progress. Coming to this realization, Anyao acknowledged that he had indeed been too distracted lately, resulting in stagnation in his swordsmanship. While he could manage against an average Jonin, confronting an elite Jonin like Huangta left him at a complete disadvantage. If they were truly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, it was highly probable that he would be the one to perish. Anya exhaled a heavy breath, unsheathed his short blade, and instinctively began practicing the foundational 13 techniques of swordsmanship. In these tumultuous times of war, life and death could be decided in a mere second, leaving no room for the use of various ninjutsu. Thus, the mastery of the sword would become his cornerstone for survival. With this realization, Anya's gaze grew resolute. In Iwa Ninja Village, the Tsuchikage looked at his son, Keidu, with exasperation and inquired, Are you certain that the ninja who attacked the village hails from Kimogakure? Keidu, filled with righteous indignation, replied, Indeed, he admitted it himself. He wore the headband of Kimogakure, wielded lightning techniques, and fled towards their village. Is there any doubt remaining? The Tsuchikage pondered for a moment, a flicker of comprehension illuminating his eyes. This Kimogakure ninja diverted your attention while sending another to infiltrate. Such effort expended merely to destroy a strategically insignificant office seems designed to provoke us. I suspect he may very well be an agent sent by Konohagakure to incite conflict. True to his cunning nature, the Tsuchikage quickly deduced the truth from scant clues. However, Keidu, his face flushed with anger, declared, Father, that is impossible. If you doubt my words, I shall lead a team to Kimogakure for clarification. Without waiting for his father's assent, he turned and led a furious squad towards the hidden village. Seeing this, the Tsuchikage sighed, aware that his son's obstinacy resembled that of a stubborn stone. Unable to dissuade him, he turned to his trusted aide, Akatsuchi, and instructed, Convey my orders to withdraw all ninja from the battlefield. They must retreat in small teams to avoid detection by Konoha, while laying traps and explosive tags along the retreat paths. Understood, Akatsuchi replied, yet he hesitated to depart. Is there something on your mind? That Tsuchikage inquired, puzzled. Akatsuchi, with a hint of sincerity, asked, what of old Z? Will you not bring him back? At the mere mention of that name, the diminutive Tsuchikage erupted in fury, his nostrils flaring. He bellowed, do not ever utter that fool's name before me again. From this day forth, he is no longer a part of IWA Ninja Village. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand, Akatsuchi replied, retreating hastily in light of his leader's ire. Chapter 34. Intelligence gathering in this pursuit. Both leaders had tacitly agreed to refrain from deploying their top-tier forces, yet the conflict proved far more brutal than anticipated, with casualties far exceeding the previous skirmishes. The fierce battle raged on for a day and a night, culminating in a cataclysmic upheaval of the battlefield's terrain, littered with cliffs and rivers, and strewn with the fallen, creating a grim tableau of warfare. Nearly 1,000 ninjas were engaged from both sides, yet by the end, Konoha was left with merely around 200, while IWA fared worse, with just over 100 returning to their village. Ultimately, the arrival of White Fang and the Tsuchikage stilled the conflict. Their shared gaze in midair spoke volumes as they issued simultaneous orders to retreat, both aware that enmity had been irrevocably forged. Meanwhile, Keido, leading his team into Kumogakure to confront the Raikage, found himself met with unrestrained fury. The Raikage, unable to contain his temper, admitted the truth while deriding Keido, dismissing his squad with a forceful blow that sent Keido sprawling. This exchange irrevocably soured relations between the two ninja villages, plunging them into open hostility, and the Tsuchikage resolved not to engage further with Konoha, having achieved his objectives. White Fang too recognized the moment to withdraw, leading the remaining Konoha ninjas back to their village. This clash would be remembered as one of the most devastating battles since the Second Great Ninja War, a bitter victory indeed. At long last, Anyao was liberated from the barrier. The moment the barrier was lifted, Xiao Lajiao sensed a sharp aura emanating from Anyao, a presence so formidable that merely gazing upon it felt as if it could pierce her eyes. Had this short-haired individual made further progress? Never mind him. Finding Watergate was of utmost importance, and she could not ascertain whether he had returned safely. Soon, a smile graced Xiao Lajiao's face, for Watergate's resplendent golden hair was impossible to overlook. As she approached him, she noticed the sorrow etched upon his features. A quick glance around revealed that Kato Dan was nowhere to be found. She instinctively covered her mouth, disbelief washing over her as she uttered, could it be that Kato Dan? Watergate offered her a gentle look and shook his head, saying, he is unharmed. He went to tend to the injured ninjas. Oh, I see. Xiao Lajiao exhaled in relief. Although their time as a small team was brief, their collaboration had been quite pleasant, save for Yao's presence. Then why do you wear such a sorrowful expression? Because many comrades perished here. Watergate's words struck a chord within Xiao Lajiao. As a fellow ninja of Konoha, she had been so preoccupied with thoughts of Watergate that she had scarcely mourned for the fallen ninjas, and a wave of guilt washed over her. At this moment, Yao approached gracefully. In war, death is inevitable. One becomes accustomed to it with time. To avoid casualties, one must strengthen oneself and strive to bring an end to this chaotic era. Upon noticing Yao's presence, Little Pepper hurriedly concealed herself behind Watergate, exclaiming, he tried to bite me yesterday. Watergate, please help me deal with him. Anya spoke with a hint of irritation. Enough of this. I was merely jesting. If I truly wished it, do you believe you could escape? Moreover, the chakra within Minato is nearly depleted. He deserves a proper rest. Indeed. Scarcely had Anya's words left her lips than Minato's body began to sway precariously, clearly a sign of chakra exhaustion. Little Pepper hastily supported him, lifting him into her arms. Rest easy, I shall safeguard you. Thank you, were the last words Minato uttered before succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon witnessing that the Watergate was unharmed, Anyao did not linger and promptly approached Baya, inquiring, Master, are we to return now? Baya nodded and replied, there should be no major battles ahead. We have successfully established several strongholds. However, the possibility of harassment still exists, so minor skirmishes may occur intermittently. Should they seize an opportunity, they are bound to launch a surprise attack. Nonetheless, the village has anticipated this and dispatched ninjas from the Hyuga clan to provide support. These strongholds are like nails driven into the path of a Wagakure's advance, a thorn in the side of the Tsuchikage. Although he is currently preoccupied with other matters, once he regains his composure, these strongholds will become the most perilous locations. Thus, it is most fitting for members of the Hyuga clan to guard them, as their Byakugan enables them to easily perceive any enemy ambushes. This return offers a chance for proper rest. Despite having participated in 2 battles, Anyao dared not relax even slightly, for negligence would lead to death. Moreover, the battlefield is fraught with uncertainties. This time, even Baya narrowly escaped with his life. Therefore, rather than maturing in the chaos of war, it is wiser to retreat to the village and cultivate in safety. Baya's perceptive gaze seemed to penetrate Anyao's thoughts, swiftly interrupting his daydreams. Upon our return to the village, after a day of rest, I have a mission for you. Ah, only 1 day of rest. Anyao expressed his discontent. Baya scoffed. Although you have completed an S-rank mission, You are well aware of the many variables that were at play. Upon hearing this, Anyao immediately broke into a grin and remarked, a day's time is ample, more than sufficient. Observing his student's shameless demeanor, Baiya expressed a hint of disdain, stating, you have already been promoted to CH Nin, qualifying you to undertake tasks independently. Therefore, I am assigning you a CH Nin mission, to gather intelligence, not only from the 5 great nations' ninja villages, but also from various smaller ones. In essence, the more extensive and detailed, the better. In times of war, the significance of intelligence cannot be overstated. Baiya's trust in assigning such a task to me is a clear acknowledgement of my abilities, and naturally, Anyao would not refuse. However, it was essential to clarify a few details beforehand. Am I going alone? He inquired. Baiya confirmed, indeed, just you. This is not a combat mission. The fewer, the better. The task is provisionally classified as B rank, with the potential for elevation based on the volume of intelligence you procure. Anyao then asked, if I happen to be captured, can I surrender? After a moment of silence, Baiya replied, if you are captured, Konoha will not recognize your existence. Surrendering is your choice, but if you divulge any confidential information or secrets of the village, I will personally ensure your demise. Anyao smiled faintly and said, all right, I understand. I have not yet finished speaking. He continued. The words I just shared were from the esteemed Konoha White Fang, and the following ones are those of your mentor. With utmost seriousness, White Fang proclaimed, first, do not overexert yourself. Second, do not take unnecessary risks. Third, return alive. Chapter 35. The first encounter with Kai the returning party did not create a raucous disturbance, but rather chose a tranquil night to quietly re-enter the village. Though victorious in battle, many would never return to Konoha. After completing his handover with the third Hokage, White Fang returned home, where a vigilant Kakashi, already asleep, woke at the sound of his father's arrival and joyfully rushed towards him. Father, will you be going out again? White Fang gently patted his head and replied, for the time being, I should not be leaving. Tomorrow, I will take you to the Ninja Academy. Great. By the way, where's Anyao? I haven't seen him in quite a while, Kakashi inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. He has already been promoted to Chunin and has many tasks awaiting him. His time for training will be quite limited. If you wish to see him, you can invite him to school with you tomorrow. He's already at Chunin? How fast? Kakashi expressed, a touch of envy in his tone. White Fang chuckled softly. Kakashi, believe in yourself. Once you graduate from the academy, you too will rise swiftly. Kakashi replied with confidence, that is certainly the case. As dawn broke, Anyao took the initiative to visit, bringing breakfast for the father and son. While enjoying his meal, Kakashi inquired, what brings you here today? You even brought breakfast. With a smug smile, Kakashi remarked, the mission is complete, and the payment will follow. Sooner or later, I too shall have my day. With that, he focused intently on his meal. After finishing his breakfast, White Fang inquired, are you prepared after returning last night? Do you have a plan for this mission? Anyao unfurled a map upon the ground, declaring, this is the map I drew last night. The red lines indicate the routes I have marked. I intend to gather intelligence along this path. Baiya cast a glance at the map, comprehending Anyao's intentions. It was a B rank mission, yet he aimed to elevate it to an S rank, which seemed rather perilous. Frowning, he spoke gravely, there is no need to traverse every ninja village, particularly the Hidden Mist village. A brief exploration of the outskirts will suffice. Do not venture inside. Oh, and why is that? Anyao inquired. Baiya elucidated. The Hidden Mist village is a highly insular place, shrouded in mystery. Our knowledge of it is scant, yet violence reigns within. As an outsider, your presence would draw undue attention, which is unwise. Very well, we shall forego that visit, Anyao replied, marking over the Hidden Mist village on the map. Meanwhile, Kakashi had finished his meal. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming, let us go. Take me to the Ninja Academy. An astonished Anyao exclaimed, are you truly sending Kakashi to school? He is still so young. Upon hearing this, Kakashi became displeased, retorting, I am not small at all. I absolutely must attend the Ninja Academy. White Fang merely stated, I have faith in Kakashi. The three of them then proceeded towards the Ninja Academy. Although Kakashi maintained a calm demeanor, he incessantly urged them onward, revealing a profound eagerness to learn. As they reached the entrance of the school, White Fang noticed an exceptionally peculiar father-son duo clad in matching green jumpsuits, as if they had been molded from the same form. He took the initiative to greet them, saying, pleased to meet you. My son will need your support at school, so please treat him well. Kakashi, upon hearing this, called out in discontent, Dad. To his surprise, the father opposite him frowned and replied earnestly, no, that is not feasible. White Fang, taken aback, stepped back and inquired, why not? Is this the parent of a monster? No, Dad, you are mistaken. Keen-eyed Kakashi quickly deduced the situation. This fellow did not pass the entrance exam for the Ninja Academy. White Fang, feeling somewhat apologetic, scratched the back of his head and said, I truly apologize. I made assumptions since we were at the school entrance. The father across from him laughed heartily, saying, indeed, that is precisely the case. At this moment, Anya interjected, May I inquire about your names? Oh, I am called Maite Dai, and this is my son. Before Maite Dai could finish his sentence, his son, brimming with confidence, struck a pose and declared, I am Maite Kai, and I shall become a man stronger than anyone else. Upon hearing Anyao's words, he cast a lingering gaze upon him, realizing that this was indeed the esteemed Kai. In his youth, he was rather charming, the man rumored to have nearly delivered a decisive blow to the narrative. In a certain sense, his recent remark held a kernel of truth. However, Kakashi held a differing opinion. Someone who could not even gain admission to the Ninja Academy hardly piqued his interest. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation on Might Guy, White Fang turned to Kakashi and said, Son, remember this name. He may very well become your rival in the future. Kakashi, upon hearing this, scrutinized the father-son duo for a moment, then disdainfully shook his head. The individual he yearned to surpass was standing right before him, Anyao. He was determined to graduate from the academy at the swiftest pace possible, eager to outshine this student of his father and prove his worth. Anyao, filled with intrigue, engaged in conversation with them for a while, and soon the three were laughing and joking together, which struck Baya as somewhat peculiar. After the father and son departed, Baya approached and inquired, Surely you are not interested in that martial technique he possesses? Anyao reassured Baya, stating, I have no intention of learning it. Merely a curiosity about its potential power. Baya replied gravely, I am uncertain myself. It is said that if one can master the 8 gates of Duanjia to unlock the final gate, they could attain the strength of a shadow-level warrior. However, doing so would deplete one's life force, rendering them irreparable. In the depths of his heart, Anyao added a remark, that was not merely a shadow level, but rather a super shadow level. Although many details from the Naruto series had slipped from his memory, he could never forget that fateful kick from Guy. Regardless of the circumstances, excluding those who wielded unfair advantages, Guy stands as the unequivocal number 1 ninja of the future. A being capable of forcefully exchanging blows on par with you, defying all logic. As Dark Shine was lost in contemplation, White Fang suddenly formed hand seals and pressed them against his abdomen. In an instant, a sealing formation took shape. What is this? Dark Shine appeared bewildered. This is a sealing formation. I have sealed your chakra to the level of a genin. This is the scroll to unravel the seal. But it must not be undone unless faced with a life and death crisis. Having said that, White Fang tossed a scroll to Dark Shine, provided no further explanation, and departed. Holding the scroll, Anyao suddenly attained a moment of clarity. Baya had claimed to assign him a task. Yet the true intention was to encourage him to venture forth and cultivate his skills, gradually enhancing his swordsmanship. Consequently, the task was designated as B rank, and he had painstakingly sealed his chakra, presumably to prevent Anyao from recklessly jeopardizing himself for the sake of the mission. This realization stirred Enyao's emotions, and he tightened his grip on the scroll, silently departing from Konoha. Chapter 36. Farewell, Xianwang. Upon leaving Konoha, Anyao refrained from embarking on a hasty endeavor. Although this mission resembled a journey of self-cultivation, he resolved to execute it with utmost perfection. Aside from the hidden mist village, he intended to explore other locales, or at the very least, acquire a general understanding of them. With this decision made, his first priority was to seek assistance. Soon, he discovered the markings he had previously agreed upon with Xianwang on the tree trunks. Following these signs, Anyao set off in a determined direction. Yangyin village was merely a small settlement nestled within the mountains, and its ninjas were notably insular regarding the outside world. Thus, it was inevitable that they would challenge the formidable presence of Konoha, a confrontation whose outcome was all too predictable. After a prolonged stalemate lasting 3 months, they ultimately conceded to a ceasefire agreement. To be candid, Anyao was quite astonished upon learning that the Takinan village had launched an assault on Yangyin village. After all, there had been little to no interaction between the two nations. However, reflecting on the circumstances, it seemed rather logical. In times of war, seizing the opportunity to strike while one's adversary is vulnerable is all too common. He could only hope that Xianwang would exercise restraint. The dark radiance raced through the forest without so much as a pause, replenishing his strength with military rations whenever fatigue set in. After several days of relentless travel, he finally reached the site of Yangyin village, only to find it reduced to mere ruins. It appears I have arrived too late, he sighed. As the desolation enveloped the area, the ground lay scorched, and a pungent scent of blood lingered in the air. A grim testament to the brutal conflict that had ravaged the village, leaving it consumed by flames. I wonder how Su Nw fared amidst such devastation. Could he withstand this tremendous blow? The trail here abruptly ceased, suggesting that Su Nw must have witnessed the village's tragic state. I can only speculate on his current emotional turmoil. Perhaps he deems it unnecessary to seek me out now, considering the village has been utterly annihilated. Anyao felt a tinge of regret. Just as he was about to depart, he made a discovery. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original spot. To his surprise, a small girl was crouched behind a rock, observing him intently. Anyao gently tapped her on the back. Ah! The little girl screamed in fright. Anya covered her ears with her hands, patiently waiting for the girl to finish her call. Once the little girl concluded, she unexpectedly pulled out a shuriken from her bosom, aimed it at Anya, and declared, "You are not a survivor from our village. Who are you?" Upon hearing this, a surge of joy filled Anya's heart, and she hastily replied, "I am a friend of Xianwang. Has he returned to the village? Where is he now?" "No, you are a stranger, and I will not take you there." The little girl maintained her vigilance, unfazed by Anya's words. Realizing that verbal persuasion was futile, Anya wasted no time and swiftly formed hand seals to cast an illusion on the girl. Instantly, the girl's eyes glazed over, and she began to lead Anya step by step in a specific direction, finally stopping beside a small hill. Observing that the girl had ceased to move, Anya scrutinized the hill and ultimately discovered something amiss. The earth surrounding it had been disturbed. Could it be that something lay beneath? Before Anya could take action, several sounds of slicing air pierced the silence. Anyao drew his short dagger, deftly deflecting the shurikens that flew towards him, and then proclaimed loudly, "Su Nwing, emerge. I harbor no intent to harm." Suddenly, a few figures appeared on the hillside, both elderly and young, clad in tattered garments, armed and gazing at Anyao with expressions of terror and vigilance. As soon as Anyao's voice faded, Xianwang appeared, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he gazed at Anyao. "The village is no more. Our bond is thus rendered void. You may leave now." With a faint smile, Anyao remarked, "Do not forget what I have said. Should the village cease to exist, I shall assist you in its reconstruction." "Reconstruction?" Xianwang despondently shook his head. "It is not so simple, especially considering that our village now has but a handful of survivors. I intend to lead them to a secluded haven." It was evident that he had truly lost hope, which was unacceptable to Anyao. Having finally found such a suitable subordinate, he was unwilling to relinquish him. Thus, he stepped forward earnestly and advised, "Every village has risen from the ashes, including Yangyan village and Konoha. What does it matter if you choose to take them into hiding? They would become a band of rootless wanderers." And Yao's words resonated deeply with everyone present, and those who had initially been wary began to display expressions of sorrow, evidently reminiscing about their once thriving homeland. Xianwang understood this sentiment all too well. However, he was acutely aware of the daunting challenges that lay in rebuilding the village, especially in these tumultuous times. "Do you truly believe you can accomplish this alone?" Xianwang questioned, perplexed by Yao's unwavering confidence. With a confident smile, Yao replied, "Of course not. It is just you and me, two individuals." Su Nwing took a deep breath and said, "I wish to hear your plan. Then let us proceed. Sit down and let us converse earnestly." Anyao dispelled the illusions surrounding the young girl and, accompanied by a group of the elderly, infirm, and the ailing, arrived at the foot of a small hill. Unsurprisingly, this location had been transformed by the mysterious elder into a vast underground chamber, which was further connected to an underground river, providing ample resources for their survival for an extended period. It was indeed a commendable refuge. After welcoming Anyao into the room, the elder promptly inquired, "Pray tell, how shall we proceed with the reconstruction of our village, and where shall it be established?" Anyao revealed the map he had prepared for intelligence gathering, lightly smiling as he pointed to a corner of it. "Of course, it is here that we shall rebuild, an endeavor that serves two purposes, would you not agree?" Xuanweng's gaze narrowed sharply. For the location Anyao indicated was none other than the ambush site of their village, Takigakure. "This is impossible," Xuanweng exclaimed. "Do you have any notion of the strength of Takigakure? Moreover, they are the only village, aside from the 5 great nations, that possesses tailed beasts." Anyao listened in astonishment. Is it true that there is a tailed beast in their village? How many tails does it possess? To be honest, Anyao's familiarity with tailed beasts was limited to the 1 tail, 8 tails, and 9 tails. He had little knowledge of the others, as the disparity in strength among them was significant, with the 9 tails undoubtedly being the most powerful. "You are unaware of this intelligence, and yet you contemplate a journey to Takigakure?" Xianyuan was almost amused by Anyao's naivety. Before dejectedly replying, "If my information is accurate, it should be the 7 tails, May. "Ah, the 7 tails. That should not pose much of a problem." At this moment, Anyao's confidence was not as robust as before. He recalled that the 7 tails was the only tailed beast capable of flight, and in the animated series, it had showcased no remarkable feats in combat, its prowess being rather modest. Xianyuan, losing patience with Anyao's riddles, directly inquired, "What exactly is your plan?" Anyao did not respond directly, but countered with a question. "Are you familiar with the gold exchange?" "Yes, I know. Wealthy benefactors issue bounties there, allowing everyone to partake in such endeavors. It serves as a sort of intermediary." Upon hearing Xuanweng's words, he suddenly realized, "You cannot be suggesting." Anyao nodded affirmatively. Chapter 37, A Billion Bounty. "This is impossible. No one would dare to accept it." Xuanweng had already surmised Anyao's intentions. Anya chuckled softly and remarked, "Nothing is impossible. As long as the monetary reward is substantial, there will always be those willing to take risks." Moreover, Anya already harbored a particular candidate in mind, that being Kaku, a future member of the Akatsuki. The The reason Anya became aware of the organization known as the Exchange of Gold was through Kaku, a character notorious in the anime for his insatiable greed. His formidable power left no doubt that if he were tempted by a lucrative offer, annihilating Takigakure would pose no challenge. The only variable to consider was the unpredictable factor of the Seven Tails. Where will the money come from? Xianwen posed the pivotal question. Of course, from right here, Anya declared, pointing at Takigakure. With the two of us, isn't the money of Takigakure essentially ours? What a cunning scheme. To use their own funds to hire an assassin for their demise. A treacherous act that required a deceitful heart. Xianwen recalled his prior assessment of Anya, and a chill of apprehension coursed through him. Stealing was their old profession, and after a prolonged hiatus, Anya felt a familiar itch to act. Meanwhile, Xianwen paced back and forth, contemplating Anya's proposal. He deemed it excessively perilous, yet acknowledged its feasibility. Ultimately, he stamped his foot in determination and proclaimed, "Let us proceed." With their decision made, Xianwen reassured the remaining villagers of Yangyan before setting off alongside Anya. During their journey, Anya suddenly inquired, "I perceive your mental fortitude is among the strongest I have encountered. What troubles you? Has the village's destruction dealt such a blow that you've lost confidence in rebuilding?" Xianwen cast a sorrowful glance at Anya. His eyes dimmed as he replied, "My son perished in this war as well." Anya understood and spoke earnestly. "Then it is all the more reason to transform sorrow into strength, to repay blood with blood, and to retaliate tit for tat. Lift your spirits. Indeed, you speak truthfully." Xianwen acknowledged, his gaze sharpening as he looked upon this youth, only a few years older than his son. Blood debts demand blood repayment. Takigakure, a hidden village concealed by a majestic waterfall, boasted a unique geographical position, nestled among four nations. Thanks to its advantageous terrain, it rarely faced invasions. However, today it welcomed two unexpected visitors. As master thieves, the pair found Takigakure to be virtually defenseless. Xianwen, skilled in mechanisms, utilized a bamboo dragonfly to infiltrate the village from the skies. Accustomed to a life of ease, the villagers remained unsuspecting. Yet, due to the village's seclusion, Anya and Xianwen chose to remain discreet, biding their time until nightfall. Once concealed, Xianwen busied himself with various devices, while Anya observed with great interest, exclaiming, "I never imagined you were a master of mechanisms." A wistful expression crossed Xianwen's face as he reminisced. "I initially learned this to entertain my son. When he cried, I crafted various devices to amuse him, and gradually, my interest deepened." "Teach me as well," Anya implored. Xianwen regarded him with surprise, then nodded in agreement. As the night deepened, the duo emerged from the shadows, their objective set on the Shadow's office within Takigakure, the most likely repository of wealth. Working in tandem, both seasoned in their craft, they exhibited a flawless execution of stealth, concealment, lockpicking, and treasure-seeking techniques, akin to a masterclass in thievery. They silently commended each other's skills, realizing that both had considerable experience in such endeavors. After a night of diligent work, they finally located the hidden trove of riches. Gazing at the warehouse filled with bundles of currency, Xianwen was astounded. Takigakure is extraordinarily wealthy. No wonder they managed to secure a tailed beast from the 5 great nations in the past. Anyao retrieved a pre-prepared scroll, forming hand seals with both hands, and subsequently, a sealing array took shape, firmly encasing the warehouse. Upon completing this task, Anyao remarked, "Now this fortune belongs to us." Fortunately, your foresight in creating the mechanical beast has proven invaluable. Otherwise, transporting such a substantial sum would indeed have posed a considerable challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Anyao commenced his actions, closely followed by Xianwen. In a brief span, the warehouse appeared as if ravaged by hounds, devoid of even a single strand of fur. Once the task was completed, Anyao dismantled the sealing array, and the two departed from Longing Village like phantoms, silent and unnoticed. After their departure, they hastened their way to the gold exchange. To Enyao's astonishment, the exchange was simply situated within a humble thatched cottage by the roadside. It was fortunate that Xianwen was well versed in such matters. Otherwise, who would have taken note of this dilapidated structure? Upon their entry, an unremarkable man approached to attend to them, his tone unremarkable. "Are you here to submit a task, or to issue one?" "We are here to issue a task. And it is of an urgent nature." Xianwen emphasized the word urgent. "Oh, an urgent task, is it?" The attendant's interest was piqued. "This will require additional remuneration." Dark Radiance responded, "Money is not an issue, but I hope this task can be communicated with utmost urgency, as our bounty amounts to 1 billion. 1 billion? The man widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at Dark Radiance, thoroughly doubting that this child was speaking the truth. Noticing the man's skepticism, the elder Xian took the initiative to affirm, "Indeed, it is 1 billion. Our bounty concerns all the ninjas of Takuyan Village." "Oh, ninjas from a village, you say? In that case, 1 billion does not seem excessive." The man nodded in understanding, appearing relatively unperturbed by the notion of annihilating an entire village of ninjas. His expression returned to calmness as he stated, "A 10% deposit is required in advance." Without a word, and Yao produced a small burlap sack and tossed it over. The man opened it and meticulously counted the contents. After confirming the amount, he nodded and said, "You shall await news. In a day's time, someone capable will come." And Yao decided to remain, for he was well aware of Jiao Du's appearance. Thus far, the only person who possessed both the ability and willingness to undertake this task for monetary gain was Jiao Du himself. The man, seemingly indifferent, promptly retreated to disseminate the message. Xianwang expressed his unease, saying, "Will anyone truly accept this job? In due course, Longing Village will inevitably discover the theft, and at that point, they may employ special means to recover the lost funds. After all, with such a substantial sum, if there were no method to retrieve it, Longing Village would hardly deserve to have endured for so long." With a confident smile, and Yao assured, "Rest assured, take a seat and wait. If my intuition serves me right, that individual will arrive." Chapter 38. An increase in funds. Observing and Yao's calm demeanor, Xianwang gradually quelled his restless heart, silently lamenting that despite his advanced age, he lacked the composure of a mere child. However, this was understandable, for he was no ordinary child. As night deepened, heavy rain began to fall from the sky, and the dilapidated thatched cottage offered little shelter, with drops incessantly cascading down, mirroring the sinking feeling in Xianwang's heart. Suddenly, a resounding thunderclap broke through the night, and in the flash of lightning, a masked man with green eyes appeared outside the thatched cottage. In the dim light, a flicker of divine radiance pierced through, heralding the arrival of Jiao Du. Dripping wet from the rain, Jiao Du stepped slowly into the room, exuding an aura of chilling malevolence that raised the hairs on Su Nwang's neck, instilling within him a primal sense of dread. Undoubtedly, this was a harbinger of danger, and Yao proactively extended his hand in greeting, saying hello. However, Jiao Du completely disregarded Yao's salutation and strode straight towards the mission posting area located behind the thatched cottage. And Yao, upon witnessing this, did not succumb to anger. Instead, he offered a faint smile and stepped aside. Xianwang discreetly cast a glance at Yao, signaling him to step outside for a conversation, and subsequently exited the thatched cottage. An ominous aura accompanied the inquiry as he ventured outside, perplexed, and asked, "What is the matter?" The elder, with a grave expression, replied, "I cannot shake the feeling that you seem to be anticipating this individual. He exudes a formidable danger, and his presence is laden with a palpable sense of menace. It is the first time I have encountered such a pair of eyes, so devoid of warmth and compassion." Yao conceded, "Indeed, I have been awaiting his arrival. He is the only individual I can conceive of who possesses the capability to complete this task." Xuanzong, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Are you aware of his background? Which village does this ninja hail from?" "Background? Uncertain." Yao was rather oblivious. If one were to speak of abilities, he had some recollection. He was one of the members of the Akatsuki's immortal duo, capable of absorbing the hearts of other ninjas, with each heart symbolizing a life. A survivor from the era of the First Hokage. Upon hearing Yao's words, Xuanzong felt even more apprehensive and mused. Perhaps we should consider an alternative candidate. Just then, Kakuzu emerged from the thatched hut, his gaze cold and indifferent as he addressed the two. "Is it you who issued the bounty for the extermination of all ninjas from Takigakure?" "Indeed," Yao responded, raising his voice. Kakuzu suddenly displayed a chilling smile, enunciating each word distinctly. "Are you aware that I am a ninja from Takigakure?" Upon hearing this, Yao and Xuanzong exchanged a glance, both drenched in cold sweat, already preparing to make a hasty retreat. Damn, what a coincidence. He just so happens to be from Takigakure. However, wait a moment. Aren't all members of the Akatsuki renegade ninjas? With this thought, Yao forcefully suppressed the urge to flee, believing that Kakuzu must have more to convey. "Indeed," Kakuzu continued, "I possess thorough knowledge of the ninjas from Takigakure. To eliminate them all, 1,000,000,000 is insufficient. We shall require additional funds." At this revelation, Yao instantly breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, so you're merely the money-increasing brother. Had I known earlier, you nearly frightened me to death." Anya swiftly replied, "No problem." Kakuzu looked at Anya with some surprise. The child had agreed far too readily, leading him to question whether he was a deceiver. Anya continued, "Increasing the payment is not an issue, but I have certain demands." Upon hearing that he had conditions, Kakuzu cast aside his suspicions, coldly uttering a single word, "Speak." "I hope you can carry out an assassination. Once you engage with the Seven Tails, lure it away from Takigakure, ensuring that the conflict does not spill over into the village." "Haha, little brat. Your ambitions are quite grand." Kakuzu realized Anya's intention to seize control of the entire Takigakure, and Yao did not conceal his ambitions, candidly declaring, "Having invested money, I naturally seek returns. Otherwise, without grievance or enmity, why would I kill them?" "Humph, intriguing." A faint smile reappeared on Jiao Du's face as he coldly remarked, "An additional 500 million in bounty." "Agreed, just 500 million, and Yao readily acquiesced. Upon hearing Yao's agreement, Jiao Du turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, he abruptly turned back and inquired, What are the two of you following me for? The darkly radiant figure responded with a cheerful smile. The more companions, the merrier. Besides, with the two of us right under your nose, there's no need to worry about straying off. After listening, Kakuzu involuntarily nodded, finding this child unexpectedly considerate. However, upon witnessing their abilities, he noted that this mere child was undetectable in terms of chakra and utterly unremarkable, while the middle-aged man beside him appeared timid and utterly ineffectual. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Companions, just remember to keep your distance when I'm in the midst of my killing. I wouldn't want to mistakenly eliminate you without anyone to settle the score." With that, Kakuzu hastened away, heading unmistakably towards the hidden village of Takigakure. Are we truly going to follow him? Xianyuan pondered, sensing the venture was rather perilous. Yin Yao confidently asserted, "Of course. I intend to locate the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails in advance, and employ a sealing array to obscure his six senses. Otherwise, if a battle ensues, your future village may be obliterated." Although he had his suspicions, the moment Yin Yao articulated this plan, Xianwing found it to be sheer fantasy. "Do you truly believe that we, a mere band of remnants, could seize a village? Why not?" Yin Yao replied, perplexed. "With no ninjas remaining, Takigakure is a feast ripe for the taking. Its geography renders it easy to defend, yet difficult to attack, and with slow information dissemination, following Kakuzu's departure, we would become the strongest presence there. With your eloquence, you could negotiate a neutrality treaty with the other great nations. Subsequently, we would seal off the village, study the 5 great shinobi villages, and re-establish a new ninja system, creating a ninja academy to nurture new talent. Starting afresh, you would possess a new homeland. Once we have fully mastered the village, renaming it to Sunflower Village would merely be a matter of words." Anyao's profound words stirred profound emotions within Su Nwing, leaving him utterly shaken. He could hardly fathom how, in such a brief span of time, Anyao could conceive ideas so far-reaching. The depth of his intellect was simply extraordinary. At that moment, Su Nwing felt immensely grateful for the decision he made long ago in Konoha, which he now deemed the wisest choice of his life. This, indeed, exemplifies the innate advantage of a time traveler. Unconstrained by the present, they possess a godlike perspective of the world, their thoughts transcending ordinary levels, independent of mere intelligence. Surrounded by water, Takigakure could only be accessed through its depths. However, anyone attempting to enter would inevitably fall into an ambush. Previously, Anyao and Su Nwing had skillfully circumvented this watery barrier using mechanisms. Yet, upon the arrival of Jiao Du, he boldly traversed the water, encountering no resistance whatsoever, clearly demonstrating his intimate knowledge of all that transpired within Takigakure. Suspended in midair, Anyao and Su Nwing followed closely behind, once again infiltrating the village, destined to disrupt its tranquility. As twilight descended, Anyao, upon entering the village, disregarded Jiao Du entirely and sought a concealed spot to hide with Su Nwing. Puzzled, Su Nwing inquired, "Why are we hiding? Are we not in search of the Seven Tails Jinchuriki?" With a mysterious smile, Anyao remarked, "Guard my corporeal form. I possess a method to locate him." Upon uttering these words, Anyao formed hand seals, inwardly invoking the technique of spiritual transformation. An undetectable essence of darkness surged forth from his being. Although his chakra was sealed, the true strength of Anyao resided in his soul. Thus, with the art of spiritual transformation at his disposal, he felt unfazed by nearly any adversary, and in the pursuit of others, this technique proved to be exceptionally potent, particularly against the Jinchuriki. Indeed, as soon as Anyao emerged in his soul form, he sensed an immense spiritual force emanating from a specific direction. The dark essence glided toward that point, and Anyao endeavored to harness his soul, employing the sealing technique previously imparted by Kushina. It was indeed effective. Upon completing the hand seals, an invisible barrier materialized, effectively ensnaring the Seven Tails within its confines. "Who goes there?" The Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails awoke, revealing himself to be a frail, white-haired old man, appearing exceedingly weak, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet possessing a formidable soul power. After a moment of contemplation, Anyao intensified the soul power of his ethereal technique, and the ink-black essence of his soul materialized and directly penetrated the old man's mind. "What is this ability?" The old man was greatly astonished. Deep within the recesses of the old man's soul, Anyao could distinctly perceive his soul space. Apart from the old man himself, there existed a creature resembling a fusion of a beetle and a dragonfly, adorned with several enormous wings, which appeared remarkably striking. Anyao glanced at the tailed beast before him. In this state of spiritual essence, he felt an absence of pressure, and his heart felt considerably lighter. It appeared that among the tailed beasts, the Seven Tails was perhaps of a more diminutive strength. Upon reflection, it became evident that if it were formidable, the other 5 great nations would not have allowed Takigakure to benefit from such a find. "Is this the Seven Tails Shomei?" Anyao admired it for a moment, then transformed into his original appearance through the art of soul manifestation. With a friendly smile, he introduced himself, Greetings, I am Anyao. This is a ninjutsu, the spiritual transformation technique, which enables communication and offensive capabilities through the power of the soul. The Seven Tails, Shomei, looked at Anyao with evident trepidation. Its wings trembled incessantly, revealing a profound fear. An old man gently patted it, offering reassurance before inquiring, "What brings you into my soul?" Anyao nonchalantly revealed his initial objective. "I intend to conquer Takayan village and eliminate all the ninjas therein, yet I wish to avoid inciting too much chaos. Thus, I have preemptively sealed your six senses. Since you have discovered my intent, I shall speak candidly. Do not take action, lest it provoke greater casualties." The old man, after a moment of stunned silence, responded with a wry smile. "May I inquire which nation you hail from? What draws you to this humble village?" Observing the old man's composed demeanor and his lack of urgency to resort to violence, Anyao felt a wave of relief and chose to engage in conversation, stating, "I come from Konoha." As soon as Anyao uttered those four words, the previously silent Nanwei, Zhoming, suddenly spoke up. "You belong to the Uchiha clan, do you not? Such a malevolent dark soul, surpassing even that of Uchiha Obito." Upon hearing this, Anyao, intrigued, inquired, "Ah, I recall now. All nine-tailed beasts were captured by the First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, correct? How formidable were the two of them?" The Seven Tails, evidently reminiscing about those times, replied wistfully, "When the Sage of Six Paths was absent, no one could rival them." At that moment, the old man interjected, "So you are a member of the Uchiha clan from Konoha? To my knowledge, Takigakure has never offended Konoha, has it?" "Indeed, it has not," came the reply. "But my subordinate's village was razed by you. Specifically, the attack on Sunagakure that occurred merely half a month ago. Thus, I come seeking vengeance. Is that wrong?" And Yao retorted, "Ah, in war, where lies the distinction of right and wrong, my young friend? I hope you can uphold your words," the old man said, his countenance turning bitter as he continued. "I can already sense that familiar malevolent aura. The one approaching is Kakuzu. It makes sense, for he harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the village. Ah, it seems your spiritual perception is quite acute, able to sense through the seal," and Yao commended. "Not at all. I am merely too familiar with him, as the secret arts he practices are, in fact, the forbidden techniques of our village," the old man uneasily queried. "Will Kakuzu truly heed your command, to slay only the shinobi and spare the innocents?" "I cannot guarantee it 100%, for he is but a hired mercenary, not one of my subordinates," and Yao responded after a moment of contemplation. "However, if there are no formidable shinobi present, leading to widespread devastation, it should be manageable." "That is a relief," the old man sighed, fully aware of Kakuzu's prowess. He candidly stated, "In truth, you need not confine me thus. I am old and no longer possess the desire to engage in combat. Might I request a favor from you?" "Oh, do tell," and Yao replied. "I can assist you in acquiring Takigakure. In exchange, I ask that you protect my granddaughter, ensuring she can smoothly inherit the Seven Tails. She and the Seven Tails are the most precious things I possess in this world." "Your granddaughter? What is she like?" and Yao inquired. "Her name is Fu. She looks like this." The old man conjured an image of a charming little girl with green hair, orange eyes, and a slightly darker complexion, appearing to be around 2 years of age. "Very well," and Yao readily agreed. "A mere child. A lollipop should suffice. If one isn't enough, then two will do." "Thank you." The old man expressed his gratitude. "You may leave now. I will not venture out." "Then, I bid you farewell. We shall meet again tomorrow." As Yao dispelled his spiritual transformation, he quickly regained his composure and remarked to the silently waiting Xian Wang, "Things have progressed even more smoothly than I anticipated. Now, we shall await Kakuzu to resolve the complications." "Indeed, the shinobi you summoned is truly remarkable," Xian Wang noted, utilizing his contraptions to sense the commotion within Takigakure, where the shinobi were being ruthlessly slaughtered by Kakuzu. As dawn broke, the air in Takigakure was thick with the scent of blood, aside from those still in slumber. Most residents were aware of the calamity that had befallen them, yet being ordinary citizens, they dared not step outside. Kakuzu, exuding a sanguinary aura, approached the two men. His clothing tattered and one of his 4 masks shattered, indicating that the battle had not been without its toll. Regrettably, facing Kakuzu without absolute strength and intelligence would surely lead to a dire outcome. Upon seeing the two, Kakuzu's first words were, "It is time to settle the bill." Chapter 40. Journey to Kumobikure. Of course, and Yao promptly produced the agreed-upon sum of 500 million, handing it over. "This is the sum we previously discussed. For the remaining 1 billion, I shall accompany you to the exchange center." Kakuzu nodded in agreement. "Very well." With that, he executed a body flicker technique, hastening his way to the exchange center. An ominous glow emanated as Anya spoke to Xuanwang. "The village of Longyin is now secure. You may bring over the remaining residents of Yangyan village. As for the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, I have reached an agreement with him. He will cooperate with us in governing the village. Will you follow him alone?" "That seems perilously reckless," Xuanwang expressed his concerns. "Rest assured, the funds we acquired are sufficient for me to hire him for a considerable time." dark radiance exuded an air of confidence as it left a shadow clone behind and pursued the direction in which Kakuzu had departed, initially intending to gather intelligence alongside Xianyuan. The latter was now preoccupied with tending to the elderly, infirm, and vulnerable of Yanyan village, rendering him unable to accompany. However, with Kakuzu's presence, the task became markedly easier. Naturally, risks accompanied this endeavor. Yet, as the adage goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, is it not? Anya followed Jiao due to the currency exchange, and the two swiftly completed their transaction. Jiao Du meticulously counted the money, ensuring that the amount was accurate before turning to leave. Wait, Anya suddenly called out to him. This time, Jiao Du paused. What is it, kid? Is something the matter? And Yao nodded and said, I wish to employ you for a period. Let us discuss the terms. Employment? Jiao Du shook his head and replied, I am not interested. As he prepared to leave, and Yao swiftly positioned himself in front of Jiao Du. Jiao Du's gaze turned icy, and a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. You little brat. Dare to obstruct my path? Are you seeking death? Anya revealed a subtle smile, unfazed as she remarked, Mr. Kaku, your eagerness to depart surely signifies your quest for a fitting heart to fill the void of that mask. Upon hearing her words, the murderous aura surrounding Kakuzu diminished. Yet his gaze remained as frigid as iron, fixated on Anya as though she were a lifeless corpse. If his earlier demeanor was merely an attempt to intimidate, at this moment, Kakuzu's intent had undeniably turned lethal. In a tone as clear as a polished mirror, and Yao continued, Mr. Kaku, there is no need for such animosity towards me. Your abilities have been conveyed to me by the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. I believe we could journey together, and perhaps I could be of assistance to you. Kakuzu, accustomed to solitude, regarded the innocent young man before him with skepticism, retorting, assist me? With your capabilities? With unwavering confidence, Anya replied, of course, my appearance can disarm many ninjas, enabling me to procure information that you might find elusive. In this era of war, no ninja from any nation operates alone. Surely, you have little regard for the hearts of the weak. Upon hearing these words, Kakuzu felt a flicker of intrigue. Yet he chose not to elaborate further and turned to depart. Observing Kakuzu's slow retreat, Anya offered a faint smile and followed closely behind. Thus, a peculiar duo emerged, one a middle-aged man, the other a youth, creating an odd yet compelling partnership. After a day of relentless travel, the pair arrived near the hidden cloud village, a settlement perched atop towering peaks that pierced the clouds. The area was perpetually shrouded in mist, occasionally reverberating with thunderous roars, surrounded by smaller hills that lended an air of grandeur and magnificence. Although their conversation was sparse throughout the day, Anya gleaned some understanding of Kaku. The man spoke little, eschewing trivialities, and placed great value on money. His past experiences had rendered him highly suspicious, trusting no one. Thus, this collaboration was a rarity. Kakuzu-sama, now that you have arrived at the hidden cloud village, I presume the mask you seek is of a lightning affinity? Anya inquired as he stepped forward. Kakuzu acknowledged the query, indeed. Anya continued, from what I know, this generation's rakeage may be the strongest yet. The risks of seeking a heart here are considerable. Kakuzu snorted dismissively, merely a junior. He then turned to Anya and asked, do you intend to accompany me inside? And Yao chuckled softly. Of course, we shall go together. Uncle Jiao-Du, uncle? Jiao-Du looked utterly bewildered. I certainly cannot address you as father. We bear no resemblance to one another. And Yao said with a hint of distress. At that moment, Jiao-Du began to comprehend. You wish for me to assist you in directly entering Yunin village? Anya shook his head and corrected. It is I who will accompany you inside. Given the current age of war, it is entirely reasonable for me, as a resident of the Land of Thunder, to come to the hidden cloud village to learn ninjutsu. Furthermore, having an elder escort is quite customary. After Anya's remarks, Kakuzu's expression twitched slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to Anya's address, yet he did not voice any objections, tacitly acquiescing. Oh, by the way, Anya suddenly recalled, continuing, Uncle, once we enter the village, it would be best if you refrained from speaking. Your tone is quite prone to misunderstandings. I shall inform them that you are mute. I hope you won't mind. Kakuzu, with a head full of dark lines, proceeded forward in silence. Was this an agreement? Anya followed closely behind, and before long, the two arrived at the entrance of Yunin village. Several cloud shinobi swiftly emerged from the shadows, throwing a handful of kunai that struck the ground. Their expressions filled with vigilance as they stood before the two, declaring, Halt, travelers. An ominous figure feigned fright and took a few steps back, then swiftly transformed his expression into one of delight, exclaiming, You must be the esteemed ninjas of Yunin village. I am a resident of the Land of Thunder, and my uncle brought me here to learn the art of ninjutsu. Oh, you aspire to be a ninja? Several cloud ninjas lowered their guard and inquired. Please present your documentation. Anyao had long been prepared. He retrieved a crumpled document from his bosom, upon which the writing was exceedingly faint, allowing only a name to emerge faintly. The group of cloud ninjas furrowed their brows, uncertain how to ascertain its authenticity. Alas, Anyao lamented, his voice tinged with grievance. It is all the fault of those rock-hidden village ninjas. They attacked my homeland, forcing my uncle and me to flee for our lives. This document is my sole beacon of hope, and I have clutched it tightly, dreaming of becoming a true ninja to seek vengeance for my village. Upon hearing this, the Cloud Ninjas erupted in indignation. Once again, those uncouth brutes dare to assault innocent civilians. I shall report this to the Raikage at once. They shall learn a lesson they will not soon forget. After the Cloud Ninjas departed, one remained, sighing as he approached Anyao and gently patting his shoulder. Fear not, dear child. We shall aid you in avenging your kin. Come with me. I believe that after a period of study at the Ninja Academy, you shall emerge as an exceptional ninja. Meanwhile, Kakuzu observed Anyao's display with keen interest, secretly giving the young boy a thumbs up. After taking a few steps, a Cloud Ninja glanced back at Kakuzu, sensing an air of peculiarity about him. Anyao noticed and quickly said, "My uncle was injured in the throat during the attack on the village, and his face was also scarred by the explosion, which is why he must always keep it covered. I see, how unfortunate. The villagers of Awagakure are truly despicable." Yunin cast a sympathetic glance at Kakuzu, and without hesitation, they strode confidently into the village of Yunin. Chapter 41. A new sword technique to walk so openly in a ninja village without the fear of being hunted was a rather novel experience for Kakuzu, all thanks to the peculiar little boy before him. Despite possessing meager strength, his audacity was unmatched, daring even to refer to himself as Kakuzu's uncle, given their age difference. He might as well have called him grandfather to flatter himself. As Kakuzu was lost in his thoughts, Anyao's voice suddenly broke through. "Uncle, what were you just thinking? We've arrived at the school. Already?" Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback as he beheld the Ninja Academy, a place he had never visited before, if only in his childhood. "What are you thinking about? There's no one around now," Anyao whispered. "Did you spot any targets along the way?" "Targets?" Kakuzu replied, somewhat puzzled. An aura of confusion enveloped Anya as she inquired. "Did you not come seeking the heart of the lightning attribute? Have you not been observing it throughout our journey?" Zhao Duo, roused from his stupor, swiftly responded, "Indeed, that is correct. However, I have yet to encounter a suitable one." An understanding dawned upon Anyao. "Very well. A formidable individual whom you hold in high regard is unlikely to be wandering aimlessly on the streets. Once I enroll in the Ninja Academy, I shall assist you in this matter. Little brat, what prompts you to extend your help to me?" Kakuzu inquired, voicing the question that lingered in his mind. An enigmatic smile graced Anyao's lips as he remarked, "Hee, isn't this a matter of mutual assistance? I shall lend you my aid first, and in return, you will assist me." Zhao Du, with an expression devoid of emotion, responded, "Let it be clear that I have yet to agree to your employment." Anyao gestured in understanding and said, "I see. You should find a place to settle down first. I will check the school, and if I find something suitable, I will inform you." The ninja school was already familiar territory for Anyao, so he entered with an air of confidence, devoid of any cautious demeanor typical of a stealthy individual. Upon arriving in the classroom, before the ninja instructor had even introduced himself, the room erupted with excitement. Several young girls' eyes transformed into hearts as they exclaimed, "Wow, look, a handsome guy has arrived." Meanwhile, a group of boys expressed their discontent, retorting, "Humph. He's so skinny and ugly. A man should have muscles." It seems that first impressions are often rooted in appearances, a natural inclination. For the desire for beauty resides within us all. An enigmatic smile graced Anyao's lips as he greeted everyone with a warm, confident demeanor. "Hello, everyone." Oh, how his charm intensified with that smile. A certain infatuated girl mused, "Did he just smile at me?" The teacher at the podium could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Please maintain silence. Allow me to introduce him. This is Bai Yun, hailing from a small village in the Land of Thunder. His village was devastated by the ninjas of Awagakure, which is why he has come here to learn. I urge you all not to bully him." An expression of sorrow gracefully graced Anyao's face. The classmates below promptly stood up and shouted, "Who dares to bully him? I'll make that person regret it." Once the teacher had departed, Anyao quickly melded with the students, regardless of gender, all finding the newcomer quite amiable. Once he gauged that relationships had sufficiently developed, Anyao inquired, "Do you know whose lightning release is the most formidable?" A white-haired lad replied, "That's obvious. It must be Lord Raikage. My family says he once defeated the Eight Tails. Could one truly confront the Eight Tails? Indeed, this generation's Raikage was extraordinary. Clearly, using him as a target for Kakuzu was ill-advised. Setting aside whether one could prevail, the subsequent pursuit from an entire village would ensure escape was futile. Thus, Anyao curiously pressed on. Are there any powerful ninjas beneath the Raikage? Of course, it would be the Raikage's son. He is destined to inherit his father's legacy. The Raikage's son, however, was also not a viable option. Though the challenge was less than that of the Raikage, the outcome remained the same. Anyao quickly dismissed this choice. Another female classmate interjected, "I think Lord Killer Bee is quite remarkable, and his rap is very entertaining." "What is so entertaining about it? Don't you find it amusing?" Several classmates began to engage in spirited discussion. Just then, a voice resonated. Hey, I think I just heard my name. A robust man with dark skin and light yellow hair, donning black sunglasses, entered. He held a pen in one hand, scribbling away, and then began to dance exuberantly while reciting something. The atmosphere became awkwardly still, and Yao was momentarily taken aback. Was this Killer Bee? After he finished, the girl who had just praised him asked, "Lord Killer Bee, are you teaching us today?" Killer Bee, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Yes, it's my turn to educate you all. What do you want to learn? How about some rap?" "No, please." The other students groaned in unison, a chorus of musically challenged children. Killer Bee playfully retorted, retrieving several knives from behind him, declaring, "Then I shall teach you martial arts today." This proposal received unanimous approval. All right. The entire class rushed out of the classroom with great enthusiasm. Indeed, physical education was the most popular subject. Upon arriving at the training ground, Killer Bee, having warmed up with some rap, produced 7 knives, which danced in his hands with the grace of limbs, whirling in every direction. Before long, the training dummies were in tatters, and Yao, who had initially appeared languid, found his eyes wide with astonishment. What a technique! It surpassed all imagination, though seemingly comical. The speed of attacks and the breadth of impact exceeded his own capabilities. In close combat, relying solely on knife skills might well render him outmatched. Truly, one could learn more from experience than from books. Merely witnessing this set of techniques made the journey worthwhile. After the demonstration, classmates flocked to seek his guidance, while Yao sat contemplatively, pondering countermeasures. Soon, the class concluded, and Yao opened his eyes, gazing in the direction Killer Bee had departed, promptly following him. As Yao made no effort to conceal himself, Killer Bee quickly noticed the little follower behind him and halted. "Oh, aren't you that quiet little fellow from earlier? What do you want with me?" "Ah, I see, you want to hear my rap," Killer Bee declared with unshakable confidence. An enigmatic figure shook his head and replied, "No, I wish to engage in a duel of swordsmanship with you." "Oh, a duel of swordsmanship?" Kira remarked, somewhat perplexed. "Little one, you do not even possess a blade. How do you intend to compete? Simply lend me a knife, and it will suffice." "Ah, how intriguing." Kira found himself captivated by the child before him and promptly hurled a knife in his direction. "Hey, you fool. Be careful. The blade is quite sharp. Do not harm yourself." And Yao took his sword, brandished it casually a few times to gauge its balance, and then charged forward, declaring, "These words are precisely what I wish to convey." Chapter 42, The Art of Sword Dancing. Yao was acutely aware of Kurabi's formidable and peculiar swordsmanship. Thus, as he approached, he launched an unhesitating and aggressive assault, aiming with precision at Kurabi's vital points. Simultaneously, Yao employed an intricately angled technique, striking from unexpected angles. And soon the two were entangled in a whirlwind of combat. Realizing that speed alone would not grant him the upper hand, Yao shifted his grip on the sword to a reverse hold and pressed forward once more. This time, Yao's approach was refreshingly innovative, markedly differing from the sword techniques he had previously mastered. He deliberately slowed his movements, which, though not swift, effectively countered Kurabi's 6 blades. His actions flowed gracefully, exuding a rhythmic elegance that left Kurabi feeling as if he were striking a cloud, unable to exert any force. "Hey, fool, you're quite skilled with that blade," Kurabi exclaimed, marveling even as they exchanged blows. Suddenly, he retreated sharply, using his joints to trap the blades, and declared, "Dance, like a butterfly in the wind." With that, the 6 blades harmonized with Kurabi's entire physique, resembling a tempest that surged forth. The very direction of the blades instilled in Yao a profound sense of vulnerability, and a moment of clarity flashed through his mind. Yes, this was the sensation, the epiphany he sought. Confronted with a life-or-death crisis, Yao inhaled deeply, positioning his sword at chest height as if to execute a simple horizontal sweep. Yet, beneath this fade lay a myriad of transformations. The sword flowed with his intent, merging his spirit with the blade, creating an inseparable unity. Clang! Sparks erupted as Yao, wielding but a single sword, seemed to unleash a multitude of blades in unison. His entire being was propelled by the power of the sword, and as he spun rapidly, a formidable spiral energy coalesced, effortlessly disarming Kurabi of all 6 blades. In that singular, masterful strike, Yao's technique was nothing short of celestial. With Kurabi now bereft of his weapons, Yao pressed his sword against Kurabi's throat, a mere gentle push away from extinguishing his life. An ominous sensation stifled his urge to kill. In that fleeting moment when his blade was disarmed, a profound sense of peril surged within him, causing a shiver to traverse his spine. He offered a faint smile, sheathed his knife, and extended it back with both hands, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Kurabi, for today's contest. It was truly exhilarating." Kurabi, momentarily taken aback, did not immediately accept the weapon. Instead, he swiftly produced paper and pen, fervently scribbling as he murmured to himself, as if a spark of inspiration had ignited within him. Anya remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the completion of his writing. In truth, this battle was fraught with peril, had it not been for the prior glimpse of Killer Bee's swordsmanship and the subsequent borrowing of a blade from him. revealing a slight vulnerability in his usual combination attacks. The outcome relying solely on his own technique would have been uncertain. It appears that the ninja world is indeed brimming with extraordinary talents, and one should never underestimate anyone. Upon finishing, Killer Bee recited his work with satisfaction. Accepting the blade handed to him by Anya, with an unwavering gaze from behind his sunglasses, he inquired directly, "What is the name of that last strike?" Anya replied, "I just conceived a new technique, but it remains nameless." "Oh, splendid." Kairabi chuckled, "I just thought of a name, Dance of the Blades. What do you think?" "It resembles a swarm of bees in flight." "Excellent," Anyao promptly concurred. The more Kairabi observed Anyao, the more he found him pleasing to the eye, and he extended an invitation, "Would you care to visit me and enjoy some time together?" After some contemplation, Anyao declined, saying, "Never mind. The earlier bout was too intense. I am utterly exhausted and wish to return to school for some rest." "Very well." With a hint of regret, Kila departed. Shortly thereafter, Jiao Du emerged from the shadows, his gaze upon Anyao laced with astonishment. "I did not anticipate your proficiency with the blade. It seems I have underestimated you." An elusive smile graced Anyao's lips as he replied, "Uncle, you flatter me." Jiao Du gazed towards the direction in which Kairabi had departed and remarked, "Is that individual the target you have procured for me?" The enigmatic Anya responded uncertainly. Among the classmates who left a lasting impression within the Ninja Academy, he was indeed one of them. However, he had not employed the lightning release just yet, leaving the suitability for your heart in doubt. "It is best to act sooner rather than later. I shall observe for a while and seize the opportunity when it arises." After Kakazu spoke, he followed suit. Such impatience. Anya had intended to intervene. A fleeting sensation of extreme danger had just brushed past Killer Bee. Yet, even if she voiced her concerns, Kakuzu would likely remain skeptical. Upon returning to the academy, a few girls quickly approached her in class. "Bayun, where have you been? We searched everywhere for you." An enigmatic figure, half seriously, remarked, "Oh, the swordsmanship of teacher Kairabi is truly captivating, which is why I pursued him in hopes of learning more." One of the girls whispered, "Bayun, I've heard from my family that I should keep my distance from him, as they say there resides a terrifying beast within teacher Kairabi." And Yao chuckled lightly, saying, "How could there possibly be monsters hidden within the human body? Surely, your family must be afraid of your disobedience, so..." At this point, Yao suddenly froze, realizing the absurdity of his own words. It was indeed possible for monsters to dwell within a human, as he had witnessed several himself, 2 on the battlefield of Tsuchikage and 1 in the village of Takigakure. Could it be that the Jinchuriki Killer Bee harbored a tailed beast within him as well? With this realization, Yao comprehended the nature of the recent threat. It was undoubtedly the tailed beast within Killer Bee sensing danger and issuing a warning. This was dire. Kakuzu, he wouldn't dare take action, would he? While a typical tailed beast should be manageable for Kakuzu, the commotion it would cause would be substantial. How many tails resided within Killer Bee, after all? Oh, the answer was right before him. Indeed, after Yao finished speaking, another girl chimed in, "It's no joke, I assure you. My father is also a ninja, and he once witnessed that monster with his own eyes. It is said to be enormous, possessing a bull's head, and is quite irritable. It was only after Lord Rakage broke one of its horns that it calmed down. A bull's head, a broken horn, it could only be the 8 tails, second only to the 9 tails among tailed beasts." In an instant, Yao grasped the reality of the situation. The curse of fate was upon him. Killer Bee was the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, and clearly, their bond was strong, for the 8 tails would not have issued such a warning otherwise. At this moment, Yao felt a slight headache. It seemed that the hunting plan was likely to fall through. If Jiao Du truly took action, he too would inevitably be implicated and must find a way to slip away. Reflecting on this, Yao suddenly clutched his stomach and said, "Oh dear. I overindulged at breakfast today, and now my stomach feels quite unwell. I must excuse myself to the restroom." The young ladies graciously made way for Yao, saying, "Please, do hurry." "Thank you, dear friends," he replied. As the dark light cast a radiant smile towards them, it swiftly pursued the direction in which the corner had vanished, hoping fervently that he had yet to take action. Chapter 43, Bayun has perished. The swift pace of Anya was astonishing, and in no time, he arrived at the spot where the two had recently parted ways. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself unable to discern the direction in which they had departed. With a sigh of resignation, he clasped his hands together in a series of intricate seals, the art of spirit transformation. A surge of dark spiritual energy emanated from within him, and as soon as it was released, a tremendous fluctuation of energy was detected. In that direction, such intense energy waves. Could it be that a confrontation had already ensued? The dark glow rapidly retracted its soul and raced towards that direction. Upon arrival, it witnessed Kakuzu forming hand seals, declaring, "Fire release, head hardening, wind release, great breakthrough." Kakuzu unleashed a vast array of combined ninjutsu, with formidable flames incinerating all objects in conjunction with the raging wind. Suddenly, the black threads behind him surged violently, flowing from his body, rendering him almost weightless. The multitude of black threads resembled tendrils, surging directly into the flames. With a roar, as the flames dissipated, a colossal bull with octopus-like tentacles emerged. One of its horns severed. It was ensnared by countless black threads, yet with a thunderous bellow, it broke free from its bindings with sheer brute strength. A tailed beast ball formed in its mouth and was violently expelled towards Kakuzu. The black tendrils behind Kakuzu swiftly evaded the assault, while the tailed beast ball's destructive power obliterated distant mountains. The battle had truly commenced. Dark Glow, witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Suddenly, a figure shrouded in black threads appeared beside him, adorned with a new mask. What is this? Dark Glow recognized it immediately. Isn't that the lightning release mask? It seems you have succeeded. Kakuzu, surprised that Dark Glow showed no fear upon seeing his appearance, responded, Indeed, I have succeeded. It turns out this fellow is a Jinchuriki. No wonder a powerful lightning release ninja has been guarding him. I have already taken the heart of that ninja, but the Jinchuriki discovered me. And now he has gone mad. Upon hearing this, Dark Glow hurriedly replied, If you have succeeded, why are we still fighting? We must leave at once. Kakuzu, with a somber tone, said, I wish to flee as well, but 2 hearts have already been locked onto by him. If we attempt to escape now, those 2 hearts will surely perish here. And Yao comprehended the implications within Jiao Du's words. The intention had always been to target the heart, just as one was acquired. The prospect of losing 2 others loomed ominously. No one desires such a fate. However, the combat prowess of the 8 tails far surpasses that of the 7 tails, and Jiao Du would find it challenging to subdue it in the immediate term. Furthermore, they are currently engaged in an away battle. Should the situation escalate, it would attract the attention of an entire village's worth of ninjas. The Hidden Cloud Village is not akin to the diminutive Takigakure. In such a scenario, even 100 masks would be insufficient for Jiao Du to evade his demise. In a moment of intense contemplation, she clenched her teeth and challenged, Go ahead. Attempt to take me hostage. What purpose would that serve? Kai Di replied, his expression one of utter bewilderment. On Yao swiftly elucidated, That Jinchuriki is acquainted with me. He even came to school today as a teacher. You should attempt to force him to cease his actions while you hold me captive. Although Kakuzu deemed it futile, he complied, for the other 2 of his avatars were already on the brink of collapse. Stand down, or I shall take his life, one of Kakuzu's avatars asserted, pressing a kunai against Onyao's throat as he emerged from behind a rock. Fool, release this student. Upon hearing the threat, the 8 tails haltingly ceased his assault. To Kakuzu's astonishment, this strategy proved effective. He then drew a line of blood across Onyao's neck, warning, should you dare to strike again, I will kill him instantly. With that, several masked figures composed of black threads reformed into one entity, swiftly abducting Onyao as they fled towards the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village. Killer Bee, having dispelled his tailed beast transformation, transformed into human form and pursued them closely. Along the way, they encountered ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village. Kakuzu, uninterested in combat, unleashed a wide-ranging ninjutsu and departed without a glance at the aftermath, resulting in an increasing number of pursuers. Onyao advised, utilize the earth to carve a path, and proceed in this direction. I am confident we can elude them. Without hesitation, Jiao Du executed a series of earth-based techniques with remarkable finesse, Earth Dragon Bullet, Earth Spike, and various other Doton Jutsu, causing considerable distress among the Cloud Ninja. Just ahead, beyond this grove, lay safety. Onyao indicated a short distance ahead, exuding a sense of assuredness. With a gust of wind enhancing his speed, Jiao Du swiftly propelled them out of the forest, only to be met by the sight of hundreds of rock ninja congregating outside, their expressions reflecting astonishment at the sudden appearance of strangers. However, the leader, upon recognizing Onyao, ground his teeth and proclaimed, Bayun, it is you. With a teasing smile, and Yao remarked, Oh, isn't that Huang too, who was so easily toppled by our Lord Rakage? What are you lurking here for? Upon hearing in Yao's jibe about his past defeat, Huang Tu wasted no time and unleashed a vast earth release technique that enveloped the 2. Do not resist, conceal yourselves, and Yao advised Kakuzu. The 2 did not flinch or evade, and were soon covered by the enormous mound of soil, vanishing without a trace. Did they perish so easily? Huang Tu pondered, perplexed, especially since his previous encounter with Yao had lasted much longer without a clear victor. Before he could contemplate further, the pursuing Cloud Ninja emerged from the forest, and upon seeing a gathering of rock ninja, the atmosphere became decidedly tense. Killer Bee burst forth from the thicket, shattering the tension with his trademark exclamations. Bastards! Fools! Have you seen that abducted student? The rock village ninjas, incensed by his insolence, prepared for battle. Huang Tu raised a hand to halt them, questioning, What abducted student? Who are you referring to? Killer Bee, genuinely unaware, was soon joined by a ninja who had summoned in Yao, stepping forward and declaring loudly, His name is Bai Yun, a student from our ninja academy. Ah, so it is indeed you from the Cloud Village, Huang Tu replied, his long-simmering grievances boiling over as he let out a hearty laugh. Bai Yun is already dead. I killed him. What? A Cloud Ninja immediately erupted in fury. You annihilated his village, and now you've slain the last hope of the village? This is intolerable. I will slay you, you wretched earth dwellers. Kill. With no further words exchanged, the two sides swiftly engaged in battle. Meanwhile, reinforcements from the two villages were rapidly converging, escalating the conflict between the rock and cloud villages to a fever pitch, all sparked by the death of a person who, in reality, never existed. Concealed in the shadows, Kakuzu turned to Yao and inquired, "When did you employ the shadow clone technique?" An enigmatic smile graced Yao's lips as he remarked, "Of course. It was when you took me captive. I have never been one to relinquish my life into the hands of others." Intrigued, Jiao Du glanced at the ongoing battle among the hidden villages, only to find it exceedingly dull in comparison to the intriguing young man beside him. He could not help but inquire, "Where do you wish to go next?" An ominous voice revealed the next destination, the village hidden in the sand. "Let us proceed," Kakuzu declared, leading the way with unwavering determination. Anya inquired, "What is this?" To which Kakuzu replied nonchalantly, "I have accepted your employment." Chapter 44. Engaged in battle again, why was Sunagakure chosen as the next site for intelligence gathering? The reason was simple. 3 of the 5 great ninja villages had already fallen, and with Kirigakure eliminated from consideration, only Sunagakure remained. The beloved character Gaara, known for his masterful manipulation of sand, hails from this village and has ascended to the position of Kazekage, although it seems he lacks any remarkable battle achievements. As the two traveled, they paused intermittently, engaging in casual conversation, evidently growing more familiar with one another. With this newfound rapport, Anya found Kakuzu to be less intimidating. At times, he even treated him, which was quite a feat for a miser. Currently, they were dining at a restaurant, and after Anya savored a bowl of soup and let out a satisfied burp, he declared, "Uncle, I wish to establish an organization in the future. Would you consider joining?" Kakuzu had grown accustomed to Anya's form of address. Regarding the invitation, he scoffed, "You little brat, while your strength is lacking, your ambition is notable. If you wish to recruit me as a subordinate, you must first defeat me." "No," Anya countered, "I do not seek subordinates. I merely wish to create a like-minded organization to accomplish tasks that cannot be achieved alone. We would be comrades, equal in standing." "Comrades? Huh, how naive," Kakuzu retorted, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. An indifferent Yao retorted, "Are we not in that predicament now? You have a penchant for wealth. And I too am fond of riches. You relish in the act of killing, and I harbor no aversion to it." This statement left Jiao Du momentarily speechless. However, remaining true to his solitary nature, he shook his head and replied, "Do not entertain thoughts of coercing me. I shall not be joining you." Anyao, not one to impose, said, "Very well, allow me to take care of this meal." After settling the bill, upon exiting, Anyao's gaze fell upon a house emblazoned with 2 characters. Stirring something within him, Jiao Do, clearly perceptive, inquired, "What is this? Are you tempted to gamble? Do you partake in such activities?" Jiao Do shook his head. "I never engage in gambling." The understanding of Anyao is profound. However, should you lose your composure, it is likely that the casino would cease to exist. In fact, gambling is quite prevalent in the world of Naruto, with slot machines, mahjong, and pai gao all readily available. Anyao has immersed himself in a card game this time. In his previous life as a thief, he engaged in gambling frequently, typically emerging victorious, owing to his nimble fingers that made mastering a few sleight-of-hand tricks remarkably easy. Naturally, one must refrain from excessive antics, as those capable of operating a casino often possess significant backgrounds. Here, however, Anyao need not worry. With Konoha as his backing and Kakuzu by his side, he observed the game for a while before understanding the rules and joining the fray. Kakuzu, witnessing Anyao transform a mere chip into a towering pile of winnings, was left astounded. Unable to resist, he discreetly purchased a few chips for himself, only to swiftly lose everything, his forehead nearly bursting with veins from frustration. Unbeknownst to Anyao, he felt he had won sufficiently and decided to cash out, leaving the casino with a bulging wallet, and he couldn't help but lament his previous ignorance. He should have considered this lucrative path earlier. It was foolish to rely solely on missions for income. Clearly, he had been naive as a ninja, neglecting such a promising avenue for wealth. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about finances. While reveling in the prospect of a wealthy lifestyle, Anyao noticed Kakuzu's grim expression and inquired, "Uncle, what troubles you?" Kakuzu darkly replied, "It's nothing. Aren't we headed to Sunagakure? Let's hasten our pace. We have lingered too long on the road." After several days of travel, the two arrived at the neighboring country of Sunagakure, the village hidden in rain. This place is perpetually shrouded in rain, with a damp atmosphere that, combined with the gloomy weather, would likely dampen the spirits of even the most optimistic souls. Anya couldn't help but exclaim, "This place feels so desolate." Jiaodu concurred. "I can sense the ominous presence of war. Most villages engulfed by the flames of conflict resemble this." They had scarcely taken a few steps when a brown-haired youth, bearing a basket upon his back, suddenly appeared. "Excuse me, do you have any food?" "Oh, a beggar?" This was Anya's first encounter, though it seemed rather expected. During times of war, Orphans must abound. He himself was one, yet Anya, possessing the mindset of an adult, felt far fewer constraints without parental figures. An ominous silence lingered as Yao remained noncommittal, while Jiao Dou's gaze turned icy. "Get lost," he commanded. The youth, intimidated by Jiao Dou's formidable presence, staggered back a few steps before hastily turning to flee. An sigh escaped in Yao's lips as he remarked, "Uncle, you have frightened him." With that, he flicked his fingers, sending some currency he had won a few days prior gracefully into the basket behind him. Jiao Dou could not suppress a disdainful snort, retorting, "Bestowing money upon outsiders is foolish. It is merely the fruit of luck. Having acquired it with such ease, one might as well donate a portion," deeming it a charitable act. The nonchalant words of Anya caused Jiao to recall the money lost at the casino, plunging his mood into deeper gloom as he silently proceeded forward. Anya, puzzled by his demeanor, shook his head and followed suit. The departing youth arrived behind a stone, where a red-haired boy and a blue-haired girl awaited him. The brown-haired boy gasped for breath, exclaiming, "Nagato, Conan, that masked individual was extremely dangerous. I truly thought he was going to kill me." Concern etched on her face. The blue-haired Conan cautioned, "Yahiko, you must refrain from recklessly charging out like that. It's far too perilous." The red-haired Nagato remarked, "It seemed that boy just tossed something into your basket. Why not see what it is?" "All right, let me check," Yahiko said, rummaging through the basket. He pulled out a bundle of cash, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, it's money. That boy actually gifted us cash. He must be a good person." "Indeed," Conan replied with a joyful smile. "Now we can buy something to eat. Nagato, what do you feel like having?" "Anything will do," Nagato replied. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered as he thought of the aforementioned boy, sensing an obscure darkness enveloping him, a sensation he had never encountered since awakening his Rinnegan. At that moment, Anya remained oblivious to the significance of what he had missed. Had he known how close the Rinnegan was to him, one could only wonder what actions he might have taken. Meanwhile, as they traversed the Rain Village, they were abruptly halted by several Rain shinobi. "Stop! Who are you? And why have you entered the battlefield area?" "The battlefield?" Anya exclaimed in astonishment. "I recall that the Rain Village had signed a peace treaty with Konoha, did it not?" "It is not with Konoha, but with Sunagakure. Lord Hanzo will lead us to dismantle the monopoly of the 5 great nations." Dark Radiance found himself at a loss for words. This demigod truly was a battle fanatic. Upon realizing that the mighty Konoha clan was beyond his reach, he swiftly turned his attention to tormenting the sand-hidden village. However, the challenge of breaking the monopoly of the 5 great nations is exceedingly daunting, and it is likely to end in dismal failure. Chapter 45, The Demigod's Weakness. In a tone that exuded arrogance, Yao inquired of Jiao Dou, "Uncle, what is your opinion on this so-called demigod?" Jiao Dou's response dripped with disdain. As a familiar phrase escaped his lips, merely a junior. An ominous glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes as he nodded. Indeed, he possessed the arrogance that came with power. Having honed his secret arts, he was no longer merely a corporeal being. Toxins held no sway over him. Consequently, this demigod was rendered considerably ineffective. In the event of a confrontation, the demigod stood little chance of triumph. The Rain Ninja, unable to tolerate the exchange, interjected with indignation. "Who are these 2 imbeciles, so ignorant of their own insignificance? Lord Hanzo is a figure of great renown in the ninja world." "Silence," Kakuzu retorted sharply. In an instant, he unleashed a technique of earth release, piercing through several Rain ninjas before him. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground, leaving a scene of gruesome carnage. Upon witnessing this scene, Anya tilted his head and inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" "There is hardly any bounty for eliminating them." Kakuzu was indeed in a rather dismal mood. After venting his frustrations, he composed himself and remarked, "With them obstructing our path, we cannot proceed to Sunagakure. It would be prudent to dispose of them swiftly." Suddenly, Anya interjected, "I have changed my mind. Before we head to Sunagakure, I wish to meet this demigod." Kakuzu asked, "What has sparked your sudden interest in him?" An intriguing remark was made by Yao. In truth, his personal abilities are quite formidable. Although he has not yet slain any formidable opponents, he has managed to leave only the strong standing on the opposing side. I am inclined to investigate his poison. After a moment of contemplation, Jiao Dou replied, "If you were to fall victim to his poison, it is highly likely that it would lead to your demise." Dark Yao was unconcerned. "I will be cautious. Besides, I have you by my side, so there is no need to fear him." With that, they set off. Jiao took the lead, with Dark Yao closely following. They had not ventured far when the distant jungle erupted with a series of tremendous explosions, startling countless birds into flight. It appeared that a large-scale battle was unfolding ahead. It seemed they had engaged in conflict with the sand-hidden village. This individual certainly knew how to stir up trouble. After declaring war, he acted without hesitation, showing no signs of cowardice. In truth, had he chosen to remain in obscurity and develop quietly, Konoha would not have amassed such a formidable force, leaving the rain-hidden village in a state of desolation. However, one could argue that if he had not been so ostentatious, he would not have attained the title of demigod. It is evident that small nations possess their limitations. Perhaps this demigod has deeper aspirations than anyone else, seeking to reshape the world order through the chaos of war. At this moment, Anyao was indeed struck by a profound curiosity. Kakuzu observed Anyao, who had been lost in thought, and could not help but inquire. Are we merely waiting for his return here? No, let us first capture a ninja to inquire about the battlefield situation. With Kakuzu's presence, seizing a rain ninja was a rather simple task. Upon encountering the frightened, trembling ninja, Anyao approached him directly and employed Jinjutsu to extract information. Once the interrogation concluded, Anyao mused to himself. It appears that the situation in the hidden rain village is quite favorable. The battle ahead has shifted in their favor. Indeed, such extensive poison attacks leave little room for effective defense. Kakuzu, skeptical, remarked, this poison cannot be infinite. Its weaknesses are glaringly apparent. It remains to be seen if Sunagakure can discern them. Regardless, the hidden rain village cannot secure victory relying solely on him. An intriguing proposal was made by Anyao. Let us proceed to investigate. The two entered the forest, where they were met with a harrowing sight. Numerous corpses littered the ground, exuding a miasma of decay and rot. The faces of the ninjas were etched with anguish, and even the rain ninjas displayed traces of distress, their expressions obscured by gas masks. Indeed, donning gas masks proved to be a prudent measure. They pressed onward, only to find that the vast battlefield ahead was devoid of any signs of life. A purple toxic mist enveloped the entire area, forcing the sand village to retreat without a semblance of resistance. At this moment, Hans stood atop the head of a salamander, filled with unbridled ambition. He believed that if this state of affairs continued, the day would inevitably come when he would conquer the sand-hidden village and elevate the rain-hidden village to the ranks of the 5 great nations. Suddenly, figures emerged from within the toxic haze, advancing directly toward him. Hans, perplexed, mused, how curious. Who could traverse the toxic mist? Determined to ascertain the truth, Hans initiated a test, water release, water dragon bullet technique. Countless droplets erupted from his mouth, striking toward the shadows amidst the mist with the ferocity of bullets. To his astonishment, the figures within the fog had anticipated this assault, nimbly evading each wave of attack. How could this be? Hans queried, disbelief washing over him as he waved his hand to disperse the toxic fog. Before him stood not ninjas, but an array of puppets, the largest of which bore a diminutive middle-aged woman atop it. Realizing they were merely puppets, Hans exhaled in relief, convinced that the ninjas of the sand village were not immune to his poison. Yet, he was left wondering who this woman was, capable of surviving within the toxic mist. Who are you? He inquired, voicing his curiosity. The middle-aged woman chuckled and replied, you may call me Lady Chiyo, the beautiful. Beautiful? Hans retorted derisively. You are but an old hag controlling puppets. Upon hearing this, Chiyo's face flushed with rage, veins popping as she shouted, you, with your breathing apparatus, have you not realized? I have already neutralized your poison. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, she commanded her puppets to charge forward. Unfazed, Hans brandished his scythe-like weapon and met her advance, resulting in a fierce clash where neither side gained the upper hand. Undeterred, Hans unleashed another wave of potent toxins, the noxious mist surging toward Chiyo. Positioned atop her puppet, Chiyo ordered a retreat. Witnessing the effectiveness of his tactic, Hans's spirits lifted as he directed the toxic fog in pursuit. Their chase elongated the battlefield, leaving desolation in their wake. Observing this spectacle, Anyao turned to Kakuzu and remarked, how strange. Chiyo has evidently neutralized Hans's toxins, yet she continues to flee. Kakuzu, keenly perceptive, discerned Chiyo's intent and replied solemnly, have you forgotten my earlier assessment of his toxins? They possess vulnerabilities. I surmise she aims to discern the intervals in Hans's toxin replenishment, thereby strategizing for the inevitable confrontation with Hans that the sand ninjas will face. Upon hearing this, Anyao understood instantly. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran, well-versed in the intricacies of conflict. As anticipated, after an intense skirmish, both parties came to a simultaneous halt, one side replenishing their toxins, while the other meticulously calculated the passing time. When they clashed once more, Chiyo coldly remarked, 5 minutes. Is it not? Hanzo was taken aback, pondering, what 5 minutes? He had already calculated that replenishing the gas required 5 minutes. Recognizing this vulnerability, Chiyo chose not to prolong the battle, casting a frigid glance at Hanzo before turning away. A sense of foreboding settled within Hanzo. He understood that their next encounter would determine life or death. Yet, with his weakness now exposed to Sunagakure, he began to doubt his own strength. Chapter 46. A casual conversation. As Hanzo prepared to return, Anyao and Kakuzu emerged from the shadows. Hanzo was unfazed by their appearance, snorting disdainfully. So, the two lurking rats have decided to show themselves. Rats? Kakuzu's eyes hardened as he stepped forward, ready for confrontation. What? Do you seek to engage in combat? Hanzo advanced towards Kakuzu, radiating a potent aura of menace. An ominous presence retreated a few steps, as two formidable intentions to kill clashed in midair like blades, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. Sparks seemed to ignite between them, creating a moment where their confrontation stood evenly matched. This scene left Hans greatly astonished. Since the onset of war, the number of ninjas who had perished at his hands was estimated to be in the thousands. Yet, he found himself unable to overpower the killing intent emanating from this sudden stranger. Who was he, and how many lives had he taken? After a brief stalemate, Hans chose to retract his menacing aura and inquired in a deep tone, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in lurking in the shadows?" Kakuzu did not respond. Instead, glancing back at Inyao, dark radiance approached with a cheerful demeanor, expressing, "I have long heard of the illustrious reputation of the demigod, and specifically came to witness it for myself. Truly, it is extraordinary to see how you single-handedly drove the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village into retreat." The praised Hanzo, maintaining his composure, replied, "Little one, you certainly possess the gift of eloquence." After a mischievous smile, Inyao solemnly remarked, "Lord Hans, it seems that the interval required for replenishing your toxins has been discerned, making the forthcoming battle rather challenging. Pray tell, have you come forth solely to provoke me?" Hans, masked and stern, felt a surge of ferocity in his gaze, and it was evident that his expression must be rather grim. However, Hans's attention was predominantly fixed upon the menacing figure of Kaku, as he surmised that Inyao's words were merely a reflection of Kakuzu's intent. Anya shook his head and said, "We are certainly not so trivial. Our primary purpose for coming this time is to assist you." "Assist me? With just the two of you?" Hans's tone took on an air of absurdity, clearly perceiving Anya's words as a jest. Even Kaku cast a perplexed glance at Anya. Becoming entangled in the conflicts between nations was not within the purview of their employment. However, out of a modicum of trust in Anya, he restrained his urge to speak. Facing the taunts with an air of composure, Inyao retorted, "If I may speak candidly, is it not solely dependent on you that the rain-hidden village thrives?" This rhetorical question echoed within Hans like a thunderclap, creating an instant fissure in his ambition and resolve, for he found himself utterly unable to counter it. Indeed, during their two confrontations, although he initially held the advantage, as the battles progressed, Konoha was bolstered by the presence of three legendary ninjas, while Sunagakure had Chiyo and her puppets. The fact that neither of the leaders, the Kage, had intervened spoke volumes. After a prolonged silence, Hans finally inquired, "How do you intend to assist me?" Anyao articulated a fleeting thought that had crossed his mind. "It is quite simple. We shall act as your emissaries and forge an alliance with other ninja villages." "Alliance?" Hans expressed mild surprise and inquired further, "With whom shall we ally?" Employing the process of elimination suffices, Anyao confidently explained. "First, we shall exclude Sunagakure. Not only have you already engaged in conflict with them, but their geographical location is also exceedingly unfavorable, as the entirety of their territory is predominantly desert, rendering an alliance utterly futile. Next, we dismiss Konohagakure, for you have only recently concluded hostilities. Even if you were inclined to propose such a union, they may not be inclined to believe you. Among the remaining three great nations, Kirigakure has always been reclusive and can thus be set aside for the moment. The only viable options left are Iwagakure and Kumogakure." Without a moment's hesitation, Hans declared, "Iwagakure would never ally with me. Its strength surpasses your imagination." "What?" Anyao was taken aback, as it seemed Hans was privy to some crucial information. Is Iwagakure truly formidable? He had never perceived it as such. That Tsuchikage's office could be destroyed at will. Out of curiosity, Anyao cautiously inquired, "Could you elaborate further?" Hans shook his head. "That is not possible. You have yet to earn my trust. However, your proposition has indeed provided me with a new perspective. If you can procure the alliance document from Kumogakure, I shall divulge all that you wish to know." Evidently, following Anyao's recent discourse, Hans had been swayed, and the ally he contemplated was none other than Kumogakure, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Anya did not insist further and nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall take my leave for now." Hanzo watched the receding figures of the two, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. As they had not ventured far, Kakuzu coldly remarked, "You little brat. Are you planning to change your destination once again and head towards the Hidden Cloud Village?" Dark Yao chuckled softly. "Of course, I cannot go. If a dead person were to suddenly revive, they are certainly not foolish. If I dare to appear, I would likely be captured immediately by the covert agents of Yunin Village." Jiao Du expressed his irritation. "Then why did you engage in such long, idle chatter with Hanzo? It seems a waste of time. In times of war, intelligence is always paramount. A casual conversation cannot consume much time," Dark Yao replied with a sense of inevitability. "Regrettably, Hanzo is rather tight-lipped. I only managed to glean a hint. However, if what he spoke of holds any truth, then IWA, Shinobi Village conceals its secrets quite profoundly." Suddenly, Jiao Du asserted confidently, "You are a ninja from Konoha, aren't you?" Dark Yao, having had his identity exposed, remained unfazed. He had never intended to conceal it. With a smile, he responded, "Oh, was I that obvious?" Seeing that Dark Yao did not deny it, Jiao Du felt a sense of relief and casually remarked. As you just mentioned, one can simply apply the process of elimination. It seems that the method of elimination is indeed quite effective. Curiosity sparkled in Yao's eyes as he inquired, which village am I from? It should be all the same to you, right? Indeed, it was the same. However, the mention of Konoha stirred a memory of the first Konoha ninja I encountered in battle. At this juncture, Kakuzu paused, for that confrontation had dramatically altered the course of his life. Which ninja from Konoha was it? What was the outcome? Let us continue our journey. Kakuzu abruptly shifted the subject, evidently reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Having departed from the Rain Village, the two swiftly found themselves amidst a vast desert, a stark contrast to the perpetually rainy confines of the Rain Village. Here, no arable land existed, nor any pastures for livestock. The inhospitable environment rendered it nearly impossible for ordinary folk to traverse the expansive sands to reach the village. As a result, commerce could scarcely flourish. It was likely that even the most basic necessities, water, food, spices, were transported by colossal puppets operated by ninja, which perhaps elucidated why Sunagakure boasted the most formidable puppeteers among the 5 great nations, a testament to the harsh conditions they endured as they traversed the desert. The silhouette of Sunagakure soon loomed on the horizon. Kakuzu halted and posed the question, this time, how do you intend to infiltrate? Chapter 47. A chance encounter with the puppeteer, an ominous figure unfurled a scroll with deliberate care, placing it gently upon the arid ground. With both hands forming intricate seals, he struck the scroll with fervor, summoning a medium-sized, 4-wheeled wooden bull puppet to materialize upon the desert sands. As Anya gazed at the puppet, a faint smile graced his lips. This time, I have no intention of sneaking in. I shall enter with utmost transparency. Uncle, please, step aboard. Did you procure this from the gambling town we visited earlier? Jiao Du quickly grasped the situation. Have you also mastered the art of puppetry? Well, I possess a rudimentary understanding, Anya replied, deftly maneuvering the chakra silk with his fingers, causing the non-combatant puppet to come alive on the sandy ground. Witnessing Anya's genuine control over the puppet, Jiao Du couldn't help but exclaim, the little rascal has quite an eclectic skill set. Thus, the duo sat atop the puppet, boldly parading before the entrance of Sunagakure. Anya enthusiastically waved to a guard, his face a picture of warmth as he strolled in with confidence. Another guard, observing this spectacle, turned to his companion with a hint of envy. Well, my friend, it seems you know such a young puppeteer. The first guard chuckled awkwardly, uncertainty lacing his voice. Really? He does seem somewhat familiar. As they meandered through the streets of Sunagakure, the landscape was dominated by houses fashioned from rock, predominantly single-story structures. The commercial atmosphere appeared starkly lacking, with the simplistic hues of the buildings falling woefully short when compared to Konoha, rendering this village one of the poorest among the 5 great nations. The pair chose a modest eatery and soon received a menu. To their surprise, the variety was quite extensive. However, the prices were notably steep. Anya, now indifferent to wealth, regarded money as merely a nuisance. Without it, one would be subjected to mistreatment. With it, one ought to seize every opportunity. After days of travel, a hearty meal was indeed in order. The proprietor, perhaps encountering such affluent patrons for the first time, cautiously inquired, are you both certain you wish to order so much? The enigmatic figure understood the underlying meaning in the shopkeeper's words and casually produced 2 bills, presenting them with a gentle gesture. Here, a token of gratuity for you. The shopkeeper hurriedly accepted the money, expressing his gratitude with repeated exclamations of thanks. With a lack of patrons in the establishment, it wasn't long before a lavish spread of delectable dishes adorned the table, filling the air with enticing aromas. At that moment, a bald middle-aged man entered, sporting an eccentric appearance, his scalp adorned with intricate tattoos. He confidently took a seat directly across from the two, eyeing the abundant feast with evident eagerness as he swallowed hard. Taken aback for a brief moment, Jiao Du coldly remarked, this is our table. The man chuckled mischievously, rubbing his hands together, and inquired, I know, but may I join you for a bite? Not one to tolerate such insolence, Jiao Du retorted sharply, get lost. The man's expression darkened, and he muttered to himself as he reluctantly stood up. Anyao smiled slightly and said, shopkeeper, come here and serve this esteemed guest the same meal. I shall take care of the bill. Jiao and the man both looked at Anyao with equal astonishment. An enigmatic figure addressed the man, saying, my uncle harbors a disinclination for dining in the company of outsiders. However, fate has brought us together, and it is merely a humble meal. I can certainly afford it. The middle-aged man, in response, nodded appreciatively, giving a thumbs up to the enigmatic figure. When the proprietor arrived, he appeared momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the middle-aged man. Promptly responding to the enigmatic figure's words, very well, young sir, we shall prepare it right away. The middle-aged man remarked, youngster, wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. His perspective on money evidently diverged fundamentally from that of the enigmatic figure. An aura of leisure enveloped Yao as he savored a morsel of roasted meat, nonchalantly replying, money can be earned anew, but if one refrains from eating. Starvation becomes inevitable. Well said, young one. A middle-aged man remarked, approaching with a cup in hand. Come, let us toast to both of you. Yet, Jiao Du cast not a glance in his direction, continuing to indulge in the dishes laid before him. And Yao stood up, raised his glass in a toast, and replied, You are too kind. When one is away from home, having more friends opens up more paths. Today I treat you, and tomorrow you treat me. As we engage in this exchange, we become familiar with one another. Haha, little friend, it is quite amusing. The middle-aged man appeared genuinely pleased. His gaze towards Yao sparkling with interest, and he drained his glass in one gulp. After a few drinks, the middle-aged man inquired, May I ask what brings you both to Cheyenne Village? You don't seem like you are here to visit relatives. Anya replied, I have come to Sunagakure to witness the prowess of its puppeteers. If I could encounter a formidable puppeteer and study under them for a while, that would be even better. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then suddenly realized, young one, have you already discerned the truth? Discerned what? Anyao inquired, perplexed. The formidable puppeteer stands right before you, the man declared, his pride evident. Indeed, Anyao discerned that this individual's hands were distinct from the rest of his body, possessing an extraordinary dexterity akin to his own. Yet, if one were to learn, it would be prudent to learn from the most formidable. If possible, I would prefer to study under Lord Chio. You wish to learn from my sister? She will not instruct you. To his surprise, this middle-aged man was none other than Chio's brother, Eyes. With a mysterious smile, Eyes remarked, Moreover, I am capable of crafting puppets. The puppet you just utilized upon entering the village was fashioned by me. How intriguing that he had followed them without either Anyao or Jiao Du noticing. A feat not to be underestimated. However, Anyao held no recollection of him and was uncertain of the prowess of puppet techniques. Nevertheless, the mere fact that he could create puppets piqued Enyao's interest. Dark Yao candidly remarked, Learning alongside you is indeed a possibility, but what prerequisites are required? With a chuckle, Hai Laotsong responded, The conditions are rather simple, yet are you truly certain you wish to pursue this path? He appeared exceedingly pleased. To merely grasp the fundamentals of puppet mastery, a commitment of at least 1 year is essential. To achieve proficiency, one must endure countless years of rigorous training. The journey will undoubtedly demand a significant investment of time, and you may well find yourself residing in the sand-hidden village for an extended period. Upon hearing this time frame, Jiao Du's mind began to formulate a plan. Should this young one acquiesce, he would promptly make his exit. What a jest it would be to remain in the sand-hidden village for an entire year. Such a notion was utterly untenable for him. An obscure understanding lingered in the depths of Enyao's heart. He did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he responded, Is it truly necessary for such an extended duration? I must confer with my uncle. Very well, once you have deliberated, feel free to seek me out at your convenience. Hai Laotsong, unfazed, returned to his seat with a smile, resuming his indulgence in the delectable feast before him. Enyao and Jiao Du had lost their appetite for food and soon settled the bill before departing. Shortly after stepping outside, Jiao Du spoke first, Little ghost. You cannot possibly intend to remain here for an entire year. You must be well aware of the current state of affairs in various countries. The repercussions of your identity being revealed are quite clear to you. Anyao suddenly burst into laughter, remarking, It seems you genuinely care about me. In Chapter 48, the study of puppet techniques unfolds. Kakuzu replied with a tone lacking warmth, Child, I have no interest in jesting. Isn't it customary to lighten the mood before parting? Anyao retorted, presenting a scroll to him. Kakuzu did not immediately accept it, but inquired, What is this? I anticipate staying here for a while, Anyao explained. This contains intelligence I have gathered from various nations, along with some of my conjectures. I hope you can assist me in delivering it to Konoha's White Fawn. Of course, this falls outside the realm of a contracted task, and I shall compensate you additionally. In the realm of warfare among nations, besides the native ninjas, there exist hired ninjas as well. Therefore, with Kakuzu's capabilities, it was entirely feasible for him to deliver the intelligence. The only question was his willingness to do so. Kakuzu silently scrutinized Anyao for a moment before ultimately accepting the scroll, stating, If you wish for me to deliver this intelligence, the fee will be quite substantial. Upon hearing his agreement, Anyao felt a surge of joy. Money can resolve any issue. Just name your price. Eventually, Kakuzu quoted a modest sum and began to make his way towards the outskirts of Sunagakure, with Anyao trailing behind to bid farewell. Child, this separation might mean we shall not meet again. Kakuzu felt a strange sense of reluctance. It had been many years since anyone had coexisted with him for such a duration and remained alive. This child was perhaps the first person he had ever wished not to eliminate. With a radiant smile, Anyao said, Uncle, we shall meet again. I hope that during our next encounter, you will give careful consideration to my previous proposal. Proposal? Jiao Du paused momentarily, recalling the jesting words of the young one about wanting to establish an organization. This time, he chose silence, turning away without uttering another word. Not long after Jiao Du's departure, Hai Laotsong appeared beside Anyao. Young one, it seems you have made a decision, he remarked. Of course, greetings, teacher. Anyao replied politely with a bow. Haha, Hai Song laughed heartily. I don't even know your name yet, and you've already addressed me as teacher. Oh, I am called Haitu. Anyao casually chose a name, knowing full well that the names Anyao and Baiyun were unsuitable for use. Haitu, is it? A fine name indeed. It conveys a sense of reliability. Come, welcome to Sunagakure. Hai Song extended his hand, suspended in the air, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Clearly, the only condition for him to impart the art of puppetry was Anyao's acceptance into Sunagakure. The brilliance of Anyao was strikingly perceptive. In an instant, he comprehended the situation and offered a subtle smile as he extended his hand, declaring, "It is my honor." On that day, Anyao donned the iconic forehead protector of Sunagakure, thereby bestowing upon the village a puppeteer known as Hey Tuesday. From the very onset of his training, Anyao exhibited extraordinary talent. His dexterous fingers demonstrated a flawless command over the puppet strings. He effortlessly grasped several rudimentary techniques of puppetry, capable of manipulating them simultaneously. Hai Zong beamed with delight, fully aware that he had stumbled upon a gem. This talent surpassed even his own and that of his sister by a considerable margin. In the depths of contemplation, Anyao seldom engaged in the affairs of the village, dedicating his time to the study of puppetry. The art of puppetry originated from the second Kazekage, who, through the efforts of Monzoman, developed and refined it for combat. Among the most formidable creations were the 10 puppets of Chikamatsu, each equipped with unique weaponry, ninja tools, and attack methods, demanding a high level of skill from the puppeteer. Currently, this mastery lay in the hands of Chiyo. It follows that during his previous encounter with Hans, Chiyo was aware that she could not retain him, thus refraining from employing her strongest puppetry techniques and concealing her true capabilities. Generally, a puppeteer's strength is proportional to the number of puppets they can control. For instance, a novice puppeteer may require all 10 fingers to manipulate a single puppet, while an experienced one could command multiple puppets with just one finger. In theory, this ability could escalate infinitely, contingent upon one's skill level. Consequently, being a puppeteer presents boundless possibilities, although a fundamental vulnerability persists: the physical body. Anyao recognized this truth with clarity and never neglected his swordsmanship training during his studies of puppetry. Time flew, and it had been over 2 months since he arrived in Sunagakure. Aside from Konoha, this village had become the place where he lingered the longest. The year-long learning plan devised by Chiyo was fully grasped by Anyao in a mere 2 months, even surpassing expectations. Chiyo's true prowess lay not in controlling puppets, but in their creation, which resonated deeply with Anyao ambitions. He aspired to craft a puppet capable of flight. Should he inquire with his teacher for inspiration? Acting on impulse, Anyao ventured to the teacher's office, only to find it unoccupied. Perhaps he had gone fishing again? At that moment, a sweet, childlike voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you looking for Grandpa Hai? He is not in the village. As Anya turned around, she beheld a charmingly delicate boy, approximately 6 years of age, with a head of striking red hair, stepping forward. Who are you? She inquired. The child replied in a sweet, innocent voice, My name is Scorpion. Not only has Grandpa Hai departed, but Grandma Chiyo has also left, seemingly to prepare for a battle. A battle? That shouldn't be the case. Anyao found it rather peculiar that Hans, who had been exposed by Chiyo, had managed to stalemate with Sunagakure for such an extended period. Was it due to his overwhelming strength, or the inherent weakness of Sunagakure? It was rumored that he had engaged in conflict with a place called Konoha. This revelation from Scorpion startled Anyao. Goodness, after all this time. It turned out that 2 great nations were embroiled in battle. It was no wonder the conflict had persisted for months, or even years. It appeared that for the foreseeable future, he would have to rely on his own research, plunging him into a state of despondency. Scorpion, with a touch of empathy, inquired. You must be Master Kai's student, for I have heard him sing your praises frequently. What brings you to seek him out? A mere child could hardly comprehend the complexities of the situation, and Anyao casually replied, I wish to create a flying puppet and came to consult with him. Seek me out. I can help with that, Scorpion declared with a triumphant grin. Anyao exclaimed in astonishment, You? Noticing Anyao's disbelief, Siet tugged at the corner of his garment and said, Come, I shall take you to see my treasure. An enigmatic figure led her into a small chamber, where several charming miniature puppets were arrayed upon the windowsill. From among them, Scorpion retrieved a bird-shaped puppet and, upon pressing its wings, the little creature astonishingly flapped and took flight, albeit briefly, before succumbing to gravity and descending to the floor. While its airborne capabilities were fleeting, Scorpion had indeed spoken the truth. He possessed the remarkable talent of crafting flying puppets. This little marvel was certainly a genius. Conversing with him would be worthwhile. The darkness dispelled the thought of returning, and a familiar smile graced his face. Clapping his hands, he exclaimed, Scorpion, you are truly remarkable. Come, let us collaborate and create something grand. Chapter 49. Transformers. It must be said that crafting puppets is no easy feat. It genuinely requires a touch of innate talent. For instance, the few puppets that Kanjuro played with in his adolescence were mere remnants of Scorpion's childhood playthings, nothing but tattered relics. Anya has witnessed the modern industrial landscape, And when it comes to imagination in the world of Naruto, she undoubtedly ranks first. Although Scorpion is young, his dexterity is unparalleled. The two engaged in mutual discussions and collaborations, and within just a few days, they became inseparable friends. At least, that is how Scorpion perceives it. Grandpa Hai has indeed chosen an exceptional student this time. In the shadows, two figures observed the unfolding events. The male voice remarked, I never anticipated that Scorpion would find such a good friend. It's the first time they've played together for this long. The female voice replied, that child is quite admirable, treating Scorpion as an equal. Scorpion's thoughts are more mature than those of an average child, though they can be a bit clingy. The male continued, should we intervene to assist them? To be honest, I am rather eager to create a flying puppet. Let us refrain for now. We'll wait until Scorpion requests our help. This exploration is a form of enjoyment in itself, isn't it? You are indeed correct. Let us depart and allow them the freedom to express themselves. As the two departed, Anya sensed a shift in the atmosphere. He had always been aware of the silent watchers in the shadows, which prompted him to remain cautious in recent days, fearing any slip-up. The child before him seemed extraordinary. The pressure exerted by the two hidden figures was considerable, indicating they were no ordinary adversaries. Scorpion suddenly spoke, my parents have departed, haven't they? Anya, puzzled, questioned how this little one could know. With a mysterious smile, Scorpion replied, I am very sensitive to my parents' presence. As long as they are near, I can feel them. This bond is what one can only share with family, a sentiment Anya could not grasp. He gestured to the sketches he had drawn and inquired, which of these designs do you think has the best chance of taking flight? Scorpion picked up one of the drawings and said, I believe this one is the most challenging to fly, but I wish to create it. Does it have a name? Upon beholding the design upon the paper, Anya instinctively uttered a few words, Transformers. A splendid name indeed, let us proceed with that. Scorpion appeared immensely intrigued, gazing at it repeatedly, filled with delight. Truly, Transformers captivate the hearts of children, yet this was merely a figment of Anya's imagination, devoid of any realistic expectation. Unable to restrain himself, he interjected, this is merely a fantasy of mine. It cannot possibly succeed. Let us commence with something simpler, like an eagle. Scorpion pouted defiantly, no, I refuse to make an eagle. I want to create this. The whims of a child had surfaced. Yet Anya possessed ample means to manage such a temperament. He swiftly altered his approach, saying, how about this? We shall construct the eagle together, and while we work, I shall narrate the tale of Transformers. What do you think? Oh, and their essay story too? Wonderful. I want to hear it, I want to hear it. Scorpion's previously sulky demeanor brightened instantly. Let us delve into the creation of the eagle, as I recount the story. All right. Surrounding them lay a scattered array of puppet materials, with chakra threads adorning the entire room. As the fingers of both children moved in a synchronized dance, all the materials began to interlock, reassemble, and take shape in an orderly fashion. As Anya busily moved his hands, he began to explain, the figure I drew for you is known as Megatron, who has come to our world to safeguard us. He has a formidable rival named Optimus Prime. Thus, Anya recounted the tale of the Transformers, skillfully adapting the narrative to captivate Scorpion's interest. Before long, a puppet eagle was also completed through their combined efforts, with a dark aura entwined around the chakra threads. Anya soared into the sky on the back of an eagle. The piercing sound of the wind cut through the air as the eagle began to ascend slowly. However, the pace prompted Anya to frown. High above, the fierce winds rendered the eagle exceedingly unstable, posing a constant risk of a perilous tumble. The dark glow could only utilize chakra as it leisurely flew back into the house with the eagle. Scorpion said joyfully, how was it? Anya shook his head, expressing a hint of disappointment as he remarked, the outcome is far inferior to my expectations. It may serve as mere entertainment, but employing it in other realms would be tantamount to courting disaster. Scorpion, upon hearing this, grasped Anya's dissatisfaction with the old eagle and, intrigued, shifted his gaze to the other paintings, suggesting, then allow me to create something else. It is not the fault of the eagle, rather, it is ours. Anya pondered for a moment before continuing. I sense that something essential is lacking within it. What could that be? Anya found himself ensnared in contemplation. Observing the elder brother's distress, Scorpion had a sudden inspiration and said, stop worrying. Let me take you to explore other intriguing creations. Very well. A brief respite would be beneficial, Anya agreed, realizing that there was no need for haste. At a crucial moment, the old eagle could still prove its worth, indicating that they were on the right path. Scorpion fashioned a puppet resembling a mouse to scout ahead, while he and Anya cautiously trailed behind. Anxious not to attract any unwanted attention, Anya curiously inquired in a hushed tone, where are you taking me? Shoo, Scorpion signaled for silence. Leaning closer to Anya's ear to whisper, this is Grandma Chio's secret chamber, a place where outsiders are never permitted. I stumbled upon it by chance. The mention of Grandma Chio piqued Anya's curiosity. A small mouse returned after scouting the area, and Scorpion led Anya to a door at the end of the corridor. He then replaced his hand with a pointed bird puppet, fiddled with it for a moment, and successfully unlocked the door. Upon entering the room, Scorpion illuminated the space, revealing shelves brimming with various jars and bottles, reminiscent of a chemistry laboratory from a past life. What is this? Anyao asked, captivated. This is Grandma Chio's potion-making sanctuary. Scorpion replied, casually picking up a bottle. Look, it bears a label. This one contains a mild toxin, while that one is highly poisonous. An enigmatic figure beheld a bottle filled to the brim with a crimson liquid, the very vial spoken of by Scorpion as being highly toxic. Scorpion, with a sense of pride, remarked, observe how these concoctions of poison are truly remarkable. Some are merely harmless substances that, when combined, yield deadly toxins. I frequently sneak in here to conduct my experiments. Indeed, poison, how practical it is. The village of Sand excels in the art of toxicity. Scorpion has indeed brought himself to a most advantageous location. Anyao remarked with a smile. It seems you can teach me how to identify and neutralize poisons. Your interest aligns with mine. Indeed. Scorpion, filled with delight, swiftly began to elucidate the various toxins contained in an array of vials and their effects. Chapter 50. The Flying Puppet. This journey has proven fruitful. Not only has my mastery of puppet techniques significantly improved, but I have also acquired the knowledge of poison crafting and antidotes. In the Hidden Leaf Village, only Tsunade possesses the capability to impart such knowledge, and she might not even be inclined to share her expertise on toxins. I must commend Scorpion. Despite his youth, he exhibits remarkable audacity, daring to experiment with any poison. Some of the toxins he has concocted elude even his understanding of their mechanisms, yet their potency is astonishingly overwhelming, which Anyao finds particularly appealing. The two kindred spirits, after their study of puppetry, would engage in playful experiments with various poisons, reveling in their discoveries. At times, Anyao would venture into the desert to capture venomous creatures, and over the course of several days, they had likely created an impressive array of over 100 distinct toxins. Months swiftly passed, and Chio returned to the village. Her appearance markedly more haggard than before, indicative of the dire state of war. It is clear that in this era, a single ninja village cannot possibly triumph over the Hidden Leaf. Upon her return, Anyao and Scorpion were joyfully soaring through the skies aboard their crafted eagle puppet. Scorpion, come down. Grandmother is back. Chio called from below, her voice tinged with apprehension, fearing they might plummet. Upon hearing her voice, Anyao did not hesitate, guiding the eagle to a gradual and steady descent. After months of research, the eagle had become remarkably stable. While its speed did not match that of a true eagle, it was still quite impressive. Most importantly, it required no sustenance, needing only periodic maintenance, which greatly pleased Anyao. Grandmother, Scorpion said sweetly, approaching to embrace Chio's legs. Chio affectionately lifted him, then turned to Anyao, saying, you must be the student my brother took in. Your performance has been commendable during this time. You have kept my grandson quite happy, and I have heard much about it from the front lines. Not at all. Scorpion is my dear friend. We learn from each other and grow together. To be honest, my greatest gain from coming to Sunagakure has not stemmed from my esteemed teacher, but rather from this prodigious child, Scorpion. Anyao sensed that this young lad would undoubtedly become an exceptional puppeteer and poison master in the future. Scorpion nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are good friends, studying puppet creation together. Behold this eagle puppet. It is the result of our joint efforts. Chio approached for a closer inspection, nodding in approval. While some of the craftsmanship may appear a bit unrefined, the fact that you managed to make it fly is already quite remarkable. Scorpion shyly smiled. I must thank grandmother for the power core. Without it, it wouldn't fly for such a duration. The power core? You took my power core and installed it in this rudimentary puppet. Chio's voice escalated in pitch. Scorpion retorted, I didn't steal it. I borrowed it. Did you not say that in the future, all your belongings would be mine? Sighing, Chio conceded, all right. You may have taken it. In light of this, please modify the eagle further. We cannot allow a power core to go to waste. As Anya listened, her eyes brightened, and she eagerly asked, Lord Chio, may I watch from the side? The Scorpion chimed in playfully, Grandmother, I wish to see as well. Chio responded with a warm smile. Very well, come join us. Truly, as a master puppeteer, Chio's expertise was undeniable. With a mere analysis, she discerned the craftsmanship of the two in creating their puppets. She then retrieved various materials to refine and transform them. After a meticulous restoration, the once modest eagle had dramatically increased in size and exuded a lifelike demeanor. Its wings unfurled, radiating an imposing aura. This was indeed a work of art. The Scorpion stood in awe, showering praises. Chio, equally pleased with her creation, remarked with a gentle smile, Karatsuchi, why don't you take to the skies? Yes, Anya replied, filled with anticipation. As she manipulated the chakra threads, the rejuvenated eagle soared into the heavens. The wind rushed past, creating a roaring sound in her ears, while the magnificent wings majestically swept across the azure sky, surveying the earth below. Then, its iron-like talons spread wide, and with a proud flap, it emitted a cry reminiscent of a real eagle, resonating through the valleys of Sunagakure. The speed was astonishing. A true artisan's touch revealed the superiority of the eagle. It was not merely a puppet for flight, but a formidable creature, its sharp beak and claws equipped for combat. The scorpion, watching from below, felt a surge of impatience and called out, "Brother Kuratsuchi, take me with you." Of course. As Anya swooped down with the eagle, he suddenly halted at the lowest point, propelling Scorpion upward. Instantly, the sky resonated with the joyous laughter of Scorpion. It had been a long time since such unrestrained happiness emanated from him. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, a pair of onlookers had discreetly approached Chiyo from behind. Chiyo's expression stiffened slightly as she sighed. "Are you both leaving?" "Yes, mother. The situation on the battlefield is dire, and now that you have returned, the leadership is in disarray. Lord F.N. has decided that we must join the fray. Will you not bid farewell to Scorpion?" "No. That child is enjoying himself too much. Let him continue to revel in his joy. Once we achieve victory, we shall spend ample time with him." Chiyo, with great concern, urged, "Very well, but do remember to return alive. Rest assured, we have been entrusted with your true mastery of puppetry. Even faced with shadow-level adversaries, we shall not falter." Thus, Scorpion's parents exchanged a glance at their son high in the sky before turning away from Sunagakure. This poignant moment coincidentally fell within Anya's line of sight. After spending some time playing with Scorpion, Anya stowed the puppet eagle into a scroll and sought out Chiyo alone. Chiyo, astonished, gazed at her brother's pupil and exclaimed, "What? You two are heading to the battlefield?" "Why?" Anya spoke naturally. "Having studied in Sunagakure for quite some time, I wish to contribute to the village." Chiyo advised. "The battlefield is no child's play. It is all too easy to meet one's demise." Anya resolutely replied, "How could a ninja fear death? Moreover, with such a formidable puppet crafted by you, I can efficiently relay information among various squads, which is quite convenient, isn't it?" This reasoning genuinely swayed Chiyo, who, after deliberating for a moment, gritted her teeth and said, "Very well, go ahead. Remember to exercise caution on the battlefield, obey orders from your superiors, and do not recklessly sacrifice yourself." With Chiyo's consent, Anya breathed a sigh of relief. Having spent considerable time in Sunagakure, it was now time for parting. The battlefield is a place where one can easily vanish, and the identity of Kuratsuchi must soon fade away. Chapter 51. The Three Blades. Upon exiting Sunagakure, Anya swiftly selected a route, knowing that his mentor, White Fang, was already present on this battlefield. Sunagakure indeed had hidden connections with Konohagakure. These covert links, facilitated by unique seals, allowed Anya to provide substantial intelligence to Konoha while also keeping him informed about the situation on the battlefield, where both sides were locked in fierce combat. As for the conflict in Amigakure, it had concluded 6 months prior, with Hanzo, having been exposed for his use of poison gas, retreating into obscurity. With the presence of the old hawk, Anya's speed experienced a qualitative leap, allowing him to traverse obstacles effortlessly. To convincingly stage his demise on the battlefield, he would require the cooperation of his mentor, White Fang, to orchestrate a performance. Before long, Anya landed at a stronghold in Sunagakure. The leader of the outpost was aware that a puppet master would be dispatched, but perhaps did not anticipate the arrival to be so swift. "You must be Kuratsuchi. Your speed is impressive. It seems your puppets are indeed well suited for information transmission," the leader remarked, clearly satisfied with Anya's agility. Dark Yao directly inquired, "Is there any task that requires my attention?" Just as the leader was about to respond, a sudden and thunderous explosion echoed from outside. Following this, a piercing voice cried out, "Enemy attack." The leader's expression shifted dramatically as he drew forth his kunai and rushed outside. In the depths of his heart, Yao silently murmured a phrase, truly worthy of a master. The movements are swift and precise. The ninja from this outpost of Sunagakure is finished. 10 minutes later, the figure of White Fang emerged from the swirling dust, an invisible aura of lethal intent permeating the entire area. As Anya was about to approach with flattery, an invisible aura of lethal intent locked onto him. Baya rose and advanced, bringing his white blade crashing down toward Anya's forehead. "Are you serious?" In the blink of an eye, the sword technique was unleashed, and the dual blades shimmered in the air. With a swift twist of his body, Baya soared upward in an instant, surrounding Anya with a myriad of gleaming blades from all directions, effectively sealing off every possible escape route and forcing Anya into a desperate confrontation. Anya uttered a low command, "Dance of the blade." The radiant blade light surged like butterflies flitting among flowers, successfully intercepting the rapid strikes of Baya's knife. One side attacked with impenetrable ferocity, while the other defended with unwavering resoluteness. As the blade light dissipated, Anya leaped into the air, proclaiming, "Since my master wishes to witness, let us begin. Behold the fruits of my training in the desert." In Anya's hand, the short knife emanated a chilling aura, his expression composed and tranquil, devoid of the typical human emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, or fear. His eyes were as cold as a wolf's, and the blade's tip extended ominously before Baya, merging seamlessly with the endless earth beneath the eternal night. breaking the blade technique. The knife in his hand transcended mere steel, becoming an extension of his very spirit, indistinguishable from himself. At that moment, the blade light seemed to possess a soul, awakening with a bloodthirsty chill reminiscent of a tiger stalking its prey. Baiya's face ignited with resolve as he fearlessly advanced to meet it. With the clash of blades, Enyao swiftly retreated, finally resting against a sturdy tree, his chest heaving as exhaustion set in. Yet, a joyful smile graced his face as he gasped, "Master, I managed to withstand your 3 strikes." Baiya sheathed his knife, replying coolly, "Is that so?" As soon as the words left his lips, Enyao's forehead protector from Sunagakure fell to the ground, indicating that Baiya had indeed held back. Otherwise, it would have been his head that tumbled. Observing this, Enyao, undeterred, expressed, "Thank you for your restraint, master. It seems you have not neglected the training of your blade techniques." With that, Baiya formed hand seals, unraveling the sealing jutsu that bound Enyao. Familiar chakra surged within him, now markedly strengthened. Noticing this newfound power, Enyao inquired, "What is this?" Baiya explained, "Enduring burdens will yield rewards. Rest for a few days in the village. Soon, your battlefield shall shift to Iwagakure." Iwagakure? Enyao confirmed. "Indeed, your intelligence is correct. Iwagakure's might surpasses our expectations. Kimogakure has already begun to falter in its conflict with Iwagakure. I suspect their gaze will soon turn toward Konohagakure." It appeared that Hanzo was indeed privy to certain truths. Enyao, understanding, cautioned, "Master, exercise caution against their puppeteers and toxic weapons during the conflict with Sunagakure. Do not sustain injuries. Otherwise, the poison will swiftly infiltrate your bloodstream, creating complications." Baiya replied with confidence, "Rest assured, I am well aware of the puppeteers' weaknesses. They shall have no opportunity." Indeed, Baiya, with his swift and lethal approach, was a natural nemesis to puppeteers, particularly with his dagger specifically designed to sever chakra threads. Riding on the back of an eagle, Enyao swiftly returned to Konohagakure. Upon entering his room, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to deep slumber. Though his recent endeavors appeared effortless, Enyao's body was taut with tension, unwilling to relax. The fatigue of his spirit lingered. Waking from his slumber, Enyao stretched languidly and stepped outside, momentarily blinded by the brilliant sunlight. Compared to Sunagakure, Konohagakure was undoubtedly a more hospitable abode, bustling with vendors, restaurants, and entertainment venues. Glancing into his pockets, he realized his funds were dwindling. During his time in Sunagakure, he had indulged in lavish expenditures alongside Scorpion, which justified his financial depletion. Not to mention the considerable sums spent hiring Kakazu. Should he venture into a gambling den? However, as a ninja of Konohagakure, he was bound by the 3 prohibitions, one of which strictly forbade gambling. If caught, it would surely reach Baiya's ears, and the consequences would be dire. In that case, perhaps he could find a suitable target outside the gambling scene to exploit. There was no need to confine himself to a casino. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a somewhat furtive figure slipped out from the gambling establishment, capturing Enyao's attention. The unmistakable aura and commanding presence indicated that it was Tsunade. The legendary Sannin were notorious for their associations with gambling, particularly Tsunade, renowned for her luckless ventures. With her substantial wealth, who better to engage in games of chance? With this thought, Enyao eagerly approached, calling out, "Lady Tsunade." Startled by the revelation of her identity, Tsunade was taken aback. Upon recognizing Enyao, she coughed discreetly and feigned a serious demeanor, stating, "Aren't you Baiya's student? What business do you have here at such a young age?" Anya, with a mischievous glint in his eye, produced a deck of playing cards and waved them enticingly in front of Tsunade, inquiring, "Care to join me for a game?" Tsunade's gaze flickered momentarily, but she swiftly dismissed the suggestion, admonishing him, "How dare you? Gambling is strictly forbidden among ninjas." Anya, however, did not need to elaborate. Merely gesturing towards the small building behind Tsunade. Caught in her own contradiction, Tsunade relented, "Very well, a little game won't hurt." Chapter 52. Frustration leads to unforeseen powers. Now then, how shall we play? With the decision made, the rules of the game became paramount. Dark Yao understood that before him was a plump target and immediately suggested, "Let each person draw a card and compare the sizes." Tsunade curled her lip, clearly finding this rather tedious. However, considering that the individual before her was merely a youth, likely inexperienced in card games, she acquiesced, saying, "Very well." An obscure figure shuffled the cards and casually drew one, revealing the Queen of Clubs, a rather formidable card. Tsunade glanced left and right, then drew a card herself. Upon revealing it, she discovered it was the King of Hearts, surpassing Anya's card. She had emerged victorious. Anya was somewhat taken aback. Was this truly the unsuspecting prey? It hardly seemed so. Nevertheless, a single hand could not signify much, and every household has its festive occasions. Allowing her to win a few rounds would be quite agreeable. Thus, Anya readily withdrew a sum of money from her wallet and handed it to Tsunade. Upon receiving the money, Tsunade expressed her surprise. "Kid, playing so grandly. Are you quite wealthy? Who would gamble without a bit of cash?" Anya replied with considerable confidence. With a flourish of elaborate maneuvers, she shuffled the cards again, quietly noting the sequence of the shuffle. Once the shuffling was complete, Tsunade announced, "This time, I shall draw first." Anyao did not mind. "Come on." Tsunade glanced at the cards, casually drew one, and to her surprise, it was the very card that caused Anyao's expression to change. For it was indeed the largest card in the deck that he remembered. Undoubtedly, he had lost this round once again. Ha ha. Upon seeing the card, Tsunade couldn't help but burst into laughter with unrestrained joy. Anya found herself compelled to reach into her pockets once more. Is this truly a mere ploy to exploit the unwitting? It felt as if fate had bestowed upon her an extraordinary stroke of luck. Engaging in a game reliant solely on chance had become rather tiresome. After suffering 2 consecutive defeats, Anya suggested, "Let us indulge in a different game. The current one lacks intrigue." Katsuyu, intrigued by the notion, eagerly inquired, "What shall we play then? How about we try our hand at Hanafuda?" Anya proposed. The game of Hanafuda not only tests one's memory, reflexes, and strategic acumen, but also serves as a measure of stamina. Victory cannot simply be achieved through fortune alone. She was confident that Katsuyu would not triumph in this game. Katsuyu, equally fascinated by the intricacies of Hanafuda, rolled up her sleeves and declared, "Very well. Let us place our bets." As it turned out, Katsuyu indeed emerged victorious. As Anyao gazed at his empty wallet, a wave of existential doubt washed over him. This might very well be the most significant blow he had encountered since his arrival in this new world. The ever-calculating strategist found himself unexpectedly ensnared by a veritable fat sheep. "Oh, you're out of money? Then never mind," Tsunade remarked with a gleeful smile as she counted the bills in her hands. Truth be told, she was somewhat astonished by her fortune that day. She had just won a substantial sum at the casino and, to her surprise, emerged with even more. "Wait." As Tsunade turned to leave, Anyao, his teeth clenched in a semblance of determination, declared, "I wager this." He produced a small bottle containing a liquid that appeared as clear and lustrous as water. "What is this?" Tsunade inquired, intrigued by the curious concoction held by the young man before her. He possessed not only considerable wealth, but also some rather peculiar items. "This is a toxin I created, colorless and odorless. It seals the throat upon contact with blood." Desperation drove Anyao to unveil one of his trump cards. A poison he had concocted in Sunagakure alongside Scorpion. While not the deadliest in toxicity, its deceptive appearance rendered it the most cunning of its kind. "Poison, you say?" Tsunade's interest piqued. She scrutinized Anyao intently. "Are we still playing cards?" "Let us forego cards. Instead, we shall play mahjong." Anyao proposed a new game, resolute in his belief that today he would triumph over this legendary fat sheep. "Very well," Tsunade agreed, her confidence unshaken. As the heavens opened and rain began to pour, they sought refuge in a modest room to commence their 2-player mahjong game. With her tiles arranged, Tsunade's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "Wow, I've achieved tenho. Ha ha." Anyao, witnessing this turn of events, murmured incredulously, "How is this possible?" After a meticulous examination of Tsunade's tiles, he confirmed his disbelief twice before despondently tossing the vial of poison toward her. "Hey, be careful. That is poison." Tsunade caught it hastily, momentarily taken aback as she turned to Anyao. Well, little one, it seems you are of the Uchiha clan." At her words, Anyao jolted to attention, roused from his stupor. "How did you know?" Tsunade pointed to his eyes. "Your Sharingan has manifested its 2-tomo. I'm not blind, after all." I awakened my eyes. Although aware of his Uchiha lineage, Anyao had never devoted himself to mastering the Sharingan, for it was a cursed eye. He believed that only upon achieving the Manjikyu Sharingan could it truly serve him in battle. Yet, the limited uses of the Manjikyu rendered it rather impractical. Moreover, he sought to conceal his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan, thus paying little heed to the Sharingan. Who would have imagined that a mere gamble would lead to the awakening of his eyes? This surely epitomized the notion of losing in a fit of desperation. Anyao felt as though he had lost not only his fortune but also the secrecy of his identity. It was as if he had gambled away his very dignity. Alas, gambling is a treacherous pursuit. Noticing Enyao's despondent demeanor, Tsunade, feeling a twinge of sympathy, said, "Forget it. I won't gamble with you anymore. I'm leaving." "Wait." Enyao swiftly intercepted her path. Tsunade hurriedly stashed her winnings behind her, resolutely stating, "Don't think you can leverage your youth to demand money from me. I won't return it. Everything here is my hard-won prize. I'll give you another vial of medicine if you help me conceal my identity." "What do you say?" Enyao produced a bottle filled with a crimson liquid. "Conceal your identity?" Tsunade caught on. "You wish to keep your Uchiha heritage a secret?" "Indeed," Enyao replied candidly. Tsunade, perplexed, asked, "The Uchiha clan is a prominent family in Konoha. Why would you wish to distance yourself from them?" Coming from a notable clan herself, she held a sense of loyalty towards familial ties, albeit the Senju clan, led by Hashirama, prioritized the village over familial allegiances, gradually intertwining with outsiders. Anya was unable to comprehend Tsunade's stance and could only utter a phrase that would not lead to error. "I wish to carve out my own destiny through my efforts." "As you wish," she said, accepting the vial of poison. Tsunade, uncertain of her belief, unceremoniously accepted the second vial of poison that Anya offered. At that moment, Orochimaru's voice echoed from outside. Tsunade, your brother is gone. With a crash, accompanied by heavy rain, the sky rumbled with thunder. Chapter 53. The War Conference. Tsunade ran frantically through the rain, panting as she arrived at the morgue. Her gaze vacant as she stared down the corridor at the figure lying within. At the entrance, Jiraiya halted her steps, saying, "You should not look at the corpse." "What does it matter? Even if I see it, I wouldn't be able to recognize that it was my brother," Tsunade replied. Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, remarked, "This is the reality of war. Ninjas often meet such fates, for there are no doctors on the battlefield. Yet, children can be overly exuberant, especially the day after receiving gifts." As he spoke, Orochimaru retrieved a necklace from his pocket. Tsunade gazed at the necklace, snatching it away in a fit of deep dismay. Anya, who had followed closely behind, sighed, recognizing the brutal nature of war. After all, even the grandson of the first Hokage was not immune to death. It dawned on Anya why today's situation felt amiss. It seemed that Tsunade possessed extraordinary luck just before encountering misfortune. It could only be said that her timing in seeking Tsunade was unfortunate, as she had unwittingly walked into the line of fire. As Anya was about to depart, the formidable Orochimaru, who had been leaning against the wall, suddenly appeared before him in an instant. In the presence of Orochimaru, Anya exercised considerable caution and respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru, clearly recalling Anya, responded with a chilling smile, "Tomorrow, the Hokage will convene a meeting and has specifically requested your attendance. Since our paths have crossed fortuitously, do remember to arrive punctually at 9 in the morning." Anya was filled with questions, yet he answered without hesitation, "Yes." The following day, when Anya arrived punctually at the vicinity of the conference room, he noticed an unusual bustle. However, upon his entrance, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. As everyone turned their gaze towards him, their eyes reflecting varying degrees of curiosity, Anya was taken aback by the significant impact of his arrival. He had not anticipated that the conference room would be filled to capacity. He hastily sought out a secluded corner to take a seat, deliberately ignoring those around him. Casting a glance about, he spotted a few familiar faces, such as Duan, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. He offered a friendly smile to Duan, whom he had not seen in quite some time. Duan still exuded the same refined demeanor, appearing exceptionally cultured and genteel. Duan reciprocated the smile, and in the tumultuous times of war, encountering acquaintances was a rare occurrence. One could very well be lost in the next mission. As the clock struck 9, the third Hokage entered the venue punctually. With a mere gesture of his hands, the entire assembly fell into an immediate silence, devoid of any sound. Anya marveled inwardly at the third's extraordinary commanding presence. After all, he was likely the longest-serving Hokage. Beyond formidable strength, intellect was equally indispensable. At that moment, the third exuded the gravitas befitting the first Hokage, his expression unusually solemn as he spoke in a deep tone. Since the onset of the Second Great Ninja War, I believe everyone is acutely aware of the scale of the conflict. The losses in Konoha have reached unprecedented levels in history. According to statistics, the casualties among the Umbu have soared to 3/4, with over 800 regular ninjas perishing, including 98 Jonin and 159 Chunin, leaving the remaining Genin nearly annihilated. Upon hearing the third somber words, the atmosphere in the hall became exceptionally grave. "The primary responsibility for this calamity lies with me. I failed to foresee the continuous escalation of the war, resulting in inadequate preparedness. Lord Third, there is no need for self-reproach," murmured the ninjas below. Meanwhile, Anyao silently pondered how one could have predicted that a declaration of war from a minor nation like the Rain Village would trigger a chain reaction throughout the ninja world. It could only be said that the existing tensions among the nations were exacerbated by Hanzo's instigation. The third raised his hand once more, commanding silence, and proclaimed with authority, "A mistake is a mistake. The Hokage cannot shirk responsibility. The purpose of this meeting is primarily to deliberate on the forthcoming war strategies. Now, I shall invite the disciple of White Fang to present the intelligence from each nation." At the utterance of this statement, the hall erupted into a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Clearly, the assembly was unaware of White Fang's chosen student, and the decision to thrust him into the spotlight suggested a significant responsibility. Seated in the corner, Anyao had not anticipated that he would be called upon to speak. No wonder they had summoned him. However, what was the third's intent in pushing him forward? How could he continue to bide his time and develop under such circumstances? At this moment, Anyao was feeling exceptionally dismal. Yet he maintained an impassive facade as he stood up modestly. He nodded at the assembly and then articulated the intelligence he had meticulously gathered during his recent outing, particularly emphasizing the need to remain vigilant against the enemy's ninjas. The third Hokage, wearing a smile and stroking his beard, appeared quite pleased with Anyao's delivery. After Anyao resumed his seat, the third continued, "Through this war, I have discerned certain deficiencies among our ninjas. Each ninja is tasked with various missions, resulting in divergent developmental paths. Some excel in physical techniques while others are adept in ninjutsu. Consequently, forcing them into a collective unit fails to maximize their combat effectiveness, which could adversely affect the battle's outcome. After all, ninjas are not an army. Therefore, my second proposal today is to organize ninjas into small teams for their missions, with each team consisting of 4 members led by a jonin. Each team will include individuals with specialized abilities to ensure the successful execution of intelligence gathering and missions, thereby reducing losses among ninjas and decentralizing our forces. Do you all concur? I have an objection. A voice abruptly interjected as the third finished speaking. The assembly was taken aback. Who dared to challenge the third so swiftly? Their gazes turned. Even Jiraiya, who had been on the verge of slumber, roused himself to observe that it was Tsunade, seated beside him. Ignoring the astonished looks from those around her, Tsunade stood and declared, regarding the 4-person teams. Since they must operate in enemy territory for extended periods, if we could include a medical expert within each group, the survival rate and success of missions would significantly improve. Cultivating medical ninjas with advanced healing techniques and developing medical ninjutsu, while establishing such a system, I believe is our most pressing issue at present. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, the third nodded in agreement. Indeed, you make a valid point. However, we are currently amidst a war, and establishing a medical system will require considerable time and knowledge that we lack. The enemy will not grant us the luxury of time before the third could finish. Tsunade erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What are you saying, old man? At this rate, when will we ever support her proposal?" Another voice unexpectedly chimed in. Tsunade turned in surprise to see Dan standing, addressing the third earnestly. "I do not wish for the sacrifices of our fallen ninjas to be in vain. We must learn from these losses." Tsunade gazed at Dan's words in astonishment, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Chapter 54. Compelled to learn, the third pondered for a moment, then suddenly directed his gaze towards Anyao, who was lurking in the background, and called out, "Anyao, what are your thoughts on Tsunade's suggestion?" Anyao was startled. Why did it seem that the old man was targeting him today? What could he possibly say? Naturally, he intended to align with the higher authority. As Anya was about to speak, he suddenly noticed Tsunade's piercing gaze upon him, akin to that of a predator. Instantly reminded of the leverage she held over him, he altered his words. I believe Lady Tsunade is indeed correct. I wholeheartedly agree with her perspective that the training of medical ninjas is of utmost urgency." "Oh, is that so?" the third Hokage inquired, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Could you elaborate on what prompted this notion?" Realizing he had no choice but to respond, Anya sighed, resigning himself to unveil his innermost thoughts. Ultimately, wars are fought on the battlegrounds of intelligence, population, and resources. With the presence of an exceptional medical ninja like Lady Tsunade, Konoha has already disrupted the equilibrium of the ninja world. In conflicts of equal standing, our losses would be significantly less than theirs. However, the impact of a single individual is inevitably limited. Over time, the cumulative drain will render this disparity negligible. Hence, I propose 2 solutions. Firstly, to minimize Lady Tsunade's presence on the battlefield, and secondly, to supplement this by encouraging her to train more medical ninjas, thereby establishing a robust medical system. This way, even if a day were to come when Tsunade were to suddenly pass away, as Anyao spoke with increasing confidence, a sudden wave of intense murderous intent enveloped him. This ominous aura jolted Anyao back to reality, and he cursed inwardly, realizing he had unwittingly revealed his innermost thoughts. A prolonged cough interrupted his utterance. It was Jiraiya, who was firmly restraining Tsunade while discreetly signaling to the third Hokage. The third Hokage quickly grasped the situation and remarked, "Your suggestions are indeed constructive. I shall reflect upon them thoroughly. For now, let us adjourn the meeting." With that, he promptly exited, closely followed by Tika and Mito, clearly fearful of Tsunade's wrath. The remaining ninjas, left with a sense of lingering excitement, sighed quietly, reflecting on the exhilarating nature of the meeting. Suddenly, an unsettling chill permeated the air, causing everyone to shudder. They exchanged nervous laughter, saying, "We should take our leave." Within moments, the gathering of ninjas dispersed, leaving only Anyao and the legendary Sannin behind. Orochimaru was the first to break the silence, grinning mischievously. "What an intriguing young lad you are. You are the first to speak so boldly to Tsunade. It has been quite some time since such a character graced Konoha." I was merely speaking without thinking. I should take my leave." And Yao decided to make a swift exit. However, Tsunade, with a swift kick, sent Jiraiya sprawling aside and approached Anyao. Her eyes ablaze with fury. With a resounding crash, she slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it. "You little brat, do you think you can just walk away?" After striking the table, she seized Anyao by the collar, lifting him as if he were a mere kitten. Anyao dared not provoke the irritable Tsunade and reluctantly replied, "I was just trying to speak up for you." Tsunade, in a fit of rage, retorted with a bitter laugh, "Oh, is that so? Then I must express my gratitude." With that, She unceremoniously hoisted Anyao's figure and strode towards the hospital. Jiraiya, feeling somewhat uneasy, approached and inquired, "He won't come to any harm, will he?" Orochimaru calmly responded, "What harm could come to him? Tsunade wouldn't kill him." Indeed, having someone to vent her emotions on could be beneficial for Tsunade, Jiraiya agreed. The sight of Tsunade dragging Anyao astonished the crowd at the hospital. Anyao wished he could cover his face, not wanting to be gawked at like a circus animal. Alas, he had gone from being an inconspicuous figure to someone the entire village's ninja community would soon recognize. The only solace was that his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan had not yet been revealed. However, he pondered when the third Hokage had begun to take notice of him. It was evident that this meeting had thrust him into the limelight. Why? What had he done to provoke such attention? This uncertainty gnawed at him, accompanied by a hint of anxiety. Tsunade unceremoniously deposited Anyao before a patient and coldly declared, "Didn't you say you wanted to vigorously promote medical ninjutsu? Well, let us start with you. Observe closely, and if you fail to grasp it, beware of my fists." Anyao held immense admiration for Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Though her temper was rather volatile, he understood that this was a common trait among capable individuals. And since she was willing to teach, he was eager to learn. Initially, Tsunade had intended to find fault and give the cunning young boy a good thrashing. But as she began to instruct him, she found no excuses. No matter how she explained the transformation of chakra properties or the distinctions between medical ninjutsu and traditional techniques, he grasped it all almost instantaneously. Within a short span, he was already able to lend a hand. His rapid progress was nothing short of miraculous for a medical ninja. This young boy was truly a genius. Anya skillfully channeled her green chakra, molding it into a petite surgical knife that took shape in her hand. With meticulous refinement of the chakra, the small scalpel became remarkably sharp and slender. A gentle incision could extract foreign objects from the flesh of patients before they even sensed pain, proving to be exceptionally effective. Through her studies as a medical ninja, Anya deepened her understanding of the human anatomy, particularly the intricacies of bones and meridians, recognizing the key areas connected to the brain where severing could instantaneously incapacitate an individual. It became evident that mastering medical ninjutsu was indeed a long-term endeavor. Observing this scene, Tsunade took a moment to compose herself and earnestly addressed Anya. "Have you ever contemplated a career shift to become a medical ninja?" As Anya attended to the injured, he nonchalantly remarked, "I can manage. It merely depends on whether the teacher is willing to release me." To be candid, if given the chance, he would indeed prefer to linger in the hospital, immersing himself in the study of medical ninjutsu, idly passing time while aiding those in need, an endeavor devoid of peril. He could enhance his skills once the war concluded, which would be far safer. However, Kakashi would certainly not acquiesce to such a notion. Tsunade was equally cognizant of this fact. Having forged a sharp blade through rigorous training, Kakashi would never allow him to remain in the hospital, obscured from the world. Anya's innate talent had genuinely piqued her interest. "For the next few days, you shall not venture anywhere. You will remain here to study." Recognizing the presence of a prodigious student, Tsunade resolved to adopt a rigorous educational approach, determined to impart a profound lesson during this brief period. Chapter 55. The Art of Poison and Antidote. Are you suggesting that this poison is derived from two harmless substances? After a day of intensive study, Anya lay exhausted on the floor, entirely devoid of dignity, while Tsunade retrieved a transparent vial she had previously won and began her examination. "Indeed, I procured it from Sunagakure. It is an extract from two types of flower buds. When isolated, they are harmless, yet when combined, they become highly toxic and remarkably insidious." Anya swiftly divulged the origin of the poison. Out of curiosity, Tsunade dipped her finger into a drop and tasted it. As Anya witnessed this scene, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Hey, I have no antidote." Tsunade, unfazed, took a sip and savored it for a moment before remarking, "Indeed, it lacks flavor. However, there lingers a hint of fragrance. Likely from the bauhinia and mimosa. Not bad. The toxicity is manageable." Observing Tsunade consume a portion of the poison unharmed while also analyzing its composition, Anya couldn't help but give a thumbs up, shamelessly flattering her. "Truly remarkable, Lady Tsunade. You are exceptional, and I have underestimated you." Such flattery was nothing new to Tsunade, who dismissed it as mere background noise. She then produced another vial containing a red liquid and inquired, "What is contained within this vial of poison?" Upon seeing this vial, Anya hurriedly cautioned, "You must not consume this. It contains a dangerous mix of rattlesnake venom, scorpion venom, army ant venom, spider venom, and the poison of the death worm, each lethal upon contact with blood." At the mention of these lethal substances, Tsunade's expression shifted slightly. As expected, she refrained from tasting the poison and instead sought several test tubes to conduct her research. She poured the red poison into different test tubes and waited. After a while, the tubes exhibited various colors: black, purple, blue, green, and a spectrum of hues. Tsunade began studying the lethal concoction based on the colors in the test tubes. Approximately half an hour later, a new transparent liquid formed in one of the tubes, indicating that Tsunade had successfully deciphered the red toxin. It became evident that while her skill in creating poison was uncertain, her expertise in antidotes was undeniably top-notch. Especially considering that these two poisons had no known antidote in the Sand Village. Having resolved both vials of poison, Tsunade appeared intrigued and pressed Anya. Boy, do you have any more poison? Bring it forth. None, Anya replied with a wry smile. I am not from the Sand Village. I am merely an outsider. Acquiring these two vials was already quite a challenge. Though somewhat disappointed, Tsunade acknowledged the validity of Anya's words and shifted her inquiry. What is your opinion on the poison-making skills in the Sand Village? After a moment of contemplation, Anya remarked, it can only be considered average. Most of it is derived from local resources, and I have not engaged in systematic research or study. Poison is primarily utilized in conjunction with puppet techniques, making it difficult to disseminate widely. However, a few of the highly toxic substances surpass even Hanzo in their lethality. You are indeed correct, she continued. It seems I must concoct several antidotes specifically designed to counteract them. With that, Tsunade immersed herself in fervent study, seemingly attempting to numb herself to the anguish of having lost her brother. In all honesty, it is quite challenging to empathize. He has always been solitary, and the only thing he can offer is silent companionship. After a night had passed, Tsunade found herself exhausted, resting her head upon the table, while Anyao appeared rejuvenated and full of vigor. He casually draped a blanket over Tsunade, and, as he was about to step outside quietly, a voice interrupted him, inquiring, where are you planning to go? With a sudden stiffness, Anyao forced a smile and said, the day has dawned. I feared you might go hungry, so I prepared to venture out and procure some breakfast for us to share. Upon hearing Anyao's words, Tsunade was immediately struck by a profound sense of hunger. Ever since she learned of her brother's demise, she had ceased to nourish herself. Despite her formidable constitution, she could not help but feel a wave of weakness at that moment. As Anyao observed her swaying slightly, he hurriedly approached to support her, saying, you appear quite weak, just wait here for me. Let me know what you wish to eat. Tsunade swatted away Anyao's hand, forcing herself to stand upright as she replied, I do not require assistance from a mere child. Come, let us go out for breakfast. We have more to learn today. Upon arriving at the breakfast establishment, Anyao exuberantly ordered an abundant array of dishes, filling their table with a variety of steaming noodles that looked utterly enticing. Tsunade wasted no time, diving into the feast with gusto. Soon, both of them leaned back in their chairs, satisfied after their hearty meal. After a moment, Tsunade glanced at Anyao with curiosity and remarked, why are you still here? Go settle the bill. Please, I have no money. I lost it all to you. Anyao replied languidly, remaining motionless. Tsunade then recalled her recent stroke of luck, having indeed won a considerable sum from this young lad. With a hint of irritation, she retorted, you ordered so much without any money? Wasn't it you who claimed you would treat me to breakfast? Indeed, I am treating you. You are merely footing the bill, Anyao quickly added, sensing Tsunade's inclination to retaliate. Consider this meal a debt I owe you. I shall repay it as soon as I have the means. Very well, Tsunade said, dismissing the matter as she took the initiative to settle the account. Anya, with a cheerful demeanor, trailed behind her, heading once again to the hospital. After a similarly bustling day, Anya once more collapsed onto a chair, unable to restrain her exclamation. Lady Tsunade, I find your words profoundly insightful. Without a robust healthcare system, relying solely on the ninjas at the hospital, it would hardly suffice to prevent exhaustion and demise. Hearing Anya's remark, Tsunade felt a twinge of sorrow. Had there been a medical ninja among her younger brother's team to provide urgent care and sustain him until her arrival, perhaps he would not have perished. As Darkshine observed Tsunade's silence, he continued his analysis. In truth, the third Hokage is acutely aware that your assertions hold merit. However, as he has articulated, he is unable to allocate additional shinobi for the study of medical ninjutsu. Furthermore, once the four-man teams are established, those possessing a medical ninja will inevitably face a disparity in combat power against other teams, as not every medical ninja possesses your level of combat prowess. Thus, there are both advantages and disadvantages to consider. Tsunade, evidently taken aback by the foresight of the young man before her, could not help but inquire further. How do you propose we address this issue? In truth, Anyao had already conceived an idea. Upon being questioned by Tsunade, he promptly responded, we should develop a combat system unique to medical ninjas. You see, this chakra scalpel can be employed to save lives, yet it can equally serve as a weapon to take them. The chakra scalpel, glowing ominously, gently grazed his left arm, causing it to droop as if it had lost all support. Evidently, the veins within had been severed by the scalpel's precise incision. In a moment of self-inflicted harm, Anyao hastily summoned his medical chakra for self-healing, grimacing in pain as he remarked, ouch, what a swift blade. The sight evoked an uncontrollable laughter from Tsunade, whose face brightened as the shadows of worry began to dissipate. Chapter 56. Anyao's summoning beast. Once Tsunade's laughter subsided, she quipped, do not disclose to anyone that I have taught you. I have never encountered someone so foolish as to ruin his own arm with medical ninjutsu. As Anya treated, she remarked, Isn't this to present you with a glimpse of a potential future for medical ninjas? Tsunade nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, it is a viable perspective. However, extensive experimentation is required to ascertain its feasibility before it can be widely adopted. And Yao boldly volunteered, then let me be the subject of the experiment. You? Tsunade replied with a hint of disdain, with such slender arms and legs, you hold little value for experimentation. Very well, before you. Who would dare to claim they possess stout limbs? And Yao, naturally unable to retort, swiftly completed the treatment of his own arm. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade remarked, why not try it on me? Are you serious? And Yao inquired. Tsunade urged, come on. All right. Without hesitation, Anya utilized a chakra scalpel to make a precise incision on Tsunade's arm artery. Tsunade attempted to lift her arm, only to find herself utterly devoid of strength. Even the slightest movement proved to be a considerable challenge. It appeared that Anya's earlier strike had inflicted a significant injury. Tsunade then employed her other hand to mend the wound on her arm, and soon enough, the severed artery was restored, with her arm returning to its original state. This was a testament to her prowess as a medical ninja, possessing the knowledge required for self-healing. Had she been an ordinary ninja, that blow would have rendered her incapable of performing hand seals. A sense of joy welled up within Tsunade. She had never contemplated that medical ninjutsu could be effectively wielded in combat, and its efficacy was unexpectedly impressive. However, as Tsunade reveled in her triumph, Anya fell into deep contemplation. While the chakra scalpel was indeed advantageous in close combat, it necessitated a certain level of taijutsu proficiency and, most critically, demanded proximity to engage in hand-to-hand combat. On the battlefield, if confronted by another ninja, one could be subjected to long-range ninjutsu bombardments from hundreds of meters away, leaving no opportunity for close-quarters conflict. Noticing Anya's solemn expression, Tsunade inquired, what seems to be troubling you? The practicality is still somewhat lacking, Anya mused thoughtfully, before a spark of inspiration struck. However, there is a potential solution. Oh, is that so? Pray tell, Tsunade responded, her curiosity piqued. Having experienced the ravages of war, she too recognized the limitation of relying solely on close combat. Hearing that Anya had devised a remedy left her astounded. Consider Hanzo, Anya suggested. Tsunade quickly grasped the implication. You mean, utilizing poison? Indeed, Anya affirmed with a nod. Medical ninjas possess an inherent advantage when it comes to the use of toxins. By transforming poison into gas, one can launch attacks from a distance with minimal chakra expenditure. The only significant drawback is the vulnerability to ninjas skilled in wind release. That is already quite commendable. Proficient wind release users are a rarity, Tsunade concurred. This line of thought is indeed valid. But we must consider which toxins are stable enough for mass production into gas, as well as the methods of storage. Anya stretched lazily and remarked. This is the issue you need to contemplate. It is all I can think of. Tsunade, with a hint of annoyance, replied, don't even think about slacking off. Since you have studied the art of poison in Sunagakure, we shall research it together. Without exception, Anya was conscripted, and the room was filled with an array of vividly colored toxins in various test tubes. As Tsunade's research progressed, toxic gas occasionally wafted from the tubes, and in a moment of carelessness, Anya inhaled a peculiar toxin, instantly darkening his complexion. Breathing became arduous, his head felt heavy, and he was overcome by drowsiness. Observing Tsunade's obsession with her research, utterly indifferent to his plight, Anya cried out in despair, hey, help me. Upon noticing, Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smirk. It's just a bit of gas. You won't die. Figure it out yourself. Anya felt a chill of despair, inwardly. He berated Tsunade harshly. After venting his frustrations, he realized that this approach was not sustainable. He could very well end up in danger. His mind began to race. And eventually, he conceived a rather dubious plan. Anya cautiously approached, a sheepish smile gracing her face as she spoke. Lady Tsunade, I have heard that your summoning beast possesses the ability to save lives. Indeed, what do you intend to do? Tsunade replied, her expression one of disdain as she regarded Anya. Well, Anya began, a hint of embarrassment coloring her tone. I do not yet possess a summoning beast. At this revelation, Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, and with a hint of amusement, she retorted, you aspire to covet my summoning beast? You certainly have a bold spirit. Anya reasoned with conviction. The study of toxins cannot be resolved in just a day or two. I wish to contribute my efforts. But I cannot constantly rely on you for assistance. It would hinder our progress. His argument seemed somewhat valid. Tsunade, having taken precautions, inquired, are you certain you wish to choose my summoning beast? Its offensive capabilities are rather mediocre. It doesn't need to possess great attacking power. Simply being able to save lives is sufficient. When faced with an enemy, I can swiftly strike with my blade, Anya confidently assured her upon hearing Tsunade relent. However, Tsunade felt a sense of unease at the thought of a member of the Uchiha clan selecting a slug as their summoning beast. She hesitantly pressed further. You are still quite young, and once you choose a summoning beast, it cannot be altered, especially since mine is rather unique. Are you truly certain? An unwavering now nodded fervently and asserted with resolute certainty, I am absolutely certain. There will be no changes. Although still quite young, he understood that if he did not choose the slug, he might not have a future at all. Very well, Tsunade acquiesced, retrieving a massive summoning scroll from the cabinet. Upon unfurling it, she instructed, simply inscribe your name with your blood. As Anya swiftly bit her finger, the moment Tsunade's words fell, the name was already inscribed. Her speed akin to that of a fleeting shadow. Is that sufficient? Tsunade found herself at a loss for words. Next, I shall teach you the summoning technique. I can manage this myself, Anya replied, feeling a severe dizziness. The poison had likely seeped deep into her lungs. And if she were to have Tsunade instruct her at such a leisurely pace, she might very well perish. The sequence of hand seals for the summoning technique had already replayed in her mind. Anya eagerly completed the seals and then pressed down forcefully. A plume of white smoke billowing forth, revealing a slug the size of a frog before her. The moment she beheld the slug, Anya hastily spoke. I would like to request your assistance, but before she could finish her sentence, darkness engulfed her vision, and she completely lost consciousness, her body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the instant when Yao collapsed, Tsunade seemed to have anticipated this moment. She swiftly embraced him, then calculated the time, murmuring to herself, approximately 5 minutes. It appears that the efficacy of this toxin requires refinement. The duration is still too lengthy to achieve a swift kill. Lady Tsunade, what is happening? The slug distinctly sensed that a completely new chakra was summoning it forth. As Tsunade employed her medical ninjutsu to heal Yao, she explained, today, I have taken on a new student. In the future, he will also be able to summon you. Oh, is that so? The slug crawled curiously onto Yao, scrutinizing the new summoner. Chapter 57. Becoming a member of the Umbu when Anya awoke, the sky had turned into a pitch-black expanse. The spirit slug she had summoned had long since vanished, and Tsunade lay soundly asleep at the table. Various vials of differing hues adorned the surface, and Anya needed no further contemplation to discern their contents. It was evident that Tsunade's proficiency in toxins was not in the slightest inferior to her healing abilities. However, in contrast to her expertise in poison, her fists wielded a more direct and forceful approach. An ominous glimmer flickered in the air as Anya shook her head, ensuring she was free from any lingering effects of poisoning. She then invoked her spirit summoning technique once more. Wisps of white smoke wafted through the atmosphere, and a diminutive slug materialized upon the ground. Anya greeted with a cheerful smile. Hello there, what may I call you? The summoned slug responded in a gentle tone. You may simply refer to me as Slug, Lord Anya. Upon hearing this title, Anya felt a bit flattered and quickly waved his hand, saying, no need to call me Lord, just Anya will suffice. The slug chuckled softly, very well. Initially intending to foster a bond with the summoned creature, Anya was pleasantly surprised by the slug's amiable demeanor. He cautiously placed it on his palm and gently stroked its body, remarking, Slug, your body is remarkably soft. Were you the one who saved me? The slug replied truthfully, it was Lady Tsunade who saved you. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yao quickly realized that he had likely been regarded as a mere guinea pig by Tsunade. However, she had compensated him with a summoning beast, which, in any perspective, seemed to be a fair trade. Anya smiled gently at the slug resting in her palm, and said, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The slug, intrigued, inquired, Anya, I have a question I wish to ask. What drives you to devote yourself so fervently to your cultivation? Anya was momentarily taken aback by the question. To be honest, he had not pondered it deeply before. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I aspire to be a person like the First Hokage. Ah, I see. Your ambition is truly magnificent, the slug praised. However, Anya's words were not entirely complete. What he truly envisioned was to possess the same power as the First Hokage, to unify the ninja world, and to eliminate the existence of the 5 great nations. In doing so, he believed that the chaos of war would come to a definitive end, allowing him to retire in success and relish a life of happiness. What Dark Yao failed to notice was that the once slumbering Tsunade, upon hearing his aspirations, revealed a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. As dawn broke, a voice resonated outside their door. Dark Yao, the 3rd Hokage wishes to see you. Both individuals, engrossed in their study of toxins, were taken aback, with Tsunade casting a puzzled glance at Dark Yao, as if silently inquiring about the reason for the old man's summons. Yao was equally perplexed, shrugging his shoulders to indicate his confusion. Tsunade spoke up, since the old man is looking for you, you should hurry along. I can manage here on my own. All right, I'll be back shortly. With the influence of the slug, Yao's fascination with poisons had grown exponentially, and under Tsunade's guidance, he had made remarkable progress from his previous rudimentary understanding of toxins. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage was as meticulous as ever, diligently attending to the mountain of paperwork before him, his hair completely gray, a testament to the immense energy he expended daily. As Yao entered, the 3rd Hokage greeted him with a warm smile, saying, Are you curious as to why I've summoned you so unexpectedly? Dark Yao sighed and remarked, It is indeed peculiar. After all, I am merely a minor character, yet I have been unexpectedly summoned by Lord Hokage, which fills me with great honor. He chuckled softly. The third Hokage smiled warmly and replied, in truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. However, the decisive factor that compelled me to meet you was the intelligence work you accomplished. This report has unveiled to me the boundless possibilities that lie ahead for you. Dark Yao felt a flicker of uncertainty regarding the quality of the intelligence he had provided. The third Hokage continued, having completed this intelligence task. You are more than worthy of promotion to Jonin. Moreover, you possess talents that are uncommon among your peers. I believe you are capable of leading a team to accomplish missions independently. On Yao discerned the implied meaning behind the third Hokage's words and furrowed his brow, expressing, I still hope to accompany my teacher. The third Hokage responded with a warm smile. This is also the wish of White Fang. He holds great expectations for you. On Yao felt a surge of unease as he contemplated stepping into the limelight. If he were not of the Uchiha clan, this transition might be inconsequential. However, being acutely aware of the clan's tragic fate, he was beset by doubts. He did not consider himself capable of becoming the exception. Thus, On Yao inquired, does Lord Third have any other plans for me? The third Hokage, sensing the underlying concern in On Yao's voice, curiously asked, I have a feeling you are afraid of something. Can you elaborate on it? A bitter smile flickered across On Yao's heart. What could be said? Could it be that the Uchiha clan would face annihilation in the future? Even if stated now, you would hardly believe it. Observing On Yao's continued silence, the third Hokage finally spoke. I indeed have another proposition for you. If you are willing, how about joining the Umbu, the Dark Division? An inner stir ignited within On Yao as he respectfully replied, certainly. Would he prefer to don a mask and join the Dark Division rather than carry out his duties openly on the battlefield? The third Hokage was enveloped in confusion, sensing that this young man harbored numerous secrets within. However, having spoken, the third could only continue, since you are willing to join the Dark Division. I hereby appoint you as the captain of the division. You shall lead the squad we have prepared for you to the battlefield in the Rock-Hidden Village, with the utmost aim of supporting the ongoing conflict, prioritizing victory above all else. Yes, On Yao promptly affirmed. Observing On Yao's swift agreement, the third Hokage hesitated slightly and inquired. The missions undertaken by the Dark Division are often the most perilous. Do you possess the confidence to succeed? On Yao responded earnestly. I shall do my utmost to accomplish the task. Very well, prepare yourself. We shall depart tonight. Your team members have been meticulously selected, each possessing formidable skills capable of navigating a variety of intricate situations. Remember, do not act alone, the third generation reiterated emphatically. Indeed, I shall be mindful of our teamwork. On Yao assured, after which a set of attire specifically designed for the Dark Division was delivered. The enigmatic Anya donned his signature mask adorned with the emblem of the Dark, turning away from the Hokage's office. When Anya re-emerged, he found himself outside Tsunade's office, where she was engrossed in her research on poisons. Just as he was about to push the door open, he suddenly halted and rapped gently on the door. Inside, Tsunade, sensing something amiss, urged him, just come in. No. Anya replied, bidding farewell. I must take my leave now. It seems this is where my involvement in your research concludes. I hope you will soon develop a combat system tailored for medical ninjas. Farewell. Upon hearing these words, Tsunade swiftly moved to open the door, only to find that the space beyond was utterly vacant. Chapter 58. The battlefield situation as anticipated by White Fang, the Iwagakure, having triumphed over Kumogakure, once again set its sights on Konohagakure. The several outposts established by the Leaf had been completely obliterated, the implications of which were unmistakable. Konohagakure was compelled to open a second front. Fortunately, White Fang had managed to firmly suppress the enemy on the battlefield of Sunagakure, allowing the Leaf Village to redirect its efforts towards resolving the conflict at hand. This was no mere skirmish. It was a full-scale war, one that risked the very fate of the village. The Second Great Ninja War had reached its most brutal phase, with casualties mounting daily. Led by On Yao, the Dark Squad promptly engaged in battle. As the captain, he wielded absolute authority over the unit, which comprised 10 members. As the third Hokage aptly remarked, while their numbers may be few, each member is an elite. Although all donned masks, On Yao had discerned the identities of each member after several encounters. Recognizing individuals from the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Yamanaka clan, among others, thereby possessing a natural advantage in reconnaissance. Dark Shadow has maximized his advantages, never engaging in direct combat. His objective is clear, to strike at the supply lines of the Rock-Hidden Village, willing to obliterate them at any cost, ensuring they experience the hardships he once endured during his logistical phase. In each skirmish, Dark Shadow has pushed guerrilla warfare to its limits, attacking when the enemy is sparse, and retreating upon the arrival of reinforcements. Out of 10, aside from offensive maneuvers, most of their time is devoted to reconnaissance and traversing the terrain, creating chaos in the rear of the Rock-Hidden Village. However, this comes at a cost. After 2 weeks of operations behind enemy lines, their numbers have dwindled to 6, with some sustaining injuries. Yet, in light of their accomplishments, Dark Shadow finds these sacrifices acceptable. Concurrently, their frequency of engagement has decreased, as this covert squad has undoubtedly entered Rock Hidden Village's kill list. One of the 6 established a sealing array, while the others rested within it. Dark Shadow, summoning a slug, tended to the wounds of one of the injured. Silence enveloped them as they closed their eyes, striving to regain their strength. It was at this moment that the slug suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad. Lady Tsunade is trapped by the rock ninjas, and Jiraiya is wounded." "What?" Dark Shadow inquired, astonished. The slug, having received a message from Tsunade, quickly elaborated. The team led by the legendary 3 fell into an ambush set by the Rock Hidden Village. Only the 3 of them managed to escape, but Jiraiya is severely injured, and Lady Tsunade is currently treating him. They are hiding in the mountains. Yet that very mountain is surrounded by rock ninjas. The situation is dire. One of the Umbu remarked, "What are we waiting for? We must hurry to their aid." The other Umbu opened their eyes, clearly awaiting Dark Shadow's command. Anya took a deep breath, his mind racing with contemplation. After a brief moment, he produced a map and pointed to a specific location, stating, "Here was originally my next target for an assault. It seems I can expedite our plans." The captain, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting we do not rescue them and proceed with the surprise attack?" An ominous nod confirmed. Indeed, this is the most opportune moment for a surprise attack. The attention of a Wagakure is largely fixated on the 3 shinobi, rendering their defenses here inevitably weak. "We must act immediately." However, the darkly radiant figure spoke in a cold tone. "If memory serves me right, I am the captain. You all need only to follow orders. As for the 3 shinobi, I shall go alone. Are you going by yourself? Even if we accompany you, our numbers would still be insufficient. To rescue them, we require a substantial force. My solitary presence will suffice to delay their rescue." The clarity of his awareness was remarkable. Within a brief span, he had thoroughly analyzed the battlefield situation. The remaining members of the Umbu understood that this was indeed the optimal choice, and without further hesitation, they swiftly vanished from sight. In a hushed tone, Enyao addressed the slug, "Lead the way." "Where are they hiding?" The slug, extending its antennae towards a certain direction, replied, "In that direction." Earth release, rock iron cannon technique. Upon nearing the mountainside, Enyao beheld a multitude of rock ninjas unleashing their earth release upon a modest hillock. Countless stones, akin to bullets, bombarded the elevation, indicating that it would not be long before the hill succumbed to the relentless assault of the earth techniques. "Are they within?" Enyao inquired of the slug. The slug responded, "Indeed. Jiraiya is gravely injured, and Lady Tsunade is still tending to his wounds." "Very well, I understand. You may return now. I shall handle the rest." Enyao cast a glance at the throng of rock ninjas, his mind racing to devise a strategy. "Be cautious," the slug cautioned, its voice laced with concern, before vanishing from Enyao's side. With so many rock ninjas present, a direct confrontation seemed futile. Yet, it was evident they were wary of the legendary Sannin's formidable prowess, opting for ranged assaults instead. Thus, a potential strategy began to form in Enyao's mind. With a swift gesture, Dark Yao performed a seal and intoned transformation technique. The silver-haired Jiraiya materialized behind a throng of rock ninjas, boldly announcing, "Well now, younglings of the Hidden Rock Village, I am here. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet." Transforming into Jiraiya, Dark Yao unleashed 3 fire dragons from his mouth, each surging from the left, center, and right to assault the rock ninjas. As the fire dragons advanced, they expelled small fireballs towards the ground, which ignited upon impact, rapidly expanding their fiery reach. The inferno raged voraciously, threatening to consume everything in its vicinity, as the explosive force transformed the surrounding earth into a sea of flames. Having executed this devastating attack, Dark Yao paid no heed to the aftermath and swiftly retreated. Earth style, Earth flow wall. A multitude of rock ninjas formed hand seals, erecting layers of earthen barriers to shield against the overwhelming blaze. Once the flames subsided, Jiraiya's figure vanished as well. "Damn it, wasn't he injured? The power of that fire style shows no sign of his wounds." One of the commanding rock ninjas exclaimed. "No, they should all be within this mountain." "What now?" A commanding rock ninja ordered. "Divide a team to pursue that individual, regardless of his identity. Eliminate him on the spot. The rest of you, continue assaulting the mountain. Do not fall for the enemy's diversion tactics." "Understood." Successfully diverting a group of ninjas, Dark Yao activated the Sharingan concealed behind his mask, counting 1, 2. A total of 10 individuals? It seems they do not regard me with much seriousness. This number poses no threat to me. Disengaging from the transformation technique, Dark Yao unsheathed his short blade, filled with murderous intent as he lured the 10 individuals into the depths of the forest. Chapter 59. The weight of life on Yao wiped the blood from the blade, and in a mere few minutes, 10 rock ninjas had fallen beneath his sword. Having withstood 3 strikes from the legendary White Fang, Anyao was capable of instantaneously dispatching those weaker than himself. Once the foes were vanquished, Anyao summoned a flying puppet, an eagle, using a scroll. With 10 fingers delicately weaving chakra threads, he guided the eagle into the skies. From a distance, he observed that the peaks where the three ninjas resided had been breached, and a substantial contingent of Konoha reinforcements had arrived. As the two sides clashed, a fierce battle erupted. The mountaintops were completely leveled, and a dazzling array of ninjutsu soared through the air, unleashing chaos. Following the culmination of these techniques, the ensuing close-quarters combat would prove to be the most brutal of encounters. With a cursory glance, On Yao confirmed the safety of the three ninjas and swiftly maneuvered the eagle away, for his battle was not to be fought here. He was eager to ascertain the success of his team's surprise attack. Mastery over the art of puppetry had become second nature to On Yao, and with this flying puppet, he achieved a speed rivaling that of a genuine eagle. After a brief but furious flight, the logistics base loomed near. As he reached the skies above, On Yao was met with billowing smoke and towering flames that pierced the heavens. Below, chaos reigned, rendering the situation utterly indecipherable. Ninjas were engaged in an array of jutsu. While at the center, a colossal tailed beast drew attention. It emitted a sound akin to a roaring locomotive as it charged forward indiscriminately, sending everyone in its path sprawling. In its wake, the tailed beast surged its chakra to a boiling point, enveloping its form in a cloud of steam. Leaving devastation in its path, ninja either perished or were gravely injured. This was the Five Tails Jinchuriki. He was indeed within this logistical stronghold. What a predicament! Dark Radiance is acutely aware of its own capabilities. The notion of eliminating this tailed beast Jinchuriki is nothing short of delusional, especially considering it has fully transformed into a tailed beast. In terms of sheer strength and destructive power, it surpasses even the average shadow-level warrior. What course of action should one take? The dark shadow hovered above, brows furrowed beneath the mask, momentarily at a loss. The wisest course of action seemed to be retreat. Yet, for reasons unknown, memories of the past fortnight spent fighting side by side flooded his mind. Ultimately, the shadow descended, seeking a concealed spot, and with hands forming seals. Intoned, spirit transformation technique. Having invoked this technique, the shadow swiftly tapped into his soul's power to locate his 5 companions. To his dismay, one had completely lost their life force, while among the remaining 4, only one still possessed some vitality. The other 3 lay incapacitated, teetering on the brink of death. Upon identifying their positions, the shadow promptly dispelled the spirit transformation technique and directed the eagle to fly low. Drawing upon the memories stored within his mind, he manipulated chakra threads to pull the surviving 4 closer. However, with the increase in numbers, he was compelled to intensify his chakra control over the puppets, causing their flight speed to diminish. Fortunately, the tailed beast seemed to have lost its sanity and did not launch an attack. In a swift motion, Anya summoned a slug using his conjuration technique, while simultaneously employing medical ninjutsu to heal the most severely injured individual. As the healing chakra coursed through the wounded body, Anya's heart plummeted. The injuries were far too grave. With the rudimentary medical ninjutsu he had learned through rote memorization, he realized he was utterly incapable of effecting a cure. At this point, all he could do was hope for the efficacy of the slug's healing abilities. Dark Yao gazed at it with a sense of anticipation. The slug, seemingly aware of Dark Yao's intentions, replied in a somber tone, "My abilities can only be fully realized in conjunction with Lady Tsunade's Baika no Jutsu. At present, it is impossible to rescue them all. Cursed be it." Dark Yao felt a surge of irritation and queried the remaining Umbu, who still possessed combat capability. With a harsh tone, "What on earth is happening? Why has this Jinchuriki suddenly gone berserk? Did I not mention that in the face of insurmountable odds, preserving one's life should be the paramount priority?" Cough, cough, cough. The Umbu coughed several times, blood trickling down from beneath his mask, clearly indicating he bore internal injuries. Gasping for breath, he managed to articulate, "It was a spur-of-the-moment decision on my part, Captain. Your judgment was indeed correct. After this battle, Konoha shall emerge victorious." Dark Yao was filled with confusion, unable to grasp the deeper meaning of his words. Another Umbu added, "This is the largest logistical supply base of a Wagakure. By annihilating it, they will lose their capacity to engage us in a protracted conflict." An ominous realization dawned upon Yao. "So, it was you who intentionally instigated the Jinchuriki's rampage." "Indeed." The first-ranking Umbu replied with a hoarse voice. "This stronghold is far too expansive. With merely a handful of us, we can only obliterate a fraction of it. Such a pity. Therefore, I triggered the Jinchuriki's fury using my ocular prowess. The unleashed power did not disappoint us. If only my eye technique were a tad stronger, perhaps I could have controlled this tailed beast, enabling everyone to survive." Although he was aware of the presence of a Uchiha in his squad, he never anticipated such audacity. Utilizing the Sharingan to manipulate a tailed beast required an exceptionally advanced ocular technique. Nevertheless, the ability to incite a tailed beast's rampage indicated that his ocular power was formidable. "The enemy is here. Everyone, come forth." The individuals flying at low altitude were soon detected by the rock ninja, and with a loud cry, a multitude of piercing sounds surged towards them. Dark Yao's expression instantly darkened. Captain, please release us. If this continues, none of us will be able to escape. Indeed, I already sense that it's futile. There's no need to waste chakra on our healing. Captain, I know you are a rational ninja. Now is the moment for a final decision. Several members of the Umbu had long anticipated their fate and began to counsel one another. Yet, the more they spoke, the more reluctant Dark Yao felt to let go. This inner conflict prompted him to question his own heart. When had he become so indecisive? Shouldn't he be cold and unfeeling? After all, they were merely a group of expendables. How could their lives weigh against his own? Moreover, having been granted a second chance at life, how could he remain here for the sake of those who were destined to perish? And Yao fervently endeavored to persuade himself from within, while the healing in his hands never faltered for a moment. Ultimately, a remaining combat-capable Umbu ninja leaped down from the eagle puppet and even through the mask, and Yao could sense his smile. He gasped and said, "To accomplish such an important mission this time, I have no regrets in death. Captain, I will cover you." Watching the figure of the departing Umbu member fade into the distance, and Yao's heart grew cold, engulfed by a profound emptiness. "We cannot go on. Let us surrender, Captain. Kill us. Do not allow us to fall into the hands of the enemy." The other Umbu members, their fervor surging, began to shout in unison. The heart of the dark luminary felt as though it were condemned, akin to being pierced by daggers, lashed by whips, and stabbed by swords, tormenting his very core and unsettling his innermost being. Ultimately, his gaze sharpened with a chilling intensity, and he returned to a state of frigid rationality. He dispelled the summoning technique and swiftly distributed several explosive talismans among his companions, proclaiming, "Very well, I shall remember you all. Allow me to impart a forbidden technique. Listen closely. The mutual explosive talisman technique, as a self-sacrificial art of detonation, is best employed in conjunction with the impure world reincarnation, and at present, it appears to be the most suitable ninjutsu for the group." Chapter 60, 3 Tomo Sharingan. The mutual explosive talisman is arguably the simplest of all forbidden techniques to master. Although the Dark Squad members had lost their combat capabilities and the flame of life was waning, learning this technique was remarkably straightforward. One merely needed to cast aside their fear of death. One among them chuckled heartily, remarking, "Captain, this technique is quite commendable. We can take a few enemies with us as we depart. Not a loss at all." With his eyes tightly shut, and Yao ultimately decided to release several individuals, letting out a soft sigh as he uttered, "Farewell." After saying this, unable to bear witnessing their fate, he commanded the eagle puppet to soar into the sky. When he finally reopened his eyes, he discovered that his originally dual Tomo Sharingan had inexplicably transformed into a Tri-Tomo Sharingan, having completed its evolution. In the distance, a cacophony of explosions erupted, piercing the air with their harshness, accompanied by faint echoes of voices. "Where the leaves dance, the flame shall also eternally burn." Thus, after more than half a month of covert operations behind enemy lines, the Umbu squad successfully dismantled numerous logistical strongholds of the rock-hidden village, leaving in Yao as the sole survivor. Upon receiving the news, the Tsuchikage hurriedly flew to the supply depot, and upon witnessing the chaos, he could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a torrent of dust-release techniques upon the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. Stunned, the Five Tails Jinchuriki reverted from his beast transformation, revealing a tall man adorned with a red mask and clad in crimson armor. At that moment, he appeared to recall the events that had just transpired, his mind enveloped in confusion. Seeing him in such a state, the Tsuchikage could not refrain from a barrage of harsh invectives, spewing a multitude of unkind words, wishing nothing more than to strike him down. Alone in the sky, and Yao felt an emptiness within, uncertain of his next destination. Logically, he should consider this mission an overwhelming success. Peace between Konoha and the rock-hidden village was imminent, with only the battles at the sand-hidden front remaining before the Second War could reach its conclusion. Yet, joy eluded him. He began to grasp why some would risk their lives for their village. Even his typically composed self was susceptible to such sentiments, let alone those who had lived in the village from the beginning. Ultimately, Yao embarked on the journey back to the village, intending to report to the Third Hokage and return to his mentor, White Fang, with a heart full of uncertainty. Upon returning to the village, Yao recounted in detail to the Third Hokage the battles of the past half-month. Now composed, he conveyed the events devoid of any emotional embellishment, as if narrating information unrelated to himself, ensuring not a single detail of the combat was omitted. However, the Third Hokage discerned something deeper within his words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and said, "I am sorry that a child like you must face the battlefield, enduring pains that should not be borne at your age. It is our responsibility as adults. Please forgive me." Yao calmly responded, "It is the responsibility of this world, unrelated to Lord Hokage. Indeed, the disputes in the world have never ceased. All we can do is rise in defiance and protect our own homeland." The Third Hokage, filled with hope, remarked, "Yao, I see the future of Konoha in you. I believe you will grow into a towering tree for our village." These words left On Yao momentarily stunned, unable to articulate a response. To be honest, he had never envisioned living his entire life in Konoha. His initial intent was to leverage this platform for rapid growth, ultimately establishing a power of his own to better seize his destiny. He would not foolishly bind his fate to the survival of the village. Yet, at this moment, his heart seemed to waver. The third Hokage appeared to sense On Yao's inner turmoil and smiled gently, saying, "You must be weary. Go home and rest well." "No," On Yao firmly rejected. "I wish to go to the battlefield in Sunagakure and fight alongside my teacher." The third Hokage, perplexed, inquired, having just endured a brutal battle. "Are you truly ready to rush off to the next one so soon? Might you be pushing yourself too hard?" The darkly radiant figure replied, "Fighting alongside my master brings me great tranquility. It seems that the bond between you and your master is profound. Very well, I concede. But not today." The third Hokage issued a stern command. "Rest well in Konoha for 3 days, and after that, you shall set forth." On Yao respectfully replied, "Yes, thank you, Lord Hokage." Upon exiting the Hokage's office, On Yao removed his mask and walked aimlessly down the bustling streets. His demeanor starkly contrasted with the lively surroundings. As he gazed contemplatively at the clusters of houses, a sigh escaping his lips. Could Konoha truly be my final sanctuary? At that moment, a voice of astonishment pierced through the air, and On Yao? And Yao turned back to behold a sight that irresistibly beckoned one to embrace and cherish a little girl. Her delicate lips, tinted a soft cherry blossom hue, framed eyes that sparkled like crystal, and her petite, exquisite nose completed an innocent and endearing visage. This face stirred a ray of sunshine within in Yao's otherwise bitter heart, prompting him to instinctively wear a smile as he greeted Teacher Hong. It has been quite a while. Indeed, it had been a long time since their last encounter. Upon catching sight of this familiar silhouette, Shi Hong found herself momentarily incredulous. It was only when this smiling visage aligned with her memories that she felt emboldened to approach, her hand unconsciously reaching out to caress in Yao's face. Having endured the rigors of battle, and Yao had matured rapidly, he had grown quite tall. Sensing the moment, he wisely crouched down, allowing Hong greater ease in reaching him. And Yao, with a playful smile, inquired, "So, Teacher Hong, how does it feel? Surely, you are a real person." "Ah." In that instant, realizing her own actions, Zai Hong's face flushed crimson, adding an undeniable charm to her demeanor. She instinctively attempted to retract her hand, yet before she could do so, and Yao deftly grasped her small hand, lifting her with a flourish amidst her startled exclamations, and gracefully spun around, expertly placing her upon his back. "Teacher Hong, do you still remember the feeling of being carried by a student?" Returning to the familiar sensation, Zai Hong found herself momentarily speechless, her head unconsciously leaning against him. Thus, the two soon erupted into joyous laughter, as Zai Hong recounted amusing anecdotes from school, while Yao shared his various experiences in gathering intelligence. In that moment, an endless flow of conversation ensued, dispelling the awkwardness born from their prolonged separation. They continued their playful banter until dusk fell, at which point Yao reluctantly escorted the wistful Zai Hong to her doorstep. Just then, Jin Hong appeared at the entrance and, upon seeing Yao, warmly invited him. "Since you are here, why not come in and share a meal with us?" Zai Hong looked at Yao with eager anticipation upon hearing these words. Unable to resist the gaze of Yao, she could only utter, "Well, pardon me." Chapter 61. The battlefield of Sunagakure. 3 individuals gathered around a small table, partaking in a meal that appeared remarkably warm and inviting. Shi Hong occasionally stole glances at Yao, lost in thought, her face inexplicably adorned with a foolish smile. Before long, the delightful meal came to a harmonious conclusion. Shi Hong took the initiative to clear away the dishes, diligently heading to the kitchen to tidy up. Jun Hong turned to Yao and inquired, "I heard from Lord Hokage that you have joined the Umbu." Yao nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed." Jun Hong, perplexed, inquired, "Why did you choose to join the Dark Division? As a disciple of White Fang, you should be well aware of the perilous nature of their missions." An enigmatic glow did not provide a direct answer. In this era of warfare, peril is inevitable for any ninja. "It seems that you have matured significantly during this period." Crimson remarked with a hint of nostalgia. "When shall we embark on our next mission?" "In 3 days. For the duration of these 3 days, you shall reside in my home, where I shall continue to impart to you the art of illusion." Dark Yao gazed at Akiheim with astonishment, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Akiheim's serious countenance suddenly softened into a faint smile. "Now that you are part of the Umbu, you are my subordinate. No need for formalities. The extent of your learning depends solely on your capabilities." In that moment, Dark Yao comprehended Akiheim's true identity within Konoha, realizing why the third Hokage appointed him as the temporary commander during his absence. Returning to Akiheim's study, Dark Yao discovered that she had meticulously organized a section of books, clearly categorized into subjects he had not yet mastered. It seemed she had long been planning to instruct him, stirring a deep sense of appreciation within him. Soon, their studies of illusion techniques commenced. Having completed her kitchen duties, Yugao quietly approached the doorway, observing the two engrossed in their work, and smiled dreamily against the doorframe. 3 swift days passed, and at dawn, Dark Yao emerged from the study. He could not help but reflect on the joy of learning in a tranquil environment with guidance. His understanding of illusion techniques had elevated significantly. Previously, his mastery of the shadow technique was superficial, but now, with enhanced control over darkness, he could conserve chakra effectively, avoiding the exhaustion that had plagued him before. Noticing the dim light of dawn outside, Dark Yao left a small bird-shaped puppet at Yugao's door, donned his umbu mask, and departed silently. Just as he was leaving, the slumbering Yugao seemed to sense something amiss. Groggily, she opened her door and spotted the puppet on the ground. Realizing something was wrong, she hurried to the study, where she found her father, Akiheim, organizing the disordered books. He looked at his daughter and remarked, "He is now a true ninja, Yugao. If you wish to catch up to him, you must work diligently." Upon hearing this, Yugao understood that Dark Yao had embarked on another mission. Clutching the small bird puppet tightly, she declared, "I will strive to learn and graduate from school soon. I, too, want to become a ninja. Indeed, I believe in you." As Dark Yao soared into the sky beyond Konoha, he retracted the eagle puppet just before reaching his destination. This was not the battlefield of Awagakure, and should the puppet be seen by the wrong eyes, it might expose his identity and invite unnecessary trouble. Once back on the ground, Dark Yao proceeded cautiously on foot, soon arriving at the stronghold where his mentor, White Fang, awaited. The moment White Fang laid eyes on Dark Yao, he inquired, "What led you to choose the path of Umbu?" Dark Yao replied naturally, "I believe the Dark Division is quite splendid. Wearing a mask ensures that no one recognizes me." White Fang, seemingly intrigued by Dark Yao's choice, continued, "You appear to be quite apprehensive about your identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. Why is that?" Although aware that his identity could not be concealed from White Fang, when the question was posed, Dark Yao, hidden behind his mask, let out a wry smile and said, "I find it difficult to articulate. I can only express my lack of optimism regarding the future of the Uchiha clan." Upon hearing this, White Fang fell silent for a moment before responding. "Your sudden visit suggests that recent events have significantly altered your perspective." Anyao conceded, "Indeed, without you, the guiding light of a teacher, I have become somewhat lost." Baya chuckled softly. "It appears you have been rather idle of late. If you are uncertain about the life you wish to lead, why dwell in confusion? Striving forward and enhancing your own capabilities should always be your foremost priority." Clearly, Baya's simple words awakened Anyao from his reverie. "It seems my teacher possesses a clearer vision than I," he mused. With a resolute shout, Anyao seemed to release all the pent-up emotions within him, and with renewed vigor declared, "Are there any missions? I feel a strong urge to take a life." Upon hearing this, Baya suddenly realized, "I had almost forgotten that you have spent the longest time lurking in Sunagakure. You are well acquainted with its harsh environment. Given your temperament, you must have acquired some skills from the village's most formidable puppet masters. It appears this indeed is the optimal battlefield for you." And Yao chuckled softly, "Haha, you truly understand me, teacher." Baya, with no further ado, produced a map and handed it to Anyao. "This delineates several locations we have identified as potential enemy strongholds. The areas marked in red signify extreme danger. Since you wish to engage in combat at the front lines, feel free to unleash your full potential and eradicate any foes you encounter." Understood. Anyao accepted the map, meticulously arranged his gear, and grasped the short dagger in his hand before setting off. Just as Baya had indicated, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the desert terrain, adeptly navigating his way forward. He was well acquainted with the ninjas of Sand Hidden Village as well. Now, as he undertook this mission alone, he had the freedom to advance or retreat at will. This would serve as the perfect opportunity for him to hone his swordsmanship. Before long, he arrived at the first outpost. The silhouette of a figure emerging from the desert was unmistakably conspicuous. From atop a tall tower at the distant stronghold, a voice echoed, "Who approaches? State your identity, or we shall not be courteous." With a chilling smile, Anyao formed hand seals and intoned, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A massive fireball soared towards the source of the sound, only to be halted by a translucent barrier resembling a thin film. An ambush. Although the individuals atop the tower emerged unscathed, they were drenched in cold sweat. A protective barrier, perhaps? With a fluid motion, Anyao bent down. His left leg taut as he propelled himself forward with great force. The veins in his right arm bulged as he gripped the hilt of his blade, every muscle from his shoulder to his fingers working in harmony to draw the sword. The technique of drawing the blade. The short sword, imbued with tremendous power, slashed through the air as if cleaving the very heavens, its formidable presence accentuated by a blinding flash of light. The membrane barrier, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered like glass in less than a second. The individual hidden behind it had barely a moment to react before the light extinguished, a droplet of bright crimson blood falling from the tip of Anyao's blade. Chapter 62. Practicing the Sharingan with the barrier broken and the sentry slain. Nearly all the ninjas within the stronghold sprang into action, leaping forth with urgency. Calm as a still lake, On Yao twirled his blade and charged ahead, effortlessly severing the throats of the first few adversaries before they could even draw their kunai. This scene struck terror into the hearts of the sand ninjas behind him, one of whom cautioned, "Be careful, his swordsmanship is formidable. Engage from a distance. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, fireball. Earth release, dragon piercer." A multitude of ninjas unleashed their ninjutsu attacks simultaneously towards On Yao. With a sudden halt, On Yao suppressed a low exclamation, "Dance of the blade." The dense glimmer of his blades transformed into a mountain of countless edges, enveloping his form entirely. Unwavering beneath the pressure, he unleashed his most formidable technique, the breaking blade. The flash of steel swept through the air, and the freshly sealed ninjas fell like wheat before the scythe, collapsing to the ground without resistance. On Yao moved ceaselessly, wielding his blade with effortless grace. The arc of his strikes formed a flawless semicircle, and where his weapon passed, blood erupted like a fountain, staining the ground in a crimson fan. Having withstood the initial wave of assault, On Yao resembled a fierce tiger unleashed among sheep, as no one could endure a single exchange beneath his relentless onslaught. Simultaneously, his psyche grew tranquil amidst the carnage. The pent-up emotions within him were wholly released in that fleeting moment. As he advanced, the shadows of his technique began to envelop the entire stronghold. When no ninjas remained before him, his bloodied blade finally came to rest, leaving the stronghold transformed into a vast ocean of blood, with no survivors aside from himself. Beneath the mask, the corner of On Yao's mouth trickled a hint of blood. After sheathing his weapon, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had not come easily. Withstanding the assaults of a dozen ninjas had left its mark. Even with mastery over his blade, injury was unavoidable. Yet, the satisfaction of the slaughter was undeniable. It was the first time he had unleashed the full extent of his long-studied blade techniques, and the results were gratifying. Injured? A voice echoed in his ear. Upon hearing the voice, and Yao's once rigid form softened, and with a self-deprecating tone, he remarked, "Teacher, it seems you still harbor doubts about me and have followed closely." The newcomer was none other than Baiya. Although he possessed a certain understanding of Yao's capabilities, an underlying sense of unease lingered within him, prompting him to silently trail behind. He had witnessed the entirety of the battle's outcome and could not help but acknowledge that Yao's rate of progress surpassed his expectations. Should this trajectory of improvement continue, surpassing himself would merely be a matter of time. Baiya, taking a seat beside Yao, inquired, "Have you awakened the Sharingan?" Dark Yao did not conceal the truth and candidly stated, "I have awakened." "Then why did you not utilize your abilities just now? With the power of the Sharingan, you could have entirely evaded injury." White Fang harbored no doubts about Dark Yao's capabilities. Possessing the Sharingan, he could elevate his swordsmanship to an entirely new level. On Yao expressed his innermost thoughts. "I do not wish to overly rely on the Sharingan." "Foolishness," Baitu could not help but rebuke. "What do you perceive the Sharingan to be? It is merely a facet of your abilities, akin to the blade in your hand. Since you possess it, you must learn to wield it correctly and master it entirely." Baitu's words plunged On Yao into contemplation. It is undeniable that, aside from the previously mentioned concern, On Yao also wished to conceal his identity as a member of the Uchiha clan due to the Sharingan. Since the departure of the First Hokage, under the policies of the Second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had been suppressed and marginalized, relegated to positions within the police force that circumscribed their influence. This ongoing marginalization would inevitably breed resentment among the Uchiha, culminating in an irreconcilable state. Thus, a transformation between Konoha and the Uchiha clan loomed on the horizon. Baitu seemed to comprehend On Yao's apprehensions and gently remarked, "One's birth does not define their worth. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. The future must be forged by your own hands." And Yao smiled brightly and said, "Thank you for your guidance, teacher. I understand now, and I will strive to master the power of my own eyes." As she spoke, and Yao formed hand seals, and radiant green medical chakra illuminated her hands as she began to heal her wounds. Witnessing this scene, White Fang, with a peculiar expression, inquired, "Medical ninjutsu. When did you acquire such a skill?" A deep sigh escaped On Yao's lips as he replied with a look of resignation. "It was during my last visit to the village for some rest that Lady Tsunade recognized my talents and insisted on teaching me. I could not refuse her offer." After a moment of contemplation, Hakuba nodded in understanding and said, "Very well, acquiring medical ninjutsu is indeed beneficial. It seems I need not worry about you any longer. I shall refrain from intervening in your forthcoming battles. Rest assured, I am confident in your abilities." On Yao brimmed with self-assurance. "I shall diligently record each of your achievements," Hakuba promised, before vanishing into a flurry of leaves. In the ensuing months, On Yao embarked on a solitary campaign, guided by the markers on his map. He fought relentlessly, unburdened by distractions, relying on battle to hone his skills, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Yet, the path of combat was fraught with challenges. Injuries became a commonplace occurrence. On one perilous occasion, an enemy's blade nearly pierced his heart, awakening the latent potential of his Sharingan. This incident elevated his mastery of the Sharingan, albeit at the cost of recuperating for half a month. Hakuba's words rang true. The capabilities of the Sharingan were indeed formidable, explaining the esteemed reputation of the Uchiha clan. On Yao could seamlessly deploy Genjutsu, disrupting his foe's actions, and possessed an extraordinary level of insight, enabling him to perceive the flow of chakra and anticipate his adversary's next moves. In one-on-one confrontations, he encountered no worthy opponents along his journey. Should he face the earthen foe from a Wagakure again, he was confident in his ability to vanquish him. Through these relentless battles, Anyao's combat skills and awareness reached unprecedented heights. Training and real combat were entirely distinct realms. One could never predict the strength of an enemy or their capabilities and actions. However, with each encounter, his battle instinct flourished, allowing him to sense danger and make the most prudent decisions in life and death situations. Upon arriving at another outpost, Anyao concealed himself in the shadows. After employing the transformation technique to ascertain the number of individuals inside, he prepared to strike. Suddenly, a hawk's cry pierced the air. Anyao's gaze sharpened as he looked up, spotting a talon marked with the emblem of Hakuba. Was this a summons for his return? It appeared that the tide of battle had shifted once more. Without a word, Anyao abandoned his plan for attack and turned to leave. Chapter 63, The Soft-Hearted White Tooth. After Anyao removed the marked intelligence, he swiftly arrived at the designated location, where remnants of crumbled walls lay scattered about. The ground bore uneven scars from blades, and fragments of puppets were strewn around. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the bodies of several sand ninjas lay along the path, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had transpired here. Dark Yao followed the traces of battle, and deep within, he finally caught sight of White Fang, who appeared remarkably silent at that moment, even sheathing his blade. What transpired here? Hadn't you eradicated the Sand Shinobi? It seemed there were no foes left. Dark Yao surveyed the surroundings with his Sharingan, discovering only a group of defenseless children. The formidable Sand Shinobi had evidently perished beneath White Fang's blade. Indeed, there were no enemies remaining. Hearing Dark Yao's voice, White Fang instinctively replied, then let out a heavy sigh, saying, "This place is a stronghold I stumbled upon by chance. Here, I encountered the two most formidable puppet masters to date. They were exceedingly powerful. I had initially presumed that such skilled puppet masters would be guarding a crucial supply point for Sunagakure, only to realize that their desperate struggle was for the sake of these children." Anya, somewhat perplexed by his intentions, inquired, "So, what is the purpose of summoning me?" Baya, with a gaze as piercing as a hawk's, fixed his eyes upon Anya's masked visage and replied, "I am aware that you possess the means to infiltrate Sunagakure. The reason for calling you here is to request your assistance in returning this group of children to their village." In astonishment, Anyao exclaimed, "Teacher, you must be joking." Baya, with an expression of utmost seriousness, replied, "In this matter, I can only think of you as the one capable of accomplishing it." An ominous realization dawned upon Anya as she discerned that White Fang was in earnest, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Teacher," she said, "this is not just any place. It is a battlefield. Since they are here, regardless of their combat prowess, they are our adversaries. I can understand your compassion in sparing them, but to ask me to rescue them and escort them back to their village, are you suggesting that they might one day grow up to wield a blade against us?" After a moment of silence, Baya finally sighed and said, "I am uncertain whether my actions were justifiable. However, the two puppeteers I killed implored me before their demise not to harm those children. I confess that I have softened my heart. I cannot help but envision a future where, if Kakashi were to find himself in a similar predicament, I would wish for the enemy ninja to spare him." With these words, Baya awaited Inyao's response. It seemed as though Inyao had met his teacher for the very first time. He had initially perceived his mentor on the battlefield as a figure of iron resolve, ruthless and decisive in warfare. Yet, beneath that exterior lay an unexpectedly gentle soul. Each day, he fought valiantly, traversing various battlefronts with fervor, perhaps in hopes of hastening the end of this tumultuous era and returning to a time of peace. Anya's gaze fell upon the group of children, who were trembling with fear, huddled closely together like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, their eyes brimming with terror. Suddenly, Anya noticed the two fallen Sand Shinobi before the children. With a subtle movement, she examined the scene closely, a faint, bitter smile appearing on her face. "What is amiss?" Baya sensed something was off. After several confirmations, Inyao spoke with a hint of melancholy. "During my time in Sunagakure, I made a rather good friend. If my observations are correct, these two puppeteers must be his parents." Upon hearing this, Baya could only sigh, offering a wry smile and resignation. In a shadowy display of necromancy, dark radiance conjured a puppet, placing the lifeless bodies of two individuals within. Turning to White Fang, he requested, "Master, please erase these children's memories of today. I shall escort them back to their village." In a rare moment of gratitude, White Fang replied, "Very well, thank you." With that, he began to inscribe a complex array, his hands weaving intricate seals, effectively erasing the children's memories and lulling them into a deep slumber. Once this task was accomplished, White Fang cautioned Dark Radiance, exercise caution. Should the situation turn perilous, prioritize your own safety. Anyao nodded in acknowledgement, stating, I shall. Leading a group of children to Sunagakure would pose a challenge for other ninjas, yet for Anyao, it was remarkably simple. During his time with Sasori, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with Sunagakure, knowing every hidden passage like the back of his hand. Furthermore, his scroll contained several puppets, perfectly suited for transporting these children. Before long, Anyao summoned a wooden ox from one of his scrolls, placing all the unconscious children within its belly. Discarding his dark attire, he adorned his face with the visage of a puppeteer and set forth on his journey. Indeed, the path was unobstructed, and as he approached Sunagakure, Anyao seamlessly slipped into the village via the familiar route, appearing remarkably at ease. However, as Anyao contemplated where to place the children, a voice resonated beside him. Who are you, and how do you know of this secret passage? Upon hearing the familiar tone, a smile of joy graced Anyao's face as he replied toward the source. Sasori, it has been quite a while. Brother Kuratsuchi? Sasori emerged from the shadows, disbelief etched across his features. I heard from my grandmother that you were ambushed on the battlefield on your first day and subsequently perished, with not even a body to be found. To discover that you are still alive is truly wonderful. Dark Yao leapt down from the wooden bull, gazing at the cheerful Scorpion before him, and a swell of guilt surged within him. Approaching, he gently embraced Scorpion, hesitating to speak, ultimately unable to bear revealing the harsh truth. Softly, he murmured, Scorpion, war is exceedingly cruel. No one can guarantee their safe return from the battlefield. I too have merely been fortunate to have snatched back a fragment of my life. Scorpion, with a hint of innocence, replied, if war is so terrifying, then you should not go. Stay at home with me. My parents have departed, and my grandmother is perpetually occupied with affairs. I am left all alone each day, and it is dreadfully dull. Alas, that is not feasible, Dark Yao said, patting Scorpion on the shoulder. The destiny of a ninja is to fight. You are still young and do not comprehend these matters. When you grow up and become a ninja yourself, I shall come to retrieve you, and we will fight side by side together. How does that sound? Initially, Scorpion felt a twinge of disappointment at Dark Yao's refusal, yet upon hearing the latter words, his pout transformed into a slight smile. Extending a finger, he declared, then let us make a pact. It is settled. Very well, a pact it shall be. At that moment, their fingers intertwined, solidifying the bond of their intertwined destinies. After their agreement, Dark Yao pointed to the wooden bull behind him and said, inside are the children I rescued from the battlefield. I must place them in a safe location before I depart. Wait, Scorpion interjected, producing a small bird-shaped puppet. Brother Haitu, when I become a ninja, you must remember to come find me. This puppet bears my mark. With it, you shall be able to reach me. Indeed, I shall. Dark Yao solemnly accepted the puppet. Chapter 64. The death of Cat D. In the news of Scorpion's parents' demise eventually reached Sunagakure. As two of the village's most renowned puppeteers, their deaths were met with casual dismissal, sending shockwaves through the community. The legendary Third Hokage, reputed to be the strongest, convened an emergency meeting, recognizing that the might of Konoha was beyond the current capabilities of Sunagakure. However, during the meeting, Chiyo raged furiously against Konoha's White Fang, vowing to dismember him, and vehemently opposed the Kazekage's peace negotiations. With no other option, the Kazekage issued a final ultimatum, to muster all forces for a decisive battle against Konoha. Should they succeed, they would march into the Land of Fire. Should they fail, they would lay down their arms and sign a peace treaty. Upon the meeting's conclusion, Chiyo immediately retreated to her secret laboratory, extracting all the lethal toxins within. The brutal death of Scorpion's parents had driven her nearly mad. Her first thought was to replicate Hanzo's methods against Konoha. She meticulously crafted various poisons, applying them to each puppet, determined that Konoha's ninjas would pay dearly. White Fang must die. In a desperate gamble, Sunagakure launched relentless assaults against Konoha on the battlefield. Chiyo's puppets, now infused with deadly toxins, shone brilliantly in combat, forcing Konoha to retreat. Fortunately, on the battlefield with Iwagakure, due to the destruction of their primary supply lines, the starving IWA ninjas could no longer endure and voluntarily withdrew. The Third Hokage swiftly summoned the three legendary ninjas back to the Sunagakure front, stabilizing the situation. However, Dark Yao's friend, Cat Dien, had his abilities uncovered by Sunagakure, leading to an ambush during a moment of vulnerability, resulting in the shattering of his internal organs. Despite Tsunade's hurried arrival, she was powerless to save him. Upon learning of this, Dark Yao rushed over. At that moment, the sky began to drizzle, and Cat Dien looked at his friend, Dark Yao, saying, "It seems my life has reached its end. Alas, I shall not witness the dawn of peace." Anya spoke solemnly. "There will undoubtedly come a day when we emerge victorious." Coughing painfully, Kato managed to expel a pool of blood and, with a hint of sorrow, continued, "I once had a sister who also perished on the battlefield. Now, I am left with only a niece. Her name is Shizune. Anya, I am aware of your strength. If you find the time in the future, please look after her for me. An ominous yet solemn promise was made by Niao. Rest assured, your family is also my family, and I shall protect her with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing these words, Kato finally closed his eyes, surrendering to silence. As Anya beheld his demise, a surge of sorrow intertwined with a tempest of anger. To speak candidly, Kato was undoubtedly a remarkable individual. From the moment they met, he had been steadfastly dedicated to saving lives, unreservedly sharing even his arcane technique of spiritual transformation. They had executed missions together, their synergy evident in every endeavor. Yet, who could have anticipated that amidst the chaos of war, a dear friend would perish so brutally before his very eyes? The harrowing reality of warfare reveals itself. Stark and unyielding, Anyao, brimming with murderous intent, inquired of several teammates regarding the direction in which the sand ninja who had attacked Kato had fled. The teammates instinctively pointed in a certain direction. What are you doing? Don't act rashly, Tsunade admonished Anyao sharply. If you go alone like this, you are merely courting death. An obscure radiance enveloped him as he resolved to breach the pact he had made with Hakuba, addressing Tsunade with unwavering determination. Safeguard my body. They shall not evade their fate. Thus, he invoked the technique of transformation. The shadowy dark soul surged forth from within, soaring towards the direction in which the sand shinobi had departed. A few sand shinobi, who were secretly reveling in the completion of their mission, suddenly felt an icy chill envelop them. The dark soul that infiltrated their beings swiftly extinguished their spirits, the entire process taking less than a fleeting second, and thus, these sand shinobi silently lost their lives. Although Dark Yao possesses vast knowledge, the most formidable power remains the art of spiritual transformation. His dark soul is an indelible presence that transcends realms. Without methods to restrain the soul, and given the vulnerability of his true form lacking protection, he could now navigate the world of Naruto with ease. After resolving the dark souls of several sand shinobi, the aura of killing intent began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Tsunade, having grasped the gravity of the recent events, cast a profound glance at Dark Yao, remaining silent, clearly understanding the implications. Anya followed Tsunade back to the temporary stronghold in Konoha, where the three legendary ninjas had gathered. First to speak was Kakashi. Although the recent onslaught from Sunagakure has been fierce, I can sense their fatigue. This must be their final desperate attempt. Our greatest concern now is the poison gas created by Chiyo. If we can neutralize that, they will be unable to compete with us on the battlefield. After finishing his statement, Kakashi turned his gaze towards Tsunade. Tsunade confidently replied, I can counter her poison, have no fear. With a subtle glance at Anya, it was clear that her confidence was partly due to Anya's contributions. Orochimaru, with his raspy voice, chimed in, poison you say? We can employ that tactic as well. Jiraiya interjected, no, we cannot set that precedent. If both sides resort to poison gas on the battlefield, the casualties will far exceed the current numbers. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, using poison should only be a last resort. He continued, take Hans for example. His notoriety as a demigod primarily stemmed from his toxins, allowing him to single-handedly eliminate countless foes, leaving only the strongest standing. This rendered villages reluctant to engage him in battle. However, Hans was unfortunate enough to encounter two exceptional antidote experts from Sunagakure and Konoha, which thwarted his expansion plans and caused villages to shun him. From tomorrow onwards, Tsunade, you shall take command. Kakashi voluntarily relinquished the leadership. Tsunade accepted without hesitation. Very well. A new round of battle commenced. As the three legendary ninjas summoned their respective summoning beasts, standing valiantly at the forefront of the Konoha army. On the Sunagakure side, Chiyo scanned the battlefield for Kakashi's presence. Growing increasingly impatient. Where has Kakashi gone? She inquired. At that moment, Tsunade had gleaned the roots of their conflict from the captives of Sunagakure. She stepped forward and declared, on the battlefield, life and death are determined by fate. If you seek vengeance for your children, whom shall we Konoha ninjas seek retribution against? Chiyo found herself speechless in the face of Tsunade's retort, ultimately huffing, since we're on the battlefield, you should prepare to meet your end. With that, Chiyo summoned several giant puppets resembling squid, which opened their mouths wide, unleashing a thick cloud of black poison fog towards Konoha's formation. Chapter 65. The end of the Second War. In anticipation of the oncoming poison gas, Konoha had prepared accordingly. With a wave of her hand, Tsunade signaled the wind-style ninjas to the front lines, who swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Sunagakure, unwilling to be outdone, also gathered a multitude of wind-style ninjas at the forefront, employing wind ninjutsu as well. In an instant, the poison gas was dispersed, swirling chaotically, darkening the sand beneath it. Using her split slug, Tsunade collected some of the sand tainted by the poison, inhaling deeply to discern its composition. She called out to the Konoha troops, take the red pills. The ninjas of Konoha promptly consumed the pills Tsunade had prepared in advance. As the poison gas spread, it became evident that none were harmed. The lethal fog dissipated like a mere mist. How is this possible? Chiyo exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face as she prepared to inject a different poison into her puppets. Konoha followed suit, employing wind ninjutsu to create barriers. After identifying the toxin, Tsunade commanded, take the green pills. Thus, Chiyo's once infallible poison was systematically countered. Undeterred, she launched 100 poison needles at Tsunade, who skillfully blocked them with a stone and then extracted one of the needles, stating, "This contains the toxin from the death bug and scorpion, doesn't it? Such poisons are ineffective against me." With that, Tsunade boldly touched the toxin in front of Chiyo, emerging unscathed. At this revelation, Chiyo's pride in her toxins was utterly shattered. A mix of anger and jealousy flared in her gaze toward Tsunade. Seeing Chiyo cornered, Orochimaru commanded with a deadly glint in his eye, "Charge forward, eliminate the enemy." The long-restrained Konoha ninjas surged forward with fierce determination. Chiyo, intent on leading her puppets to meet the oncoming force, was halted by her brother, who urged, "Sister, do not be reckless. We cannot withstand them head-on. We must not let our village's ninjas perish here." Faced with the overwhelming tide of Konoha ninjas and the unyielding presence of the 3 legendary ninjas, Chiyo, despite her reluctance, ultimately ordered retreat. Konoha pursued for an entire day, halting only upon nearing the outskirts of Sunagakure. The 3rd Kazekage, having already grasped the outcome of the battle, approached the advancing 3 ninjas and proclaimed, "We have lost this battle. I shall sign a truce with Konoha to bring this war to an end. What say you?" With the Kazekage's words, it was evident that further conflict would lead to mutual destruction, a fate neither side desired. Having come to this realization, Tsunade agreed. "Very well, it is settled." The ninjas of Konoha erupted in cheers upon realizing their victory, standing in stark contrast to the defeated and dispirited Sunagakure ninjas. The Kazekage wasted no time in presenting the peace treaty, clearly having anticipated the outcome of this battle. As the commanding figure of Konoha in this conflict, Tsunade accepted this hard-won achievement, gesturing for the Konoha ninjas to regroup and depart. It could be said that Tsunade's performance in this battle was nothing short of remarkable. Her image as the princess of Konoha was firmly established. Anya, observing from the sidelines, was filled with admiration for her. It was easy to envision that even if Tsunade were to leave Konoha for an extended period, her aspiration to become Hokage would be a mere formality. None could rival her. Thus, the battlefields of Sunagakure and Iwagakure came to a close, with Aim no Kuni having withdrawn early from the conflict, and Kumogakure retreating to tend to their wounds. The Second War concluded with this decisive battle, heralding the return of long-awaited peace. The 3 legendary ninjas, having endured relentless warfare, now felt a profound weariness. Tsunade handed the newly acquired peace treaty to Kakashi before choosing to return leisurely, not accompanying the Konoha army. Anyao originally intended to return with Hakuba, but for some reason, he was halted by Tsunade. Hakuba cast a glance at Anyao, but said nothing further, proceeding on his way with evident determination to convey this delightful news back to the village. As for the disciple, spending time learning medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance would serve him well. Thus, the quartet traversed the territory of Sunagakure, arriving once more at the Rain Village, the place where the title of the legendary 3 ninjas was attained. The incessant drizzle persisted, saturating the air with an unpleasant dampness. Jiraiya appeared to be quite fascinated by Anyao, engaging him in cheerful conversation throughout the journey. However, Anyao, concealed behind a mask, seemed rather sullen, responding intermittently. Tsunade, perceiving Anyao's discomfort in interacting with someone like Jiraiya, interjected, "Enough, Jiraiya. Do not disturb him. I intend to assess his training progress during this period to ascertain whether he has been diligent." "Oh," Orochimaru remarked in surprise, "Tsunade, do you intend to poach a student from Hakuba?" Despite the mask, the discerning eyes of the legendary 3 ninjas recognized that the individual clad in the Umbu mask was indeed Anyao, Hakuba's disciple. In truth, Orochimaru harbored a keen interest in Anyao as well. Had it not been for an unfortunate incident at graduation, Anyao might well have been his student now. This thought caused Orochimaru's pupils to constrict slightly. Tsunade retorted with irritation, "I have no intention of competing for students with anyone." It was he who proactively expressed a desire to learn during the last meeting. "Isn't that right, Anyao?" Upon hearing this, Anyao dared not deny it, and could only nod vigorously, his gestures in tandem with his mask, creating a rather comical sight. "By the way, what prompted your sudden enlistment in the Dark Division?" Tsunade inquired with a look of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, Anyao cautiously replied, "The 3rd Hokage has recognized my abilities and believes that I am more suited for the Umbu." Orochimaru suddenly recalled something and spoke up. "I heard that during the last battle at the Iwagakure front, an Umbu team infiltrated their rear and destroyed their most crucial supply base. However, the cost was nearly the complete annihilation of the team. Do you know who led that team?" It was evident that Orochimaru had formed a certain hypothesis in his mind. The mention of that Umbu squad pricked at Anyao's previously calm heart, yet his mental state had evolved significantly since those days, and he replied with composure, "I was the captain." Tsunade and Jiraiya were clearly taken aback. They had not anticipated that such a perilous mission had been led by the very youth before them. They were acutely aware of Awagakure's formidable strength, as even Jiraiya had nearly perished. At that moment, they were compelled to reassess the young man before them, beginning to regard him as an equal. Chapter 66. The encounter with the Rinnegan. While the four sought refuge in a cave, Jiraiya remarked, upon arriving here, I was reminded of Hanzo, and indeed, as he predicted, it culminated in the ultimate victory for Konoha. Tsunade inquired with curiosity, what do you intend to do next? With the war concluded, are you embarking on a new journey? Jiraiya gazed into the distance, exhaling deeply. Perhaps I shall set forth once more, and then pen another book. Tsunade, somewhat perplexed, asked, why not remain in the village? Jiraiya replied earnestly, I have a premonition that I will encounter someone again. Tsunade clearly understood the implication of Jiraiya's words. You mean, that fated individual? And Yao, overhearing this, felt a stir within. Could it be referring to the fated person? At that moment, Orochimaru noticed something and turned his gaze to another part of the cave. Jiraiya also detected it, but he is merely a child. We must not be complacent. Orochimaru, clearly haunted by the battle in Amigakure, stated cautiously, even a small mouse is still part of Amigakure. Tsunade called out, stop hiding there. Come out. A brown-haired boy emerged from the shadows of the cave. Upon seeing this figure, Yao was taken aback, for he recognized him. During his last passage through Amigakure with Kikuyu, this boy had approached them to beg for food, and had nearly been taken away by Kikuyu. What a coincidence to encounter him again. The boy was Yahiko, and at that moment, his gaze was fixed on the trio who had previously battled Hanzo. Unaware that the masked Yao was among them, he slowly approached the four, extending a hand, and saying, please share some food with us. Jiraiya asked, where are your parents? Yahiko replied with a hint of anger, they were killed by ninjas in this war. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya produced some food from his pocket and handed it over. Here, some dry bread. Yahiko turned to the shadows of the cave and called out, Nagato, Konan, come out. They don't seem like bad people. Soon, the red-haired Nagato and the blue-haired Konan exchanged glances and stepped out from the shadows. And Yao, who had initially paid them no mind, suddenly sprang to his feet upon seeing the three, his heart racing fiercely. The three Sannin noticed Yao's unusual reaction and turned their attention to him. Yao evidently realized that he had made too much noise, and with a dry chuckle remarked, these three children are truly adorable. Tsunade shot him a glance, fully aware that Yao was not being truthful, yet she chose not to press the matter further. In the brief interval, the three boys had taken the food from Tsunade's hands, which left her slightly displeased, though she refrained from voicing her irritation as the four resumed their journey homeward. As they traveled, Yao felt a tumult of emotions within him. If he could not recognize these three individuals, he would be a fool. Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, the future leaders of the Akatsuki, who nearly brought about the annihilation of Konoha. Among them, Nagato's Rinnegan represented an unparalleled pinnacle of power during the era of the Hokage. It was astonishing to encounter them at this juncture. Their teacher is Jiraiya. This must be where their paths converged. At present, they are still mere mortals, are they not? The Rinnegan lay before him. Should he make a move? Yao wrestled with this intense internal conflict. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice broke through his reverie. We have already given you food. Why do you still follow us? Yahiko inquired. You are ninjas from Konoha, are you not? Please teach us your ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were taken aback. Orochimaru stepped forward and remarked, should we eliminate them? I have encountered numerous orphans from the ravages of war, and their fates have often been grim. It might be more merciful to end their lives here, rather than subject them to such a fate. Upon hearing this, Yao couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Orochimaru, thinking to himself, well done, go ahead and slay, once you've done the deed. I shall collect the remains, perfect. However, his musings were swiftly interrupted when Jiraiya interjected, enough of this, Orochimaru. You all should return now. I will stay behind to care for them until they are capable of standing on their own. Consider it a form of atonement for this war. The unyielding kindness of a good man can be rather exasperating. Since Jiraiya had decided to shoulder the responsibility of looking after the three youths, Tsunade and Orochimaru had little choice but to acquiesce, turning to depart. After taking a few steps, Tsunade curiously inquired, and Yao, why aren't you leaving? Well, and Yao tentatively responded, Lord Jiraiya, you are usually so busy, and I find myself rather free at the moment. Perhaps I could take it upon myself to instruct them? The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone around him was taken aback. The three legendary ninjas realized that Yao seemed to hold a significant interest in these three youths. But why? No. Jiraiya had yet to voice his thoughts when Yahiko interjected with evident disdain, I've witnessed the duel between you three and Hanzo. I only wish to learn from one of you, not from this person. How dare he be so choosy? And Yao felt an overwhelming urge to unsheath his blade, eager to demonstrate his skills. With curiosity, Jiraiya turned to Yao and asked, you seem quite invested in them. Do you know them? In a moment of anxious contemplation, Yao finally sighed, removed the mask from his face, and remarked, What a serendipitous encounter. I truly did not expect to meet again. Mayahiko, observing in Yao's remarkably youthful visage, felt a sense of familiarity but could not immediately place him. However, it was Conan who recognized him at once, prompting. He is the young gentleman who delivered the money to us last time. Yet, unbeknownst to all, when Nagato beheld in Yao, his eyes, concealed beneath his hair, were filled with dread. He instinctively took 2 steps back, for within the depths of his gaze, it seemed as though the very essence of the boy before him was shrouded in an unfathomable darkness that instilled terror. At that moment, Mayahiko offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you for your kindness back then." Upon hearing this exchange, Tsunade, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, quipped, "Who would have thought? You seem quite affluent, to be able to assist others." As Anya recalled the last gambling match, a sharp pang of regret pierced her heart, and she replied softly, "There was once, but now it is gone." Upon hearing this, Tsunade could not help but smile faintly. Yahiko stepped forward solemnly and declared, "Although you have aided us, I still wish to learn from him." With that, he pointed towards Jiraiya, clearly indicating that Anya's youthful visage did not inspire confidence in Yahiko, who did not believe her abilities surpassed those of Jiraiya. Anya, after a moment of deep contemplation, found clarity in his thoughts. With Jiraiya present, the aspiration to acquire the Rinnegan seemed utterly futile. Moreover, he recognized the necessity of the Akatsuki's strength for his future endeavors. Thus, it would be far wiser to keep the Rinnegan within his immediate purview, allowing him to orchestrate his plans more effectively. Ultimately, he concluded that he only needed to take one person with him. With newfound resolve, Anya smiled faintly and proposed, "I have considered it, and given my current energy, I can indeed only take one with me. How about this? I shall escort her to Konoha, where she can receive the finest education and train to become a ninja, after which we can reunite. What do you think?" After Yao finished speaking, his gaze shifted to the bewildered Xiaonan. Chapter 67, Abducting Xiaonan. No, Xiaonan had yet to comprehend the situation when both Yahiko and Nagato exclaimed simultaneously. Yahiko's smile morphed into a frown of anger. As he protectively positioned himself in front of Xiaonan, wary of Yao's intentions to forcibly take her away. Even the 3 ninjas found Yao's actions perplexing. Unable to fathom why he had suddenly chosen to take one of them, Anya had long anticipated the opposition from the two, and with a calm demeanor, she remarked, "Aren't you curious to inquire about my opinion?" As soon as this remark was uttered, Yahiko and Nagato immediately cast anxious glances at Conan. It was at that moment that Conan realized the gravity of the situation, her face flushing crimson as she vehemently shook her head, declaring, "I will not go. I refuse to be separated from you." Anya was acutely aware of Xiaonan's reaction and continued with composure. "In these tumultuous times, I understand that the 3 of you gathering together is no small feat, and the bonds you share are profound. Yet, each day unfolds with hardship, does it not? Now, an opportunity presents itself before Xiaonan, one that could liberate her from her current plight, ensuring her a life free from want. She is still young, and perhaps naive. Do you 2 boys not share a similar ignorance? It is a jest, of course, but this sentiment echoes the classic, albeit toxic, wisdom of a past life, one that even an adult might struggle to endure, let alone you 2 youths. The more one cherishes another, the deeper the potential for harm. Indeed, after this discourse, Mayahiko and Nagato fell into a contemplative silence, memories flooding back of their past escapades, stealing, enduring rain, hunger, and homelessness, that made their hearts waver. Ultimately, Mayahiko spoke with a bittersweet tone. "Xiaonan, he speaks the truth. You should go with him." "No, I refuse to leave," Xiaonan exclaimed, tears brimming in her eyes. Mayahiko managed a faint smile, saying, "Did he not mention that once you become a ninja, you may return to us? Nagato and I will always be here, waiting for you." Nagato added his encouragement. "Indeed, Xiaonan, remaining with us will only bring you suffering. Once you have the ability to protect yourself, come back to us. I assure you, we will reunite." Upon hearing their counsel, Xiaonan felt as though the sky were collapsing around her. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and her frail body swayed unsteadily. After casting a long, silent gaze at the 2 boys, she wordlessly moved to stand beside Anya, her silence a poignant expression of sorrow. In that moment, Mayahiko finally felt a pang of regret, and he opened his mouth, intending to call Xiaonan back. Anya, however, did not afford him the opportunity to respond and interjected, "Lord Jiraiya, let us compete in the future to see whose students will prove more formidable." Jiraiya regarded Anya with a knowing glance, recognizing that the youth's demeanor was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. The sharpness of Anya's words belied his age, suggesting a maturity beyond what one would expect from someone so young. Initially, Jiraiya had anticipated a character akin to that of Kakashi, taciturn and reserved. Yet it became evident that Anya had already mastered the art of concealment at such a tender age. It was clear that the third Hokage had valid reasons for inducting him into the Umbu. Was there anyone more suitable for the role? Jiraiya chuckled heartily, dissipating the somber atmosphere surrounding their departure as he patted Yahiko and Nagato on the back, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall not be outdone by such youngsters. You too must strive diligently, lest you find yourselves unable to impress the ladies upon our next reunion. Thus, Anyao departed alongside Konan, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, while Jiraiya remained behind, leaving Yahiko and Nagato to silently contemplate Konan's receding figure. In the dim light of the small town where they had previously indulged in gambling, Anya and his three companions found an unoccupied room to rest. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at the perennially silent Konan, her face adorned with a smirk, and remarked mockingly to Anya, "I had forgotten that you are still a young lecher." At this remark, Konan's gaze towards Anya shifted, filled with a hint of reproach. Anya hastily defended himself, saying, "Hey, one cannot just speak whimsically. Even if I have a penchant for beauty, I wouldn't be interested in a mere child." Orochimaru, overhearing this, stoked the flames of the banter from the sidelines, inquiring, "So, pray tell, who piques your interest?" Anya hesitated, caught off guard, and thought better of divulging his thoughts. "I suppose I cannot speak of that. The conversation must end here." With a resigned shake of his head, he added, "You all rest. I shall procure some food for you." As Anya stepped out, he made his way directly to the familiar casino. It was a setting steeped in nostalgia, and this time, he managed to win a modest sum before exiting. After all, one cannot remain attached to a single casino for too long, lest they risk being blacklisted. He was confident in his gambling skills. It seemed that his previous misfortune had been a mere collision into Tsunade's embrace, her unexpected stroke of luck having thwarted him utterly. The money he won did not weigh heavily on him. He proceeded to purchase a variety of delectable provisions from the town, determined to enhance the meager fare that he and his companions had endured over the past days of bread. Upon seeing Anya return with an array of bags brimming with ingredients, Konan was taken aback, clearly astonished by the sheer volume of food. The quantity appeared sufficient to sustain the three of them for several days. Thoughts of Yahiko and Nagato flooded Konan's mind, casting a shadow over her spirits once more. Tsunade, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Did you not claim to be out of funds?" Anya responded, "Are you not aware that there is a casino here? I seized the opportunity to win a little something on my way, just enough to buy some food." Anya presented the food, which soon filled the entire table, emitting an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her inner cravings stirred as she sampled a few dishes, exclaiming with delight, "The cuisine in this quaint town is quite delightful. I shall procure some to take back for the old man to savor." After uttering this insincere remark, Tsunade swiftly slipped out the door. Anya and Orochimaru, well acquainted with her character, clearly understood her intentions and did not attempt to impede her. Anya placed an array of delightful sweets before little Konan, signaling her to indulge. The somewhat timid Konan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the treats and began to eat. Orochimaru, whose appetite was modest, observed Konan closely during their journey. Upon confirming that she was merely an ordinary girl, he took a keen interest and inquired of Anya, "At your age, what inspires you to take on an ordinary girl as a student?" Initially focused on her food, Konan perked up at this question. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered why Anya had chosen her. Anya, typically cautious around Orochimaru, knew that vague responses would not suffice, and the truth was not an option. Fortunately, she had prepared a half-truth. Although the Second Great Ninja War has concluded, a third may yet arise. The geographical position of the Rain Village is unique, and I wish to cultivate Konan to assist me in the future. Upon hearing this, Konan momentarily halted her eating, then resumed as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru, his eyes narrowing slightly, seemed uncertain whether to believe her, and chose not to press further. For a time, the room was filled only with the sounds of the three of them eating in silence. Suddenly, the door swung open violently, and Tsunade stormed in with an irritated expression. Upon seeing the table stripped of food, veins bulging on her forehead, she slammed her palm onto the table, which shattered into pieces, leaving the remaining three in stunned silence. There was no doubt that Tsunade had lost a wager. Chapter 68. Bringing Konan home. Tsunade's discontent over her loss meant misfortune for those nearby. The astute Orochimaru found an excuse to slip away first, while Anya contemplated fleeing as well. However, recognizing that one cannot escape the temple if the monk is still present, and knowing she held leverage over Tsunade, she decided to endure, reminding herself that she was a ninja. Initially, Anya considered helping Tsunade recover her losses, but quickly dismissed the thought, fearing that if Tsunade became overly invested, she would lose even more. Konan, visibly shaken by Tsunade's outburst, stayed close to Anya, maintaining a cautious distance from Tsunade. However, accompanying Tsunade was not entirely disadvantageous, as she practiced her medical ninjutsu. Anya took the opportunity to inquire about the antidote pills that had garnered attention on the battlefield of the Sand Village. "Do you wish to learn about antidotes?" "Indeed." "Very well, call me teacher so I can hear you. Did you not say you wouldn't compete for students? You initiated this, not I. Do you understand? Fine. I shall return to my studies alone. You little rascal, do you dare challenge me?" After their playful banter, Tsunade proceeded to teach Anya the methods of detoxification and elaborated on medical ninjutsu, reverting to her previous rigorous teaching style. Conan listened intently. Though her lack of experience with ninjutsu rendered her comprehension minimal, she could only silently absorb the knowledge. As the three traveled over the course of several days, they grew more familiar with one another. Conan was no longer as reticent as at the outset, yet her spirits remained low, clearly burdened by the departure from her friends. Anya, perceptive to her melancholy, reassured her, "Do not worry, under Jiraiya's guidance, they will soon flourish. Once you become a ninja and possess the means to protect yourself, I promise you will reunite. We can seal this promise with a pinky swear." Seeing the sincerity in Anya's expression, Conan extended her hand and replied, "All right, let us seal it." As their pinky fingers intertwined, a long-awaited smile broke across Conan's face. Upon reaching the village hidden in the leaves, they were greeted with a vibrant display of decorations and joyous faces, indicating that the news of peace had reached the village. White Fang had returned, and the Second Great Ninja War had come to an end, allowing the villagers to embrace a stable existence. The previous gloom was lifted, and the streets buzzed with life. Having spent so much time in the Rain Village, Conan stood speechless at the sight of Konoha's prosperity. Walking through the bustling streets, she marveled at the vibrancy of the village, realizing why Hanzo sought war against Konoha. He must have coveted this flourishing haven. After returning to the village, Tsunade and Anya parted ways. As one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade faced an endless array of responsibilities, a reality that drew her back to Konoha with a sense of exhaustion born from the ravages of war. An eerie glow enveloped Akatsuki as he donned his signature dark mask, leading Conan to the Ninja Academy. Having never attended school before, Conan gazed at the institution with a glimmer of yearning in her eyes. And Yao remarked to her, "The Ninja Academy is the most suitable place to establish a solid foundation. Here, ninjas undergo comprehensive training, and once you possess the strength to become a ninja, you will face graduation examinations. When you officially graduate from the academy, I will personally instruct you." Xiaonan inquired, "How long did it take you to graduate from the academy?" "Approximately a year," and Yao replied, feeling that his time spent in school seemed like a distant memory, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Motivated, Xiaonan silently resolved to aim for a one-year graduation goal. After introducing the academy, Yao escorted Xiaonan to his residence, gesturing towards various items in his home. "This is my house. Due to years of battle, I have hardly lived here, so it has gathered some dust. Now that I have become a member of the Umbu, I will seldom reside here. You may stay here from now on. Feel free to use anything in the house. And if you need something, just let me know and I will procure it for you." Xiaonan felt somewhat uneasy with Yao's kindness. Suddenly, recalling something, she spoke up, "When I return to the rain-hidden village in the future, I will assist you." And Yao chuckled, understanding that Xiaonan was holding on to her promise made to Orochimaru. With a slight smile, he replied, "Then you must work hard. I will arrange for your identity plaque, and you can officially attend classes at the academy starting tomorrow." "I will," Xiaonan responded, rolling up her sleeves and picking up cleaning supplies to begin dusting the room. Observing this, Yao nodded approvingly before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, Yao found himself in the office of the Third Hokage. As a member of the Umbu, he belonged to the direct forces of the Hokage, and thus, he was required to report upon his return. The Third Hokage, upon seeing Yao, expressed great delight and praised him warmly, saying, "Your performance on the battlefield over the past few months has been remarkable. Even White Fang has commended you, describing it as nothing short of perfection." Yao respectfully replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama." After the compliments were exchanged, the Third Hokage inquired, "I have heard that you have returned with a child, intending to take them as your apprentice?" A sense of unease washed over Yao as he pondered the deeper implications of the words spoken. After a brief moment of hesitation, he replied, "Indeed." With a chuckle, the Third Hokage remarked, "There is no need for concern. In truth, many ninjas in Konoha have been salvaged from the battlefield, including your dear friend Minato. Once they have arrived in Konoha, they become part of our community." And Yao found himself in agreement. Konoha possessed an extraordinary capacity for assimilation, having even integrated the once mighty Uchiha clan, with the sole exception of Uchiha Madara. The Third Hokage continued, "The Umbu typically comprises 70 members, with numbers increasing during times of war. However, as they undertake perilous missions, the losses among the Umbu can be quite severe. As you now serve as a squad leader, and with no subordinates at your disposal, would you prefer that I assign members to you, or would you like to recruit them yourself?" Dark Radiance replied without hesitation, "I shall recruit on my own." Yao resolved to select a few ninjas endowed with exceptional abilities, preferably those who could complement his swordsmanship in combat. Naturally, the pool of suitable candidates would be exceedingly limited. However, if their presence served merely as a filler, it would be better to forego their inclusion altogether. The Third Hokage, respecting Yao's sentiments, nodded in agreement and said, "Very well. Since the war is drawing to a close, I have decided to recuperate and reduce the number of Umbu operatives. The personnel in each division will be adjusted to 5. Should you recruit suitable members, you may report directly to me." "Understood," the Third replied gently. "The war has been arduous, Take some time to rest. Yes, Anyao acknowledged as he exited the office. Chapter 69. The meeting of two women. The day after Anyao's return, Shi Rihong learned the news from her father. Having not seen Anyao for quite some time, she resolved to surprise him and arrived early at his doorstep, yet found herself pacing in front of the door, contemplating what to say. At last, Shi Rihong formulated her words and knocked gently. The door opened to reveal Xiaonan, who regarded Shi Rihong with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" Upon seeing a girl at the door, Shi Rihong's previously bashful expression shifted to one of surprise as she retorted, "And you are?" "I am Xiaonan," came the reply. "Xiaonan." Shi Rihong repeated the name, continuing with her inquiry, "Why are you living in his house?" Uncertain of the relationship between the girl before her and Anyao, Xiaonan answered candidly, "Are you referring to Anyao? I am his disciple, and he has arranged for me to stay here." Disciple? Confusion filled Shi Rihong's eyes. To her, Anyao was still but a youth. How could he possibly have a disciple? Just then, Anyao appeared with breakfast, and upon seeing Shi Rihong, he expressed surprise, quickly transforming it into a warm smile. "So, Teacher Hong came to see me upon learning of my return?" Teacher Hong. The title startled Xiaonan. Could this girl, who seemed to be of a similar age, truly be a master? Upon seeing Anyao, Shi Rihong's initial joy shifted to displeasure as she remarked, "You return and do not even come to see me. Also, why is there a girl living in your house, claiming to be your disciple?" "Indeed," Anyao replied, handing breakfast to Xiaonan as he introduced, "This is my illusion magic teacher, Shi Rihong. From now on, you two shall be classmates." How should you address her? Perhaps, teacher wife? How rude. Shi Rihong playfully protested, "I am still a child. Do not age me so." "Xiaonan, right? Just call me Hong." "All right, Hong," Xiaonan responded, sensing an odd dynamic between the two that left her momentarily perplexed. Shi Rihong extended her hand toward Xiaonan in a gesture of friendship, saying warmly, "In school, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Taken aback by the friendly overture, Xiaonan quickly returned the handshake, replying, "Okay, thank you." Noticing the budding camaraderie between the two, Anyao chose that moment to crouch down. "What are you doing?" Shi Rihong asked. Anyao pointed to his own back. Hong suddenly felt shy and glanced at Xiaonan beside her. For reasons unknown, she still leaned over, inhaling the familiar scent, instantly engulfed by a wave of nostalgia. Anya spun around in circles with Hong on his back, eliciting peals of laughter from her. Xiaonan instantly discerned that their relationship was far from ordinary, feeling awkward. She turned away and began to have her breakfast. Observant Hong realized that this was indeed inappropriate and gently patted Anya, signaling him to let her down. Anya was somewhat perplexed by the delicate emotions of the young girl, yet she gently set her down. Hong inquired, "Are you planning to take Xiaonan to the ninja school today?" Anyao nodded and said, "Indeed, I prepared her identity badge yesterday, so she can enroll today." Hong eagerly volunteered, "In that case, let me accompany her." Anyao was slightly taken aback. Hong, with a fierce glare, retorted, "What, do you fear I might get lost?" "All right, that works," Anyao conceded. He reasoned that there wouldn't be any unforeseen events in the village and handed the badge to Hong. At that moment, Xiaonan had just finished her breakfast. Hong affectionately took Xiaonan's hand, beaming as she said, "Come on. I'll take you to school and introduce you to your new classmates. With your charm, you will surely be popular." Xiaonan felt a bit shy and glanced cautiously at Anyao. Upon receiving an encouraging nod, a smile unconsciously graced her face, and she allowed Hong to lead her toward the school. Ah, the simplicity of childhood friendships. A few words can unearth the depths of one's heart. In contrast, adults might spend years together without truly understanding one another's thoughts. After this reflection, Anyao donned his mask, resolved to commence his recruitment journey, with his first target being Uchiha Makoto, the very first person he encountered upon arriving in this world. With over a decade remaining before the Uchiha clan's downfall, it would be prudent to extricate her from this mire as soon as possible. After all, she was the first individual to show concern for him in this world. If circumstances permit in the future, perhaps he could facilitate her escape from the turmoil of Konoha, allowing her to find a serene place to live out her days in tranquility. Dark Radiance first arrived at his original abode, which was shrouded in dust and cobwebs. With a gaping hole in the ceiling, a clear indication of prolonged neglect and decay. The interior was nearly devoid of any belongings. He felt little sentimentality towards the dilapidated space. After a cursory glance, he proceeded onward. Indeed, the residence of the Uchiha clan lay quite distant from the heart of Konoha. Since the ascension of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan had gradually fallen into the margins of society. The third Hokage, as the second's designated successor, naturally upheld his predecessor's policies. The position within the Konoha Guard was particularly undesirable, especially considering that since the second Hokage's time, members of the Umbu had long been stationed on the periphery, a notion that spoke volumes. Moreover, Uchiha Madara bore a significant share of the blame. Had it not been for him, the Uchiha clan's plight might have taken a different turn. Thus, Dark Radiance's presence here as a member of the Umbu was hardly out of place. He even discerned several Umbu members nearby, but chose not to disturb them, as his sole purpose for being here was to locate someone without causing any commotion. Having endured the entirety of the Second Great Ninja War, his prowess had evolved dramatically, particularly through extensive operations behind enemy lines, which had significantly enhanced his stealth skills. Combined with the perceptive abilities of his three-tomo Sharingan, he infiltrated the area silently. As a member of the Uchiha, he was quite familiar with this place, and following the path etched in his memory, he soon arrived at the small dwelling once inhabited by Uchiha Makoto. Odd, no one was home. Had they ventured out so early? Anya meticulously surveyed the room. The signs of habitation were faint, indicating that Makoto Uchiha, though residing here, had not returned frequently. It struck him as peculiar. Had she perhaps changed her place of residence? Or had she joined the security forces, necessitating a prolonged stay there? As he carefully examined the books and notes scattered throughout the room, Anya stumbled upon a name that appeared with notable regularity, Fugaku Uchiha. The name felt oddly familiar, stirring a vague recollection within him. Nevertheless, he decided to pay him a visit. If he were unavailable, it would be necessary to make another trip to the security forces managed by the Uchiha clan. Chapter 70. Anya versus Fugaku. After a thorough search, Anya ascertained the location of Uchiha Fugaku's room. However, it was equally unoccupied, confirming suspicions that both individuals were likely members of the guard and thus did not reside at home. With no other options, Anya stealthily exited the Uchiha clan's territory and made his way toward the guard's location. Unlike the Uchiha domain, this area was populated with a multitude of Uchiha clan members, significantly increasing the difficulty of infiltration to nearly an impossibility. Fortunately, Anya had anticipated this scenario and came prepared. He produced a scroll and formed hand seals, invoking a summoning technique. In a swirl of white smoke, a wooden ox puppet materialized before him. From within the puppet, Anya retrieved a captive from the sand village, acquired from his teacher the previous night. His mentor, trusting in his disciple, had readily provided the prisoner without further inquiry, proving to be a fortuitous decision. Anya strode confidently to the entrance of the guard station, leading the captive behind him. Halt! Shortly, two members of the Uchiha clan appeared. Upon seeing the mask adorning Anya's face, they discerned his identity but nonetheless adhered to protocol, stating, "This prisoner requires registration." Very well. Anya inscribed the name of the Sand Ninja, and just as he prepared to enter, he was halted once more. "We can escort the prisoner inside." "There is no need for this esteemed Umbu to enter." An ominous figure slowly shook his head and said, "My task is to personally escort the prisoner into the cell. If you are unwilling to allow me entry, you may present the decree of the Third Hokage, and I shall promptly take my leave." The two Uchiha clansmen exchanged glances and ultimately chose to clear the path. Anya led the Sand Ninja inside, drawing various gazes along the way, among which several particularly disdainful glances stood out. Clearly, as a member of the Umbu, he was not favored by a segment of the Uchiha clan. However, Anya remained indifferent to the scrutinizing eyes. After all, with this tiger-striped attire, they would undoubtedly refrain from taking action against him. Seizing the opportunity, Anya swiftly scanned the surroundings with his eyes, but regrettably, he did not spot Uchiha Makoto anywhere along his journey. Could it be that she was not present? Alas, it seemed he had made this trip in vain. Just as Anya was about to escort the Sand Ninja into the designated cell, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "Here you go, Umbu Lord, this is the key to this cell." As Anya turned around, she beheld Makoto Uchiha, clad in her ninja attire, extending a key towards her. It turned out that she had been stationed deep inside all along. Indeed, after such a long absence, the once somewhat innocent girl had blossomed into a fully matured woman, her face adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and grace. Anya took the key and unceremoniously pushed Sand Ninja inside, then removed his mask and said, "Sister Makoto, do you remember me?" Upon seeing the face before her, Makoto was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly recalled, exclaiming in astonishment, "You are Uchiha Anya. I can't believe how tall you've grown after several years. I scarcely recognized you." As Anya donned her mask once more, she smiled and complimented, "Makoto, you have grown even more beautiful." The mention of the past evoked memories of the solitude Anya felt upon losing her parents, making Makoto reflect on how time truly shapes individuals. The Anya before her now felt like an entirely different person. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired, "Over the years, have you been well?" "In truth, since your departure, I sought you out and was relieved to discover that you not only secured your own residence, but also enrolled in a ninja academy, demonstrating remarkable independence." Upon hearing this, Anya felt a surge of emotion and was determined to help her escape from this place, thus revealing her purpose for this visit. "As you can see, I am now a member of the Umbu and serve as a squad leader. I need to recruit members. Makoto, would you be willing to join?" Before Makoto could respond, a haughty voice interjected, "Do not harbor such illusions. She will not go with you." The emergence of this voice caused Anya's demeanor to turn icy as she focused on its source. A tall man with short black hair, clad in a deep blue long robe, approached and positioned himself squarely between Makoto and Anya, his eyes transforming into the three-tomo Sharingan, fixating intently on Anya. Sensing the tension between the two, Mikoto interjected, "Fuyuki, let me explain. He is." "Mikoto, no need for further words," Anya interrupted, her tone earnest as she demanded. "I require but one answer. Will you come or not?" "It appears you have not heeded my words, Umbu," Fuyuki replied, his aura swelling with intensity as he unleashed a Genjutsu attack from his Sharingan upon Anya. "Since you have made the first move, do not blame me for what follows." As the shadowy figure swiftly evaded his visual illusion, the speed was akin to that of a phantom, executing a high kick with remarkable precision. The Uchiha Fuyake, possessing the Sharingan, effortlessly blocked the attack and drew a kunai, launching it with a flick of his wrist. The sound of the blade unsheathing echoed through the air. With the weapon in hand, the demeanor of the shadowy figure transformed. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped him. After deflecting the kunai, he unleashed a flurry of blade techniques, the concentrated glimmers of steel sealing off every possible escape route for Fuyake. Simultaneously, the true blade hidden within the shimmering light aimed a lethal strike at his throat. With a wealth of combat experience, the shadowy figure, known for his one-hit kills, never granted his adversaries ample time to react. Many formidable sand shinobi had perished beneath his blade before they could even employ their jutsu. Sensing the imminent threat of death, Fuyake was unable to fathom how someone could master their swordsmanship to such an extent. Nonetheless, he was resolute. If evasion was no longer an option, they would meet their end together. A flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes as he abandoned all defense. Gripping the kunai with the same intent aimed at the shadowy figure's throat, confident that in the moment of his demise, he could take his foe down with him. "Stop." Upon witnessing the two men poised to decide their fates, Mikoto cried out, rushing forward without a second thought. The shadowy figure sighed at the sight, instinctively retracting his blade techniques and stepping back. Fuyake, almost in sync, also sheathed his kunai, yet a chill crept up his spine. Who was this young man? So powerful that even his Sharingan struggled to perceive the blade? Had it not been for Mikoto's intervention, the two would have nearly sealed each other's fates in an instant. Of course, this was merely Fuyake's assumption. The shadowy figure had already contemplated a change in strategy. He could not eliminate a member of the Uchiha clan here, for such an act would seal his own fate. However, inflicting a wound without delivering a fatal blow was still within his capabilities. Regrettably, Mikoto's timely arrival thwarted any possibility of further conflict. Originally, Fuyake had assumed the shadowy figure was just an ordinary Umbu operative. After their confrontation, he realized that this individual was undoubtedly an ace within the Umbu ranks. He couldn't help but inquire of Mikoto, who is he? According to village regulations, the identities of Umbu members were strictly confidential. The shadowy figure taunted, "It seems you have little regard for the village. You insolent fool." Fuyake's anger surged once more. Mikoto quickly positioned herself between the two, calming Fuyake's ire, and addressed the shadowy figure. "You should leave. I want to accompany you to the Umbu." Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure, undeterred, asked, "Could you enlighten me as to why?" Mikoto clarified his confusion. "I am already engaged to him. We are on the verge of starting a family. It's likely that I will even withdraw from the guard in the future, making it impossible for me to join the Umbu. Is that so? It appears I have arrived too late." With a sigh deep within his heart, Enyao silently walked towards the exit. Just as he was about to leave, he could not help but turn back and utter, "I wish you happiness in the days to come." After saying those words, a sense of melancholy enveloped him as he departed from the guard team. Since Uchiha Mikoto was unwilling to leave, her fate was thus sealed. However, given the current pace of his own strength's growth, he felt confident that he could protect her life in the future. With this thought, Enyao's spirits lifted considerably. His initial venture had not gone well. The recruitment of the first team member had ended in failure. As for the second member, he had yet to contemplate that. Most of his time had been spent in battle, alone, leaving him rather unfamiliar with the ninjas of the village. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. While he lacked understanding, there were those who possessed it. Instead of pondering aimlessly without consulting the readily available mentors, was it not a waste of time? Resolute in his decision, Enyao exited the guard team and made his way directly to the location of White Fang. Although the war had concluded, White Fang remained exceedingly occupied. He was currently residing in the Konoha interrogation department, which housed a considerable number of captives. As the victors, these prisoners had naturally become spoils of war. White Fang's current task involved extracting intelligence from them, gleaning insights from various nations in preparation for any future conflicts that might arise. As Enyao arrived, he chanced upon a rock ninja bound to a chair, his eyes vacant and clearly having endured a round of interrogation. Beside him, a long-haired man with golden locks formed hand seals and declared, "Heart-turning technique." The restrained ninja emitted a muffled sound of terror before losing consciousness. Shortly thereafter, the golden-haired man opened his eyes and began inscribing something on a scroll. Once finished, he promptly sealed it. Having observed the entire process, Enyao discerned that this man was likely from the Yamashiro clan, specifically the boar of the Konoha Inoshikacho trio. This particular ninjutsu was perfectly suited for intelligence operations. However, given the sheer number of captives, his chakra was limited. White Fang aimed to select only those captives of value for him, leaving the fate of the less significant ones to others. Of course, he had casually gifted one to his disciple the day before, which was acceptable. After the interrogation of the captive concluded, White Fang glanced at Yao with a hint of disdain and inquired, "What brings you here again?" Beneath his mask, Yao chuckled, "Master, you know well that although I am the captain of the Umbu division, I have yet to recruit a single member." Upon hearing this, White Fang understood Yao's intentions. He sought a recommendation for candidates. After a moment of contemplation, White Fang responded, "Do you realize? The tests for the Umbu are exceedingly rigorous, especially now that the ranks have been streamlined. Gaining entry has become even more challenging. Rather than scouring for team members, it would be wiser for you to focus on self-improvement during this period of peace." Yao let out a sigh and remarked, "I am aware of that. Yet at this moment, I am uncertain where to begin. Mastering the art of swordsmanship is a long and arduous journey. It requires daily practice. I have a foundational understanding of ninjutsu, and my skills and illusion techniques are steadily improving. I even engage in puppet techniques from time to time. As for medical ninjutsu, I cannot approach Tsunade at present, for I would undoubtedly be conscripted into service." White Fang could not help but tap Yao on the head, admonishing, "You allow yourself to be distracted too easily. Had you devoted your undivided attention to honing your swordsmanship, you would not be plagued by such concerns at this juncture." As a dutiful disciple, Yao accepted his teacher's counsel without retort and began to feign innocence. Ultimately, familiar with his student's disposition, White Fang sighed in resignation and said, "Take my sword and seek out the third Hokage, reporting on an individual codename Knight. I trust you will glean much wisdom from him." Upon hearing the unfamiliar codename, Yao was taken aback. Honestly speaking, given the current capabilities, there were very few individuals in Konoha qualified to mentor him. The likes of the third Hokage, White Fang, the legendary three Sannin, and Crimson seemed to be the only candidates. Little did he expect that there were indeed hidden experts lurking in the shadows. This time, his quest for a mentor had proven fruitful. With a sense of satisfaction, Yao excitedly arrived at the office of the third Hokage, presenting White Fang's sword to convey his intentions. The third Hokage gazed at the blade in Yao's hand, rendered momentarily speechless. An eerie silence enveloped the office. An ominous sense of unease flickered within Yao as he tentatively inquired, "Lord Hokage, is this individual currently absent from the village?" The third Hokage shifted his gaze from the blade and, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Did your master truly send you to seek him out?" An ominous nod was given in agreement. Indeed, could it be a tad premature? The third generation appeared to be conversing with itself. Yao boldly inquired whether the Hokage had any reservations, assuring him that he could speak freely. Upon witnessing Yao's unwavering determination, the third Hokage replied directly, "The master of the night is well versed in all the sword techniques of Konohagakure. Even your teacher sought his guidance in the past. However, his teachings are fraught with peril, capable of inflicting harm without the means to retract it. On one occasion, while instructing his own child, he inadvertently caused severe injury, nearly resulting in death. Fortunately, Tsunade managed to save the child, yet the young one bears permanent scars from the ordeal." Upon hearing this, Yao comprehended the Hokage's myriad concerns, realizing that the fear stemmed from the potential danger he might encounter during his learning process. However, Yao did not dwell on this. To him, the greater the prowess of the Knight Master's swordsmanship, the more he would glean from it. "Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I possess confidence in my abilities." Yao's self-assurance was bolstered by a series of victories on the battlefield. The third Hokage, influenced by Yao's conviction, concurred. "Very well, I shall inform him. You must prepare yourself mentally and exercise utmost caution during your training." With the Hokage's agreement, Yao exhaled in relief and clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama. Please inform him that I will await him at the training grounds in the Konoha forest." "Understood," replied the Hokage. Chapter 72. The Duel of Swordsmanship. Yao sat cross-legged in the center of the training ground, enveloped in a tranquil state akin to the stillness of an ancient well, meticulously attuning his body and breath. Given the formidable nature of the night, Yao was resolute in dedicating his utmost focus. Thus, he remained there from morning until evening. As the moon ascended to its zenith, yet not a single soul had approached. Yao stood up, enveloped in confusion, realizing that no one would be coming today. With a sigh, he prepared to leave. At that moment, an intense sense of danger surged within him. Three formidable blades of light flashed like phantoms, striking towards him with a swiftness that was nearly imperceptible. Yao, at that instant, had one foot poised on a branch while the other dangled in the air, leaving him with no means of support. Boom! Without a doubt, the branch was shattered in an instant, and amidst the swirling ash, Yao's figure vanished. A voice of astonishment echoed through the night, clearly indicating that the blades had originated from him. The dance of the crescent moon of the leaf flowed forth. Suddenly, the newcomer twisted the long blade in his hand, unleashing dozens of blade lights towards a nearby tree, coldly murmuring, "Are you here?" Bang! The tree splintered in response, and Yao burst forth, his eyes, concealed beneath a mask, coldly scrutinizing the intruder. Undoubtedly, The night had long since arrived. It was merely waiting for the opportune moment to strike, which only came when An Yao was about to depart. The attack was lethal. Had it not been for An Yao's heightened sensitivity to danger, developed during the tumultuous times of war, he would have been injured by that very blow. The figure cloaked in darkness wielded a long blade, shrouded in a veil of black mist, rendering it impossible to discern whether this was his true form. A scent of blood emanated from him, saturating the entire space with a chilling aura of blades, and the forest seemed to fall silent under the weight of his presence. Enveloped in an eerie stillness, Dark Radiance wore a grave expression, his eyes narrowed slightly, beginning to comprehend the myriad concerns of the Third Hokage. This was a formidable individual. More precisely, a terrifying assassin. The recent display of swordsmanship in the darkness revealed that he, like himself, pursued a lethal strike, exuding a chilling ruthlessness. However, his technique was infused with ninjutsu, having strayed into a forbidden path. In terms of pure swordsmanship, he was at least 2 tiers below White Fang. And even when compared to himself, there was a noticeable gap. Yet, in terms of lethality, he was by no means inferior. After a minute of stalemate, a soft sound pierced the air for the first time. Black Knight's blade shimmered with a glint, the light resembling a tranquil pool of autumn water. A chilling green that pierced the bone, infused with the otherworldly glow of the moonlight, fixating upon the blade's radiance. The arena echoed with Black Knight's soft exclamation, "Secret technique." Moonshadow. As this technique was unleashed, Black Knight left behind numerous afterimages, designed to bewilder Dark Radiance and obscure his position. Simultaneously, the area surrounding Dark Radiance was enveloped in the blade's light, and any moment of inattention could result in a most fatal strike. Dark Radiance understood that this was the essence of the Night Blade technique, and no longer concealed his prowess. The brilliance of his 3-tomo Sharingan flickered momentarily as he assumed an absolute defensive stance. Ultimately, the blade of the Night Blade flickered within the illusion, unleashing a formidable force that surged forth. After a 2-second silence, the chilling light of the blade appeared to threaten the complete annihilation of everything before him, leaving no trace behind. A masterful technique indeed. The dark brilliance of genuine admiration shone forth, and this strike was markedly more ferocious than the previous one. It was evident that his initial assault had merely been a probing attack, while this move harbored lethal intent. The blade of the Knight was swift. Yet the blade of Dark Brilliance was swifter still. Under the full force of his swordsmanship, the air was filled with 2 fleeting shadows dancing in a whirlwind. And the sound of clashing blades echoed in the ears, fraught with a murderous intent. Should anyone falter, they would meet an instant demise. After a series of rapid exchanges, the Knight, realizing no advantage could be gained, retreated deliberately. He then leapt into the air, raising his long blade, and under the moonlight, he spun the blade around him. Countless long blades encircled him, their shimmering reflections blurring the lines between reality and illusion, all converging upon his foe. This was a secret technique, the Misty Moonlit Night. A brand new swordsmanship unfolded, with so many phantoms descending from above. How could one discern the genuine from the false? How many blades could one possibly evade? In the eyes of the Dark Brilliance, these blades appeared entirely illusory, yet the chilling aura unmistakably conveyed that without resistance, should they pierce the flesh, blood would surely flow. What manner of swordplay was this, and how was it accomplished? Unable to penetrate the riddle, the only recourse was to meet aggression with aggression, regardless of authenticity. An all-out assault would ensue. An intense gleam flickered in his eyes, and his body trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Since the Second World War, apart from his mentor, Baya, this was the first individual capable of challenging him in the art of swordsmanship. This pressure invigorated him. The art of breaking the blade. Dark Yao unhesitatingly unleashed the most formidable strike at his disposal, embodying the perfect fusion of man and blade. Beyond the sword, there existed nothing else. The ethereal gleam of the blade descended, effortlessly obliterating everything in its wake, leaving not a ripple behind. Indeed, Dark Yu still possessed the strength to sheath his sword, casting a distant gaze towards the shadowy night above. The sword-drawing technique exuded an astonishing aura as it coalesced within Dark Yao's grasp. Undoubtedly, this strike was a counterattack that had been suppressed for half the day. However, upon witnessing his secret technique thwarted mid-air, the figure of the Knight retreated into the darkness without hesitation, vanishing without a trace. What transpired? Dark Yao halted his motion to draw the short blade. Perplexed as he surveyed his surroundings, he was certain that the Knight had not possessed sufficient time to employ the instant movement technique. How, then, had he vanished? The voice of the Knight resonated from all directions. This concludes today's encounter. Will we continue tomorrow? Upon hearing this voice, Dark Yao stood rooted in place, shaking his head in response. There is no need, once was sufficient. With those words, silence enveloped the shadows, indicating that the Knight had indeed departed. As the tension in Anya's body dissipated, he directed his words toward a shadowy corner of the forest. Come forth. When no response was forthcoming from the darkness, Anya pressed on. If you do not emerge, I shall be compelled to take action. Please, do not resort to violence. We shall come out, a voice replied. Soon, a boy and a girl, both of a stature akin to Kakashi, stepped into view. The boy appeared frail, intermittently coughing, while the girl, with her cascading purple locks, exuded a charming innocence. Two young children, indeed. Who are you? It is perilous to spy on me, Anyao remarked casually. I am Tsukikid Shippu, and this is Amatsuki Yuin. I was actually trailing my father and did not anticipate witnessing such a riveting confrontation, the boy exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. By the way, what is your name? It is my first time encountering someone capable of executing all of my father's secret techniques. Chapter 73. The Art of Phasing Initially Intending to Depart. Anyao paused upon hearing the boy's introduction, casting a more discerning gaze upon him. So, this was the unfortunate child spoken of by the third Hokage. Indeed, he appeared quite frail, his physical condition markedly inferior to that of his peers. Given his current state, it was uncertain whether he would ever ascend to the rank of Jonin. However, to be frank, based on the few techniques that Kuroya had just demonstrated, it was nothing short of remarkable that Tsunade could potentially restore this child's health. Anyao refrained from summoning Kuroya again the following day, fearing that he might lose control of his murderous intent and inadvertently take the boy's life. After all, the techniques Kuroya had executed were decidedly lethal, devoid of any restraint. If the opponent had not been Anyao himself, a typical Jonin might have perished. Noticing Anyao's silence, Tsukikid Shippu grew anxious and voiced his yearning. Regardless of your identity, I wish to know, can you teach us both the art of swordsmanship? Anyao, filled with a sense of perplexity, inquired, your father's swordsmanship is quite formidable. Why do you not learn from him? At this, the countenance of Moonlight Gale flushed a deep crimson, and she opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. It was the young girl beside her who interjected, this is not your concern. Simply answer whether you will teach us or not. If not, we shall take our leave immediately. Is this the demeanor of one seeking assistance? Nevertheless, considering their youth, one cannot hold their expectations too high. Anyao, intrigued, replied, I would indeed be willing to teach you. However, you must first divulge a certain matter to me. Moonlight Gale's expression brightened with hope as she eagerly asked, what matter? Anyao inquired, how did your father depart just now? The expression on Moonlight Swiftwind's face suddenly shifted, and he tugged at Shiyin beside him, preparing to leave. Clearly, he was reluctant to divulge the secret of his father. However, since Anyao had posed the question, he could not allow him to escape so easily. In an instant, Moonlight Swiftwind's body stiffened, his countenance becoming vacant as he articulated each word. That is my father's bloodline limit, phase shift, which allows one to conceal their presence and, when employed, renders the body transparent. Upon hearing this, Shiyin's eyes widened in astonishment, and she exclaimed at Moonlight Swiftwind, Swiftwind, what are you doing? How could you reveal such a crucial secret to a stranger? Yet, upon witnessing the dazed expression on Moonlight Swiftwind's face, Shiyin quickly grasped the situation. Her gaze turning furiously towards Anyao as she accused, what have you done to him? Quite the swift-witted little girl, Anyao remarked with a slight smile. Not bothering to conceal the truth, just a simple illusion. You are utterly despicable, Shiyin retorted, her face flushed with anger, adopting a stance of defiance. You must dispel the illusion immediately, or I will not hold back. Oh, such empty threats, Anyao remarked nonchalantly, since he has already provided me with the answer. I can teach you both swordsmanship. Are you interested? Shiyin was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with suspicion, stubbornly insisting, first, you must lift Swiftwind's illusion. Wait. Let me clarify something, Anyao replied leisurely. Once I dispel his illusion, he will be unaware of what transpired just now, so do not inform him. As for the swordsmanship, I shall teach you diligently. How much you learn will depend on your own abilities. Shiyin comprehended Anyao's intentions. Her thoughts a tangle of conflict as her brow furrowed tightly. Should she agree? After all, he already knew the secret of the night. Exchanging swordsmanship for this knowledge seemed the most prudent course of action, thus, it would not be in vain. With this in mind, Shiyin gravely nodded. Though her gaze towards Anyao bore a hint of trepidation, she recognized that this older brother was certainly no benevolent figure. Very clever, indeed. A little girl who knows how to weigh her choices. Anyao's desire to teach the two sword techniques was not a fleeting whim but rather a calculated plan. If memory served correctly, after the Second World War, a third war would inevitably follow. Since he could not presently recruit suitable allies, it would be wiser to train a few himself, ensuring future collaboration would be seamless. Of course, those lacking aptitude were not worth his investment. But with an opportunity presenting itself, he was willing to test their potential. Anyao casually dispelled the illusion of Moonlight Swiftwind. Upon regaining consciousness, Moonlight Swiftwind gazed at Anyao with a hint of perplexity, wondering what had just transpired, as his mind felt utterly vacant. Before he could ponder further, Shiyin chimed in. Swiftwind, he has already agreed to teach us the swordsmanship. Is that true? Moonlight Swiftwind exclaimed with joy, a spark of excitement illuminating his face. Clearly, after witnessing Anyao's sword techniques moments earlier, he held a deep admiration for his prowess. An ominous shadow cast a cold splash of reality upon him, stating, do not rejoice too soon. Although I have consented to teach you, should you lack the requisite talent and fail to grasp the fundamentals, I shall cease my instruction. For that would be a sheer waste of time. With unwavering confidence, Moonlight Gale responded, I shall exert every effort. The undeniable prowess of Anyao had not been further challenged. Indeed, To master the art of swordsmanship, mere diligence is insufficient, innate talent is paramount. The reason why Hakuba initially refrained from accepting An Yao lay in the necessity of assessing whether An Yao possessed the requisite aptitude for the discipline. It is akin to suggesting that Naruto wield a sword, or that Sasuke employ shadow clones to create dumplings. The outcome would likely be disastrous for both. Let us commence with the most elementary practices. Follow me. With the intent to impart knowledge, An Yao resolved to reveal no secrets. First, he needed to ascertain the proficiency of his pupils and the solidity of their foundational skills. He led them to the center of the training ground, where a training dummy stood. An Yao exchanged his short blade for a wooden sword, then focused his mind and declared with authority, "Watch closely." In an instant, An Yao dashed towards the dummy, and during his sprint, 2 afterimages trailed behind him. The 3 individuals executed their strikes nearly simultaneously, their blades intertwining with the dummy. 2 distinct gashes appeared on the dummy's shoulders and throat, remarkably conspicuous. Witnessing this spectacle, Tsukiyomi Shippu exclaimed in astonishment, "The dance of the crescent moon. How did you manage that?" It was then revealed that this technique bore such a name, fittingly so. An Yao smiled and clarified, however. "I have not employed it in its true form, I merely simulated the motion. The illusion of speed produced the afterimages." As he spoke, An Yao tossed 2 wooden swords before his pupils and instructed, "The first exercise in swordplay requires steadiness. You must strike the 3 marks I just made within 3 seconds for it to be deemed a success." Both youngsters retrieved the wooden swords from the ground. Their gazes towards An Yao transformed. Although they had previously acknowledged his prowess, they now recognized that he surpassed their expectations. Having witnessed his swordsmanship only once, he had already managed to replicate it with remarkable accuracy, leaving those who had toiled for years in disbelief. No wonder he asserted that talent is essential in learning swordplay. With this revelation, Tsukiyomi Shippu's expression grew serious. He vowed to pass this initiation test, letting out a fierce battle cry as he charged towards the dummy. In the moonlight, the 2 children were drenched in sweat, tirelessly sprinting and striking the dummy. The results, however, were mediocre at best. After several rounds of rigorous training, Tsukiyomi Shippu was panting heavily, his body clearly struggling to withstand such intense exertion. Noticing this, Shiin urged, "Shippu, take a break." "No," Tsukiyomi Shippu shook his head defiantly. "I still have strength left. I can continue training. I will meet his expectations." "That is unnecessary. You should return and rest," An Yao interjected, stepping forward. "You are still young. Prioritize your sleep. In fact, your efficiency will be greater when you practice during the day, fully revitalized." Hearing An Yao's advice, Tsukiyomi Shippu finally succumbed to fatigue, collapsing onto the ground. His complexion turned pale, and he felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his heart racing fiercely, and shadows danced before his eyes, nearly causing him to faint. Shiin, observing his distress, became increasingly anxious. Darkly furrowing her brows, she clasped her hands in a series of intricate seals, green chakra emanating from her palms as she pressed it against his chest. Under the gentle influence of her healing ninjutsu, the pallor of Moonlight Gale's visage gradually transformed, taking on a healthy flush, while his breathing became steadier and his body regained its strength. Shiin expressed her gratitude, saying, "I had no idea you possessed healing techniques." "Thank you." An Yao retracted his medical ninjutsu and calmly stated, "Take him back. I will be here every evening for the week, and I grant you all a week to practice." Upon hearing this, Shiin ceased her inquiries, assisting Yuedwang Jifeng to rise, and they slowly departed from the training grounds. Observing their retreating figures, An Yao fell into contemplation. To be honest, although the training efficiency of the 2 was mediocre tonight, it was merely the first day, and achieving this much was commendable. It indicated that both possessed the innate talent for wielding a blade, with Shiin's potential surpassing that of Yuedwang Jifeng, who unfortunately bore the burden of his own physique. Should they manage to meet his expectations, An Yao harbored intentions of bringing them into the Umbu, though considering Yuedwang Jifeng's condition, that seemed quite improbable. Once the 2 had departed, An Yao began to delve into the study of swordsmanship alone. The encounter of the night had bestowed upon him significant insights. While the techniques of the Night Blade were indeed of a dark nature, they proved remarkably effective, particularly in the art of assassination, displaying an uncanny ability to elude detection. He meticulously recalled the sequences of their earlier duel, unconsciously wielding a short blade in his hand. The first move clearly demonstrated that the Night Blade had integrated shadow clones to execute 3 simultaneous strikes in an instant. The second and third moves built upon the foundation of the first, incorporating illusions, not merely simple illusions, but a transformative interplay between reality and deception at the moment of impact, which was truly formidable. It appeared that the Kanoa-style swordsmanship was far from simplistic, and it was no wonder his instructor had urged him to seek out such knowledge. After a period of practicing various maneuvers, An Yao suddenly experienced an epiphany. Indeed, the Night Blade's techniques were designed to confound the opponent's vision, rendering them incapable of effective defense, much like how he employed Jinjutsu with his Sharingan during assassinations. However, what if one could transcend mere visual deception? The 5 senses of a person, sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, if he could devise a method to obscure these through his swordsmanship, it would undoubtedly elevate his killing techniques to an unprecedented level in future battles. With this realization, An Yao's eyes transformed into the 3-tomo Sharingan, and he seized a wooden sword. commencing practice against the training dummy before him. After some time, aside from the numerous cuts adorning the dummy, he found himself gaining nothing of substance. Anyao set down the wooden sword, chiding himself for his foolishness. After all, a dummy lacked any senses. What good was it to practice against it? No. He would have to trouble his instructor once more. In the stillness of the night, Anyao executed a swift teleportation away from his original position. The village was enveloped in silence, yet the interrogation department remained brightly lit, indicating that Baiya was still hard at work, showing no signs of respite. Upon seeing his disciple arrive once more, Baiya rolled his eyes in exasperation. His eyes bore traces of bloodshot fatigue, and his tone was less than amiable as he inquired, "What brings you here again?" With only the two of them in the room. Anyao removed his mask and replied with a grin, "Master, how are the useless captives dealt with?" Baiya shot him a sidelong glance. "What mischief are you plotting this time?" Not one to conceal the truth from his mentor, Anyao candidly explained, "I've been practicing with that person you recommended. And I've developed some new insights into swordsmanship." Baiya's interest was piqued. "Oh? Do elaborate." "I wish to devise a sword technique that can obscure a person's five senses." And Yao continued, "This way, during future battles, I could ensure a perfect, lethal strike, particularly in assassination scenarios." Baiya understood in Yao's intentions and fell into a contemplative silence. He recognized that such a technique was fundamentally crafted for the purpose of killing, rendering the victim oblivious to their demise until the very last moment. To him, this approach to swordsmanship was excessively ruthless. "Is something amiss, master?" Inyo asked, perplexed by Baiya's demeanor. Baiya, with a weighty tone, queried, "What was your original intention in learning the sword? Was it merely to take lives?" An unexpected pause ensued as Anya contemplated deeply before articulating, "Originally, it was not so, but after enduring the ravages of war, it has become this way. If I do not take a life, then my own will surely be taken. Rather than my demise, it is far more desirable for the enemy to perish." Indeed. Her reasoning was sound and irrefutable. Ultimately, Baiya extended a key towards her, saying, "Go forth." Anya took the key and inquired with a smile, "Teacher, is there a limit to the number of people?" "No, just be cautious not to falter," came the reply. "Thank you, teacher. I shall proceed." With the key in hand, Anya ventured deep into the interrogation department, where an expansive pit had been excavated, and the chamber was constructed within these hollows. Anya unlocked one of the imposing doors, revealing a scene where no fewer than 100 ninjas lay in disarray. These individuals, evidently deemed useless, received no special treatment. There were no beds to be found, and it was likely they would be sealed and sent to the mountains for labor. Some of the slumbering ninjas stirred at the arrival, opening their eyes to discover a lone masked Umbu, their gaze igniting with eager anticipation. As Anya closed the door behind him, he raised the key in his hand and addressed the awakened ninjas. "Rest assured, it is only me here. The key is right here. Defeat me, and you shall have the opportunity to escape." Some of the ninjas, still regaining their senses, hesitated. However, the ninja closest to Anya launched a ferocious attack. In a swift flash of steel, he clutched his throat and fell, disbelief etched on his face. Chapter 75, Illusory Blade Technique. The night swiftly passed, and as dawn broke, the interrogation team arrived at work. An ominous scent of blood wafted through the air, stirring a sense of confusion among the staff. The yellow-haired man from the mountain clan approached Baiya, inquiring, "Lord Baiya, you have been here all along. Have you detected any peculiar odor?" With a quiet sigh, Baiya replied, "Bring the spare key to room 1 and follow me." Upon reaching the door, the yellow-haired man covered his nose and exclaimed, "This is the place. The stench of blood is overwhelming. What has occurred here?" Baiya instructed, "Open it." As the door creaked open, the yellow-haired man was taken aback by the scene within. Most of the captives lay in pools of blood, some with expressions of sheer terror, as if they had experienced indescribable fear in their last moments. Only one man, cloaked in black, stood unharmed. Who are you?" The yellow-haired man stammered, his voice trembling. Baiya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not be afraid. He is my disciple. I sent him to assist in interrogating these captives." Inside the room, a surviving ninja, seeing the door open, screamed hoarsely, "I swear, I will confess everything. Ask whatever you wish. Just keep this demon away from me." Baiya, visibly displeased, called out, "Anya, come forth." At that moment, Anya had already removed the mask of the Umbu, turning with a bright smile to say, "Master, I have formulated a rough outline for a new sword technique, which I have named the Illusory Blade Technique." As Anya turned, Baiya felt a sharp glint emanating from him, a testament to the evident progress in his swordsmanship throughout the night. Baiya feigned ignorance, asking, "How did you come to slay so many captives?" Darkyo, feigning nonchalance, remarked, "Those who refuse to cooperate and attempt to flee must be eliminated, while the remaining compliant ones may inadvertently perish during interrogation, with only a few left. It seems we can conduct our inquiries at will. Therefore, Yamashita Nitten, take these remaining captives for questioning." The master and disciple harmoniously elucidated the circumstances, and Yamashita Nitten cautiously stepped forward. As he walked past the multitude of corpses, a chill gripped his heart. He addressed the few remaining captives, "Come with me." Hearing his words felt like a divine revelation to the captives, tears welling in their eyes. As Yamashita Nitten passed by Darkyo, he could not restrain himself from saying, "They are human beings. How could you bring yourself to do this?" He was not foolish. He understood what had transpired. Most of the ninjas present had been filtered out and deemed worthless, yet White Fang had allowed his disciple to handle the situation, which left him feeling profoundly dissatisfied and even cruel. In response to the inquiry, Darkyo calmly replied, "Are captives still considered human? As a member of the interrogation unit, you are not meeting the standards." This retort left Yamashita and speechless, a weight settling heavily in his chest. He ceased to speak further and led the remaining captives out of the room. As he passed by White Fang, he opened his mouth to say something but ultimately sighed and departed. Once alone with his master, White Fang admonished, "This has gone too far." Confronted with his teacher's reproach, Darkyo did not dare to retort. Instead, he replied earnestly, "Master, you know well that swordsmanship is not ninjutsu. It cannot simply be honed through sheer chakra power. To master formidable sword techniques, one must traverse through mountains of corpses and seas of blood." In truth, White Fang understood that Dark Yao's words held merit. Yet he could not shake the feeling that he had unwittingly nurtured a being harboring a demon within. Now, this demon remained caged, and he could only dread the consequences should it ever be unleashed. Ultimately, White Fang chose to place his trust in his disciple and refrained from further questioning. Instead, he inquired, "How goes the development of your swordsmanship?" After a night steeped in bloodshed, Darky replied with enthusiasm, "The results have been substantial. Through repeated experimentation, I have learned to obscure the senses of sight and hearing, though I am still navigating the intricacies of touch. After all, once a person strikes, the air will inevitably shift, granting a skilled opponent ample time to react. The movement of air manifests as wind. Thus, should a ninja adept in wind release exist, they might seamlessly integrate wind techniques into their swordplay, achieving complete silence. Unfortunately, both White Fang and Darkyu lacked proficiency in wind release, rendering this avenue inaccessible. The only remaining option lay in genjutsu. Darkyu continued, "With the Sharingan and my speed, I can sufficiently obscure the five senses. Yet I feel there remains a crucial element lacking. I am contemplating how to weave genjutsu into my techniques to render the enemy completely devoid of touch. If you require the use of genjutsu," White Fang suggested, "there is one person who would be ideally suited to teach you. His genjutsu can create an illusionary space that alters a person's sense of touch." As the darkness shimmered, his eyes brightened with realization. He now understood whom Baiyu was referring to, and his current position could still be deemed as a direct subordinate. Observing the eager demeanor of Yao, ready to depart, Baiyu retorted irritably, "First, tidy up this place. The stench of blood is pervasive and may frighten others." "Indeed, I shall ensure it is cleaned thoroughly." Anya gathered the corpses strewn across the ground and incinerated them with a fire jutsu, reducing them to ashes. With a swift slash of his blade, he carved a pit into the earth and buried the remains. In mere moments, the vast chamber stood eerily empty. Having completed his grim task, Anya departed without delay. Upon arriving at his destination, he spotted Yuhi Kurenai stepping out of her home, ready to head to school. Kurenai's eyes crinkled into delighted crescents upon seeing Anya. Clearly misinterpreting his presence, she assumed he had come specifically to escort her. Seizing the opportunity, Anya swiftly adjusted his original plan. He crouched before her and greeted cheerfully, "Good morning, Kurenai-sensei." Beaming, Kurenai ruffled his hair before draping herself over his back, murmuring approvingly, "How thoughtful of you to come see me off today. Let's stop by your place first." "My place?" Anya tilted his head in confusion. "Of course," Kurenai replied matter-of-factly. "I made plans with Conan yesterday. We'll be walking to school together from now on. You won't need to go out of your way to accompany me anymore." An unusual expression crossed in Yao's face as he inquired, "When did the bond between the two of you grow so close? Could it be that, as the saying goes, red and blue always attract?" Shi Yuhong appeared quite fond of Xiaonan, cheerfully remarking, "You have no idea how popular Xiaonan is at school. She has folded numerous origami cranes to gift to her classmates. Of course, she made a beautiful flower just for me, which looks remarkably lifelike, truly stunning. Well, it seems that Xiaonan has successfully established her presence with her origami charm." Chapter 76, Mastery of Swordsmanship. Anya returned to his home with Sunset Red. As they neared their destination, Sunset Red insisted vehemently on walking the rest of the way, refusing to be carried any longer, and even took the opportunity to buy breakfast for Conan along the way. Upon arriving downstairs, they found Conan waiting for them. Spotting Anya, she approached him politely and greeted, "Good morning, teacher." Although her time in Konoha had been brief, lasting merely 2 days, Conan experienced a profound transformation within herself. Her attitude towards Anya subtly shifted from a complex array of emotions to one of genuine gratitude. The ordeal she faced in the Rain Village gradually began to fade into the background, though she could never forget her companions, Yahiko and Nagato. Anya retrieved a sum of money from his person and extended it towards him, saying, "Take this money. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." Following the conclusion of the Second World War, Anya's accomplishments had been duly recognized, yielding him a substantial reward, and he felt compelled to share a portion of it to assist this nominal student. However, Shaun promptly declined, stating, "No, I cannot accept your money." Anya smiled faintly, pressing a sum of money into her hand, saying casually, "Consider it a loan from me. Just remember to repay me once you become a ninja and start earning." Upon hearing Anya's words, Xiaonan tightened her grip on the money, preparing to jot down the details immediately. Yujido, without hesitation, handed over breakfast, saying, "Xiaonan, Have your breakfast first. Since he is your teacher, he is naturally responsible for your daily expenses. Thank you. Grateful for Yujido's kindness, Xiaonan accepted the meal, her face beaming with a blissful smile. It seemed that, as Yujido had said, their relationship had indeed blossomed beautifully. Anya, sensing he might be an unwelcome presence, turned to Yujido and inquired, "Is your father at home?" "He should be. He hasn't been quite as busy lately," Yujido replied, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I see. Are you coming to my house specifically to see my father?" Jokingly, Anya thought to himself that speaking the truth in front of a woman could lead to dire consequences. Even if she was still a young girl. "Of course not. I came specifically to see you. My father and I are in the same department. So I can meet him anytime without needing to come to your house." With a well-reasoned explanation, Yujido nodded in satisfaction, saying, "All right then, you can head over now. I'll wait for Xiaonan to finish breakfast before we go to school together." "Very well." Inyao waved at the two individuals, and in an instant, one vanished from sight. Zai Yuhong murmured softly, leaving in such a hurry, yet claiming not to seek my father. Upon arriving at Zai Yuhong's residence, it was indeed true that Jinhong was at home. Clad in comfortable loungewear and appearing rather relaxed. Upon noticing Inyao's arrival, he joyfully invited him inside. The two settled at a table, sitting across from one another. And Jinhong poured a cup of tea for him. An astonished Inyao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, minister." Jinhong, with a kind demeanor, replied, "There is no need for formality in my home. Since it is not during a mission, you may simply call me uncle." Despite Jinhong's mature and solemn visage, his character is genuinely amiable, particularly towards his juniors. Dark Yu called out, "Greetings, uncle. I have come this time to once again experience your illusionary realm." Jinhong, perplexed, responded, "Given your current level of illusionary skills, mastering the illusionary space seems implausible. Do you have some other intention?" "Indeed," Dark Yu replied, drawing his blade and effortlessly performing a flourish before slicing through the void. This seemingly simple strike evoked astonishment in Jinhong's eyes, for it was executed without a sound, devoid of any noise or disturbance. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have remained entirely unaware that Dark Yao had just made a cut in the emptiness. He couldn't help but ponder. If Dark Yao were to strike him from behind, would he be able to evade it? "Is this a sword technique you have developed?" Jinhong inquired. Now comprehending the depth of its significance, his tone imbued with a hint of awe. Dark Yu spoke with a hint of vexation. "I have yet to achieve complete success. My ideal state is to entirely obscure the five senses of an individual, yet in practice, the slightest movement of air is unavoidable. Is there truly a flow of air?" Jinhong chuckled softly. "I have not sensed it at all. Perhaps it is due to your insufficient mastery of physical techniques. Although it is exceedingly subtle, both my teacher and I can perceive it. A seasoned practitioner of physical arts would undoubtedly be able to detect it as well." "I understand now," Jinhong replied with clarity. "Thus, you aspire to integrate illusion techniques into swordsmanship, thereby completely nullifying a person's sense of touch." Anya nodded slightly. Conversing with an astute individual is indeed refreshing, as they grasped the essence with just a hint. However, upon realizing this, Jinhong hesitated. Like Baya, he comprehended the terrifying nature of this particular swordsmanship. Once such a technique is unleashed, there is no doubt that the person before him would immediately ascend to the ranks of the elite assassins. Upon witnessing this, Anya refrained from urging and patiently awaited. Jinhong's hesitation differed from Baya's. Having mastered such a lethal technique, Anya was destined to undertake perilous assassination missions in the future. A fate too cruel for one so young. Furthermore, he feared that this boy might embrace a life of killing for pleasure, straying onto a dark path. Observing Anya's eager anticipation, Jinhong ultimately resolved to teach him. Although their interactions were limited, he understood that this child possessed an unwavering determination. Even if he refrained from instructing today, Anya would likely delve into his studies independently. "Listen carefully," Jinhong proclaimed, adopting a serious demeanor. "Illusionary techniques manipulate the enemy's cerebral functions through chakra. Once successful, one can deftly control the flow of chakra within the enemy's neural pathways. In simpler terms, it is the assimilation of their chakra by one's own, rendering it impossible to disrupt the process by merely distorting one's own chakra. Now, experience it for yourself." Illusion, dream space. Just as he had encountered Jinhong for the first time, Anyao found himself once again enveloped in a novel illusionary realm. The scenery reminiscent of towering skyscrapers from a past life, imbued with a distinctly modern aura. He began to comprehend the essence of chakra homogenization when applied to swordsmanship. It meant synchronizing the flow of the technique with the body's own rhythm, a feat achievable through illusion. Darkyo did not hasten to emerge from the illusionary space. Instead, he took the time to savor the experience. Having a master of illusions willing to generously expend chakra to assist him was a rare opportunity. The inspiration gleaned from last night's practice through lethal maneuvers, the insights gained during his sparring in the darkness, and his understanding of illusions all converged at this moment. Suddenly, the crimson eyes casting the illusion upon Darkyo widened in astonishment as he observed Darkyo, fully ensnared within the illusion, begin to involuntarily dance with the short blade in his hand, executing a myriad of sword techniques. How could this be? The crimson-eyed master was certain that Darkyo had not escaped the illusionary realm. Could it be that this child was nearing the mastery of White Fang? Suddenly, the short blade in Darkyo's grasp flickered in brightness, gradually appearing to vanish into thin air. with a subtle motion of his wrist. The table between them was abruptly cleaved in two. Chapter 77. Conscription. As night descended, Shiyin and Jifeng arrived punctually at the training grounds of the Konoha forest, ready to engage in their practice once more. Clearly, after a day's worth of training, both had become much more adept at wielding the wooden swords. Each strike they executed could precisely hit the designated target as specified by Darkyo. It seemed likely that within a week, Shiyin would master this skill, though Jifeng's progress remained uncertain due to his physical limitations. As Anya observed the two individuals engaged in their practice, he refrained from interrupting them, instead immersing himself in the recently mastered illusion blade technique. With the integration of illusion, this technique indeed ascended to a new level. Its execution was silent and imperceptible. He recalled that upon the dissolution of the illusionary space earlier that morning, Akane's first words had been, "If you were here to assassinate me, I would surely be dead." This clearly illustrated her high regard for the illusion blade technique. In terms of sheer destructive power, the illusion blade technique might be considered the weakest among the four-sword techniques. However, when it comes to the practicality of taking a life, it is undoubtedly the most formidable. This is precisely why Anyao cherished this technique most. Achieving the greatest results with the simplest of swordsmanship embodies the true essence of cultivation. After practicing for a while, Anyao noticed an absence of sound in the training ground. A glance revealed that Jifeng, much like the previous day, was once again seated upon the ground, his complexion ashen, while Shiyin looked on with concern. "Oh, the poor child," Anyao sighed softly. Leaping over to their side and without a word, commenced healing Jifeng with medical ninjutsu. After a period of treatment, Jifeng began to gradually recover. Yet Anya's brow furrowed with worry. He discerned that the difficulty of healing Jifeng's body was slightly greater than the previous night. What could be the cause of this? If this continued, would his condition not worsen with each passing day? Contemplating this, Anyao sighed again and addressed the two. "Let us conclude for the night. Jifeng, you need not come tomorrow." Jifeng's countenance instantly darkened. "Why?" Anyao addressed his inquiry. "You are well aware that your body cannot withstand such intense training." Jifeng retorted, "No. I believe I am much stronger today than I was yesterday." What a stubborn child, Anyao thought. Yet he found this determination quite endearing. "Very well. I shall lend him a hand. Follow me." After Darshine uttered these words, he turned on his heel and departed. If the two did not follow, so be it. Soon, the trio arrived before a building and came to a halt. Swiftwind immediately recognized the place. It was a hospital. "What brought us here?" "What else could one do at a hospital but seek medical attention?" "Come inside." Swiftwind hesitated, reluctant to enter, while Shiyin nudged him and shot him a glance that seemed to convey, "Since we are already here, why not step inside?" Anya led the two through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at Tsunade's usual quarters. She knocked gently on the door, but received no response. Is she still asleep at this early hour? Without hesitation, Anya pushed the door open and, upon glancing inside, found the room empty. To her astonishment, Tsunade was not present. Anya pondered for a moment. Could it be? Anya emerged from the room and made her way to the hidden door on the top floor of the hospital. Once again, she rapped on the door. Indeed, Tsunade's voice resonated from within. "Who is it?" "It is I, Anya. Come in directly." As Anya pushed open the door, he was immediately startled by the eerie atmosphere that enveloped the room. Before him lay a laboratory adorned with numerous glass jars lining the walls, each containing an array of vividly colored potions. Scattered across a table were bottles of various sizes, filled with an assortment of toxic substances. A cursory glance revealed the presence of snakes, scorpions, deathworms, and various other creatures. One might easily mistake this for Orochimaru's laboratory if they were unaware. Outside, Jifeng and Shiyin, upon witnessing the scene, were so frightened that their legs trembled, rendering them hesitant to enter. "Ah, you brought two little ones along," remarked Tsunade, who had paused her research upon sensing their trepidation. She approached the entrance and inquired, "You've been back for quite some time and haven't come to assist. Surely you must have a matter of importance to discuss with me?" "Indeed," Anya replied, gesturing towards Jifeng. "I would like to ask Lady Tsunade to examine his condition, to see if there is any hope for a complete recovery." Following Anya's indication, Tsunade's gaze fell upon Jifeng, and a flicker of familiarity crossed her mind. As she summoned green chakra and placed her hand upon his chest, her expression shifted dramatically. "I remember now. You are that child who suffered a knife wound. Did I not tell your father that you should refrain from practicing sword techniques until you turn 16? Your body cannot withstand it. It will only exacerbate your condition." "I can't believe he disregarded my warning. What a heartless fool." "No," Jifeng interjected. "Do not blame my father. It was my desire to learn." "You wish to learn? If it was not your father who taught you, then how did you come by this knowledge?" Tsunade asked, her perceptive gaze swiftly honing in on Anya. Feeling the weight of Tsunade's scrutiny, Anya lamented, "I had no knowledge of this. He did not mention it." "He did not mention it, and you remained oblivious?" Tsunade retorted sharply. "After all the time I have invested in teaching you medical ninjutsu, you cannot discern that he grows weaker by the day? Is this how you conduct yourself as a mentor?" In a subdued tone, Anya replied, "All right, I see now. So, isn't that why you brought him here?" Tsunade, nearly exasperated, retorted, "If I had a solution, I would have ensured his recovery long ago, rather than allowing his body to deteriorate until adulthood before he could commence training. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Shurfeng's gaze dimmed significantly, and he sorrowfully inquired, Lady Tsunade, must we truly wait that long? In response to Shurfeng's question, Tsunade repressed her irritation and, regarding the obstinate child before her, remarked, your body is at a crucial stage of growth. It is imperative that you rest and recuperate. You must eat well and ensure adequate sleep. If you continue to practice recklessly, you won't be able to wield a sword by the time you reach 16. Or even 26. Very well, I understand, Shurfeng replied. In that moment, a lifeless expression clouded his eyes, and he turned away, seemingly lost, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld him. Even as Xian called out to him, he offered no response. Frustrated, Xian stamped her foot and hurried after him. Observing the two children depart, Anya prepared to leave as well. Yet, just as he took a step forward, he found himself immobilized, as Tsunade had firmly grasped the back of his collar. As Yao attempted to break free, a powerful gust of wind from a colossal fist swept past him, forcefully knocking his mask to the ground. Tsunade, with a tone laced with menace, declared, thinking of leaving? Go ahead and try. A mere attempt could lead to your demise. Alas, it was truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers. Not only was he unable to mend the injuries of the gale, but he also found himself ensnared in this predicament. Chapter 78. Torment. When Yao emerged from Tsunade's laboratory, adorned with two prominent dark circles under his eyes, the sky outside had already brightened. This night had been nothing short of torture for Yao, in comparison to his previous experiences researching toxins alongside Scorpion. It was akin to a paradise juxtaposed with a hellish nightmare. Not only was he required to assist with menial tasks, but he also endured Tsunade's occasional disparagement. However, the most crucial aspect was Tsunade's insistence that Yao assist in testing the toxins. Her expectant gaze seemed to convey, come now, just a little taste. It's perfectly safe, not toxic at all. Darky was not foolish, upon witnessing Tsunade summoning even slugs. It was evident that she lacked a firm grasp on the potency of toxins. Thus, he resolutely refused to comply. Tsunade, in turn, relented, but her demeanor grew increasingly hostile. Darkyo considered retorting, yet the example of Shippuden was swiftly invoked to mock him, leaving him utterly speechless. Alas, what choice did he have as a ninja but to endure? Finally, he persevered until dawn, waiting for Tsunade to fall asleep. The moment he emerged, tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Just then, the gentle voice of the slug on his shoulder chimed in. By the way, Darkyo, Lady Tsunade mentioned that you were to come back tonight, or else you shall face the consequences. Damn it. Anya was consumed by a desire to confront Tsunade head-on. Yet she recognized the futility of such an endeavor. If she continued to endure this torment, her fate would be sealed. It was time to seek assistance. But who could she turn to? Jiraiya? He was absent from the village. Orochimaru? That was too risky. The Hokage? Perhaps useless. He might even assign her to accompany Tsunade. Her mentor, White Fang. It seemed equally futile. After several attempts, she was on the verge of driving him mad. After contemplating her situation, Anya found herself in a predicament with no allies to rely on. What was to be done? She refused to let this minor obstacle defeat her. Surely, there must be a solution. After some reflection, she indeed conjured up an idea. Since escape was not an option, why not enlist a strong ally? At least someone could share the burden of her suffering. How clever of her. As for her choice of companion, the answer was readily available. Upon her return to Konoha after the Second War, Anya had discreetly observed a certain individual. Aware that she was studying at the Ninja Academy, Anya had refrained from interrupting her. Yet now, she had no choice but to reach out. This individual was Kato Dan's niece, Shizen, who had been a steadfast companion to Tsunade throughout the original narrative. In the shadows, Yao donned a dark mask and dispelled the slug's summoning technique. Hastening towards the ninja school. Upon arrival, he concealed himself in the darkness and beheld several familiar figures, such as Kurenai, Konan, and of course, Shizen. However, he noticed the conspicuous absence of Kakashi, which struck him as peculiar. It had been a while since his return, and he pondered the whereabouts of that individual. Could it be that he had graduated? It seemed likely, for that proud young man trained diligently and had likely mastered the fundamentals of the Ninja Academy long ago. After casting a few more glances, Yao continued to hone his newly developed sword techniques while patiently awaiting the end of the school day. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, and students clamored towards the entrance, where parents awaited to escort them home. Yet, some orphans, like Shizen, could only make their way home alone. As she observed her classmates being embraced by their parents, an unmistakable glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. Just as she walked the lonesome path home, a shadow emerged before her. Looking up in surprise, Shizen asked, Ambusama, are you looking for me? The figure removed his mask, revealing a handsome visage adorned with a radiant smile. Do not be afraid, he said. I have been entrusted by your uncle to take care of you. From now on, you may call me uncle. Uncle, uncle? Jingying gazed at the youthful face, only slightly older than her own, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. This must be more akin to an older brother. Suddenly, a realization struck her. Is it Uncle Cat Dan? Anya affirmed, indeed, I was close friends with him. His sole wish before he departed was for me to take good care of you, and I promised him that his family would be my family. Although she was already aware of her uncle's demise in battle, hearing it mentioned still brought a wave of sorrow to Jingying. However, Anya's words provided her with a flicker of familial warmth. She couldn't help but inquire, "So, are you going to take me to your home?" Anya replied. A hint of unease in his voice. "It might be rather inconvenient for a man to look after you. But fret not, I have secured an excellent place for you." Jingyin did not press further and simply said, "All right, I will go with you." Without even asking for my name, she readily agreed to accompany me. This little girl may find herself at a disadvantage. No rush, school has just finished, and she must be hungry. Let me treat you to a meal. As if to make amends to Jingyin, Anya led her to the most expensive restaurant in Konoha, ordering an entire feast that left Jingyin astounded. She pointed to the array of dishes and exclaimed, "Can we possibly finish all of this?" With a grand gesture, Enyao confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, indulge freely. Whatever remains can be packed up." At that moment, Enyao's opulent demeanor was unmistakable, although Jingyin hesitated for a brief moment. She ultimately succumbed to the allure of the delectable cuisine and began to feast heartily. As they dined and conversed, they quickly became more familiar with one another, sharing laughter and camaraderie. After both had their fill, their bellies round and content, they noticed that half of the dishes remained on the table, proving indeed that they could not finish everything. Thus, they opted to pack the leftovers. An ominous glow emanated as the figure approached, 2 hands carrying the remnants of yesterday's meal. Silently, they arrived at Tsunade's laboratory door and kicked it lightly. Hearing the commotion, Tsunade's voice resonated from within, urging, "Come in directly." Anya hesitated at the threshold, fearing that the environment within might frighten away the silent companion she had brought along. She called through the door, "Come out first. I've brought you something to eat. You're not planning to dine in there, are you? Such consideration?" "Well done," Tsunade praised, pushing open the laboratory door. Her gaze immediately fell upon Anya, who stood there with yet another child in tow. "Who is she? You can't possibly have brought her here for me to treat, can you?" Tsunade inquired, curiosity mingling with a hint of danger in her eyes. An intriguing introduction was made. "Her name is Shizen, the niece of Kato-dan. Surely, you remember her?" "Oh, is it she?" Tsunade's gaze softened as she stepped forward to gently caress Shizen's hair, offering her solace. As Enyao observed Tsunade's favorable demeanor, he seized the opportunity to speak. "I have promised to take care of her, but considering the inherent differences between genders, it may not be entirely suitable. Therefore, I hope you can accept her." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, questioning, "You expect me to fulfill a promise you made?" Her attitude swiftly shifted. Nevertheless, Enyao was not easily deterred. He promptly devised a compelling argument. "Shizen possesses remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu, and among my acquaintances, only you, Lady Tsunade, have the capability for this. Who else would I turn to?" This was indeed true. Tsunade, unabashedly confident, glanced at the somewhat timid Shizen and ultimately refrained from uttering any words of rejection. "Let's have you learn alongside me for a couple of days." Upon hearing this, Shizen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Knowing that the person before her was Tsunade, her gaze brimmed with admiration, and she instinctively replied, "Yes, Lady Tsunade." Meanwhile, Enyao let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 79, the first team member. Once Shizen arrived, her presence proved to be effective. The outcome was that Enyao found himself alone in the laboratory, as Tsunade inundated him with a multitude of tasks, meticulously written on a note and affixed prominently. Then, she completely relinquished her responsibilities, taking Shizen to her regular medical quarters. Before departing, she offered Enyao a few words of encouragement. Yet the glint in her eyes resembled more of a threat than a reassurance. Anya gazed despondently at the sinister array of poisonous substances that filled the room, tears welling in her eyes. Yet, perhaps solitude was preferable. With Tsunade nearby, she would have to endure her admonitions. It was easier to ponder alone, though the fear of unforeseen consequences loomed large. Thus, Anya summoned the slug spirit in advance. Upon its arrival, the slug, recognizing its familiar surroundings, exclaimed, "Anya, you truly are a person of your word, arriving so early." In response to the slug's praise, Anya rolled her eyes. Could one afford to be untrustworthy? Even the third Hokage would retreat in the face of an enraged Tsunade, let alone someone as insignificant as herself. As Anya perused the notes meticulously organized by Tsunade, he addressed the slug, saying, "My esteemed Lord Slug, I shall soon undertake the task assigned by Lady Tsunade. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you understand the implications, do you not?" The slug replied in a gentle yet uncertain tone, "I cannot guarantee your safety in its entirety. That is of no concern. As long as I am not met with death, please inform Lady Tsunade to come," Anya remarked. Having a fair understanding of the slug's capabilities, he felt quite satisfied with this summoning creature. In terms of reasoning, it far surpassed Tsunade herself. The slug readily acquiesced, very well. Despite its verbal complaints, Anya was keen to learn. He had always held a fascination for poisons, and upon commencing his studies, he realized that the trifles he had experimented with alongside Scorpion were mere child's play compared to the authentic knowledge offered by Tsunade. He soon found himself utterly absorbed in her notes, reaping significant insights. With newfound knowledge came the necessity for experimentation. The ratios among various poisons represented the crux of the endeavor. The crafting of certain toxins could be irrevocably altered by the mere addition of a single drop, marking the true challenge of the process. As time flowed gently by, After Anya had laboriously completed Tsunade's initial task involving poison, he noticed that night had fallen outside. A thought struck him regarding Shifeng and Shiyin. He wondered if they would still be at the training grounds. It seemed unlikely if Shifeng continued training at that pace. He would surely exhaust himself. Ah, well, I shall take a look, Anya mused, recalling his promise to meet after a week. The shadowy figure donned a mask and, with hands deftly forming seals, invoked the technique of shadow clone jutsu. The shadow clone of Yao departed from the hospital and made its way to the training grounds. As anticipated, the area was utterly deserted, which was fortuitous. Given the condition of Jifeng's body, he would undoubtedly meet a fate as mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Just as the intention to dispel the shadow clone emerged, a solitary figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a wooden sword and charging towards the training dummy. With a series of flawless strikes, the wooden sword struck the dummy's shoulders with impeccable precision, aligning perfectly with the designated target set by Yao. Could it be Shiyin? She had come alone. The magnitude of her progress was astonishing. Or perhaps she had concealed her capabilities yesterday. Yao resolved to continue observing. Intently watching as Shiyin practiced diligently alone, it was evident that she was emulating Yao's initial strike, and as her practice progressed, she began to exhibit a remarkable semblance. With a commendable talent, Yao offered his assessment. In comparison to Jifeng, Shiyan's aptitude was superior, and even Jifeng, in his prime physical condition, would likely find his skills with the blade eclipsed by Shiyan's potential. Darky was captivated. With Shiyan's current talent, it would take merely 2.5 years of practice for her to join the Umbu and assist herself without any difficulty. The recruits were in place. Now it was a matter of whether she would agree. Darkia was not in a hurry, patiently awaiting the moment her stamina would wane. He was eager to ascertain the extent of Shiyan's potential, for women naturally face disadvantages in physical confrontations, though exceptions like Tsunade were to be noted. With each strike, 1 cut, 2 cuts, as the training progressed, the admiration in Dark Yao's eyes deepened, until Shiyin could no longer endure and was about to collapse. Dark Yu swiftly appeared and caught her. The green medical chakra began to envelop her back, gradually restoring a semblance of strength within her. Anya spoke up, "You've trained well." "I didn't expect you to come here." Shiyin, seemingly unfazed by Anya's arrival, calmly replied, "It's because I wish to learn your swordsmanship." "Why?" Anya inquired. After a brief moment of silence, Shiyin responded, "Uncle Hai's swordsmanship is far too perilous. I aspire to master your techniques so that I may teach Jifeng, as he has a great fondness for swords." Anya let out a soft sigh, pondering aloud whether, given his extraordinary abilities, it might be more fitting for him to lead a life as an ordinary person. Shiyuan paused for a moment, then ultimately shook her head in response, asserting that he would never wish to be merely an ordinary individual, as being a ninja was his aspiration. Accepting this, Anya refrained from further persuasion. Recognizing that everyone possesses their own convictions and that it is unnecessary to impose one's beliefs upon others, he then straightforwardly articulated his intent. "I can teach you the art of swordsmanship, but I hope you will join the Umbu and become my comrade." "What do you say? Join the Umbu? Is it truly possible for me?" Shiyuan's expression revealed that she was not averse to the idea. Anya assured, "It is not feasible at this moment. Yet with my guidance and your relentless training each day, joining the Shadow Division is not far off." Shiyan nodded in agreement. "All right, I accept." Beneath the mask, Anya's expression brightened. It was no small feat, for the first team member had finally emerged. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the fundamental 13 stances of swordsmanship, which encompass the very essence of the art. Since the day I took up the sword, I have not ceased my practice even for a single day." Anya grasped the wooden sword from Shiyan's hands and demonstrated the fundamental techniques of swordsmanship before her. In that moment, he resembled Baya during his own training. And after years of diligent practice, Anya had honed his skills to a level that rivaled Baya's, exuding an artistic beauty that left Shiyan spellbound. She had never imagined that swordsmanship could possess such elegance, and at that instant, her perspective on learning the art subtly shifted. Upon completing the demonstration, Anya inquired, "So, did you remember it?" The question jolted Shiyan back to reality, and with a hint of embarrassment, she replied softly, "I remembered a little." "A little? That means you didn't remember much at all. Clearly, you were not focused," Anya remarked, though he refrained from admonishing her, considering she was his first team member. Instead, he patiently stated, "I will demonstrate it once more. Stay concentrated. With your talent, you will learn it swiftly." "Yes, I will study diligently," Shiyan declared, her eyes widening as she fixated on Anya. Thus, beneath the moonlight, the two figures, a large one and a small one, practiced the art of the blade in the training ground. Chapter 80. Perceiving the soul after a night of research, dawn broke, and Anya found himself before 2 vials of liquid, having finally completed the task assigned by Tsunade. It had not been an easy feat stretching his somewhat sore muscles. He stood to relax his body. Just then, the door swung open, and a refreshed Tsunade entered. Clearly having enjoyed a restful sleep after leaving the troublesome task to Anya, she immediately noticed the 2 vials on the table, approached them, and uncapped one. Inhaling deeply before her eyes sparkled with delight. "Not bad at all," Tsunade exclaimed, her tongue clicking in astonishment. "I never expected you to actually accomplish this, in my estimation. Completing even 1 vial would have been an extraordinary achievement." Anya, gritting his teeth in frustration at her earlier assumptions, wore a faintly ingratiating smile as he asked. Since I have exceeded expectations, does that mean I can take the night off? Rest? What is there to rest at such a young age? If you die? You can sleep as long as you wish, Tsunade retorted sharply. Given your exceptional talent, you should seize the moment. I even believe the task I assigned you yesterday was insufficient. With a face full of questions, Inyao felt that he could no longer endure the situation. Even if it meant facing the teacher's wrath, he resolved to seek help. Determined, he stepped outside and headed straight to his teacher, vowing not to return until he had sought assistance. Thus, Inyao promptly remarked, "Shall I return for a nap and come back tonight?" "Very well, go ahead," Tsunade replied. Her attention captivated by the poison concocted by Inyao, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Once outside, Inyao wasted no time and made a beeline for the interrogation department. After wandering around for a bit, he was disheartened to find no sign of his teacher. However, the personnel in the department noticed a member of the Umbu wandering aimlessly and approached him with curiosity, inquiring, "Excuse me, is there an order from the Hokage?" Upon hearing this, Inyao quickly donned a facade of authority, stating, "Oh, the Hokage sent me to find Hatake Kakashi." The staff member, puzzled, replied, "Didn't he just receive a visit?" It was said that important intelligence was obtained from a prisoner, possibly leading to a mission for him. Ahem. Inyao cleared his throat and explained, "It is precisely because of the urgency of the mission that the Hokage dispatched several individuals. I must have arrived a bit late. Since the message has been conveyed, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for the person's belief, Inyao swiftly departed. His teacher had a mission. What a rare opportunity. He must ensure to be included, for not only could he escape his current predicament but also test his newly acquired sword techniques, achieving 2 goals in 1 stroke. Before long, Inyao found himself at the door of the Hokage's office. He knocked gently. "Come in." As Inyao entered, he found only the 3rd Hokage present within. He respectfully greeted, "Good day, Hokage." The 3rd Hokage smiled gently and inquired, "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Anya cautiously inquired, "I have heard that Lord Hokage has assigned a mission to my teacher. May I accompany him?" The 3rd Hokage's smile slightly faded as he replied, "You have arrived too late. He has already departed. This mission is quite urgent, as it involves vital information obtained from a captive, and circumstances may change at any moment, necessitating immediate action." Indeed, Anya understood this and felt a twinge of disappointment. Undeterred, she asked, "Are there any other tasks that require my assistance?" Noticing Anya's eagerness to undertake a mission, the 3rd Hokage found her enthusiasm somewhat peculiar, yet he did not refuse her. Frankly speaking, since the conclusion of the Second Great Ninja War, there were numerous challenges to address, and all available ninjas had already been dispatched, even those freshly graduated. Thus, Anya, a skilled ninja, volunteering for a task was indeed a positive development. As he sifted through a pile of assignments, the 3rd Hokage's attention was suddenly captured by a particular document. Upon opening it, his expression shifted to one of peculiar astonishment. He cleared his throat twice and swiftly tucked the document into his bag. Then, feigning nonchalance, he declared, "It appears there is indeed a task for you. This pertains to the future strategy of our village and is a long-term and arduous undertaking. I have every confidence that you will see it through successfully." With that, the 3rd Hokage approached Anya solemnly and placed the file bag into her hands. From his demeanor, one could sense the weight of this task. Given such regard for her capabilities, she resolved to accept it. It certainly seemed safer than remaining by Tsunade's side. Anya accepted the document bag with unwavering determination, declaring, "I assure you I will accomplish the task." Upon witnessing Anya take the bag, the 3rd Hokage promptly turned away, gesturing with his hand, "Very well. Familiarize yourself with the mission." Understood. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the office, only to reappear with a curious demeanor as he opened the document pouch. After merely glancing at its contents, he felt an overwhelming urge to tear the papers into shreds. It was utterly confounding. No wonder I was allowed to leave this morning. This was the reason for my summons. The document, under the guise of a mission for the greater good of the village, stated that I was to assist Tsunade in enhancing the village's medical system. Yet, I am not a medical ninja. True, I possess some knowledge in that area. But with so many others who are more qualified, why must it be me? In this moment, Inyao could vividly envision Tsunade's triumphant smile within the confines of the hospital. It appeared that he could not escape her grasp. He resigned himself to the inevitable. "Very well, I shall go," he mused, a wicked determination swelling within him. "Someday," he thought, "I shall concoct a poison so intricate that it befuddles even you, rendering you unconscious," and then, suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted Inyao's reverie. "Oh, dear brother, your smile is quite sinister." Startled by the sound, Inyao instinctively touched his face, realizing that his mask was still in place. How could she perceive the smile beneath it? An ominous figure stood before the source of the voice, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary little girl, who bore no trace of malice. "How did you know I was just laughing?" the figure inquired, perplexed. The girl, equally bewildered, simply replied, "I just know." This answer caused a frown to crease the figure's brow, for it seemed she spoke no falsehood. Was it intuition, clairvoyance, or some other mysterious ability? Under the mask, Inyao wore a sorrowful expression and inquired, "What about now?" The girl shook her head, indicating that she could not see. How peculiar. Could it have been mere coincidence? Surely not, for Yin Yao never believed in chance occurrences. There must be a reason behind it. As thoughts raced through his mind, Yin Yao formed an inexplicable hypothesis. Little sister, please take another look. With that, Yin Yao clasped his hands together, employing the art of spiritual manifestation. A pitch-black soul entity emerged, swirling in the air as it made a playful grimace at the girl. Instantly, the girl was amused, returning the gesture with a grin. Indeed, this girl possessed the ability to perceive souls. Anya dispelled the technique of spiritual transformation. Her gaze piercing as she inquired, "What is your name?" The little girl found this older brother quite amusing and replied with a smile, "My name is Nozomi Rin." Chapter 81. A Clear Conscience. The gaze of Anya upon Lin Yahara resembled that of one observing a rare species. She could perceive the essence of the soul, suggesting that Lin possessed the potential to master the art of spiritual enlightenment. What remained to be discovered was whether she could behold her own soul. What was that just now? Lin Yahara pondered with great curiosity. The soul, Anya replied. Every individual possesses a soul. Are you able to see your own? How does one even perceive their own soul? Lin Yahara questioned, somewhat perplexed. Anya retorted, well, can you, like I can, allow your soul to depart from your body? Noera Rin, looking bewildered, shook her head. Anya inquired once more, do you wish to learn? Without hesitation, Noera Rin replied, I do. Excellent, follow me, Anya responded. In truth, Anya's grasp of the art of spiritual transformation was still quite rudimentary. During the time when Kato was alive, they could engage in discussions together, but with his demise, she found herself alone in her knowledge. Now, with the emergence of a gifted individual, Anya was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Before long, Anya led Noera Rin to a hospital, deliberately avoiding the laboratory, as its presence would undoubtedly intimidate her. Instead, they opted for an unoccupied patient room, where Anya patiently began to elucidate the principles of spiritual transformation. Regrettably, as Noera Rin was unable to separate her soul from her body, she could only grasp fragments of the explanation, lingering in a state of partial comprehension. After a lengthy discourse, Anya found her words to be of little effect. Realizing this approach was futile, she contemplated using her spiritual transformation technique to allow the other person to experience it firsthand. Without hesitation, Anya gestured towards her own head, indicating, like this, open your mind and do not fear. I will summon what you previously witnessed and let it enter your being. However, before she could finish her sentence, the door was violently kicked open, shattering into pieces as it flew several meters across the room. Tsunade's piercing gaze swept across the room, quickly locking onto Anya as she raised her iron fist and charged, exclaiming, You lecherous little scoundrel. You dare to prey upon such a young girl? I shall end you. Even before the punch reached her, the overwhelming force of Tsunade's strike surged towards Anya, clearly utilizing her exceptional strength. Have you lost your mind? Anya exclaimed in shock. Instinctively, her palm glowed with green chakra, summoning the surgical knife technique she had just mastered. Instead of retreating, she advanced, striking Tsunade's arm joint to halt her attack. Fearing further escalation, Anya swiftly severed another artery in Tsunade's arm. Seeing Anya retaliate only fueled Tsunade's fury, causing her chakra to swell dramatically as her presence intensified. Calm down. Look where we are. You wouldn't want to demolish a hospital, would you? Anya wished to avoid a prolonged confrontation, knowing that regardless of the outcome, the aftermath would be dire. Meanwhile, Yawahara Rin stood by, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon hearing Anya's words, Tsunade regained some composure, sneering. You have the audacity to commit such acts in a hospital and still utter those words? What have I done? Anya replied, feigning innocence. Tsunade, now incensed, retorted. I heard your previous remarks from outside the door. Would you like me to repeat them? It was at this moment that Rin finally grasped the situation. Her face flushing as she interjected, Lady Tsunade, you have misunderstood this esteemed Umbu. He was teaching me ninjutsu. Tsunade, skeptical, replied, What kind of ninjutsu requires entering one's body? At that, Anya found herself bemused. It's from the battlefield of Sunagakure, as you may recall. Tsunade was taken aback, recalling the scene when Anya had employed the spiritual transformation technique and suddenly realized she had indeed misjudged him. However, upon reflection, she concluded that the misunderstanding was not entirely unwarranted. With a curious glint in her eyes, Tsunade remarked, I have heard you often escort the daughter of the Sunset Crimson to school, that you seek out female students in the Rain Village, and that you have taken in the girl Shizen. Now, you are instructing another girl in ninjutsu. Not to mention the words you spoke upon our first meeting, which I still remember. Your image, humph. After her tirade, Tsunade huffed disdainfully and proudly departed. Anya, unable to hold back, silently added that her very first recruited team member was also a girl. It dawned on her that she had inadvertently attracted the attention of numerous females. What was happening? She had not realized she was ensnared in a web of romantic entanglements. Wait, let me sort this out, she thought. Inuzuka Kurenai was initially approached with ulterior motives, but over time, I grew fond of her personality, hence the playful teasing. However, to claim it was love would be an exaggeration. As for Conan, she was merely a strategic asset. Shizen represented a promise to a dear friend, a duty I must fulfill. Moreover, I had found a splendid mentor for her. Then there is Yuya. With her exceptional talent for blades, she could easily become a competent aide with a bit of training. Recruiting her posed no issue. And what of the girl Yawahara-rin? Where has she gone? As Yin Yao cast a glance around, he discovered that Nozomi Wildfield had quietly slipped to the side of the door at some point, appearing ready to make a discreet exit. Clearly, Tsunade's words had resonated within her, causing her perception of this older brother figure to plummet, now akin to that of a philanderer. And shadowy figure suddenly obstructed her path, as if mocking her. After much effort, she had finally found someone capable of teaching her the art of spiritual transformation. There was no way she would let this opportunity slip away. Noticing the fear reflected in Naira-rin's eyes, the figure spoke earnestly. Let me be frank. My intention to teach you the art of spiritual transformation does indeed have a purpose, but it is not what you might think. I believe this ninjutsu possesses immense potential waiting to be unearthed. Alone, my progress is minuscule, so encountering you feels like a stroke of luck. Perhaps you can grasp insights that I have yet to discover. I also believe this is a fortunate opportunity for you. Now that this chance lies before you, are you truly willing to walk away merely due to the words of others? This statement plunged Naira-rin into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, she finally lifted her head and inquired, I wish to know, what is your relationship with Lady Tsunade? Why are you curious about this? Anya, somewhat perplexed, responded. I have studied medical ninjutsu with her and am currently assisting her in developing poisons. The words of Naira-rin struck Anya with astonishment. It seems Lady Tsunade has taken a liking to you. The notion of the formidable Kunoichi harboring feelings for him left Anya breathless. Sister, when did you become so blind? If that punch had landed, it would have surely sent me packing. Thus, Anya expressed her apprehensions about the potential displeasure of Lady Tsunade should she accompany him in his studies. Anya, seemingly indifferent, remarked, Little sister, do not worry. Simply follow my lead in learning. It is impossible for me to be with her in this lifetime, unless I were to lose my sight. Chapter 82. A desperate gamble. Ultimately, Anya, with his silver tongue, successfully persuaded Naira-rin to remain and study ninjutsu, and he also managed to enter her body, of course. Do not misunderstand. It was his soul that entered. Unlike Anya's pitch-black soul, her soul was as pure as snow, exuding an aura of sanctity. If she were adorned with a pair of wings, Anya would likely exclaim, An angel. Is this the state of the soul? How wondrous. Through Anya's technique of soul transformation, Naira-rin finally glimpsed her own spirit. In that moment, she was filled with joy, guiding her soul to wander about, occasionally circling around Anya. After playing for a while, Naira-rin curiously inquired, Why is your soul black while mine is white? I do not know, Anya replied. This question had been previously discussed with Cat D, whose soul appeared entirely normal, mirroring his true self. Anya had initially believed himself to be the soul anomaly. Now it seemed that each soul possessed its unique characteristics. Indeed, with each additional practitioner of the soul transformation technique, there is an expansion of experience. Anya remarked, You should have a grasp of your soul by now. I will first extract myself from your body. You should attempt to see if you can control your spirit to soar beyond your physical form. With the ethereal transformation technique dispelled, Anya fixated intently on Naira-rin, who was entirely immersed in her mental realm. However, after several minutes had elapsed without any response, Anya felt a twinge of disappointment at the unfulfilled anticipation. What should be done? Perhaps a jolt to her system, or a leap from a cliff, might spur her progress? Suddenly, a voice resonated within Anya's mind. Big brother, could you assist me? I feel as though I am on the cusp of success. This voice emanated from the girl before him, suggesting that she possessed the potential for spiritual projection. Could it be a deficiency in chakra? Contemplating this, Anya invoked the ethereal transformation technique once more, infusing Naira-rin's depleted mental world with a surge of chakra, bound within her own confines. Naira-rin conjured a pair of wings in her imagination, soaring skyward like a hawk liberated from its cage, venturing into another realm. Wow, I did it. I'm free. Naira-rin's spirit had successfully detached from her corporeal form, and the world around her transformed dramatically. Moreover, she reveled in the exhilarating freedom of flight. Unbound by earthly constraints, a sensation utterly sublime. Congratulations! Anya's spirit beamed at this sight, elated to witness another adept in the ethereal transformation technique, alleviating his solitude in the pursuit of mastery. Thank you so much, big brother. Naira-rin's spirit danced around Anya, her voice brimming with gratitude. Now, I shall teach you the method to revert, Anya suggested. Let us try once more, and see if you can succeed independently. All right. With the ethereal transformation technique dispelled, Naira-rin formed hand seals, yet the same awkward scene unfolded as her spirit remained trapped within. The truth dawned upon her, her chakra was insufficient. Observing her lack of a forehead protector, it was likely that she was not even a genin. Attempting the technique under such circumstances was indeed a considerable challenge for her. Naira-rin recognized this reality, and though her earlier joy dimmed slightly, her resilient spirit quickly rallied her resolve. I will train diligently and strive to master this ninjutsu as soon as possible. Anya encouraged. Good. Keep it up. After bidding farewell to Naira-rin, Anya proceeded to the medical room in search of Tsunade, only to discover that she was absent. However, Shizen was present, her hands glowing with green chakra as she engaged in simulated training. Quite impressive. She is mastering it swiftly. Shizen soon sensed someone's arrival and, upon recognizing the familiar mask, exclaimed joyfully, Uncle? After uttering the title, she felt a twinge of awkwardness, as he was only slightly older than herself, though it was understandable given their familial hierarchy. How's your training going? Tsunade, has tea been too harsh on you, has she? Anya casually inquired. Not at all. Lady Tsunade is wonderful. She teaches with great dedication. When I first began learning, I struggled with chakra conversion, but she guided me every step of the way. She is truly amazing. Shizen's eyes sparkled with admiration, almost transforming into hearts as she praised Tsunade. Anya pondered, is this truly the Tsunade I know? How can her treatment of others vary so greatly? I recall my first learning experience. Her predatory gaze nearly devoured me whole. Never mind. Women are indeed enigmatic, Anya remarked. Where has she gone? Oh. Lady Tsunade mentioned she had to conduct an experiment and would return in the evening to assess my training results. Off again? Huh? Well, I suppose I must follow suit. Anya sighed, offering a word of encouragement. Make sure to train diligently and strive to become a certified medical ninja as soon as possible. I will, Shizen replied, her voice brimming with confidence. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Anya knocked on the door, but there was no response. No one inside? Anya pushed the door open, only to be met with a waft of toxic gas. Dark Radiance swiftly entered a state of combat, evading the noxious gas with a quick lateral movement while holding his breath. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed Tsunade meticulously preparing poisons from various vials and jars. The toxic gas that had just assailed him originated from one of them. Whether it had been intentionally aimed at him, however, remained uncertain. What brings you here? Tsunade's tone was strikingly indifferent. Did I grant you permission to enter? Anya, despite her generally amiable temperament, found herself momentarily consumed by irritation, choosing to disregard the situation. She nonchalantly tossed a document onto the table and replied in a flat tone, this is the task assignment. If it is of no use to you, kindly inform Lord Hokage, and I shall take my leave immediately. Tsunade curtly uttered 2 words, no time. With that, she dismissed Anya. Immersing herself in the intricate process of concocting poisons, she hurriedly scoured through materials, sought various toxins, and occasionally pondered the precise ratios of venom. Appearing utterly engrossed in her work, typically she would have begun directing Anya by now, yet for reasons unknown, she remained silent today, in the tranquil embrace of nature. Inyao quietly practiced his swordsmanship, reflecting upon his past combat experiences. Suddenly, one of the glass vials shattered, releasing a torrent of poisonous mist. Inyao, having merely brushed against it, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, let alone Tsunade at the heart of the noxious cloud. Damn it. What kind of poison is she concocting? Is she intent on taking us both down together? Without a moment's hesitation, Inyao held his breath and dashed into the center of the toxic fog, seizing Tsunade in an attempt to escape. To his astonishment, she remained utterly immobile despite his efforts. Darkyo looked utterly perplexed. Sister, what are you planning to do? Are you contemplating suicide? In response to Darkyo's astonished gaze, Tsunade swiftly formed hand seals and inhaled deeply, drawing the toxic mist from the room into her body. Witnessing the laboratory return to its original state, Darkyo shouted, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? This is poison. Tsunade fixed her gaze upon Darkyo and replied, I am aware. The toxins include those from the pufferfish, the silver-ringed snake, and the death insect. You enjoy gambling, don't you? I have 5 hours left to live, and I wager that you can concoct an antidote within that time. I don't share your fondness for gambling. Am I to wager my life? Can I opt out of this? If you die, what becomes of me? The third Hokage would surely execute me. Chapter 83, Rumors in the Village faced with her gamble. Darky was compelled to engage wholeheartedly. The atmosphere in the laboratory shifted dramatically. Tsunade, who had previously been bustling with activity, now lay half reclined and drowsy, while Darky became busily occupied. Each of the 3 poisons was lethal, and Tsunade's task of extracting a new toxin from them was exponentially more challenging. Moreover, she needed to stabilize it into a form suitable for ninjas to utilize, a feat fraught with difficulty. Failure was a reasonable expectation. Darky scrutinized Tsunade's potion ratios, attempting to neutralize the conflicting properties of the various poisons. The interactions were not merely a matter of simple balance. Thousands of experiments would be required to achieve success. Thus, the creation of an antidote was far more arduous than that of poison. As the process unfolded, Tsunade's notes were flipped through page by page, her deft hands moving swiftly as she conducted experiments. Each failure led to another attempt, and amid the flurry of activity, Darkyu nearly lost track of time. Fully immersed in the task at hand, he remained oblivious to Tsunade, who had been watching him with a newfound intensity, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. Failure. Try again. Failure. Continue. As the failures mounted, Darkyu's expression became increasingly vibrant. He had begun to discern the underlying reasons for the failures, and success was within reach. Indeed, during the next experiment, the carefully measured ingredients did not dissipate as before but began to merge, gradually forming a grayish pill. It was done. Anya, filled with urgency, hastily retrieved a gray pill and presented it before Tsunade. A dark aura enveloped Tsunade's face, her eyes tightly shut, and her brows furrowed in evident agony. Witnessing her distress, Anya quickly brought the pill to her lips, urging, hurry, take the antidote. Yet, Tsunade remained unresponsive, and a wave of dread washed over Anya. Could it be that she was on the brink of death? Inyo gazed at her mountainous figure, silently contemplating the phrase. In the eyes of a doctor, there is no gender. He extended his hand, intending to check for her heartbeat. Just as his fingers reached halfway, Tsunade's eyes flew open. What do you intend to do? She exclaimed. Oh, you're still alive? That's a relief. Inyo sighed in relief. Quickly, the antidote has been developed. Take it. And you shall be well. Such a slow process, Tsunade remarked. What are you standing there for? Do you think I can still move? Feed it to me. All right. Inyo bent down, carefully bringing the antidote to her lips. Tsunade extended her tongue, swallowing the pill, inadvertently brushing against Inyao's fingers. The silky sensation sent a shiver through his heart. After consuming the antidote, the dark aura around Tsunade dissipated rapidly, her complexion gradually regained some color. And her spirit seemed to improve, though traces of lingering poison remained. It appeared she had indeed survived. Inyo noted Tsunade's luck in gambling. She had never won at games of chance, yet she had triumphed in this gamble for life. Clearly, in this instance, she had won, as Inyo successfully concocted the antidote within 5 hours. Your antidote is ineffective, Tsunade languidly remarked. Even after taking it, I still feel weak and feverish. It seems today's research is impossible. What a pity, I haven't completed a single task. The underlying implication in her words was unmistakable, and Inyo, feigning ignorance, reached out to touch her forehead, saying it feels fine, not hot at all. Tsunade, taken aback by a man touching her forehead for the first time, felt her face flush deeper. Oh, it does feel a bit warm. Inyo, surprised, pondered whether she had been truthful. Irritated, Tsunade lifted her knee in a swift motion. Inyo, completely unprepared for her sudden assault, felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he collapsed onto her, their faces coming into close contact, breaths mingling. And the sensations rendered them both momentarily speechless. Oh, I didn't mean to. A voice echoed from the laboratory entrance. Jing-in, having arrived unbeknownst to them, spotted their position and, blushing, turned away to explain. Tsunade-sama mentioned she would check on my progress. I waited a long time, but she didn't come. So, I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. Jing-in babbled her explanation, covering her face as she hurried away. Tsunade, regaining her composure, shoved Inyo off her, hurrying out of the laboratory with a hasty remark that it was all his fault, leaving behind no trace of her prior weakness. Inyo, lying on the ground and enduring the pain, summoned green chakra to heal his wounds. Cold sweat broke out on his back as he silently lamented his lack of vigilance. Had Tsunade's kick been a fraction stronger, he might have contemplated ending his own life to see if there would be a next life, once he had healed. Inyo stood up, acknowledging that although he had endured a blow, the sensation was not entirely regrettable. He glanced at the stickers on the wall, ultimately deciding to remain and fulfill his tasks for the night. Meanwhile, after assessing Jing-yin's progress, Tsunade seriously explained, what you just witnessed was fabricated. Before she could finish, Jing-yin instinctively responded, I understand, Tsunade-sama, you need not worry. Tsunade, with a hint of suspicion, inquired, do you truly understand? Jing-yin nodded fervently, indeed. When Tsunade returned to the laboratory, she immediately saw Inyo immersed in work, a slight smile gracing her lips as she stretched, and then turned to leave. Thus, Inyo found himself busier than ever. During the day, he sometimes escorted Hinata and Conan to school. In the afternoon, he assisted Lin in researching spiritual transformation techniques. And at night, he balanced the tasks assigned by Tsunade while teaching Tsukuyami through shadow clones, his schedule thoroughly packed. After an unknown duration, one day Tsunade tossed a document his way, stating, the application you submitted for Yuzuki Yugao to join the Umbu has been approved. She has been assigned to route for training, so you no longer need to secretly teach her using shadow clones. Additionally, I have decided to enter seclusion for research. Accompany me, and refrain from going out. Tsunade spoke casually. After listening, Inyo nodded in agreement, harboring no dissenting opinions. The research accomplishments during this period have indeed been remarkable. At the very least, they have successfully condensed one of the toxins, utilizing chakra to manipulate its release into a toxic mist to assail their adversaries. This can be deemed an effective offensive strategy. With continued exploration, it is certain that new toxins will emerge, thereby augmenting the diversity of their attacks. Anya's understanding of toxins was progressing rapidly. Confronted with the poison from the sand-hidden village, he felt confident in his ability to unravel its mysteries. Additionally, he was pleased to note a subtle change in Tsunade's attitude towards him following their previous misunderstanding. Their collaboration was gradually becoming more harmonious, alleviating the earlier strain. The two of them worked diligently into the night, and Tsunade began to show signs of fatigue, stifling yawns. Just then, Anya sensed something, a wave of spiritual energy drifted in, penetrating his mind. Hey, big brother, guess who I am? With such a striking white spirit, there could be no doubt. Yahiko. You've mastered the art of spiritual transformation on your own. It seems you've made significant progress during this time. Indeed, I train diligently every day. Excellent. Immersing oneself in practice, undistracted by the outside world, will inevitably yield results. Oh, I'm not completely oblivious. For instance, there are many rumors circulating in the village today. Everyone is discussing someone named White Fang. What did you say? Chapter 84. A journey forth. The aura that suddenly surged within Inyao's mind nearly shattered the soul of Yi Yuanlin. Upon witnessing this scene, He hastily retracted his power. Once Yuan Lin stabilized her spirit, her face reflected a profound sense of fear. In her ethereal state, she perceived the vast chasm between herself and him, akin to the stark difference between a firefly and the bright moon. The disparity was indeed overwhelming. Big brother, you were truly terrifying just now. I apologize for losing my composure. And you quickly inquired, could you elaborate on what you heard? What precisely is the rumor? Yuan Lin pondered for a moment before responding. I did not catch all the details, but it seems he abandoned his mission to save someone. Abandoned a mission to save someone? And Yeo mused, considering the implications. It appeared to be a reasonable act, however. A ninja who forsakes their mission would likely face significant repercussions. Given the temperament of the third Hokage, it was reasonable to assume that the consequences would not be excessively harsh. Yet, Inyao remained uneasy, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. The fact that Tsunade was deliberately isolating herself to delve into her study suggested that this matter was indeed grave. I cannot remain idle. I must seek out my teacher. Anya addressed Wildfield Lin. Thank you for sharing this with me. Your soul is on the verge of collapse. Please release the spirit transformation technique. All right, understood. An aura of intrigue enveloped the drowsy Tsunade as Anya approached her, suddenly inquiring, are you concealing something from me? Startled from her stupor, Tsunade replied, why do you ask such a question? An ominous reminder echoed, do not forget, I possess the art of spiritual manifestation. Although my body may be ensnared, my soul remains unbound. Alas. Tsunade sighed and said, I do this for your own good. This matter is intricate, and you should not involve yourself. Anyo, in bewilderment, remarked, what is so complicated about it? Isn't it merely a matter of sacrificing the mission to save a life? At worst, one can simply complete the task again after the rescue. A faint smile of bitterness crept onto Tsunade's face as she replied, hearing your words. I realize your youth is evident. No wonder you failed to grasp the intricacies involved. Regardless of the reason, if a ninja willingly abandons their mission, can they still be considered a ninja? This statement struck Anyao like a thunderclap, awakening a realization within him. Indeed, although he had accomplished numerous tasks, he had never truly contemplated their significance or reached a point of self-sacrifice for the sake of a mission. His understanding of a ninja's way of life had remained superficial, revolving solely around the simplistic notion of completing tasks for monetary gain. Tsunade's words immediately illuminated the gravity of the matter for him. Inyao, no longer inclined to speak, turned to leave. Wait, Tsunade interjected, positioning herself in front of him with a grave expression. Trust me, do not go. Your presence would be of no benefit. And I hope you believe in the Hokage. He will surely handle the situation with utmost care. Anya took a deep breath and coldly remarked, if your teacher were in trouble, could you remain indifferent? Upon hearing these words, Tsunade's expression stiffened, and she sighed as she stepped aside to clear the path. Having exited the laboratory, Anya swiftly made her way to Kakashi's home. After a long absence, Kakashi was present at home, evidently aware of the rumors circulating in the village. He sat alone, lost in his own gloom, oblivious to Anya's arrival. Anya stepped forward and called out, Kakashi, where is our teacher? Kakashi, upon seeing Anya, flashed a faint smile. She was the first to bravely approach him since the rumors had spread. Truly, she was a worthy student of her father. He gestured towards a room, indicating that someone was inside. Upon entering the room, Anya's gaze immediately fell upon her teacher, White Fang. However, this was her first time witnessing him in such a state. His expression was utterly despondent, his eyes bloodshot and vacant. His beloved White Fang's blade lay discarded to the side, and he bore no semblance of the formidable figure he once was. Upon witnessing this, Inyao felt a pang of sorrow deep within and involuntarily uttered, Teacher, it is merely a teammate. If he has been captured, it is only due to his lack of strength. Why burden yourself with such a predicament? Upon hearing these words, Baya's expression shifted subtly, his voice hoarse as he replied, do you truly believe that? Have you considered what if the one captured were you? How would you wish me to decide? Curse be it, Inyao realized he had misspoken. For a moment, he struggled to find the appropriate words to comfort his teacher. He stepped forward, crouching before him, and earnestly declared, if there is a matter at hand, I cannot stand idly by. I shall resolve this. Please trust in me. When I return, remember, you must wait for me. Having spoken, Inyao turned and approached Kakashi, advising, the teacher's demeanor is somewhat concerning. Keep a watchful eye. If you notice anything amiss, seek Tsunade immediately. Understand? Kakashi, brimming with confidence, patted his chest and assured, rest assured, I am now a Chunin. I will take good care of father. Indeed. Anya gently patted Kakashi's shoulder before vanishing in an instant. He hurriedly arrived at the door of the Hokage's office and knocked lightly. Come in, the third Hokage said, clearly unperturbed by Anya's arrival. I knew you would come. Yenyu swiftly declared, Lord Hokage, I wish to obtain the details of my teacher's mission. Since he has been unable to complete it, I, as his disciple, shall take it upon myself to fulfill it. This way, it cannot be deemed a relinquishment of duty. The third Hokage sighed deeply and replied, this mission is exceedingly covert. Even your teacher acquired intelligence only after a prolonged period of infiltration behind enemy lines. It has now been intercepted by other villages. Even if you were to undertake it, the likelihood of success would be exceedingly slim, and you could very well lose your life in the process. I cannot permit you to proceed. Inyo spoke candidly, Hokage, Even without the information, I shall go. The implication was nearly tantamount to stating that he was merely here to inform the Hokage. Whether or not he received consent was inconsequential. Had it been the hot-tempered Raikage, he might have already struck him with a fierce blow. However, the third Hokage was different. He understood In Yao's current sentiments and even felt a sense of pride in the bond between him and White Fang. Nevertheless, he hesitated. Reluctant to send In Yao to his demise, and he could not dispatch a large entourage to accompany him, as it might easily reignite the recently quelled flames of war. Have you made up your mind? Ultimately, the third Hokage produced the classified document. Yes. Very well, I shall not impede you. The third Hokage decided to take a gamble. Handing the document to In Yao, I will publicly declare that this mission has not been abandoned, but is instead being continued by the disciple of White Fang. Should you succeed, the doubts will diminish. If you cannot complete the task, do not act recklessly. Remember that preserving your life is paramount. Thank you, Hokage. In Yao exhaled in relief as he solemnly accepted the weighty document, akin to 1,000 pounds. Without further ado, he set forth at a swift pace toward the unknown expanse, time being of the essence. The recent encounter with his mentor felt like a sharp blade lodged in his heart, igniting an overwhelming urgency within him. At that moment, outside the door, Danzo, who had intended to enter, halted his steps and silently departed. Shortly after, he descended to the underground, where several root members appeared around him. Danzo ominously instructed, "Have the darkness memorize the contents of this paper. Tomorrow, pay a visit to White Fang's residence. Furthermore, intensify the propaganda. I want the entirety of Konoha to know that White Fang has abandoned the mission." The root members swiftly responded, "Understood." Chapter 85. Scar of the Blade. As Inu swiftly approached the gates of Konoha, he encountered an unexpected figure, Tsunade. It seemed she had anticipated In Yao's intentions and had awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him, she immediately stepped forward and inquired, "Are you truly going?" Anya affirmed with certainty, "Indeed, we must go. I shall accompany you." As the dark brilliance of surprise mingled with a touch of emotion, he quickly shook his head in refusal. He was acutely aware that, to minimize the repercussions of this matter, only two individuals in the village were qualified to continue White Fang's legacy: himself, the disciple, and his master's son, Kakashi. Should Tsunade accompany them, even if the mission was accomplished, the rumors would not dissipate. He trusted that Tsunade understood this. Ultimately, Tsunade sighed, removed the necklace from around her neck, and placed it on Anyao, speaking in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, "Return alive." In his previous life, Anyao had never encountered any short videos regarding this necklace and was unaware of its special significance. Yet, he was taken aback by Tsunade's demeanor. Was this truly her? It felt as if she had transformed into someone else. However, with matters weighing on his mind, Anyao dismissed further contemplation and boldly declared, "Rest assured, the one capable of killing me has yet to be born." With that, Anyao summoned the eagle puppet from the scroll and waved at Tsunade as it soared into the sky. In midair, Anyao swiftly perused the intelligence report. This was a document from the Hidden Cloud Village, which, according to the captured enemy, contained information potent enough to alter the balance of power within the ninja world. Consequently, the Hokage had taken it very seriously and dispatched White Fang alongside another Jonin at the earliest opportunity. However, the name of the other Jonin had been deliberately erased from the report. During the operation, White Fang successfully acquired the intelligence, but as they were departing, they were discovered by the Umbu of the Hidden Cloud. A fierce pursuit ensued, and during the battle, the other Jonin was captured, forcing White Fang to make a critical choice. Ultimately, he relinquished the intelligence to save his comrade's life. The final clash occurred at the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Water, where the Hidden Cloud had dispatched 30 Umbu operatives, leaving the possibility of reinforcements uncertain. A full day had passed since this mission commenced. Based on the speed of the Umbu, they should be nearing the Hidden Cloud Village. It seemed that to retrieve the intelligence, a visit to the Hidden Cloud Village was imperative. Was it possible that he would need to resurrect the identity of Bayun? In the depths of his mind, Anyao pondered strategies, only to dismiss each one in turn. Having recently endured a battle with the White Fang, Yunin Village was undoubtedly on high alert, making it impossible to infiltrate as effortlessly as before. He resolved to first ascertain the movements of the Umbu before devising a plan. Embracing a step-by-step approach, his heart was a tempest of anxiety. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily upon him. His prior intelligence gathering had made him acutely aware of Yunin Village's formidable strength, and he knew that even confronting two Jinchuriki would prove too great a challenge. After a period of flight, Anyao discerned signs of conflict in a clearing below, unmistakably the battleground of both sides. He bypassed the remnants of the skirmish, activating his Sharingan to seek the trail of the Umbu. Under the profound insight of his ocular prowess, the movements of the Yunin Umbu were laid bare. Following these traces, Anyao began to glide at a lower altitude, reducing his speed. Throughout this relentless pursuit, Anyao gradually amassed his energy, containing his murderous intent entirely within himself. Channeling it into his blade, his short sword, still sheathed, began to quiver slightly, emitting a faint chime. Should the Umbu fail to return to the village immediately and dare to linger or rest in the wilderness, he was confident he could unleash a devastating strike, decimating half of their ranks in an instant. As he continued his flight, Anyao's demeanor shifted abruptly. He sensed a barrier. Could it be? At that moment, A wave of elation surged within him as the optimal scenario he had envisioned unfolded. The Umbu had chosen not to retreat but rather to pause and recuperate. This significantly alleviated the pressure he faced. Anyao concealed his presence, cautiously approaching the barrier's perimeter. Familiar with sealing techniques, he was no stranger to such enchantments and even possessed the capability to craft barriers himself. Thus, he understood precisely how to dismantle them. However, he refrained from causing any commotion and placed his hand upon the seal, methodically working to unravel it. Before long, a small breach appeared in the barrier, and Anyao leapt through. Upon entry, a familiar metallic scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, causing his expression to shift dramatically. There were unforeseen complications. Anyao disregarded the need for stealth and hastened to the source of the sanguine aroma. What he beheld was a gruesome sight. Corpses lay strewn across the ground in disarray. Some with masks shattered, revealing expressions of despair etched upon their faces in their final moments. The Dark Envoy surveyed the corpses, finding them consistent with the records. It was evident that all members of the hidden division from Yunin village had perished in this place. In a relentless search, Anyao meticulously examined all the corpses, yet yielded no results. It appeared that the adversaries were also after intelligence. Observing the battleground, it was evident that these 30 members of the Umbu had been utterly overwhelmed. Uncertainty loomed as to whether there had been a direct confrontation or if the Umbu had been ambushed. However, the distinction was clear. The bodies served as the most telling clues. Anyao arranged the 30 corpses together, even reconstructing each dismembered limb. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he scrutinized the myriad of wounds on the corpses, revealing their secrets under his penetrating gaze. The knife wounds were unmistakable. Each of the 30 corpses had succumbed to such injuries, yet the nature of the wounds varied. Some bore marks akin to those made by sharp blades, while others had been decapitated outright, and some bodies were charred beyond recognition. With each new type of knife wound discovered, Enyu silently cataloged the information. Once he had thoroughly examined all 30 corpses, he had formed a clear understanding. He exhaled a heavy sigh and murmured to himself, 7 distinct patterns of knife wounds, indicative of a frontal assault. The only ones capable of such a feat must be the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. This revelation plunged Anyao deeper into despair. While he believed he might have had a slim chance of infiltrating the village hidden in the clouds, perhaps even leveraging Baiyin's identity to gather intelligence, the village hidden in the mist was an impenetrable enigma. He had deliberately overlooked this village during his last reconnaissance, fully aware that as an outsider, he would draw unwanted attention. Yet, at this juncture, the location of the intelligence was firmly established, regardless of how perilous the venture might be. Anyao resolved to press on, declaring, "I shall breach the depths of the village hidden in the mist." Chapter 86. Follow me from now on. Before deciding to enter the hidden mist village, Anyao first sought out a nearby exchange office. With prior experience, he swiftly located it within a public restroom. The staff inside, displaying an unmistakable air of indifference, inquired, "What services may we assist you with today?" An enigmatic figure remarked, "A bounty task, designated personnel." "Oh?" The service staff, intrigued, inquired, "Who is designated?" Anaya swiftly uttered a name, Kakuzu. The attendant, evidently familiar with the notorious title of this formidable assassin, assumed a serious demeanor and inquired, "What is the bounty?" "Meet me in the hidden mist village. The specifics are not convenient to disclose. My name is Anaya. And here is the deposit." Anaya produced a substantial pouch of coins and handed it over, continuing, "I have a small request." The attendant accepted the pouch with caution and asked, "What is your request?" "I hope he arrives as swiftly as possible." "Understood," the attendant replied. With this assurance secured at the exchange office, Anaya promptly departed. He had no time to await Kakuzu's arrival. After employing his eagle puppet, he soared to the vicinity of the hidden mist village before finally alighting. Unfamiliar with this area, he was reluctant to recklessly intrude. Such an action would not accomplish his mission but rather lead to his demise. Upon arrival, Anaya comprehended why this place was dubbed the hidden mist village. A persistent, subtle fog lingered in the air, and rivers and lakes were abundant, starkly contrasting with the arid hidden sand village. The spot where he landed appeared to be a small village encircled by forest. Once inside, Anaya soon encountered a young man, who approached with a familiar smile and inquired, "Could you please direct me to the hidden mist village?" The young man regarded Anaya with suspicion, shaking his head and refusing to utter a single word. Under ordinary circumstances, Anaya might have chosen to withdraw, but today was different. The gleaming eyes swiftly transformed, and the man became utterly rigid, his expression turning vacant. As he had succumbed to the illusion, Anya commanded, "Draw the map of the hidden mist village." A man picked up a stick and mechanically began to sketch on the ground. Just as he had completed half of the drawing, a whistling sound pierced the air. Anya's expression shifted, and he swiftly retreated, noticing several fine needles where he had just stood. This was the fluctuation of chakra, and rather than being alarmed, Anya felt a surge of delight. It was fortuitous that there were ninjas even in such a remote location. From the trees, a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing hair leaped down, positioning herself protectively in front of the man and gazing at Anya with palpable tension. At that moment, Anya observed that the fine needles had transformed into droplets of water. Could it be ice release? Memories from a distant past flooded his mind. In his previous life, Anya had watched the first several dozen episodes of Naruto, and among the characters that left a lasting impression, aside from the main cast, was undoubtedly Haku. Such a subordinate could be deemed flawless. Could there be a connection between them? The woman spoke in an almost pleading tone. I know you are not a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village. Please, will you dispel his illusion? I can tell you anything you wish to know. Such willingness to negotiate was indeed surprising. The moment In Yao laid eyes on her, a covert plan had already formed in the depths of his heart. He was no innocent soul, replying directly, of course, as long as I obtain the knowledge I seek, I shall depart immediately. The unfortunate woman, blissfully unaware of In Yao's true intentions, let out a sigh of relief and said, very well, ask your questions. Did you just employ the bloodline limit? Ice release? After a moment's hesitation, the woman nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, a wave of joy surged within In Yao. There was no need for further inquiry. Thank you. I have gleaned all I need to know, he declared, dispelling the illusion, and with that, he turned to leave. In truth, long before In Yao posed his question, the illusion had already been dispelled. Thus, when the woman turned around, the man had vanished without a trace. Confused, she pursued him, and upon reaching the village, she beheld a startling transformation in the man who had once gazed at her with affection. Now, his eyes were filled solely with disdain and terror. Why did you deceive me? You are no ordinary refugee. You are a devil endowed with a bloodline limit, destined to bring misfortune and calamity upon the entire village. He bellowed. At that moment, drawn by the commotion, numerous villagers gathered around. In the woman's eyes, the once kind and amiable villagers appeared utterly unrecognizable. They brandished knives and hoes, their expressions rife with malice and disgust. Someone shouted, kill her. Quickly, slay her, or the entire village will suffer. Yes, yes, kill her. The man at the forefront, panting heavily, his eyes bloodshot like a wounded beast radiating cruelty, added, even you would kill me? Despair laced the woman's voice. She had once envisioned a future of happiness and family with this very man, yet the harsh reality had turned them into mortal enemies at the slightest spark of affection. You should not exist in this world, he coldly retorted, hurling the knife in his hand towards her. The woman, who could have easily evaded the blade, stood frozen in place as the knife embedded itself into her body. Crimson blood streamed down her skin, instantly staining her garments. Everyone, join in. Kill her. The villagers surged forward, weapons raised, intent on extinguishing her life as if she were the most heinous criminal on earth. Having grown weary of the spectacle, In Yao leaped forth, forming hand seals and declaring, fire release, phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted like seeds of the phoenix flower, scattering in all directions and encircling the woman. While the villagers were forced back by the searing heat, too intimidated to advance. An ominous aura enveloped the figure as he approached the woman, his hand aglow with vibrant green chakra. Drawing a kitchen knife from his person, he swiftly employed medical ninjutsu, staunching the flow of blood with remarkable efficacy. Yet, the woman's countenance remained ashen, devoid of any semblance of will to survive, caught in a liminal state between life and death. An ominous aura enveloped her as he spoke softly. They are but a swarm of insignificant ants. Do they truly merit your sorrow to this extent? Shall I rid the world of them? The woman's gaze swiftly transformed, and she shook her head, replying, do not slay them. It is not their fault. Anya inquired. Do you intend to remain here? The woman shook her head once more. In Yao inquired once more, since I have saved you, how about accompanying me from now on? I am in great need of your presence. The woman, with her large eyes unblinkingly fixed upon In Yao, seemed intent on etching his visage into her memory. And then she nodded emphatically. A flicker of joy ignited within his heart as he lifted the woman into his arms, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he spoke. Let us depart. Upon uttering these words, amidst the bewildered gazes of the villagers, the two vanished into the very flames. Anya carried her for a while, and the woman seemed to have recovered from the hellish scene she had just endured. Lowering her head, she softly remarked, I am fine now. I can walk on my own. The enigmatic figure, In Yao, did not dismiss her but rather inquired, I am In Yao. May I ask your name? I am called. She hesitated. In Yao interjected, since you have been reborn, let go of your former name. From now on, you shall be known as Bai. Bai? The woman lifted her gaze to the heavens, which at that moment appeared as pure as freshly fallen snow. Chapter 87. Infiltrating Misty Village. A gentle rain fell from the sky, adding an extra layer of dampness to the already mist-laden village. Under the guidance of the radiant light, and you successfully arrived near the village of Mist Hidden. The two figures were enveloped in a cloak, rendering their appearances and forms indistinguishable. Although Mist Hidden Village is one of the 5 great villages, its surrounding environment appeared even bleaker than the war-torn rain-hidden village. Along the way, there were scarcely any passers-by. When there were, they were merely orphan beggars. Furthermore, unburied white bones lay by the roadside, creating an atmosphere of profound desolation. As In Yao and Bai Peng continued their journey undeterred, just as they were about to step into the village, an unexpected figure obstructed their path. Who goes there? Lurking in the shadows? Unfasten your ropes. From the mist emerged 2 vigilant ninjas, their eyes scrutinizing the pair with keen suspicion. An ominous cough escaped as he produced an identification badge from his robe, stating, I have suffered burns to my body and am unable to remove it. This serves as our proof of identity. May I inquire if we may enter? The 2 ninjas, intrigued, reached out to take it. In that fleeting moment of their lowered guard, Bai Shun unleashed several ice needles, piercing directly through their throats. Swift, steady, precise. Deep within, Anya silently marveled. Despite Bai's gentle disposition, Her strength is not to be underestimated. Let us proceed. Anya paid no heed to the two fallen ninjas and turned to leave. Bye. Her face etched with confusion, pondered why they did not enter after eliminating the gatekeepers. However, she refrained from questioning further and silently followed in Anya's wake. Indeed, she had discovered another commendable trait, obedience to command without unnecessary inquiry. Merely seconds after their departure, several ninjas rushed to the entrance. One of them, upon observing the wounds on the deceased, exclaimed, "These injuries are the result of ice release. How can there still be remnants of their clan alive? We must inform the Umbu Lord immediately. They may have infiltrated the village for revenge." Upon receiving the notification, the mist Umbu swiftly arrived by the body. One of the Umbu members formed hand seals and then pressed a finger to the ground. After a brief moment, he declared, "What a cunning individual." They did not enter the village, but rather fled in the opposite direction. It was indeed perplexing. If their intention was not to infiltrate the village, what purpose did the killing of the gatekeepers serve? One of the Umbu remarked, "Regardless of the reason, we cannot allow them to escape. Pursue them. Indeed, it is best to capture them first and then inquire." Another agreed. The 10-masked Umbu, led by the first sensing Umbu, swiftly pursued the direction in which Anya had departed. In less than 10 minutes, the two were intercepted at a lakeside. Surrounded by the 10 Umbu who perched atop the towering trees by the water's edge, their long blades drawn and murderous intent laid bare. Bai maintained a serene gaze upon Anya, seemingly awaiting his command. With a darkened palm gripping his short blade, Inyao spoke softly to Bai, instructing her to remain still without intervening. Since learning of Bai's predicament, a tempest of suppressed emotions had brewed within Inyao, akin to a volcano poised to erupt. At this moment, facing the hidden mist's dark faction, the long-restrained fury and intent to kill finally surged forth. The 10 members of the dark faction, having perceived Inyao's motion with the blade, hesitated no longer. They leaped from the high branches, launching a frenzied assault toward the two. With a swift draw of his blade, Inyao executed a technique that sliced through the air with a dragon's roar. A strike so rapid it seemed to transcend the very fabric of space, carrying an aura of death and desolation as it struck first amidst their onslaught. Almost simultaneously, the 10 members of the dark faction collapsed, rendered incapacitated by the sheer terror of that single blow. One of the fallen members, struggling to rise, trembled in fear and asked, "Who are you? How can your swordsmanship be so terrifying?" "Now it is my turn to inquire," Inyao replied, his Sharingan transforming into the three-tomo pattern, unleashing a potent illusion to ensnare the man. "State your codename and position within the dark faction." The incapacitated member, dazed, answered Inyao's questions, revealing all necessary information. Once he had divulged everything, Inyu swiftly ended his life with a decisive cut across the throat. Afterward, Inyu stripped the fallen man's clothing and mask, donning them himself. The initial mercy shown with his first strike was strategic. Among the 10, 2 bore similar physiques, making it difficult for anyone to discern the truth. With this man's identity, infiltrating the hidden mist village would pose no challenge for in any village. The dark faction existed as a distinct entity, thus circumventing numerous complications. Upon first laying eyes on Bai, Inyo had devised a plan to exploit her bloodline limit to draw out the dark faction, thereafter utilizing their guise to infiltrate the hidden mist village. Thus far, everything had proceeded smoothly. Bai, observing the situation, grasped Inyao's intentions and began to strip another member of the dark faction. "Wait," Inyao halted her actions, stating, "Your role here is sufficient. I shall handle the remainder alone. Find a place to conceal yourself." Hearing this, Bai fervently shook her head, exclaiming, "Do you no longer want me?" "No, quite the opposite. Once I complete my task here, I intend to take you with me." Initially, Inyo had harbored ulterior motives that pitted Bai against the villagers. However, through their shared experiences, Bai proved to be far more remarkable than he had anticipated. It would be a grave loss if such a person met her demise here. "Take me away? To where?" Bai appeared bewildered, reaching out to grasp Inyao's sleeve. "To my home. Let us make a pact." Inyao extended a finger from his sleeve. Bai instinctively mirrored his gesture, and together they sealed their agreement in the air. With their pact concluded, Inyao turned to depart, but Bai impulsively called out, "I will wait for you near the village gate." Clad in the garb of the dark faction, Inyao returned to the entrance, where he encountered an increased presence of guards, 8 in total. One stepped forward and inquired, "Dark faction master, may I ask if the remnants have been captured?" With a cold snort, he expressed his displeasure, saying, They have set traps and have accomplices. I have returned seeking assistance. There is no need for further inquiries. Just protect the village." The guards, understandably intimidated, retreated to the side without a word. Infiltrating smoothly, Anyao found himself within the village, yet he remained oblivious to the local circumstances. The rest depended solely on his own efforts. For someone possessing the Sharingan, this was not a formidable challenge. In one-on-one encounters, the number of individuals capable of escaping the illusions cast by the Sharingan was exceedingly sparse, which only served to amplify the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Time was of the essence. The moment he infiltrated, Anyao commenced his search for a solitary ninja. Under the influence of the Sharingan, he swiftly identified a Jainin of considerable prowess. "You come here," he commanded. The Jainin, taken aback by the sudden summons from a member of the Umbu, felt a pang of unease but approached with curiosity, only to subsequently lose consciousness. Chapter 88. Exposure upon acquiring all the information he sought, the now obsolete Jainin vanished from existence without a trace. Indeed, it was them. They had completed their mission and returned, with the intel in hand. Anyao confirmed his suspicions were accurate. The ones responsible for eliminating the Umbu of Kumogakure were none other than the 7 ninja swordsmen. They had now returned to the village. Yet their movements were notoriously erratic. Even Jainin were often left in the dark regarding their whereabouts. However, one certainty remained. All records pertaining to Kirigakure were housed within the Umbu headquarters. That location was the most probable sanctuary for critical information. After a moment of contemplation, Anyao resolved to take a bold risk and set off directly. Time waits for no one, and moreover, the deaths of those 10 members of the Misty Shadow Umbu could not remain concealed for long. Once discovered, it was likely that all individuals disguised as Umbu would be scrutinized, and he would inevitably be exposed. With a flicker of the body flicker technique, Anya strode confidently towards the headquarters of the Umbu. Displaying remarkable composure, he entered the premises with an air of nonchalance, encountering no inquiries from the Umbu members, who appeared utterly indifferent, a circumstance he found quite favorable. Unlike the Umbu of Konoha, which established their base in the depths of the earth, the Umbu of Kirigakure was situated above an underground river. Anya descended along the damp terrain, his footsteps unwavering. Before long, he traversed the expansive main hall of the Umbu, which led into a long, straight corridor lined with no fewer than 10 rooms. The dimness enveloped him, requiring a moment of adjustment to discern the surroundings. The chill of the air seeped into his bones, and the damp wooden doors felt cold to the touch. The ground was slightly moist and sticky, with occasional gusts of an eerie wind sending shivers down his spine. With so many rooms, which one could it be? Anya hesitated. Well, since uncertainty lingered, she decided to choose a room at random. At worst, she could search through them one by one. Yinyao chose the room nearest to him, grasped the doorknob, and pushed the door open without hesitation. To his surprise, the room was brightly lit, filled with a plethora of scrolls, some adorned with intricate sealing techniques, exuding an air of secrecy. Upon noticing an intruder, a member of the Dark Division approached immediately and inquired, the passphrase. The passphrase? Yinyao had no knowledge of any such code, but that was not a concern. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, the Dark Division member opposite him instantly fell into a state of paralysis. With an air of authority, Yinyao demanded, "Tell me, what is the passphrase?" The response was, "The passphrase is." Just as the passphrase was on the verge of being uttered, the Dark Division member suddenly broke free from the illusion, clutching his head in agony, and began to scream in torment. He then frantically struck his own head until it burst open, blood and brain matter splattering across the floor. What on earth was happening? An ominous glow emerged as he stepped forward to remove his mask, revealing a faintly discernible mark upon his forehead, evidently indicating that this very insignia had just exerted its influence. Dark Yao immediately comprehended the situation. This was a curse seal. No wonder every member of the Umbu here appeared so indifferent. They had all been trained into emotionless combat machines, devoid of names, feelings, pasts, or futures. To prevent any secrets from leaking, each Umbu member had been inscribed with a curse seal that would activate at the moment of impending disclosure, unleashing its power. This was Dark Yao's first encounter with the confidentiality principles of the Hidden Mist Village. At that moment, deep within the underground river, a stout figure sensed something amiss. After a moment of confusion, realization struck, and he bellowed an order. The curse seal of an Umbu member has activated, indicating an intruder has infiltrated our ranks. All personnel, assemble immediately. Verify tonight's secret code among each squad. Anyone unable to articulate it shall be executed on the spot. Time was of the essence. Dark Yao could not afford to search any longer. He summoned a wooden bull puppet using a summoning scroll, swiftly stuffing all the unsealed scrolls in the room into it. He then hastily analyzed several scrolls containing seals with his Sharingan, unraveling the seals before also placing them inside. Once he had emptied the room, he promptly retracted the wooden bull and exited through the door. As he stepped into the corridor, 3 Umbu members approached, their voices devoid of warmth. From your mask, you belong to the 4th squad. You should be out on a pursuit mission. What is tonight's code? The code is... Just as he was about to utter 4 words, Dark Yao's short blade was already drawn. The 3 Umbu, having anticipated his actions, brandished their own blades, prepared to parry his assault, their expressions revealing their understanding. Indeed, it is you. Can you truly withstand my strike? He retorted with a hint of disdain. After much contemplation, Anyao employed the Phantom Blade technique for the first time in combat. The 3 members of the Umbu were perplexed, feeling as though the individual before them had done nothing at all, yet their heads inexplicably floated away. The instant kill was indeed terrifying. Coupled with the enhancement of the Sharingan, it could be said to have reached the pinnacle of assassination, taking the enemy without their knowledge or awareness. Having dispatched the 3 obstructing Umbu, Anyao could hear countless sounds of rushing air approaching his direction. There was no time left. It appeared that the remaining documents in the room could not be salvaged. Although he harbored resentment in his heart, he found himself powerless. In a one-on-one confrontation, he feared no one. However, this was the enemy's stronghold, and if he remained, the inevitable outcome would be succinctly fatal. Dark Radiance employed the body flicker technique in conjunction with his swift running, dashing back in the direction from whence he came. Water release, water bullet technique. Behind him, The Umbu had already caught up and unleashed a ninjutsu assault upon Dark Radiance. As the shadowy figure advanced relentlessly, deftly parrying the incoming jutsu with his blade, he approached the exit. However, to his surprise, the previously indifferent members of the Umbu had already assembled within the hall, their masked faces betraying no emotion as they coldly regarded him. In unison, they formed hand seals and intoned, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." Vicious-eyed water dragons emerged, their forms swirling rapidly in the air, bolstered by the chakra that infused them. Gradually, they coalesced into a single, colossal water dragon, its immense body effectively blocking every angle of the corridor. Undoubtedly, once this technique was fully formed and unleashed, it could only be met with brute force, as evasion was rendered impossible. What was originally classified as a B-rank technique had, through the collective chakra enhancement, undoubtedly ascended to the pinnacle of A-rank ninjutsu. An ominous sense of crisis enveloped in Yao. Indeed, as a member of the elite shadow division of the 5 great villages, it was clear that breaching their defenses was no trivial task. Direct confrontation was unwise, sustaining injuries would only hinder his escape further. Anyao desperately endeavored to calm himself, his Sharingan eye surveying the surroundings, sensing the ominous chill of the air. A plan began to form. Fire release, great fireball technique. The approaching rotund figure, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but scoff. I thought it was some clever mouse. Turns out it's just a fool who doesn't even know that water release counters fire release. Oh, and he missed. Anyao unleashed a torrent of flames directed at a section of the wall above the corridor. The wall instantly blazed a bright red, and as it succumbed to the extreme heat, cracks began to appear. The moment he noticed these fissures, Anyao formed hand seals, his hands igniting with lightning as he channeled it into a short blade, executing a quick draw technique aimed at the cracks. Break for me. The wall shattered in response, unleashing a deluge of water from the underground river, causing the entire wall above the corridor to collapse. The massive water dragon surged forth but was immediately obstructed by the debris. Amidst the ensuing chaos, Anyao vanished without a trace. Chapter 89. Good legs. Fair-skinned utilizing the force of the water, Anyao successfully evaded his pursuers. However, a new peril emerged. The inundation from the underground river, propelled by tremendous force, engulfed him, an undeniable chill coursing through his body. It felt as though he had plunged into an immense ice cavern, struggling fiercely while enduring the overwhelming water pressure. In this moment, the darkness resembles a drowning individual, utterly unable to breathe, with a face flushed crimson. Yet, it clings desperately to resilience, knowing that a mere release would allow a deluge to invade the lungs and suffocation would swiftly claim its life. Simultaneously, torrents of water creep from the chest towards the extremities, rapidly engulfing the entire form, and the mask of shadow has long been swept away by the currents. No, it cannot endure any longer. Anyao concentrated his chakra and infused it into his short blade, executing the most formidable technique of blade breaking with a powerful swing upwards. The forceful strike cleaved the surrounding river water in two, carving out an almost vacuum-like expanse. Anyao gasped for air as the river engulfed him once more, the current intensifying, even as an undercurrent of suction emerged from the riverbed. As the dark shadow gazed downward, he discovered a series of inky silhouettes at the riverbed, cascading into an unfathomable abyss. This was the undercurrent of the river. The force of this undercurrent was immense, and combined with the turbulent flow, anything that fell into its grasp would be violently swept away, often without a trace. Aware of the dire consequences, the shadow fought desperately against this overwhelming force. Yet, in the water, movement was inherently challenging, and after exerting the recently employed blade technique, the shadow ultimately succumbed to the tremendous pull and vanished entirely. Within the headquarters of the mist-hidden Umbu, numerous operatives had also plunged into the depths, scattered by the relentless current. Fortunately, several village ninjas, alerted to the situation, arrived promptly, stabilizing the chaos with the assistance of water release and earth release techniques, thus preserving the headquarters from total submersion. The leader, a corpulent figure, wore an expression of grave concern, his voice seething with anger as he ordered, "Locate every member of the Fourth Umbu squad. Furthermore, mobilize all Umbu in teams. I demand that the rat be unearthed, alive or dead." All Umbu were deployed, and Mist Village entered a state of heightened alert, enveloped by a protective barrier, effectively sealing off any escape routes for intruders. The undercurrent of the river, akin to a colossal hand, dragged the shadow through the obsidian depths, engulfed in this dark flow. The shadow experienced a disorienting whirl, his body rendered utterly uncontrollable, the short blade he wielded lost to the depths. The immense water pressure bore down upon him, compressing his lungs, and blood incessantly trickled from the corner of his mouth. Dark Yao's hands glimmered with a verdant chakra, enveloping his heart and lungs in protection. Those who resist the current perish, while those who flow with it survive. Having already been drawn in, he resolved to move with the water's momentum, believing that a path to salvation would reveal itself. He could not succumb to death. He must not. As if sensing Dark Yao's indomitable spirit, the undercurrents began to slow. At last, Dark Yao regained control over his body, summoning every ounce of chakra within him. He surged forward in the direction of the flow. Finally, a sound akin to breaking earth echoed as the dark river's waters connected to another source. Dark Yao's eyes once again beheld the light. Vitality lay before him, and he gathered his remaining strength to swim upwards. Suddenly, a pair of dazzlingly white, strikingly beautiful legs lunged toward Darkyo in an attack. Though his mind had already commanded him to evade, his exhausted body failed to respond in any manner. The solid impact of a kick landed squarely on him, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Darkness enveloped his vision as he fainted, his last thought before losing consciousness being an unexpected admiration for the lovely legs. Who could it be, hiding beneath the water to spy on me while I bathe? Infuriating. After delivering her kick, Mei Ming, still unsatisfied, swam closer to investigate and was instantly rendered speechless. Before her lay a face sculpted with exquisite features, strikingly handsome, with a hint of undeniable heroism in his brows. Yet, the injury marred his visage with a gentle melancholy, rendering him more endearing and vulnerable. Heavens, is there truly a man so captivating in this world? Mei Ming stood transfixed, her hand reaching out to touch him before she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Could she have inadvertently kicked him to death? No. It would be too tragic for such a beautiful man to perish. Without hesitation, the bear Mei Ming lifted Darkyo and rushed to the shore. After hastily donning her clothes, she carried him into a nearby wooden cabin, urgently calling out, "Master Yuan, come quickly, I need help." Silence followed her plea. Unperturbed, Mei Ming kicked the door open, only to find it empty. That old man must have gone fishing again. Without a second thought, she cradled Darkyo and rushed towards the spot where Master Yuan often fished. Sure enough, she found a bald elder in a brown robe, leisurely reclining in a chair, blissfully engaged in angling. "Master Yuan, stop fishing and help me save someone," Mei Ming declared, placing Darkyo beside him. The elder turned, his gaze falling upon Darkyo, and as chakra illuminated his hands, he pressed them against the injured man's chest. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he declared, "The injuries are severe. Immediate treatment is imperative. Let us take him back inside." When Yao awakened, he found himself lying in a wooden cabin. A faint, alluring fragrance lingered in the air, suggesting that this was a woman's quarters. Where was he? He recalled the last scene before losing consciousness. It seemed he had seen a leg. Yes, he was indeed knocked out by her kick. Could it be that she had rescued him? As Yao attempted to rise, a sharp pain coursed through his body, akin to being pricked by countless needles, prompting an involuntary groan to escape his lips. Hearing the commotion, Master Yuan entered, leaning on a serpentine wooden staff, and regarded Yao with profound significance. "It is commendable that you awakened so swiftly, young man. Do take the time to rest, given the severity of your injuries. Do not expect to rise and walk for at least 10 days to half a month." "Thank you for saving me," Yao replied, settling back onto the bed. "May I inquire how long I have been unconscious?" Before Master Yuan could respond, a tall young woman emerged behind him and chimed in, "A full day and night. You truly have a remarkable capacity for sleep." Anya cast a fleeting glance at the girl, his gaze inadvertently lingering upon her legs. The girl, noticing Anya's attention, seemed to recall something and, with a hint of shyness, remarked, "It was I who kicked you. At that moment, I thought you were peeping at me while I bathed. Little did I know you were swept away by the current. Nevertheless, I saved you, so I suppose we are even now." And Yao withdrew his gaze, his seemingly tranquil countenance concealing a tempest of emotions raging within. An entire day and night had elapsed in vain. Chapter 90. Let us marry. Yuan Shi distinctly perceived the shift in Yao's mood and addressed Mei Ming, saying, "Child, let us depart. Allow him to rest properly." Mei Ming cast a lingering glance at Yao, appearing somewhat reluctant to leave, yet ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Very well. After their departure, Yao assessed his physical condition. It was far better than he had anticipated. The fractured bones were securely bandaged, and a gentle medicinal essence was soothing his injured organs. It was evident that they had indeed rescued him and administered medicine. The effects of the remedy were palpable. Otherwise, Yao would likely have remained unconscious for a considerable time longer. Summoning the chakra within, he activated the green medical ninjutsu to treat his injuries. In no time, Yu sat upright and proceeded to remove the bandages enveloping him, initiating a comprehensive healing process. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of gratitude towards Tsunade for compelling him to study medical ninjutsu, for had he not done so, lying incapacitated for 10 days or more could have subjected his teacher in Konoha to untold distress. After a period of treatment, his body gradually regained strength. The most painful areas were alleviated, and he found himself able to walk without difficulty, though engaging in combat remained a considerable challenge. Anyao summoned the wooden cow puppet from his wrist, commencing a meticulous search for information within. After acquiring a particular piece of intelligence, his mentor had marked it with a distinctive symbol, unmistakably conspicuous. Unfortunately, after an exhaustive search, not a single scroll met the criteria. Evidently, that specific intelligence was not among them. Though anticipated, Anyao could not suppress a wave of disappointment. Coupled with his current injuries, his spirits plummeted to an all-time low, igniting a fierce desire to storm the hidden division of mist again, blade in hand. No, I must maintain my composure. The more anxious I become, the more detrimental it will be. Anyao took several deep breaths, striving to regain his tranquility. Since the information I seek is absent, it would be prudent to examine these scrolls. Anything housed within the clandestine division must be under careful supervision, and perhaps they will yield insights unknown to me. Anyao first unsealed the scroll preserved by the sealing technique, and after perusing several scrolls, his expression underwent a marked transformation. The individual who had come to his rescue was indeed mentioned among these scrolls, accompanied by a detailed account of his identity. The Master Yuan. The esteemed elder of the Hidden Mist Village held a venerable status, exercising control over nearly all village affairs. The most significant matters within the village required his counsel. And in the absence of the Mizukage, he was capable of issuing commands, effectively serving as the village's unacknowledged sovereign, a figure of unparalleled prestige. Thus, the woman who had kicked him possessed a status akin to Tsunade of Konoha. Otherwise, she would not have acted so casually before him. Anya's countenance shifted between light and shadow, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. For this intelligence presented him with a tremendous opportunity, one that could potentially liberate him from his current predicament. Ultimately, Anya sighed deeply, arriving at a momentous decision. After stowing away the wooden ox puppet, he rose to fetch a cup of water from the table. He then feigned a momentary lapse in balance, crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Clang. The door swung open, and Chirumi-Mei, upon hearing the commotion from within the room, rushed in. Upon witnessing Anya sprawled on the floor, she hastened to assist him. Her tone laced with mild reproach. I have told you repeatedly that it will take you several days to be able to walk again. Why do you not heed my words? You have even undone your bandages. You do not wish to live, do you? The pain surged through Anya, causing cold sweat to beat upon his brow, and his pallid complexion appeared even more wan. A hint of defiance flickered in his shadowy eyes. Thank you. I believed I could manage. As their bodies brushed against one another, the proximity made Komi feel the warmth radiating from Anya, which made her slightly bashful. After assisting him onto the bed, she gently advised, you should lie down and refrain from moving. It's fine. I can sit up. I am a medical ninja. I just unwrapped the bandages to tend to my wounds, Anya replied, a green glow of healing chakra illuminating his hands. Is that so? How fortunate that you are also a ninja, Komi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. By the way, I still don't know your name. My name is Ub. He responded. Komi repeated the name in her mind several times, her curiosity piqued. Ub. What an unusual name. How did you end up in the undercurrent? Anya spoke softly with a gentle smile. I am a medical ninja, and of course, I need to gather medicinal herbs. There is one particular herb that can only be found at the depths of a very deep lake, and unfortunately. Oh, I see. You truly are unfortunate, haha. Although Kimi was smiling, a flicker of sympathy crossed her eyes. Just as she was about to say something else, Anya suddenly grasped her hand, confused and slightly blushing. Kimi widened her eyes, seemingly wanting to inquire about his intentions. Anya, with a heartfelt tone, declared, I like you. Let us marry. Marry? Kimi doubted her own hearing. Her face flushed instantly, and in a panicked tone, she replied, You don't even know my name, and yet you wish to marry me? Does it matter? Anya passionately responded, What I admire is you as a person. Your name is of no consequence. Even if you were called cat or dog, I would still feel the same. How infuriating. I am not named cat or dog, Kimi playfully retorted, her mind swirling in confusion. Having never experienced anything like this before, she attempted to free her hand from Anya's grasp. Though her struggle appeared more like a playful protest, her tone softened, but we have only known each other for less than a day. Meeting the right person. Even a single glance is sufficient. Do you not think this is a fated connection? Anya tightened his grip on her hand and pressed on. I happened to be injured and appeared before you, and you just so happened to save me. You were truly beautiful at that moment. You saw all of that? Kimi's neck flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could hide her face in her chest. Anya released her grasp on both of her hands, extending a finger to gently lift her chin. With the other arm, he encircled her fragrant shoulder and drew her into his embrace, seeking her luscious lips with fervent kisses, pouring forth all his passion. Although Mei Ming possessed the capability to push him away, and a voice within her cautioned against such indulgence. Her mind was clear while her body was utterly unrestrained. She found herself lost in the fervent kiss of Anya, the world spinning around her. Her lips becoming tender and burning, completely captivated. The concerns of barely knowing one another and the ambiguity of their identities were cast aside in the wake of that kiss. As she felt the warmth and vitality of his body enveloping her, in that moment, Mei Ming's heart stirred. As their lips parted, her gaze became dazed. Unable to articulate a single word, her eyes shimmering with a seductive allure. Darkness once again grasped her hand and placed it against his heart. His gaze soft and gentle as he spoke. Can you feel my ardent heartbeat? I await your answer. In the end. Koharame took a deep breath and resolutely replied, Then, let us marry. Chapter 91. This is Love Yuan Sure, who was contentedly fishing. Momentarily failed to comprehend Koharame's words. In a daze, he uncertainly inquired, What did you just say? Please repeat it. Koharame, rather irked, enunciated each word clearly. I said, I wish to marry. Marry? With whom? Yuan Sure asked, confusion etched on his face. He recalled that Koharame had always devoted herself to training and had never interacted with boys her age. When had this occurred? How had she managed to keep it a secret from him? Koharame simply uttered two words, Obyo. Yuan Sure pondered for a long while but could not recall anyone by that name in the village. He couldn't help but inquire, Obyo, who is he? Koharame shyly glanced at the distant wooden cabin, her voice becoming hesitant. He is the person I saved 2 days ago. Upon hearing this, Yuan Sure regarded Koharame as if she were a fool and said in an unkind tone, Go on, play elsewhere. Do not disturb me while I fish. Oh, I am serious, Koharame asserted with conviction. We have already agreed to marry soon. Realizing that Koharame was not jesting, Yuan-Shi grew solemn, an ominous premonition stirring within him. His expression darkened as he asked, do you know where he lives? Koharame shook her head. Do you know who else resides with him? Koharame shook her head once more. Yuan-Shi, exasperated yet amused, remarked, so, apart from knowing his name is Obyu, you know nothing about him? You cannot even ascertain if that name is genuine, and yet you dare to marry him? Have you lost your mind? Koharame retorted disdainfully, you older folks always ask too many questions. You don't understand. This is love. I love you, selling fried dough twists. Yuan-Shi suppressed the urge to curse, calming himself as he said, do you realize he is a ninja? Although he is injured and it is difficult to gauge his chakra, I suspect his chakra may very well surpass yours. Surpassing mine is perfectly normal. Koharame replied with confidence. Moreover, he has not concealed the fact that he is a ninja. A medical ninja? Are you certain? Yuan-Shi furrowed his brow. Initially, he had assumed that this individual was a ninja sent from another village to infiltrate them. However, if he were indeed a medical ninja, the likelihood of him being sent would be minimal, as every village treasures them like precious gems. It is rare for them to be sent undercover, especially since a medical ninja, once exposed, possesses no means to resist. Koharame, displeased by Yuan-Shi's skepticism of her judgment, impatiently asserted, of course, I'm certain. He treated himself with medical ninjutsu and can now walk. If you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself. It seemed Koharame was resolute in her decision to marry him, causing Yuan-Shi to feel an acute headache. He attempted one last effort. Girl, you have known him for barely 2 days, one of which he was unconscious. In such a short time, you are deciding the course of your entire life? What if you encounter someone more suitable for you in the future? That will not happen. Koharame's eyes sparkled with deep affection and happiness. Yuan-Shi, I am certain he is the one for me in this lifetime. Alas, she had completely succumbed. What kind of charm did this Obyu possess that had rendered this girl, whom he had nurtured for so many years, so utterly devoted? Yuan-Shi, reluctantly continuing, said, Girl, have you considered that a young man with strength, looks, and charm would surely have admirers? Of course, it is normal for someone to have admirers, Koharame replied with a confident smile, but not every woman deserves him. Enough. Yuan-Shi concluded, realizing further discourse was futile. Since the girl had made up her mind, there was no point in prolonging the conversation. He did not even pack away his beloved fishing rod before preparing to leave. Koharame curiously asked, where are you going? Without turning back, Yuan-Shi replied, I am going to meet this Obyu. You need not accompany me. I will speak with him alone. Koharame, filled with concern, cautioned, do not make things difficult for him. With a grim expression, Yuan-Shi entered the room, starkly contrasting the previous gentle scene. As Inyo noticed his entrance, she took the initiative to greet him with a smile, saying, hello, Master Yuan. Master Yuan, however, remained silent, his eyes sharp and piercing like those of an eagle, scrutinizing Inyo for a considerable time before finally speaking. It appears that girl did not deceive me. You are indeed a medical ninja, and your recovery has been remarkably swift. I underestimated you. The humble figure of Inyo remarked, oh, I must express my gratitude for saving my life. Otherwise, I doubt I would have had the opportunity to employ medical ninjutsu. He chuckled softly. Master Yuan sneered, indeed, I saved your life, and this is how you repay me. Inyo, with a perplexed expression, inquired, why do you say that? Master Yuan, gazing intently into Inyo's eyes with a piercing look, retorted, let me ask you, do you genuinely harbor feelings for that girl? Inyo met his gaze without a trace of fear and declared, of course, everything I say comes from the heart. Observing Inyo's unwavering and unflinching demeanor, Master Yuan inwardly sighed. Either he spoke no falsehood, or his thoughts were as profound as the ocean, rendering any flaws imperceptible. He leaned towards the latter notion, which stirred a sense of unease within him, even prompting a twinge of regret for having rescued Inyo. After a moment of contemplation, Master Yuan suddenly inquired, from which nation do you hail as a ninja? A faint, bitter smile flitted across Inyo's face. Originally, I was meant to be a ninja of the land of water, but now, I find myself uncertain of my own identity. Oh, why do you say that? Yuan-Shi inquired with curiosity. I harbor a secret that is difficult to articulate. Must you truly know, Yuan-Shi? Inyo's expression revealed his profound dilemma. The more he hesitated, the more Yuan-Shi's interest deepened, compelling him to respond assertively. I must know. Very well. Inyo appeared to make a considerable decision. Sighing as he spoke, I actually have an elder sister. Since childhood, we have relied on each other for support. However, one day, my sister suddenly awakened her bloodline limit. Ice release. As for the consequences that followed, I believe you are already aware, Yuan-Shi. I pursued the study of medical ninjutsu in hopes of one day utilizing it. Is that the reason? Yuan-Shi exhaled with relief, tinged with a hint of regret. He fully understood the hidden mist village's stance on those with bloodline limits, which was precisely why he had kept Terumi-Mei by his side. She possesses a dual bloodline limit, and should it be exposed, the repercussions would be dire. Even he might not be able to protect her. Yuan-Shi tentatively asked, may I meet your sister? Anya readily agreed, stating that it was only fitting for both families to meet now that a marriage was impending. However, she expressed her hesitance to enter the village. Yuan sure showed understanding, offering to meet her outside the village, assuring her that she only needed to provide him with the location. With their consensus reached, Yuan Sure swiftly departed after receiving the address. Chapter 92. Successfully deceived. Yuan Sure abruptly flung open the door, immediately spotting the sheepish smile of Kumei Ming. Realizing she had been eavesdropping outside all along, with a resigned sigh, he remarked, "I will step out to meet his sister and discuss your impending nuptials." Kumei Ming's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Yuan Sure. You are the best." Seeing the joyous expression on the naive girl's face, Yuan Sure chose not to elaborate further and, leaning on his cane, exited. Kumei Ming dashed into the room, bubbling with happiness, announcing, "Yuan Sure has agreed to our marriage." Anya smiled brightly, exclaiming, "Indeed, it seems the elder has acknowledged my feelings for you." As he spoke, Anya opened his arms wide. Upon witnessing this gesture, Kagaya's face flushed with a rosy hue. "You intend to cause mischief again, don't you?" she retorted. Yet, despite her words, Kagaya felt no aversion in her heart. In fact, she was somewhat eager to embrace the moment, as the previous kiss had left an indelible impression on her, filling her with boundless delight. He gazed at her gently and said, "I have just expended a great deal of energy using medical ninjutsu to heal myself. Now, I feel an overwhelming desire to sleep, yet I fear that upon awakening, all of this will have transformed into mere dreams." Before Yin Yao could finish his words, Zhao Mei Ming rushed into his embrace, enveloped in a fragrant aura. The two shared a tender embrace, holding each other closely. Zhao Mei Ming gently patted Yin Yao's back and reassured him, "Obu, rest assured and sleep. I shall remain by your side." With his head resting on Zhao Mei Ming's fragrant shoulder, Yin Yao was filled with guilt. This was perhaps the most remorseful act he had committed since entering the world of Hokage. Yet, in loyalty to his mentor, he felt he had no choice but to let down the one in front of him. An ethereal shadow embraced the hands of Terumi Mei, forming a seal, the art of spiritual transformation. A pitch-black soul ascended into the air, drifting towards the outskirts of the village. Terumi Mei sensed the sudden relaxation of the person in her arms, initially believing he had fallen asleep so swiftly. Indeed, he appeared quite fatigued, which only deepened her feelings of tenderness and concern. The luminous soul swiftly caught up with the Master Yuan, maintaining a distance neither too close nor too far, until they arrived at the entrance of Mist-Hidden Village. At this moment, the village remained in a state of alert, with the number of guards doubled. Upon seeing Master Yuan approach, the ninja stood at attention and greeted him. With an air of authority, Master Yuan commanded, "Open the barrier." Yes. A translucent membrane materialized and then vanished in a flash. As anticipated, the village had established a barrier, which was indeed the nemesis of the soul transformation technique. The instant the barrier dissipated, the luminous soul surged forth beyond the village's confines. Empowered by formidable spiritual energy, it quickly located Bai, just as she had indicated, not far from the village's entrance. Time was of the essence. The luminous soul seamlessly entered Bai's body. Within the realm of her consciousness, Bai, initially tense, instantly recognized the soul of the luminous one. The long-lost sense of emptiness evaporated in an instant, and she broke into a joyful smile. Anya spoke swiftly, "In a moment, you will go to this place. Someone is waiting to see you. Do not be anxious, just follow my instructions." Bai nodded obediently. "All right." Shortly after arriving at the designated location, Master Yuan indeed appeared, leaning on his cane, feigning casualness as he passed by. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he struck at Bai with his cane. Without any forewarning, Bai instinctively employed Ice Escape, successfully blocking the attack with a magic mirror ice crystal. A glint of light flashed in Master Yuan's eyes as he murmured to himself, "Indeed, it is Ice Escape." Panic flickered across Bai's face as she turned to flee, striking the ground with his cane. Master Yuan conjured a barrier that instantly ensnared Bai within its confines. Realizing escape was futile, Bai turned, brandishing an ice needle, her expression vigilant as she stared at Master Yuan. Observing the subtle expressions on Bai's face, Master Yuan discerned that she was merely an inexperienced young girl. And with this knowledge, he donned a gentle smile, saying, "You need not fear. I only wish to have a sincere conversation with you." "About what? Do you have a brother named Ub?" After a brief exchange, Master Yuan found no discrepancies in Bai's words. Everything aligned with what Anya had mentioned in the Hidden Mist Village. Little did he know, this seemingly naive girl concealed within her a cunning fox. Finally, Master Yuan tentatively inquired, "Are you planning to enter the village for your brother's wedding?" Just as Bai was about to respond, she hesitated, her expression becoming increasingly complex. She genuinely wished to seek Anya, yet the stern command in her mind forbade her from entering the village, threatening her with dire consequences should she disobey. Seeing her reaction, Master Yuan misinterpreted the situation, believing she was reluctant to go due to her bloodline limit. The change in her expression was so profound that he doubted even the most skilled undercover agent could replicate it. In that moment, he dismissed all suspicions and reassured her, "Do not worry. Once your brother's wedding is over, I will help you establish a new identity, allowing you to live peacefully in the village." Bai replied with a hint of melancholy, "Thank you." Master Yuan turned to leave, for there were many tasks to attend to with the girl he had raised now on the verge of marriage. With the suspicion cleared, the wedding preparations could proceed smoothly. As he departed, Anya's spirit urged Bai, "Go to Konoha. This place will become perilous in a few days." Bai, however, remained resolute, shaking her head defiantly, impervious to Anya's threats. She simply refused to leave. Anya, filled with exasperation, found herself at a loss for how to deal with her. In a moment of resignation, she reminded her. Staying is permissible, but you must keep your distance from here. I have no desire to return for your rescue should you be apprehended while I flee. As Bai attempted to shake her head in disagreement, Anya firmly held her head in place and articulated, "This is my ultimatum." At last, Bai nodded in acquiescence. Having settled matters at that location, Anya's spirit once again followed Master Yuan into the village shrouded in mist. Upon returning to her physical form, Anya felt a warmth enveloping her, as something lay upon her. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered that the girl was still embracing her, soundly asleep. Anya cautiously turned her body over, stealthily making her way out of the door. Taking a deep breath, she followed the fragrant waft of herbs that lingered in the air. Master Yuan, as expected, was a prominent figure in the village. His modest courtyard was brimming with a myriad of flowers, plants, and trees, including rare medicinal herbs, some of which were unique to the hidden mist village, and even Anyao had never encountered them before. She stepped into the courtyard and, after meticulous selection, emerged with her chosen herbs. Before embarking on her mission, it was essential to restore her body to its optimal condition. With these herbs and the application of medical ninjutsu, she anticipated no difficulties ahead. As Inyao turned around, he was met with the sight of Master Yuan approaching, leaning on his cane. Noticing the medicinal herbs in Inyao's hand, he quickly grasped the situation. Are you preparing to concoct healing pills for yourself? Anya nodded and said, "Indeed. I do not wish to attend my own wedding in a feeble state. Since you are a medical ninja, how long do you anticipate my recovery will take? 1 day should suffice." "So soon?" Yuan was somewhat astonished. "It seems you are indeed a skilled medical ninja. Have you and that girl finalized the date for the wedding?" With a fleeting yet resolute gaze, he declared, "The day after tomorrow." Chapter 93, The Grand Wedding. "The day after tomorrow?" Yuan sure inquired, a hint of perplexity furrowing his brow. Anya smiled faintly and remarked, "In truth, no particular day holds significance for me. My primary concern is that my sister does not grow anxious. We have relied on each other since childhood, and this is our first separation." Upon recalling Bai's expression at that moment, Yuan understood and agreed, "Then let it be the day after tomorrow. After all, that girl has already made her decision about you." Relieved by Yuan's consent, Anya continued, "I have a small request." "Speak," Yuan urged. "I wish for the wedding to be announced to all the ninjas in the village, inviting each one of them to attend." "Oh, why is that?" Yuan inquired, somewhat surprised, as it would seem that the siblings, having been pursued and fleeing for so long, should harbor resentment towards the ninjas of the village. And Yao, with a sincere smile, remarked, "Marriage is a sacred affair, and thus, I wish to share this joy with everyone, making her the happiest woman in the world." The young man's heartfelt words touched Yuan Sure, who approached and patted Yao on the shoulder, saying, "I shall grant this request. Indeed, it has been many years since Wuyin village has celebrated anything joyous. Therefore, take some time to rest these next few days. I will handle the remaining arrangements." "Yes, thank you, Yuan Sure." As he watched Yuan Sure's receding figure, Inyo's smile quickly faded, and his gaze grew profound. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously devised plan. The day after tomorrow marked his optimal moment to act. A singular opportunity. Should he fail, he would have no further chances and might even become the target of a manhunt by the entire Wuyin village. On the surface, Inyao appeared calm and unperturbed, yet he alone understood the relentless tension within him. He could not afford to ease his guard for even a moment. Navigating the enemy's stronghold felt akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, allowing no room for error. Every utterance required meticulous contemplation before it could be voiced, a testament to the mental fatigue he endured. Meanwhile, upon awakening, Mei Ming, unable to find Inyao, hurriedly emerged. Inyao immediately greeted her with a familiar smile, announcing, "The wedding date is set. It is the day after tomorrow." Startled by the sudden revelation, Mei Ming's face flushed with embarrassment as she incredulously responded, "Is it really happening so soon?" In a moment of overwhelming nostalgia, he embraced her slender waist, whispering warm breaths into her ear. His voice laced with an alluring charm as he said, "What is the matter? Unwilling? Shall I speak to Master Yuan and choose a date more to your liking?" At once, Zhuomei became lightheaded, her mind a blank canvas, her body softened. She replied with a hint of fragility, "No, that is unnecessary. Let us go with the day after tomorrow." As 2 fleeting days passed, the once secluded fog-hidden village, shrouded in perpetual mist and an air of eeriness, transformed into a vibrant spectacle, adorned with colorful decorations. The streets were festooned with red characters of joy, while ninjas merrily leaped through the air, carrying an assortment of beverages, laughter echoing amidst the rare festivity. Due to the overwhelming number of ninjas attending the wedding, Master Yuan opted to host the ceremony in the spacious area beneath the Water Shadow Office, where a grand altar was erected. Boom boom, with a series of fireworks soaring into the heavens, the celebratory pyrotechnics illuminated the misty sky, marking the commencement of the wedding. The couple emerged, hand in hand. In this moment, Zhuomei donned a pristine white trailing kimono, her face adorned with delicate makeup, and her chestnut brown hair elegantly styled into an intricate updo, exuding an air of maturity. Her youthful, emerald green eyes glimmered with joy, her beaming face reminiscent of a blooming white orchid, radiating a sense of profound contentment. At this moment, And Yao realized that she was an extraordinarily beautiful girl. He felt a twinge of regret and found himself hesitant to gaze upon her, as he could hardly fathom the extent of the harm his forthcoming actions might inflict upon her. Yet, at this juncture, he was already poised to act, unable to refrain. Mei Ming, ever perceptive, immediately noticed his unusual demeanor and looked up at him with a hint of confusion. Anya whispered softly, "I feel a bit nervous." To this, Mei Ming chuckled, resonating with her sentiment. "Actually, so do I." As the wedding ceremony commenced, the two newlyweds took their places before a statue, facing the officiant, Master Yuan. Following a round of opening remarks, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, who then rose to offer their cheers and toasts to the couple. After the toasts were completed, the couple proceeded to offer their respects to Master Yuan. The officiant, holding the cup that Anya had passed to him, said with a reluctant expression, "Oob, you must treat her well. If I discover that she has been wronged, I shall not." Mei Ying playfully interjected, "Master," with a hearty laugh. Master Yuan conceded, "All right, let us not dwell on that today," and raised his cup, downing its contents in one go. Finally, they reached the cup-sharing segment, a moment that filled Anya with trepidation. Standing before the girl, no matter how deep his inner turmoil, the feeling of guilt lingered, compelling him to avert his gaze from the fervent affection that burned within. "What's wrong?" Mei inquired, leaning closer, extending her own cup toward him. Yao, blushing, feigned a dazed expression. "I cannot drink," she said, having taken several toasts and feeling slightly inebriated. With that, Yao lowered her head and downed the wine offered by Mei Ming. Yuan Shi, having overheard their conversation, interjected, "In that case, you should retire to your new chamber early. The ceremony has concluded. Do not let tonight's significance slip away." "Very well." Mei Ming supported Yao as they entered the meticulously prepared bridal chamber, aglow with radiant and vibrant lights. As she sat upon the bed in the bridal room, Mei Ming felt as though she were in a dream. Just a few days prior, she had been a carefree girl, solely focused on her cultivation. Now, just days later, she was wed, blessed with an ideal husband. The ambience of the room, illuminated by the dazzling lights, enveloped them in a magical atmosphere,